Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. In front of us stands a red building against a bright orange sky. Breaking news from Babylon. The Black Dragon Guild appeared to capture the 40th floor of the tower. They planned to show off the top-level guild skills. A girl with purple hair, followed by a man in a red jacket, was photographed from afar. It's a shame, but they returned empty-handed again. The journalists directed all their attention to the man with long hair and a red jacket. This time, the Black Dragon was forced to experience another fiasco. The shining protagonist of today is a rank 1 hunter. The hunter's ears had yellow metal earrings on them, as did his eyes. Summer Spirit defeated the boss single-handedly again. One of the journalists stood with a microphone in front of the hunter. They greeted each other. Today the hero again set a divine record without any hindrance. The hunter scratched his ear and then suddenly became embarrassed. He remains the only person who single-handedly defeated the monster boss in the tower that appeared. The hero snatched the microphone from the journalist's hands. He told everyone to stop. The hero held a microphone in his hand and spoke to people. First of all, it's time to change this dog's name. Someone is watching the hunter live. He was angry. Summer Spirit, why did you give me this stupid nickname and constantly call me that? Asked the hero. What kind of summer spirit is this? It would be better to call him a rotten spirit, said the hunter. He felt like a dog. The guy with dark hair looked at the floor. He was jealous. This guy was sitting on the bed, holding his phone, watching the live broadcast with a summer spirit. The hunter shouted that he would definitely catch the one who came up with this nickname for him. He envies this kind of life in which you can say whatever you want. The guy was watching a news feed where users criticized the hunter. The guy stood behind people whose faces were photos of online accounts. They were discussing the summer spirit who can't hold his tongue even though the whole world is watching. But this is a legendary level hunter, so I don't care. A guy with dark hair wants to become the same. They were still standing and discussing all this, and the guy with dark hair stood with his head down. The man with the head of a cat did not understand what kind of fan the summer one was in front of him. It would be to protect. In response, he received that a person who has a photograph of a girl instead of a face is only stating facts. He suggested finding at least one person who doesn't know about summer. All television studios are chasing him. The guy who stood behind wants to become the same as the summer spirit. A man with a photograph of the city at night intervened in their discussion. He did not understand how the saint managed to contact such a person. How can a hunter be tolerated? One of them was shocked and the other confirmed. His friend the hunter said that he saw them hanging out together. The guy with dark hair kept repeating that he wanted to become just like the summer spirit. A girl with a photograph of a flower on her face approached the man with the face of a girl. She said it couldn't be. They are friends with the saint and she says that is not true. The guy repeated again that he wanted to become just like the summer spirit. He started typing that he wanted to become just like the summer spirit. The guy sat on the floor, staring at the phone and thinking only that he wanted to become the same as the summer spirit. He repeated this and repeated it. Okay, Mr. Summer Spirit, someone said. If only a few words would make everyone interested, the guy thought. They said that the spirit was also very rich. This guy is also jealous. The hunter shouted menacingly into the microphone. He couldn't stand this nickname and said to be called by his first name. A first-rank hunter stood on the corpses of monsters and held a weapon in his hand. If this world were a novel, someone like that would probably be the main character. The guy with dark hair was thinking that he was only fit to be an auxiliary. He wouldn't even make it to the secondary level. Suddenly the guy stared somewhere. He heard the journalist ask the summer spirit to say a few words for the audience. A bespectacled man who stood in front of other journalists said that in their world there are dreamers whose spirit inspires them to achieve achievements in the hunting industry. We see many newspapers that talk about the hunter. Mr. Yusuha demonstrated true skill as soon as he entered the tower at the beginning of his 20s. It didn't even take him a month to defeat the monster boss that no one could defeat for 10 years. There are many legends surrounding his personality. Yusuha grabbed his neck. He was asked to share the secret of success with dreamers. Just a few words. The guy with dark hair took the laptop in his hand in shock and listened carefully. The hunter agreed, but explained that he would only say a few words, so he asked to listen carefully. The journalist held a microphone in front of the hunter's face. Yusuha said that if a person is destined to succeed, then so be it, no matter what. There were beads of sweat on the guy's face. However, even if you achieve success, do not put a spoke in my wheels, Yusuha said. He smiled and said that whoever does this will die. The hunter turned around pathetically, and the journalists looked at him with their mouths open. The hero sat on his knees and looked at the ether. He pondered the words of the summer spirit, but his thoughts were confused by the presenter, who said that they were wrapping up breaking news. The guy abruptly closed the laptop. To the citizens who watched, I didn't have time to listen to the guy. He sat on the bed, looking at the laptop that lay on his feet. Tears flowed from the guy's eyes because he was offended. He was kneeling in front of the wall on which newspapers hung. The guy thought that since the summer spirit was so cool, it could neglect people. Of course, it was not the guys who were neglected, but the reporter, but still. The young man pressed his hands against the wall. There were soda bottles and cans on the floor in the room. And when he walked, others pointed their fingers at him. If he also had such talent, he would not have to huddle in this one-room shack. And he certainly wouldn't be bothered by useless tier F hunters. The guy tore all the newspapers off the wall. He wants to become the same. He was sobbing, and the veins were even visible on his neck. He was very jealous and also wants to become successful thanks to his talent. The guy was on his knees, leaning against the wall, and the rays of the sun were visible in the window. Or at least, how nice it would be if the skills that the summer spirit possesses were his. Rays of light fall on the wall in the guy's back. He raised his head with tears in his eyes. Some kind of golden card shone brightly before the hero's eyes. He recalled seeing this scene thousands of times, but only in videos. A golden card floated in the air, in the middle of which there was an unusual symbolism. It was a skill card. The hero stood and looked at this map, and a notification appeared above it. It said that the guy had ugly envy, a similar case of which is difficult to find. The guy looked at the next notice in surprise. The tower was shocked by his envy and bestowed the skill. The hero remembered a bunch of different videos with such moments, but he had never seen such a skill being obtained in a video. The guy started to get up from the floor. He's in no position to watch his words right now. There was smoke of light coming from the card, and the guy was reaching for it. He had been looking forward to this moment ever since he got here, and a golden card to boot. The guy held a gold card in his hand. This is a skill above S level. We see a blue notification about the creation of a skill card. A moment later we are shown a yellow notification describing the guy's skill. The name of the skill is I want to become like you. His rank is S+. It is automatically triggered upon death at the hands of an enemy, and cop is one of the skills of the enemy who killed the owner of this skill. The skill is copied randomly. The main character looked at it all with tears in his eyes. He read that he was copying one of the skills of the enemy who killed him. There were yellow particles near the guy's hands, and tears were dripping from his face. The guy was sitting on the floor, and a yellow screen was hovering above his hands. Just die. There is a big city in front of us. Are there other skills like this? Thought the guy. One day a tower appeared in their world. It could be seen beyond the horizon anywhere in the world. People who had nothing to lose were the first to step into it. Each floor of the tower was full of monsters that came from different worlds, and only a select few were granted the skill by the tower. The summer spirit and other hunters were nearby and were about to start hunting. The people who found out about everything gathered in the tower and began to hunt monsters. The summer spirit fought with a huge snake, and in his hands was a red spear. Have you ever seen a summer spirit hunt at least once in your life? There was a program on TV where they asked a citizen about the summer spirit. He said that the hunter's weapon is a flaming spear, but he does not fight, he seems to dance. He really stands out. It's like the very embodiment of Shiva. A man in an orange apron was holding a remote control. They asked him to include something else, but he didn't understand why, because he was interested. The guy buried his face in the table, and a man stood in front of him. The boss asked the guy if he liked the summer spirit. The guy replied that that was not the point. At that time, they said on TV that he was ranked first and fully corresponded to it. The citizen who is being interviewed has peace of mind because there is not an ounce of destructive deceit in his spirit. At a time like this, they need heroes like these. The guy was lying on the table, resting his cheek on it. He only thought that such a life could exist, but in the meantime his life was hopelessly bad. The boss raised his hand because he saw drunk people on the street. The guy recalled how he received his skill and saw the inscription, just die. The guy was thinking that yesterday he got a skill higher than S level, but it was of no use, you could only die with it. The hero began to cry again. He didn't even report to the Hunters Association. I didn't. The guy hit the table with one hand and wiped his face with the other. The boss looked at him angrily. The hero is ashamed to even talk about this skill, and the boss told him that the guy should go outside to get some air. The hero walked down the street, and a notification about updating the rank of hunters appeared above his head. The hero fell to the ground and held his head. He thought that his head was going to explode. Suddenly the hero turned his gaze to the side. The guy stood around the corner of the house and watched as the summer spirit stood next to the girl. She did not understand what had come over the hunter and asked him to move away. Yu Suha smiled and pulled his hand under his jacket. He said that the game was not bad and anyone would have mistaken the girl for a defenseless person. A girl with white hair stood in fear near the wall of the house. The summer spirit said, "Dear saint, there was poison in that glass of alcohol." The girl, with sweat on her face, looked at the bottle that the hunter was showing her. Yu Suha thought that the girl was planning to poison him with basilisk gastric juice. The hunter threw the bottle aside and approached the girl. If it weren't for his skill, disaster would have happened. The bottle of alcohol broke on the ground. The saint told him that this was a misunderstanding. She didn't want any of this. She only planned to capture the tower together with the summer spirit. Yu-Su-ha brought his head directly to the girl's face. He told the girl that he thought so too. It just didn't work out somehow. The guy with dark hair was holding his mouth. The girl asked to discuss this misunderstanding. The guy only thought that most likely they were not dating. After all, couples don't talk like that. Yu-Su-ha grabbed the girl by the throat. He said that this option suits him. Politeness is always good, but he will set the rules of this conversation. The guy's whole face was covered in sweat and his hand was still holding his mouth. He thought that it was more like a dialogue between a man who is going to kill and a man who does not want to die. The summer spirit held the girl by the neck. He said that he was the one asking the questions here. The girl can only move her head and answer. Yu-Su-ha warned that he has a skill in detecting lies, so I don't advise you to pull the wool over his eyes. If she's honest, maybe she'll even get the antidote. The guy was still standing around the corner and holding his mouth with his hand. The summer spirit asked a question. He wanted to find out who ordered his death. The girl looked at Yu-Su-ha in fear and held his hand. The summer spirit asked, Black Dragon Witch. The hunter takes first place in rank and fully corresponds to it. My soul is calmer from the fact that there is not an ounce of destructive deceit in him. The saint lowered her gaze and then sharply turned her head to the side and closed her eyes. The hunter's hand began to catch fire. He said he knew it. At a time like this, they need heroes like these. There were flames in front of Yu-Su-ha and the hero looked at it. He wished the girl a safe journey. There was fire in the guy's eyes and his whole face was sweaty. There was a fire behind Yu-Su-ha. The guy didn't understand how this hunter could be a hero. The guy ran from him, wiping his face. He thought that this hunter was a murderer and a psychopath. He needs to run. A green glass bottle broke near the guy's leg. The guy looked back in fear. At the corner of the house stood Yu-Su-ha, behind whom there was still a red flame. The summer spirit smiled and said that he thought he had already dealt with all the rats in the area. There were drops of water on the cheeks of the running guy. The hunter has the look of a killer. The guy ran from the hunter and a flame appeared in Yu-Su-ha's hand. The guy thought that the girl was not the first. How many people had the hunter already killed? Tens, hundreds of people. The guy was very scared and was still running away from Yu-Su-ha. Suddenly, the guy fell to the ground. He looked at his leg. Most likely he twisted it. A hunter was approaching the guy. The hero was sitting on the ground, resting his hands on it, and Yu-Su-ha stood next to him. The guy asked the hunter for mercy. The summer spirit asked him where the guy was in such a hurry. The hunter looked at the hero, who was sobbing. He asked the guy if he saw it. The dark-haired boy replied that he saw nothing. Yu-Su-ha knelt down next to the guy and asked, What didn't you see? The hunter grabbed the hero by the neck and told him that not only was he calling the hunter a summer spirit, but he also claimed that he had not seen anything, although even Yu-Su-ha did not ask for anything specific. The hunter has a hard time believing this. He can't even attribute it to the guy's sick fantasy, but the guy said that he wouldn't tell anyone anything. Yu-Su-ha smiled madly. He said if the guy doesn't want to follow the saint, then he better answer. Yu-Su-ha asked who sent him to him. The hero recalled how he watched a live broadcast with a hunter. He couldn't understand how much he admired this man the most. The summer spirit looked at the guy who was being held by the hunter's hand. The hero asked Yu-Su-ha to check it out. He said that the hunter has the skill of recognizing lies, so let him check it. The summer spirit was confused. He said that he deceived the girl, so Yu-Su-ha killed the girl without any evidence. The hunter was still holding the guy by the neck, who asked, just because you were suspected of something. The summer spirit pushed the guy with dark hair away and told him not to slander other people. The hero's face was covered in sweat and he was holding his throat. Yu-Su-ha explained that he found out about the girl's intentions to kill him. If he had not killed her, then tomorrow she would have poisoned him. But the guy didn't understand why the hunter got it. The summer spirit put a spear on his shoulder and said that he knew everything. He has one method. Yu-Su-ha pulled the guy's hair and smiled. Judging by the fact that the hero is ready to pass any lie test, it means that he is definitely out of business. The guy thanked the spirit for believing him. Suddenly, the hero's hair began to catch fire due to the hunter's hand. Unfortunately, the guy still saw too much. Yu-Su-ha smiled and his hand was orange. He said that it was time for the hero to die because the hunter would not leave the first place. The hero recalled how, as a little boy, he stood with a ball and a man sat next to him. The man told the guy, Kim Kon-ya, your name means young master. Therefore, the hero must live up to and become an outstanding person. The boy smiled and said that it would be so. The hero doesn't want to die. Kim Kon-ya was lying face down with a notice above him indicating that he had died. The hero did not understand why he should die like this, or rather, why he should live like this. A notification appears indicating that the conditions for using the skill have been met. The guy wished he had a little more time. New notification that a random skill from Yu-Su-ha is being copied. Another notification with different cards hovering next to it. It said skill card created. Kim Kon-ya lay and cried, and something illuminated his head. He deserves to live too. The hero saw a notification that he needed to select a skill card. He reached his hand up. If only he had another chance. The guy grabbed the gold card. Just one chance. The selection is complete. Copying a skill. Kim Kanya lay with his eyes open. Breaking news from Babylon. There was a laptop on the table on which the live broadcast was taking place. The Black Dragon Guild appeared to capture the 40th floor of the tower. They planned to show off the top-level guild skills. Kim Kanya was lying on the bed, and the kitchen was very dirty. It's a shame, but they returned empty-handed again. The guy suddenly jumped out of bed. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. Kim Khan looked at the laptop where the summer spirit was shown. He once again defeated the boss single-handedly. The hero did not understand what was happening. Kim Khan stood in his room with a surprised face. He didn't understand how it happened. There was sweat on the hero's face. He didn't know when he returned home. Social network users discussed the behavior of the summer spirit. Yu Suha shouted angrily into the microphone. They called him by his nickname again, and he hated it. The hero was holding his phone in his hands and was scared. He couldn't understand why everyone was saying the same thing as yesterday. Kim Kanya recalled an encounter with a hunter. The guy pulled his hand to the side. There were 2 yellow skill cards in front of him, and he was reaching for the left one. The card had an S+ level rank. It is automatically triggered upon death at the hands of an enemy. There was another card in front of Kim Kong-ya, and the hero looked at it in surprise. Is this really a skill he copied when he died? There was a description of the skill on the card. Its name is Reincarnation Wind-Up Clock and its rank is X. It is automatically applied upon death. After death, it returns you 24 hours ago. Kim Kong-ya was still sitting and looking at this skill. Automatically returns a day back. The hero thought, but memory and skills remain. The guy walked up to the wall where newspapers with a summer spirit hung. This is the secret of the legendary hunter. That is why the saint died. Kim Kanya recalled the summer spirit that killed the girl and him, and his phrase that he knows everything. The hero clenched his hand angrily into a fist. In fact, a day ago the saint poisoned him, and then the summer spirit finished off the innocent hero. The guy stood near the sink and heard the hunter being asked to share the secret of success with the throwers. He turned around and looked at the summer spirit, who said if a person is destined to succeed, so be it. However, even if someone achieves success, it is better for them not to put a spoke in the hunter's wheels. The hero opened his mouth a little at the phrase of the spirit who was on the air. He said that if anyone interferes, he will die. Kim Kanya turned his head to the side and wondered, will they die? The guy began to squeeze the card that was in his hand. He decided to see who would die this time. Suddenly, the hero turned his gaze to the window. Someone was shouting about a fire. The hero raised his hand to the window, and in the distance he saw a strong fire. Kim Kanya walked out of the building holding a knife in his hand. People ran past him, hurrying to put out the fire. The guy was walking on the corner of the house with a knife in his hand. The hero lives in a place different from the outside world. This city gathers people who want to become hunters. First floor of the tower. Kim Kanya ran through the city and looked at the phone. Is this really the moment? It was 7:30 and people were putting out the fire. About the time the hero hit, the hunter started a fire while he killed the saint in order to hide the evidence. Hunters with the element of water should not fight at random. Everyone needs to simmer together at the same time. The girl with purple hair stood with her mouth open. This is the head of the Black Dragon Guild. Black Witch. He takes over temporarily, so everyone needs to follow orders. This city had many names. A girl with green hair stood in fear on the street. Healer, head of the Guild of Healers and Pharmacists. Some call it Babylon, while others simply call it the city of the first floor. The captain of the city vigilantes also helped in extinguishing the fire. Holy Night. He said it wasn't necessary. This place has been empty for 5 years. Lucky, someone called it the City of Exaltation, but the essence was always the same. Once you set foot in this city, you will never be able to leave. Residents of the city watched the fire with Kim Kanya. All local residents have long been accustomed to emergency situations. The hero looked to the side. He heard people discussing that the saint had not yet come. She's not the type to be late for something like this. A girl with green hair stood next to a knight who was holding a fire extinguisher. He said that the saint was talking about her business, maybe a date. Lately, he and the summer spirit have become very close. The healer crossed her arms and turned her head to the side. She doesn't like this Yu-Su-Ha. He just makes her feel sick. Behind the people stood the summer spirit. He held his head and asked who lit the fire without his permission. Kim Kanya looked angrily towards the hunter. The summer spirit walked past the knight and everyone took pictures of him. He thought that everyone was waiting for him. Yu-Su-Ha smiled and clenched his hand into a fist. They told him that a fire had broken out in the old slums and asked if he could help. The summer spirit asked what he would get in return. Veins were visible on Kim Kong-ya's hand due to the fact that he was holding the knife in his hand. This hunter is looking for profit in a fire that he himself started. The guy walked out of the crowd of people who were holding their phones. The summer spirit was offered public approval, but he replied that he was not interested. To be honest, I don't care about character either. This is a legendary level hunter, so it doesn't matter. Kim Kanya remembered someone's words. Yu Su-ha walked away from the villagers and waved to them. He wished them to find other volunteers. The hunter walked and smiled, and the hero looked at him angrily. No one knows. Everyone considers him a hero with a bad character. From the summer spirit there was a shadow of the event on Earth as he strangled the hero. Only Kim Kanya knows the true face of this maniac. The guy's eyes became very small. He decided that he must kill the hunter. The guy walked out of the crowd of residents, and everyone looked at him. They couldn't figure out where he was going. The boy in the blue cap tried to stop the hero, but Kim Khan pushed him away. They shouted to the hero that it was dangerous there. For the sake of humanity, for the honor of the hunters. The hunter is only human. The hero walked confidently in his white sneakers with green accents. A man hastily rushing into battle with monsters. The hunter turned his gaze back. They shouted to the hero to wake up. Kim Kanya ran with a knife in his hands towards Yu Su-ha. The guy stretched his hand forward and thought that this monster needed to be destroyed. Kim Kanya ran into the flames, and all the people looked at him in surprise and shouted that there was a fire there. The hero was not visible in the fire, but he could be heard screaming. He felt incredibly hot. The residents of the city were greatly frightened because of this act. Kim Kanya was in pain. He stood in the flames and grabbed his head. Yu Su-ha looked at all this, but the hero understood that he could kill the hunter only this way. A death notification has appeared. Afterwards, we see a notification that the hero has returned 24 hours ago. The hero was lying on the pillow. Breaking news from Babylon. Kim Kanya sat on the bed and looked at the floor. He heard that the Black Dragon Guild had appeared to take over the 40th floor of the tower. A notification appeared in front of the hero stating that the hero's rank at the moment is F. The automaticity of the skill is well developed. Now we see another notification that said that the penalty due to the skill was not given. Kim Kanya thought so. Level F doesn't even have penalties. The hero cannot now kill the hunter on his own. And even if the guy is lucky, the summer spirit will simply return in time. He also has this skill. The hero sat and turned his head back. Therefore, he, a low-ranking hunter, has only one choice. There was a photograph of Yu Su-ha on the wall. The hunter sat in front of a girl in a red suit. He was asked at what age he awakened his first skill. The summer spirit replied that in the summer when he was 21 years old. So 11 years have already passed. The girl noticed that, judging by how detailed he remembers it, he has an excellent memory. Yu Su-ha took a sip of his drink. This was not entirely true. It was just his birthday that day. Kim Kanya looked at his hand. He calculated that 4,050 days had passed since June 7th, which was 11 years ago. The hero stretched out his hands in front of him. He hit himself sharply in the chest. The guy decided to return to the moment before the awakening of the hunter skill. The guy was fined. The hero lay sweating on the pillow. He went back 24 hours. Kim Kanya clenched his fist. He has 49 days left. The hero again stretched out his hands in front of him, and he was fined. The guy was sitting on the floor in a blue jacket and meditating. He was fined again. Kim Kanya coughed up blood. A notification appeared saying that he had gone back 24 hours. The hero was already lying in a white jacket on the floor. He was not given a skill penalty. Again, a notification that the hero has been fined. The guy took his heart. He held a knife in his hands and thought that there were 20 days left. He was fined again. There were newspapers with the face of the summer spirit hanging on the wall. 543 days left. Kim Kanya smiled. He has his last day left. The hero pierced his chest. One day, a clock hangs on a white wall. You can hear them ticking. The hands show 2 o'clock. Kim Kanya lies on the floor on a white sheet in a star pose. He is wearing a black sweater and black trousers, and in his left hand is a knife with a green handle. Kim Kanya looks at the ceiling and looks lost. He listens to the ticking of the clock. The hero hears some sound and suddenly stands up. Now he sits on the floor, leaning on his hands, and his gaze is directed in the direction where the sound came from. Kim Kanya sits on a white sheet and looks at the wall. Various newspaper clippings pop up in Kim Kanya's memory. There is a knife in his hand. Holding it, he rests his hand on the wall. He thinks that he has returned to the moment when the legend of the summer spirit had not yet begun. Leaning on the wall with his hand, Kim Kanya also buried his head against the wall. He laughs sadly. He tries to remember what happened, but his mind is clouded and he sees only white flashes. He thinks that in addition to the originally planned 4,050 times, he died about 30 more times. This was necessary to cover time. He sits on the floor in the kitchen, leaning his back on an old, tattered bedside table, covering his face with his hands, and next to him lies his knife with a green handle. His thought is interrupted by a picture that pops up in his memory. It represents the summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha. He smiles evilly and his eyes sparkle. The summer spirit of the hunter Yu Su-ha is enveloped in flames. Kim Kanya holds her knife in front of him. He continues to reflect that this was time spent on the suicides themselves and on resting in between. All this torment so that the world does not hear the fable of this demon. Gentle daylight pours onto the floor and onto Kim Kanya's feet. On tiptoe, carefully, he begins to walk. Throwing on a white sweater and grabbing his knife, Kim Kanya appears in the doorway and leaves the apartment. A bright, blinding light shines on the hero. His face is serious and thoughtful. He puts a hood on his head and thinks that it's time to find his game. Kim Kanya remembers May 6, 11 years ago. There is a clock hanging on the wall. Their hands show exactly 11 o'clock in the morning. Kim Kanya stands in a white sweater in front of a multi-story building. He creeps up to one of the windows and peeks into the apartment. A man is visible there. This man's alarm clock starts playing with wishes of good morning. Barely opening his eyes, he sighs heavily and Kim Kanya is slightly visible in the window. This man sits on the bed, looks at his phone and says his head is going to explode. Kim Kanya watches him through the window, trying not to give himself away, while the man looks at his phone and scratches the back of his head. They unanimously say that it looks like he had too much yesterday. Kim Kanya lived this day 10 more times for the sake of perfect reconnaissance. Through the window, Kim Kanya sees this man quickly putting on a red t-shirt and a black raincoat. He is clearly in a hurry to get somewhere. Kim Kanya reflects that this person wakes up every time at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning in the F-rank hunter's office. Grabbing his stick, the man hurries to leave and tells himself that he has to go to work. Kim Kanya, walking away from the window, thinks what a sucky life this man has. The clock indicates 3 p.m. Summer spirit hunter Yusuha catches a slime on the second floor of the tower. With his weapon, he easily deals with the red slime, cutting it into 2 parts. Only splashes fly to the sides. Summer spirit hunter Yusuha stands in a small park. His stick is stuck in slime, and in his hand he holds a slippery and unpleasant piece of slime. Summer spirit hunter Yusuha is very angry and says that he has been catching only slimes for the 100th day. This is absolutely disgusting. Crushing a piece of slime in his hand, he furiously shouts that he is the Knight of Summer, and Kim Kanya hides behind him and watches him and has his knife at the ready. When will he begin to live in grand style, like a holy sword? Kim Kanya thinks that at 21 years old, spirit hunter Yusuha was an extremely ordinary F-rank hunter, only waiting for a sharp turn in his life. Summer spirit hunter Yusuha holds another piece of slime in his hand, looks at it and furiously shouts that why can't he find a winning lottery ticket or an S-level skill for once. Kim Kanya thinks if everything went as before. Summer spirit hunter Yusuha throws a piece of slime into a puddle of red slime, making an unpleasant sound. He's standing next to this puddle of red slime. Kim Kanya continues her thought that very soon everything would be the way the summer spirit hunter Yusuha wants it, but suddenly, a red puddle of slime flies into the air and quickly attacks Kim Kanya. But he expected this and with a lightning-quick movement of his hand he cuts the stream of slime. Only red splashes flew from it. Kim Kanya looks at the puddle of slime with contempt and says that now the summer spirit hunter Yusuha will not see this. Kim Kanya's hands are covered in red mucus. He grabs his head with these hands. The clock shows 5 hours 31 minutes. Summer spirit hunter Yusuha stands in a beautiful room, the walls of which resemble black air bubbles and blue water. Summer spirit hunter Yusuha says that he is moving to the 6th floor. There is no prospect of catching slimes alone, so having become determined, Yusuha moves to a top-level area that is not visited by novice hunters. There is a movement to the hunting grounds of the 6th floor. Summer spirit hunter Yusuha finds himself in a beautiful light forest. There is a lot of greenery around and the pleasant sun is shining. There won't be another soul here for the next 36 minutes. A man suddenly appears behind him, and his shoes are covered in red spots. He says to the summer spirit hunter Yusuha, "Sorry, Mr. Hunter." Summer spirit hunter Yusuha holds his weapon on his shoulders. He turns around and looks at Kim Kanya both angrily and questioningly. Kim Kanya looks fearfully at the summer spirit hunter Yusuha. All of Kim Kanya's clothes are covered in blood-red slime that drips from his hands. He says that he was attacked by wolves and asks for a potion. Summer spirit hunter Yusuha sharply turns his body towards Kim Kanya and angrily shouts that he said he has already raised all the monsters here. Looking away and spitting saliva, he said that then you won't be able to hunt here anymore. Kim Kanya, standing in blood-red clothes, continued to ask for the potion. Then the summer spirit hunter Yusuha furiously shouted, "What kind of potion?" Now he won't see a day's income. Looking cynically at Kim Kanya, he asks how much he is willing to give for the potion. "Ah," says Kim Kanya. Poking Kim Kanya in the chest with his weapon, summer spirit hunter Yusuha once again asks how much he is willing to pay for the potion. Kim Kanya continues to pretend that he is in great pain. Holding a red bottle in his hand, summer spirit hunter Yusuha says that his hunt today was unsuccessful, and he must give away this expensive potion just like that. So also for the dude whom he sees for the first time. He says nothing is done for free. Holding a bottle of potion right in front of Kim Gong-ya, summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha says that at the alchemy market this potion sells for 20 gold. Kim Kong-ya interrupts him and quickly says that he is ready to give 20 gold for it, so hurry up. Kim Kong-ya was about to grab the potion, but the summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha quickly withdrew his hand with the potion and stopped Kim Kong-ya with his other hand. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha says that Kim Gong-ya doesn't seem to understand. Yu Su-ha places her weapon on Kim Gong-ya's chest and pushes him away. Kim Kong-ya is very scared. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha says that Kim Gong-ya is about to die, but offers only 20 gold. He asks how much his life is worth. Stuttering, Kim Kong-ya says that then he is ready to give 40 gold. Leaning over Kim Kong-ya, the summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha smiles sarcastically and tells him not to take his words into his head. He grabs Kim Kong-ya by the scruff of the neck and screams in his face to just give him everything he has. Kim Kong-ya thinks that he knew this would happen. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha stands opposite Kim Kong-ya and looks at him angrily. He says that Kim Kong-ya has a problem with his hands, so he won't be able to give him anything. Let him not worry, then the summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha will take the money himself. Kim Kong-ya thinks that he knew that the summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha was like this. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha pushes Kim Gong-ya away and snatches his blue wallet. Kim Kong-ya flies to the ground. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha says let's see. With an arrogant face, he pours gold coins out of his wallet and counts them, 1, 2, 3. He says upset, only about 60 gold. He asks why Kim Kong-ya is so poor. He asks him to carry more money with him. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha holds Kim Kong-ya by the hair. On his knees, with horror, Kim Kong-ya says that this is all his money. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha looks at him with contempt and tells Kim Kong-ya not to be afraid. He will put this money to good use. Kim Kong-ya remembers a moment from her past life. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha smiles sweetly, but dying sparks of flame fly behind him. That is life. Having taken all the money, the summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha releases Kim Kong-ya. Kim Kong-ya extends her hand to him and tells him to give him the potion. Then the summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha grabs his weapon and raises his hand in the air. A black ominous aura emanates from him. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha shouts what he was thinking. If he saves him, then Kim Kong-ya can take revenge on him later. Kim Kong-ya looks at Yu Su-ha pleadingly. He is on his knees and reaches out his hand to Yu Su-ha. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha says that every person wants to live in peace and quiet, and Kim Kong-ya took a good look at him. Peace, Kim Kong-ya asks herself. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha swings to strike Kim Kong-ya, looks at him with a mad look and shouts, why doesn't he die here and now? Okay, Kim Kong-ya thinks. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha is about to deal a fatal blow to Kim Kong-ya. Kim Kong-ya is on her knee. A blue glow can be seen from underneath it. Kim Kong-ya suddenly jumps out of her seat towards the summer spirit of the hunter Yu Su-ha. With his knee, he delivers a powerful blow to the groin of the summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha. Kim Kong-ya is full of determination and rage towards the summer spirit of the hunter Yu Su-ha. Kim Kong-ya thinks that he will provide him with peace and quiet. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha grabs his groin with one hand. His legs give way. He can barely stand on the ground from pain. Summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha says damn. Looking at the summer spirit hunter Yu Su-ha with a determined look, Kim Kong-ya deftly takes out his sword from his bosom. Kim Kong-ya lunges towards Yu Su-ha and hits him hard. Summer spirit Yu Su-ha's pupils shrink from the sharp pain and her eyes open wide. Blood splatters around him. Kim Kong-ya stands over the body of the summer spirit Yu Su-ha. In his hand is a knife with a green handle. He's covered in blood. Kim Kong-ya laughs, crying that 1 in 1,000 that a threat to his life will awaken him. Kim Gong-ya rushes towards the summer spirit Yu Su-ha to finish him off. He swings his weapon and shouts that he will definitely send him to the next world. Kim Kong-ya plunges her knife straight into Yu Su-ha's head. There is a pool of blood in front of Kim Kong-ya's feet. He sighs and says to Yu Su-ha that he understands. Kim Kong-ya stands over Yu Su-he's dead body and says that before killing him, Yu Su-ha did something strange. Kim Kong-ya remembers the moment in her past life when Yu Su-ha told him her name. He was wearing a black sweater and a red raincoat. Gold earrings glittered on her ears. Kim Kong-ya says that he actually said his name that time. He remembers Yu Su-he's speech, how he says his name is Yu Su-ha and wishes him a safe journey. Kim Kong-ya looks at Yu Su-he's corpse with hatred and says that during these 90 days, he realized that Yu Su-ha is a bad person. Stepping on Yu Su-he's weapon, he says that he pretended to be a knight of honor entering into a sacred duel, but in reality he is just a murderer. Kim Kong-ya remembers Yu Su-ha hovering over a frail girl with white hair, shouting at her how dare she. He looked into her eyes with an evil, cold gaze. Next, he vaguely remembers Yu Su-ha walking away and laughing evilly. Kim Kong-ya stands over the corpse and shouts that Yu Su-ha is killing innocent people and pretending to be very noble in the process. His words are full of pain and suffering. Leaning in the rays of the sunset, Kim Kang-ya is silent. Suddenly he feels someone's presence behind him. Turning around, he sees wolves. A pack of wolves surrounded him. Drool flows from their mouths. They are very angry and hungry. Kim Kang-ya tells them if they want to eat Yu-Su-ha. Kim Kang-ya leaves and says he doesn't need him. The wolves might take him. Kim Kang-ya's face is full of sadness. Behind him, the wolves are tearing Yu-Su-ha to pieces. Kim Kang-ya moves towards a small bump. Meanwhile, the sun had almost set below the horizon. Kim Kang-ya begins to dig up the ground with her bare hands. He digs out a briefcase and flasks there. This is his hiding place. Kim Kang-ya takes off her sweater, which has turned red with blood. He throws this sweater into the hole he just dug. Kim Kang-ya puts on a clean black sweater. Having changed his clothes, he prepares to teleport and says to the first floor of the tower. The first floor is moving to the city. Kim Kang-ya appears from white streams of light. Kim Kang-ya wanders around the city on the first floor. Suddenly he notices a guard in shining steel armor. He thinks it's a vigilante. Kim Kang-ya walks past him. He tries to hide his excitement and not meet his gaze. Passing by, he still intersects with the vigilante, but he, yawning, goes on about his business. This makes Kim Kang-ya feel better. The city is drowning in the golden rays of the setting sun. The guard performs his duty, and Kim Kang-ya goes on about her business. The city was swallowed up by night. Koi Kang-ya thinks that no one knows what happened. The sound of a TV can be heard in one of the windows. It hangs on a brick wall with pipes running through it. The screen glows white, but a voice from it says that today the clearing of the 10th floor also failed. Nobody knows what happened. Although Kim Kang-ya ranks first, he did not participate in the cleanup. Kim Kang-ya already has an empty mug of beer in her hand. With a loud thud, he places it on the table. Meanwhile, Holy Sword is beginning to be criticized more and more loudly. The terrible legend of summer spirit Yu-Su-ha has completely disappeared from this world. Kim Kang-ya is already drunk, but he is in 7th heaven. He shouts, "Boss, more, another glass of draft beer." Kim Kang-ya sits at the bar. There are already 3 empty beer mugs in front of him. The waiter gives him another glass of beer. He says that Kim Kang-ya drinks a lot today. Looks like the hunt went well today. Kim Kang-ya says yes, just great, very good. It is said on TV that people ranked 2nd to 7th and rank teamed up and challenged the 10th floor together. And now some people already believe that ranks are completely unnecessary. Kim Kang-ya beams with happiness. He holds a mug of fresh, cold beer in his hand and rejoices. Taking sip after sip, he makes a special gesture with his hand and says to open the hunter's skill window. A golden window opens with information about Kim Kang-ya, his name, rank, and skills. Kim Kang-ya looks at his skills and says, wow, he doesn't even need snacks because just looking at those skills satisfies him. He points to his skills window. Looking at his skills, he starts scratching his chin and says that he has no fighting skills. He believes that this is where human insatiability lies. Closing the skills panel with a backhand, he tells himself that if he wants more, he will become a thief. Just imagine what you can achieve with the skills you already have. He begins to dream about how he buys lottery tickets and wins a huge suitcase of gold. He says that he can win a lottery held in the Merchants Association Guild. He thinks that he can sell for money plans for passing future high floors that no one has explored yet. He thinks, his life has blossomed, no less. Having become completely intoxicated, he says out loud what he would do in the future. As he said these words, the door to the bar opened. At the entrance stood a serious man in a decent suit, a hat, and a beautiful brutal beard. He says milk. Looking from under his hat with a cold gaze at the bartender, he says to add vodka and a little sugar to the warm milk. If there is honey, it is better to use it instead of sugar, he clarifies. He begins to walk towards the bar, making almost no sound of footsteps with his red sneakers. Kim Kang-ya drinks a beer, apologizes, and says that he is not a bartender. He thinks to himself what an impressive grandfather. In response, the man says that he will pay enough. Kim Kang-ya is surprised, because behind him he hears the speeches of visitors who are surprised and do not believe their eyes. Hey, it looks like it's really him. Why is he here? Enthusiastic speeches from the bar's visitors can be heard. Kim Kang-ya is even a little scared. The old man calmly sits down at the table. Some say that he is here at least to raise the morale of the hunters. Then Kim Kang-ya sees this man on TV. He says that as society becomes more and more in tune, everyone needs to come together. Kim Kang-ya heard nothing further. He only looked in surprise and fear in the direction of this grandfather. He had a gorgeous brutal beard, ashen hair, and ice blue eyes. They were such a cold color that his gaze froze his blood. He was very mysterious. Taking off his hat and pressing it to his chest, the old man waited for his order. Where is the holy sword and what does it do? We are shown a newspaper with a picture of a man in a hat. The real name of the holy sword is Marcus Cullenberry. In the future, he disappeared for a very long time, so after 11 years everyone forgot about him. but he was the only #1 tower until the summer spirit Yusuha became famous. A man stood in the room and straightened his tie. During this period he is the best of the best. Kim Kanya drank a yellow drink. He thought this old man also had an S-level skill. But, unlike the hero, he has normal useful attack skills. We see the hero's skill, rank S+. The hero looked forward and thought, his skill can copy the skill of any hunter who kills the hero. The hero sees the back of this man. You can even copy the skill of the current #1. Marcus Callenberry and Kim Kanya sat on the chairs that stood on the clock. Plus, to all this, the hero won't die now. The guy was holding his phone in his hand and was thinking about taking a risk. The Holy Sword was sitting at the bar, and the hero was watching him. It was said that he was originally the scion of a respected and wealthy family from Northern Europe. Nobody knows exactly what skill he has, but some have heard that he doesn't regret anything and he has a habit of talking to himself. Kim Kanya looked at the phone confusedly. He didn't understand how it was possible that there was no worthwhile information about the man at all. He's a real mystery. We see posters depicting the summer spirit. The hero thought that it would be much easier if this nobleman was half as much an attention seeker as the summer spirit. Marcus shouted something and Kim Kanya flinched. The man told someone not to mumble so loudly. The hero, who had a drop of sweat on his cheek, looked at this man. He was talking to himself, which scared the guy. Marcus looked menacingly into the distance. He asked, "Do you think you understand me?" Kim Kanya turned his head and held the phone in his hand. At the very least, what he was saying to himself turned out to be true. Should all first places in rank be weirdos? Thought the hero. A notification arrived on the guy's phone and he was surprised. It contained topics that should never be touched upon in conversation with the Holy Sword. Marcus looked at the trio of bandits. This is 100% true story. Someone saw what happened with their own eyes. If someone wants to die, they can easily talk about it in front of the Holy Sword. The old man was told that these hunting grounds were used by bandits, so it was better to stick to the rules. A few days ago, in the 9th floor hunting grounds, several high-ranking people had a row with a Holy Sword. Marcus stood in front of the bandit and wiped his sword with a handkerchief. He replied that this was the first time he had heard about this rule. One of the bandits smiled and pointed his finger in the direction of his grandfather. He said that apparently it was time to change his hearing aid or that the rule did not reach Marcus because he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The old man looked ahead angrily. It's all because of the bandit's phrase. He said, "Judging by the way you treated your family, your grandchildren have long been dead." Before the robber could finish speaking, the Holy Sword struck. Did he kill a man? The author of the post is from a large guild. He's just slandering out of nowhere, someone thought. The other two bandits looked at it all in fear. Believe it or not, decide for yourself. Someone thought that everyone should know about this, so he wrote. Kim Kanya looked attentively at the phone and read it all. The main thing he read was that under no circumstances should he tell the Holy Sword about his grandchildren. The profile avatar was a gray cat, something that should never be talked about, the hero thought. The old man held a glass of drink in his hand and shouted. He ordered to be silent because he would figure it out himself. Because of someone, Marcus can't even get vodka down his throat. Kim Kanya decided it was worth checking out. The old man put the coins on the table and said that everything was delicious and he was pleased. Marcus walked out of the building and put on his hat, and the owner stood with a tray and smiled. He said goodbye to the old man. All the people in the establishment turned around. A second later they all started going about their business and unanimously said that he had finally come out. Nobody liked this old man and people thought that they were already rubbish. Kim Kanya smiled and placed the money on the bar counter. He thanked the owner, and in response he said that the hero could come again. There was a bell hanging above the door. It was dark and the guy was standing on the street. He goes to look for this #1. Kim Kanya was near the shops and did not understand where the old man had gone. The guy followed him out almost immediately, so Marcus is not my one to go far. Among the crowd of people was a man in a blue suit and hat. It was he. Kim Kanya followed the old man, who did not suspect anything. He is the only one in Babylon dressed to the nines, so he is very conspicuous. What skill does he have? There was a drop of sweat on the guy's cheek. The spirit had an X-level rebirth skill. What then does the successful sword saint from the previous generation have? This is probably more of a combat skill than rebirth. The guy smiled widely, and this skill will soon become his. The hero wanted to be lucky this time. Someone was standing in their red sneakers on the grass. Must be here somewhere, the hero thought. Suddenly, he jerked his head. Kim Kanya stood near a tree, and in front of him was an old man who was leaning on his sword. He told the young man to come out. The guy looked out from behind the tree and was scared. The Holy Sword discovered him immediately. They will have no witnesses here. Marcus stood with a serious face. A ray of light fell on Kim Kanya, and the guy held onto a tree with his hand. He apologized to the old man and said that he had a request for Marcus. The Holy Sword smiled, which frightened the hero. Request? Asked the old man. He thought that the hero was deliberately watching the old man so casually. It was like there was a white wall behind the holy sword. He asked Kim Kong-ya what request he could have for a simple old man. The hero looked in surprise towards the old man, and there was a drop of sweat on his right cheek. Marcus misunderstood the hero and for some reason thought that he deliberately showed his presence. Kim Kong-ya stood with his hands clenched into a fist. He doesn't have any real weapons. Marcus holds the sword as if he would attack the guy right now. The hero just followed him for now. The guy's whole face was covered in sweat. He didn't understand why everything was going so well. The old man said that the guy has incredible acting, as befits an assassin on the front line. Kim Kong-ya turned his head and his face turned blue. He didn't understand where the old man got all this from. He's only F class. The hero put his hands on his belt and his mouth was wide open. He was glad that he wouldn't even have to mention his grandchildren in order to die. Kim Kong-ya apologized to the old man because he doesn't really understand. Marcus' face was outrageous. He was disgusted by what he thought was the hero's game. He said that Kim Kong-ya's eyes could not deceive him. Kim Kong-ya extended his hand in front of him. He asked the old man to listen to him because the guy was genuinely curious to know. The eyes of the sword saint were not visible due to the fact that they were in the shadows. Kim Kong-ya asked how he looked like a special class assassin. He's a completely ordinary guy. Marcus took out his sword and saw his reflection in it. He told the hero to shut up. He has different skills. Among them is a skill that allows you to find out how many kills your opponent has made. The hero remembered the picture of someone being chewed by red dogs. Whatever the motivation, murder is murder. He knew what kind of monster the one he killed would grow into, but for the inhabitants of this time, the guy's justification is baseless. Above Kim Kong-ya was a red number 1, and even higher than that was a skull. Most likely, in the eyes of the holy sword, the number 1 hangs above the guy's head. The guy replied that he understood everything. The hero raised his hand to his chest and said that he had a good reason for this. This might sound like a cop-out to Marcus. The sword saint took off his hat with one hand and held a weapon in the other hand. The old man said he could swear to the heavens. It all disgusts him. Kim Kong-ya's face was surprised. Marcus waved his sword and said that such a demon, who had taken the lives of so many people, did not dare to touch the sacred. The old man's sword sparkled. He himself lived a far from sinless life, but he would never have committed such a massacre. Kim Kong-ya put his hands in front of him and said that he had killed only one person in his entire life. Marcus brought the sword to the hero's face, who fell to the ground. He was sure that the guy was lying without a drop of shame or regret. The number of unfortunate people killed by the hero was 4091. Marcus clearly sees the number 4091 above the guy's head. Kim Kong-ya had a picture in his memory when he was holding a dagger in his hand, killing Yu Su-ha one time. And the number of times the guy killed himself to go back in time is 4090. The guy stood in front of Marcus, whose hat was flying to the ground. He asked the hero, "Did the Black Dragon Witch send you?" Now in the eyes of this old man, the hero is a rare maniac who brutally killed 4091 people. Kim Kong-ya turned around and began to run away. The problem now is not copying the skill. The hero ran away from the old man. Marcus asked the guy that he fell silent. Kim Kong-ya thought that since the holy sword had such a skill, the hero's thoughts were interrupted by the old man with the phrase that it doesn't matter anyway. The hero was running away from the old man, who was already jumping and swinging his arm. Marcus will try to kill the hero every time he comes across him. Therefore, Kim Kong-ya decided that he would do anything to kill the sword saint. Demon, Marcus hit Kim. However, Kim managed to dodge Marcus' attack. The man shouted that he expected this from a special class assassin. Kim was shocked and continued to retreat. Suddenly, he hit his foot on a stone and began to fall. Kim fell on his back. He lay on the ground exhausted and thought that he was lucky once. At the same time, Marcus was already holding a sword over him. Kim understood that there was no way for him to dodge a second time. Kim had already closed his eyes and accepted his fate, but Marcus suddenly ordered someone to shut up. Marcus started talking to someone. Judging by the conversation, this someone was talking about the fact that Kim needed to be left alive and interrogated. Kim lay on the ground and could not understand what was happening. Marcus asked his interlocutor if he told him that he would deal with Kim himself. Marcus, standing with a sword in his hands over Kim, exclaimed that this someone interferes every time. Kim watched him and thought that Marcus's dialogue was too smooth for it to be just a mental illness, and so Kim decided that it was some kind of skill. He was shocked because he had an assumption that this was telepathy. Kim had heard that this type of skill existed. Kim was horrified that this meant that Marcus was sharing information about Kim with other people. He was stunned because he realized that Marcus most likely told them that there was a murderer who had killed 4,091 people. In this case, the Hunters Department will put Kim on the wanted list. He will be targeted by high-level ones, including huge guilds. He decided that it would all end with him being executed on the square of the first floor of the tower. The hero was horrified and thought that this could not be allowed. He decided that he needed to die now and go back 24 hours. He called Marcus an old man. Marcus, meanwhile, said that he had already decided everything and that he could not be influenced by appeasing him. Suddenly, Kim asked if Marcus would convey Kim's greetings to his grandchildren. This shocked Marcus. Kim asked if Marcus was indeed from the noble family of Northern Aprova. The hero spoke about this because the higher the position of the family, the more it attracts bandits. Kim added that there has been a lot of chaotic news going around lately. He said with a mad look that since they are the blood and flesh of the Holy Sword, then Marcus's grandchildren are definitely wonderful. Marcus immediately swung his sword. Kim suddenly flew up. At the same time, he wondered if the moon had always been upside down. However, a moment later he saw his body, which had no head, and understood everything. Kim looked at the moon and thought that it was very beautiful. At the same time, he was stunned by the skill Marcus had achieved without Kim even having time to notice. While his head was flying, Kim thought that he wanted to be the same. Kim's body began to fall to the ground while Kim himself began to become jealous of Marcus. Marcus began to walk away, wiping off his sword. Kim reached out to him with his hand and thought that he wanted him to have such a blow. And so Kim died. The system panel said that the skill condition had been reached due to death. He was happy to finally achieve his goal. Kim was about to create a skill card. The hero happily thought that the skills of the first numbers from the two eras would belong to him. The system gave Kim a skill card to choose. He asked where the golden card was. Pressing the button, Kim wished that this time he would have the same luck as with the rotten spirit. However, after a moment, he was no longer so joyful. The hero looked at the skill cards in shock. Kim wondered why there was no gold card here. Kim didn't want to accept it and wondered if it was just a joke. Kim asked if Marcus Cullenberry, who according to legend was the best hunter before the summer spirit, had reached the top through his own efforts without a single S-class skill. Kim fell to his knees and quietly said in a trembling voice that this could not happen. Kim began to get angry and convince himself that there should definitely be a combat skill among the silver cards. Kim noticed 3 bad cards here. He also noticed 4 silver cards. He began to get up from his knees and decided that he did not need brown cards, and therefore the probability was 1 in 4. Kim knew that among the silvers there was an unusual skill that showed the number of kills. At the same time, he decided that he did not want it, but wanted a combat skill. Kim grabbed 1 card and hoped that he would be lucky. He only wanted the Holy Sword's fighting skill, and so the choice was completed. Therefore, the system announced that Kim would return 24 hours ago. Suddenly, Kim woke up on the bed. He immediately looked at his hand. He got out of bed and decided to open the Hunter Skills window, simultaneously asking if he managed to get a combat skill. He looked at the skill window and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had achieved an A+ level skill. After all, it was not a kill count skill. But at the same time, he was upset that it was not a combat skill because he wanted some active skill like a rare martial art or awakening. But then Kim thought that he had become too demanding because in any case this isn't a A+ level skill. Kim extended his hand and ordered the skill card to be revealed. He looked at the name of the skill again, but could not understand what the essence of this skill was just from the name alone. Suddenly he was disturbed by a noise. The hero looked to the side in shock. Someone turned to Kim, calling him grandfather, and asked him about how many times the teacher told him that if he was not going to practice in the middle of the night, he should go quietly. This red-haired man suggested not to disturb each other. Kim was horrified. This man told Kim that he was always with him anyway, no matter where he moved. He asked if it was necessary to wake him up. Kim didn't understand what he was talking about, and before turning he apologized. Kim asked him who he was. The red-haired man was surprised and turned around and asked if he could really be seen. Kim replied that he really saw the man. The man then asked if Kim could really hear him. The hero confirmed this and asked whether it was really not clear from their conversation. The man sat down right in front of Kim and said in surprise that this was strange and this couldn't happen. Then the man stood up and asked Kim where they were and why it was cramped, like a doghouse. Suddenly he surprised Kim with a question about Marcus's location. The hero asked if the red-haired man was talking about the Holy Sword Marcus Cullenberry. The man, looking out the window, confirmed this and added that calling such an amateur a holy sword was too much. Then he added that if Kim is talking about the old gentleman, then the man is really talking about him. Kim was shocked and wondered if the holy sword was really an amateur. The red-haired man looked out the window and exclaimed that he could not see anything further than his palm. Kim read the description of the skill and realized that this man came from another world, which means that he is a ghost. Kim turned to him and asked if by chance this man was the spirit of the rear of the holy sword. The red-haired man turned around and confirmed it. Kim apologized to him and said with horror that he seemed to have copied him. The red-haired man was stunned and immediately began to scream. He asked in fear whether Kim could not return him to his grandfather. The man started shouting that since Kim copied him with his skill, then he should be able to cancel. He didn't want to accept that this skill couldn't be undone. Kim held his head and screamed in horror that he did not dispose of this as he wished. The man climbed onto the ceiling and, sitting on it, began to shout that Marcus's teacher was kidnapped by such an incompetent. The hero was horrified and asked if the man could stop crying upside down because Kim's heart was about to jump out. The man said that this was a disaster and Marcus was to blame for this because he should not have neglected his dear teacher. He started talking about how many times he told Marcus that teachers should be appreciated in case something like this happened. The hero was still scared and asked to live quietly and peacefully. However, the man exclaimed that he had been dead for a long time. Then Kim calmly said that this man should die quietly and peacefully. The man began to shout at him and say that Kim was cursing the dishonest ghost and again driving him to the next world. Kim was surprised. He thought that this man talks too much and makes a lot of noise. The hero began to understand why Marcus was constantly irritably shutting someone up. Kim covered his face with his hand and said that he was in a position where he had to hide from the holy sword all his life, and out of all his skills, he had this one. The man was surprised that Kim needed to hide from Marcus because, according to him, there is no kinder hunter in the world than this nobleman. However, raising his finger, the man added that this is so only if the conversation does not come about grandchildren. Kim tensely covered his face with his hands and said that he already understood this perfectly well. Suddenly, Kim started talking about how among the skills of the holy sword there is a skill that shows the number of kills. The man asked if Kim was talking about detective acumen, and then added that it was a useless skill that only told him whether the opponent had killed or not. The hero pointed his finger at himself and said the number 4091. He surprised the man by saying that the number of murders hanging over his head was 4091. The man got angry and asked if Kim was crazy because he was a newbie. The red-haired man said that Kim is the newest of the newbies, and apparently she doesn't even sense the aura. He asked Kim how a shot like this could kill 4091 people. Kim replied that he didn't kill that much. In fact, he only killed one person who would become a villain in the future. According to Kim, 4090 is the number of times he killed himself. Kim revealed that he was reincarnated to kill a man from the future 11 years later. He also said that he has an ability that copies one of the skills of the opponent who killed him. The moment he killed Kim, Kim copied his rebirth skill. So even if Kim dies, he only goes back a day. The red-haired man was stunned as he listened to Kim talk about how his body had become immortal. Kim said that he wanted to take revenge on him, but he was number one in the rank of their world. Besides, as long as he had the rebirth skill, Kim could not kill him. Therefore, Kim went to a time when his opponent had not yet acquired this skill. The man asked if Kim had gone back in time to take revenge on one person. While Kim sat with his head bowed, the man asked in surprise that Kim had really gone back, having committed suicide so many times to go back 11 years. They sat opposite each other, an awkward silence between them. The red-haired man approached and asked the hero what his name was. The man pointed his finger at Kim and asked him why he chose this grandfather. The red-haired man really couldn't understand why Kim decided to copy Marcus' skill in the first place. The hero immediately replied that Marcus is the number one hunter of this generation. Besides, it is better to immediately collect the skills of strong people, so Kim himself will become stronger much faster. The man closed one eye and said suspiciously that Kim answered his question so honestly. He asked if it was because the skill card said that no one except Kim would notice this man, so no one else would know about it. Kim put his hand on his neck and said that of course it was. Then suddenly the man ordered Kim to stand up. He began to fly around the hero and evaluate him. According to him, Kim is extremely stubborn, and his physique is not that bad, and he also has a desire for self-improvement. The man flew to the side and began to reason, putting his hand to his chin, while Kim stood in disbelief. Suddenly he flew up to Kim and asked him to show how he catches monsters. And after some time they were in the forest. Standing in front of the monsters, Kim asked if it would be enough to catch a couple, to which he received a positive answer. Kim took out a knife and took aim to strike. He swung his knife and hit the slug. However, suddenly this monster soared into the air and rushed to attack the hero. It enveloped Kim's body, but Kim was completely unperturbed. He stabbed and stuck his hand out, and then, by striking with a knife, he was able to defeat the monster. The red-haired man watched this and thought that he had expected this. Looking at Kim, he said that he guessed correctly. Wiping off the mucus, Kim asked him about it. The red-haired man began to talk about how in his past life he was called the King of the Sword. He comes from a completely different world. According to him, a tower appeared there, as here. He climbed floors faster than any of his fellow countrymen. At that moment, Kim thought about the fact that there was a legend that the summer spirit broke through to the 40th floor, and the map said about the 99th floor, which in itself is incredible. The man pointed his finger at himself and said that this is why such things immediately catch the eye of experienced people like him. He talked about the potential of a hunter, which is why he said he wanted to watch Kim hunt. Kim smiled, but he was sad and said that it meant it was in vain. Kim said he had no potential. However, the ghost called his words nonsense. According to him, Kim has potential, incredible potential. Kim was shocked. He grabbed his neck and asked if the ghost was joking. The ghost immediately replied that he was really joking and said that Kim had no talent for martial arts. According to him, Kim has inept movements and an unsuitable physique, and besides, the awakening of an aura can only be dreamed of by a hero. However, the ghost said that Kim has another talent that is unique to him. The ghost said that this talent is the complete absence of fear of death. After all, usually people in battle dodge at least a little, but Kim, surprisingly, went ahead to the end. The ghost said that he believed that Kim, having died 4,000 times, had completely erased this fear. Kim was surprised and asked the ghost if something like that was considered talent. The ghost replied that it was so, because not all talents should be innate. According to him, anyone can find their talent in the process of life, and what is most difficult for a person to achieve is to overcome the fear of death. The ghost pointed his finger at the astonished Kim and said that this was incredible. Kim bowed his head and thought that in his entire life no one had said anything like that to him, not even himself. He began to remember the past and think that he was simply offended that the summer spirit treated him like an insect. The hero was so offended that he, without thinking at all about the past or the future, died more than 4,000 times. Kim looked at his hands and realized that now dying was his talent. The ghost said he would only ask one thing. He then asked what Kim was thinking about when he was killed by grandfather Marcus. Kim looked away. He said he thought how beautiful it was. The ghost suddenly bared his teeth and grinned, and then he laughed with all his might. He exclaimed joyfully several times that this was very interesting. The ghost suddenly started talking about Kim's copying skill and said that since it was a copying skill and not a stealing skill, then grandfather Marcus had another ghost as a rear spirit. Then the ghost flew closer to Kim and said that he was very curious who would achieve greater success in hunting, Kim or Marcus. He pointed his finger at himself and said he would help Kim. According to him, he will train Kim so that he will not be inferior to Marcus and will even become much stronger than his grandfather. Kim was very happy to hear this. First of all, the ghost suggested capturing the tower once. Some time has passed and we are transported to the morning of another day. The ghost screamed for Kim to quickly get out of bed. However, Kim asked to sleep for another 5 minutes. But the ghost began to scream that perhaps at this moment old man Marcus was conquering the 10th floor, and Kim was asking for 5 more minutes. Because of this, Kim turned away irritably and covered his ears with a pillow. However, the ghost still shouted that in this case, he would perform the song that was adored in his homeland. The ghost said that as soon as he sang one verse, 33 ordinary soldiers' heads exploded one by one. Kim was as irritated as possible and tried to sleep for a few more minutes. But the ghost was not going to give in to him and continued to scream. The ghost asked him if he knew what time it was. Kim jumped out of bed furiously and picked up his phone to check the time. He was even more furious when he saw that it was 4 in the morning. The ghost grinned and said that at 4 o'clock the bugs wake up and go about their business, and since Kim is even weaker than a bug, then he needs to get up even earlier. However, Kim replied that the ghost could not sleep and therefore was furious with boredom. Kim said irritably that the Holy Sword wakes up every time for training at 4 in the morning, not because he is conscientious, but because the ghost was constantly making noise. The man began to scream and admit that he was bored alone, so he woke up Kim. However, he then said that Kim should thank him, that thanks to the ghost, he could train longer. After these words, he pointed his finger to the ground and told Kim to fall down and bow. Kim replied that he would kill him. However, the ghost happily said that he had already died, and therefore Kim would not be able to kill him, which means that it would be easier for Kim to die himself. He started teasing Kim and saying that he couldn't even die and he was just like a zombie. The ghost added that from now on the hero is called Kim Zombie. Kim was shocked, and after some time they were already jogging. While Kim was running, the ghost flew nearby and said that he prefers to teach from the very bottom, but Kim does not have it. Just like that, 3 days flew by unnoticed since Kim copied the sword constellation skill from the Sword Saint. During this time, he once again hunted the summer spirit. He also diligently avoided colliding with the holy sword. The ghost flew nearby and said that he would call Kim's talent an abyss. Kim ran and was out of breath, but asked the ghost not to interfere. Now Kim is training according to the schedule, which was personally drawn up by the spirit of the rear. The ghost happily said that Kim needed special extra classes, and they had to pay for these classes. He happily exclaimed that he would like Kim to win the lottery. There is a guild called the Merchants Association. The head of the guild is a third-ranking hunter nicknamed Countess. She has a skill that makes her the only one who can exchange items from the tower with the outside world. Thanks to this skill, a coalition of merchants monopolized the economy inside the tower. And now we see that a man welcomes Kim to the Association of Merchants. And the only place in Babylon where lotteries are held is also an association of merchants. Kim handed the man some piece of paper. He said he came to receive his lottery winnings. The man congratulated Kim and said that he had won the lucky lottery of the Merchant Association. While they were talking, the spirit from the rear said irritably that he still couldn't understand why this man was wearing a hat with cat ears. Kim replied that they say that the head of the Merchant Association is a servant of cats. However, the spirit from the rear said that the guild leader was definitely a dirty pervert if he forced a normal person to wear this. Meanwhile, the man at the counter said that if more than 2 years have passed since the purchase of the ticket, it is impossible to receive the winnings. Kim bought this lottery ticket immediately after the appearance of the spirit of the home front. The hero said that everything is fine because this is a ticket from last week. No matter how Kim smiled, he thought with horror that the spirit of the home front did not just demand to win the lottery once, but endlessly insisted that Kim needed capital. The man took this ticket and said that he would then proceed to verify personal data. The man was shocked after looking at the ticket. He was so shocked because Kim won first place. Everyone suddenly began to discuss this, and Kim only tilted his head with a slight smile. The spirit of the home front asked if it was really that easy to get money. The man said that he checked the number and asked Kim to wait because he needed to call the person in charge. Meanwhile, the ghost, looking around, said that at this rate, Kim would be stabbed somewhere in a dark alley. Kim replied that in the future, Yu Suha will also win the lottery thanks to his skill. From his example, Kim realized something. If we have to hide something, it's definitely not a victory. And then the person in charge approached them. Kim thought that in any case he did not need to be afraid that they would talk about him. After all, if the winner is killed, it is the reputation of the Merchant Association that will suffer the most. They were approached by the person in charge, whose name is Arthur Taylor. He said that he is also known as the Caretaker of Gold. Arthur said that he would appreciate it if Kim had no problem calling him that. The hero also introduced himself in response, but at the same time thought that judging by the fact that Arthur has a middle name, he is an influential hunter included in at least the top 300. Then the Caretaker of the Gold asked Kim to follow him because he needed go up to the top floor. F is the lowest rank, which has no access to the upper floors, but today is a special case. Today Kim is a 50,000 gold client. The hero was delighted and beamed with joy. The spirit of the home front said that Kim had clearly never been treated with respect before because now Kim immediately blossomed. And the day before yesterday, according to him, Kim also became emotional when the spirit of the rear said that Kim has the talent to die. Kim just wanted the ghost to shut up because the hero was already very angry with him. The ghost said that you can't be such a simpleton. The spirit of the home front said with a crazy look that Kim should think that he exists only so that people around the world will honor him. Kim, with a calm face, thought that both the summer spirit and the Lord of the Sword were all psychopaths, and therefore Kim would never follow their example. The Caretaker of the Gold turned around and asked Kim in surprise if something was wrong. Suddenly Kim came to his senses and said that he was just thinking. The Caretaker of the Gold breathed a sigh of relief and said that he was afraid that he had accidentally offended Kim in some way, because he turned pale. Kim was delighted and wondered if this was really an angel. Meanwhile, the spirit from the rear was skeptical that Kim was very easy to penetrate. Then they approached a door and the Caretaker of the Gold said that this was a VIP audience hall. And here is Kim's first place cash prize for this week. The gold keeper pointed to the table on which the coins lay and said that there were 53,000 gold coins there. Kim thought that if converted into the currency of his homeland, then there are 5.5 billion won. Kim was so worried that he was shaking. He thought about how much money this was, while the Caretaker of the Gold was talking about how Kim could take everything at once, or could leave it for safekeeping in the safe of the Merchant Association. Kim thought that he could not worry about anything for the rest of his life, and therefore, if this were his goal, here and now his dream would come true. The Caretaker of the Gold asked Kim what he had decided, but Kim continued to be lost in thought and reflect on the fact that he had decided to conquer the tower and reach the top as a hunter. Kim understood that money is only a means to achieve this goal. He remembered the system panel and thought that he had already experienced a more enchanting golden shine than that of gold coins. Kim nodded his head and replied that he would leave them in the safe. The gold keeper was delighted with Kim's wise choice because he himself always recommends this option to the winners. While Kim stood at the table and looked at the money, the Caretaker of the Gold said that he understood how he wanted to take everything right away, but there were a lot of terrible people in their world. Suddenly Kim turned around and, holding out his hand, said with a sly smile that he wanted to buy a place as an honorary member of the Guild of the Association of Merchants. Kim said that he would immediately pay for the second-level honorary position, which costs 10,000 gold. The gold keeper reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and at the same time asked if Kim was a member of another guild. Kim replied that he was not a member. The spirit of the rear smiled and said that Kim was thinking better than he thought. The spirit of the home front began to say that the guild was not just a friendly gathering of hunters. According to him, the main reason why hunters joined the guild is patronage on behalf of the guild. Kim was happy about this. He thought that they had a department of hunters and vigilantes, but the rest of the city was lawless. This can be easily understood by how easily Kim was killed by the summer spirit and the holy sword. The summer spirit was never a member of any guild and enjoyed his own personal dominance. He won the lottery twice but never paid protection taxes. The fact that such an influential person refused all the major guilds greatly limited them. That's why they tried to poison him. Kim understood that there was no need to quarrel with large guilds and that there was no point in repeating the mistakes of the summer spirit. While the gold keeper was writing something down, Kim asked him for something else. Kim said that he was now living in a cheap one-room apartment and therefore would like the caretaker of the gold to recommend Kim housing in the Merchants Association where Kim could stay temporarily. Kim also asked that if the newspapers came to ask about the winner, the caretaker of the gold would not say the name of the hero, but be sure to say that he was an honorary member of the Association of Merchants. The caretaker of the gold was surprised. Although the caretaker did not want this, he said that he would do it flawlessly. Meanwhile, the spirit of the rear smiled at him. The spirit of the home front said that Arthur looks like he is in pain from the obvious and simple things you say to him. Kim breathed a sigh of relief and said that their time was so turbulent, and therefore Kim should prepare at least this way. At the same time, he asked the ghost if it was he who was constantly tusking and calling Kim simpletons. The spirit of the rear said that he did not remember doing this. The spirit of the home front put his hand on Kim's shoulder and said that the hero was doing quite well himself, and therefore he didn't have to change his diapers. Kim replied that if the ghost could not speak, it would not be so vile. The ghost smiled and called Kim. He said that it was clear from Kim that he was also in a good mood. Kim replied that of course this is so, because now everything begins. Die 4,000 times and go back 4,000 days. Special privileges of rebirth, which Kim could not enjoy only by taking revenge on the summer spirit. Kim decided it was time to use them. They left the building and the ghost reminded them that the main thing in extracurricular activities is the payment for them. The ghost told Kim that he had now secured his tuition fees and it was time for further action. Kim asked if the ghost was saying that Kim needed to find a normal teacher for extra classes. However, the spirit of the rear, as if not understanding Kim, said that the teacher was right under Kim's nose. He exclaimed that Kim needed reinforcement, a miraculous potion that will enhance his physical abilities or something like scrolls in which the basics of martial arts are written. He suddenly flew up to Kim and exclaimed that now at Kim's level, even reading the scroll would not help because he simply would not understand anything. According to him, therefore, there is nothing left except miraculous potions, and very good ones at that. Kim asked irritably about how good the potions were supposed to be. The ghost thought. He started talking about the Castle of Alchemy and about the fact that there was a guild of doctors and pharmacists. According to him, there will definitely be something like a miracle potion from the best craftsmen. Kim asked if this wouldn't cost them a pretty penny. The ghost leaned over a little and replied that of course it was so and he could even tell you approximately how much it would cost. He whispered the price in Kim's ear and shocked him. Kim began to run after the ghost and shout that even if he gave all his remaining money, there would only be enough for 4 bottles of this potion. However, the spirit of the rear replied that if he received a discount for buying in bulk, he would buy 5 bottles. Kim ran after the ghost and asked him to fly slower, and suddenly the spirit of the rear stopped abruptly. Kim irritably asked why the ghost stopped so abruptly. However, the ghost was completely serious and ordered Kim to hide. The ghost remembered that he had completely forgotten and did not say anything. Suddenly the hero understood everything and was stunned. They were so excited because they saw someone. The ghost said that Grandfather Marcus is a regular customer of this store. Kim was angry and asked the ghost how he could forget about it. He exclaimed that he asked to be warned about this in advance. Suddenly Marcus stopped. He turned his gaze towards the hero. Kim sat behind the trash can, trying not to make a sound. He was terrified and thought about what to do, because if Marcus caught him, it would add a lot of hassle. However, Marcus immediately turned away and moved on. Kim was carried away, but he was still terrified. Kim said it was ironic that he was hiding behind a trash can. The ghost said that there was bad news. According to him, the fact that the old man is here today means that he also came to buy a miracle potion. They immediately ran to that store. The ghost looked around the corner and was shocked. He started screaming and denying it because he saw Marcus entering the store. The ghost said with regret that they were just a little late. What especially upset him was that this store was the best. Kim understood that going to the same store as the Holy Sword was too risky. He took out his phone and began looking through the current ranks of the hunters. What he was looking for is not in that 20. He looked further and realized that the top 100 didn't have what he was looking for. He said that he would like to find it at least in the top 300. The ghost did not understand anything and asked if Kim's luck really wasn't there. The hero denied this and said that it was rather the opposite. He put the phone back in his pocket and said that it might cost him next to nothing. The ghost was shocked. Kim turned around and joyfully said that he could buy potions for mere pennies. He said that he knew an incredibly good pharmacist. The ghost flew after Kim and asked if it seemed to him, or if Kim was getting deeper and deeper into the wilderness. In this wilderness, people looked at Kim with suspicion. However, the hero continued to follow his path. The ghost was skeptical about this and asked if a talented pharmacist really lived here. Kim said that this is not just a talented pharmacist, because they are going to a real genius. The ghost asked if Kim was lying, because what a genius forgot in such a place. Kim was walking when he suddenly heard some old man tusking displeasantly. The hero assumed that this old man was probably following Kim in order to rob him, but he took him for a madman since Kim was talking to himself and fell off. But at the same time, Kim was thinking that this old man has no idea how much money Kim now has in his pocket. The ghost asked again if Kim really knew where he was going. Suddenly they began to hear someone talking, and the first thing they heard was someone shouting not to touch the experimental equipment. Kim said that they had indeed come to the right place. Some man shouted that half a year had come and he needed money. The green-haired girl tried to stop the evil man and said that if he took away all her equipment, she would not even be able to find money for food. He ordered the workers to take everything, but the girl continued to say that she needed a little more time. The man shouted irritably that this week had already once become a month, and a month half a year. The man was about to take the cart away, but this girl clung to her, saying that she did not have time to complete the mixture. The man managed to unhook her from the cart and she fell to the ground. The man turned around and frankly told her not to do potions anymore. She was left lying behind the dirty ground while her equipment was taken away by the men. People started saying that this store would have closed anyway. Passers-by also discussed that the prices in the store were very expensive. However, the girl exclaimed that it was not expensive at all because she hardly charged more than cost. According to her, in all of Babylon they would not be able to find the potion anywhere else at that price. Placing her hand to her chest, she exclaimed that they still owe her thanks for trading in such a terrible area. Passers-by got scared and left, calling her hopeless. The girl asked them to buy at least one bottle of her special strength potion since they were here, but the passers-by refused. The ghost pointed to the green-haired girl and asked if the genius Kim was talking about was that loser. Kim asked what if it was her. The ghost was shocked and asked if Kim had even seen her. And so the hero stood in front of the girl, who was lying on the floor with her head bowed. She lay there and cried. Kim knelt down in front of her and called her boss. He asked the crying girl if she was still selling. Of course she is not some crazy person or a loser. Kim said he wanted to place an order and needed something expensive. She is a pharmacist who will rise to 5th place in rank in the future and become the head of the Alchemy Castle Guild. The girl replied that she could do anything. She stood up and brushed off the dirt, and then asked how expensive the item was for Kim. The hero replied that he thought the order would cost 20,000 gold. She was shocked. Kim wondered why not make connections with people who would become influential, untouchable figures in the future, even before they rose to rank. The hero thought that it was like getting real geese that laid golden eggs. Kim asked her what was wrong with her, and then, calling her the boss, he asked if she would accept the order. Kim decided that he would become her favorite client. The girl said that her place was a little messy, but she still asked them to come in. She opened the door, but the door was broken and fell to the floor. Kim said that it's actually a real mess here. They were both shocked, and the ghost thought that his skeptical expectations were confirmed. He said sanitation inspires confidence. At the same time, he asked if Kim really wanted to drink this girl's infusions. And so, when they were already sitting at the table, the girl asked if Kim would really pay her 20,000. He said that if she didn't believe him, he could pay in advance, but the girl immediately began to reject this idea. But suddenly she said upsetly that if Kim could do it, then it would be better to do it in advance. Kim realized that she was in such a deplorable situation that she was forced to go against principles. Kim told her to use as much money from his safe as needed. He promised that he would warn the Traders Association in advance. The girl began to think about how much she needed, but Kim asked her to keep it to 20,000 because his money is not unlimited. The girl took out a notepad and was ready to take the order. She immediately said that if Kim suddenly wanted to order drugs, she would refuse them. According to her, this is the only thing she will never undertake. Kim knew she was willing to give up that much money even though her store had just closed. He thought that even though she was a simpleton, she was a specialist who would later become a master of alchemy. Kim started waving his hands and saying that it wasn't drugs at all, so she shouldn't worry. The girl was delighted and asked him what exactly he needed. Meanwhile, the Phantom said that she doesn't seem like a professional at all, but he will tell you the recipe. The ghost ordered Kim to listen carefully, because he would tell the recipe only once. And so he began to list the ingredients. Ingredients included the eyes of a balloon cat and the scalp of a giant sandworm. The girl reread this list again and asked if there were 23 ingredients in total. The ghost said that these are all the ingredients, but the cooking process itself is entirely up to the alchemist. Suddenly the girl shocked the ghost by saying that if you mix all this, you will get a potion that will maximize the reaction rate. She said that it requires an incredibly high level of skill to prepare it. Also, according to her, it needs to be prepared by infusing all the ingredients at the same time without refining them separately. The ghost, stunned, replied that it was so. Since Kim is a mediator, he confirmed the girl's words. She exclaimed that she knew it. The girl began to enthusiastically talk in detail about the process of creating this potion, which still surprised the spirit of the rear. Kim looked at her with a smile and thought that this was a real specialist in his field. Kim asked her how many days in advance she could cook. The girl answered absolutely seriously that she needed 4 days. But then she added that she could do it even faster, but she needed to buy new equipment. Kim remembered the year-long queues for the future version of this girl. He said enthusiastically that 4 days was a mere trifle. They left there and the spirit from the rear said that he still didn't trust her. According to him, many speak smoothly, but in practice they are complete zeros. Suddenly Kim asked how the spirit of the rear knew this recipe. The ghost replied that this was his own recipe, the best miracle potion he created when he got drunk on all sorts of toxic substances and mixed them. Kim smiled and said that she complimented him by calling his recipe high level. Kim surprised the ghost by saying that she would become the most important person in the alchemy castle in 10 years. However, the ghost, offended, turned away with his arms crossed, saying that she would definitely just take the money and run away. 4 days passed and the girl said that she wanted to cook even faster, but she had to go through many combinations. They were in housing represented in the Association of Merchants. Kim replied that everything was fine, because they initially agreed on 4 days. The girl handed him the boxes and said that there were 30 bottles in total. Kim took the boxes and said that this should last him 30 days. At the same time, he thought that this potion would be 15 times more effective than the one from the store that the spirit of the rear advised. The spirit of the rear was shocked and asked Kim why he was mentally humiliating him. The girl turned to Kim and shyly asked him why he entrusted such an expensive order to an unnamed pharmacist. She said she was certainly confident in her skills, but one glance at Kim's recipe was enough to tell her that, apart from a couple of people, no one else in Babylon could handle it. Kim put his hand on his neck and began to think that he knew very well that the pharmacist in front of him was a rare genius. However, at the same time, he wondered if that was the only reason. The hero began to plunge into memories. He remembered that she was the first to rush to the scene when a fire started in the city. He remembered those events when the Holy Knight spoke about the summer spirit. However, the girl replied that she did not like the summer spirit and simply felt sick from it. Kim knows she's seen right through the summer spirit. Also among her virtues, Kim highlighted talent, kindness, and insight towards others. He wondered how he could have missed the opportunity to get close to such a person, and so the hero replied that he did it because she seemed kind to him. Kim also said that he is confident that she would have achieved huge success without him. He extended his hand to her and offered to cooperate further so that good hunters like them could achieve success. The girl was still shy and stood holding her elbow while Kim said that he was offended that only psychopaths get to the top and that he hoped that a bright future awaited him and this girl. Kim was truly happy at this moment, so much so that he's not sure he could say anything more honest. The girl thought a little, but agreed and shook Kim's hand, saying that first they would succeed and then change the world. She headed towards the exit and said that Kim could call at any time if he needed anything, because his order would be his priority. Kim thanked her and waved after her, and so the girl left, but the smile was still on Kim's face. But the spirit of the rear began to make fun of Kim again and quoted his words about good hunters. Kim replied that he himself was about to fall into the ground out of shame, and therefore decided to quickly go to training. The next day came. Kima moved to the hunting grounds of the 3rd floor. Kim said that these guys would be a little problematic for him, and therefore asked the spirit of the rear about what the action plan was. The ghost told Kim to drink the potion first. The hero took the bag in his hands. He picked up a black glass, and then he drank it. After drinking the potion, Kim said that the taste of the potion was quite ordinary, only a little taste of lemon and also honey was felt. Suddenly, Kim experienced a sharp pain in the heart area. He wondered what it was. The hero began to sweat heavily. His entire neck was also covered in sweat. Kim tried to catch his breath. Meanwhile, the spirit of the rear said with a smile that the alchemist really seemed to be a master since the potion worked. Kim felt like his head was going to explode. The rear spirit flew upside down and with a crazy smile asked if Kim clearly felt drops of sweat running down her skin. He exclaimed that this was the effect of the miracle potion. However, everything was double in Kim's eyes. The hero asked what the spirit of the rear was talking about. The ghost pointed to Kim's chest area and started talking about what was crawling in his heart. Kim's heart began to beat faster. The ghost said it was an aura. He also said that she appears in the body of every hunter who enters the tower, but hunters usually don't even feel it and live as usual. The ghost exclaimed with a grin that how easily Kim controls his aura determines whether he will be a winner or a loser. Kim tried to deal with it. He covered his ears, but he still felt bad. The ghost said that such perception is usually achieved through something like meditation. The spirit of the rear smiled slyly and added that this, however, takes too much time. According to him, since Kim does not have the talent for this, all that remains is to torture his body. Suddenly a monster appeared behind Kim and the spirit of the rear shouted to him to run if he did not want to be made into a chop. A green monster was running towards Kim Kanya. He said that if the hero does not want pain, then he needs to release the aura and use it. You need to train in real combat. The guy's eyes were white and there were drops of water on his face. He thought about the ghost. To the right of the hero was the ghost of a strong man with red hair. He said that this was blathered by an incompetent who doesn't even know how to use aura. The ghost and the hero looked at each other. The ghost told him that if the guy is not happy with something, then he should kill himself. Kim Kanya thought that then the number of murders would increase again, and the old man will hunt him endlessly. The green monster screamed furiously, holding a club above him. He started swinging at her. The monster hit the hero, but he dodged because it was slow for him. This is also the effect of a miracle drug. But there is one thing. Kim Kanya ran on the ground. The hero sees the attack, but his body does not obey. The guy clenched his teeth, and at his side was the same ghost. He told the hero that he could avoid the attack and should not give up. Kim Kanya ran deep into the forest. The ghost told him that such low-level mobs have predictable attacks. If the hero can calculate it, then the next step is small, so he needs to concentrate the aura in his legs. But in words it was all easy for the guy to think. Kim Kanya tried to move his leg. He clenched his teeth tightly and closed his eyes. He can avoid the attack if he moves just one step. Kim Kanya's heart was pounding. Red lightning came from his neck to his knee, and smoke came from his body. The monster hit the ground because the hero managed to dodge the attack. Kim Kanya ran with his eyes closed, and cobblestones flew up behind him. It was more difficult than the guy thought. The ghost was sitting on some kind of tap from which red liquid was dripping. The ghost said that this is all because the hero's body does not yet have a clear channel through which the aura could move. Figuratively speaking, Kim Kanya's body is now something like a path deep in the forest. But if you build a normal road there, the guy will be able to use the aura. The green monster swung its weapon again while Kim Kanya tried to run away. Now the hero can at least feel the aura thanks to the potion. Usually this is not possible. The guy stood in front of the monster, who missed again and hit the ground. The girl may work in completely unsanitary conditions, but her skills are excellent. The monster was angry. Kim Kanya stood leaning back a little, and small black particles flew in front of him. The spirit of the rear looked towards the hero. The guy was thinking about what would happen when he made the path a road. Kim Kanya took hold of the heart from which red lightning was emanating. It's a shame, but the ghost is right. The hero wanted to make the aura flow, a path overgrown with weeds that no one has ever set foot on. This is a perfect description of Kim Kanya now. The guy thought, what if he overcomes this? What will happen? The ghost smiled and laughed. Drops of blood flew up, shining against the dark sky. Marcus cut off the hero's head, and he didn't even have time to lift a finger. Kim Kanya remembered the picture of Marcus walking into the distance, holding his sword in his left hand. This is the alley level. The hero's face showed shock at the thought that this blow was perfect. Grandfather still has a long way to go, and the guy even more so, but he's a zombie. The hero stood in a red jacket, and a drop of sweat flowed down his cheek. The green monster again tried to hit the hero, but he managed to duck down. Then the hero raised his head up and clenched his teeth. A red circle appeared around Kim Kanya, and this zombie was looking at him. The ghost propped his head on his hand and looked at it all. The hero knelt down, and red lightning appeared near his left leg. Creative. Kim Kanya pulled out his green dagger from behind his back. The guy jumped towards this green monster. In the zombie's eye you can see the reflection of a guy who is preparing to strike. Kim Kanya attacked the monster, and there were red lightning near the hero's feet. The hero pierced the skin of this monster, and a ghost watched all this. He told the guy not to let his guard down. Orcs have thick skin. Kim Kanya stuck his dagger into the monster's neck, from which red lightning came. The ghost told the hero that he needed to concentrate the aura on the tip of the blade, although no, it will be too difficult. He just needs to channel his aura into the end of the blade. The guy put his hands on top of each other. He opened his mouth slightly, and his whole face was covered in sweat. He screamed for the orc to die. A red flash formed around this monster. The hero pulled out a blade, and some green liquid splashed out of the monster. Kim Kanya again stuck his dagger, but this time into the monster's eye. Someone asked, "Does it hurt?" The guy was lying on a dead orc, and a ghost stood in front of him. The spirit of the rear asked, "Does it hurt?" The hero replied that it hurt incredibly. The ghost told him that this was due to the fact that Kim Kanya carelessly used the aura, although the channel was not properly laid. Tears flowed from the hero's eyes, and a vein bulged on his neck. His body is weakened, as they say, on the verge of death, and he brought his body to such a degree that he could kill one unfortunate orc. The ghost raised his hand and bent his index finger. He liked how at the end the guy twisted his aura like a spring. He praises the hero because a hunter should always fight wisely. Kim Kanya was lying on the monster, and he himself seemed to be in double. He said he didn't want to listen to anything. The ghost held his chin. He asked the hero, "It hurts to death, doesn't it?" Tears were still flowing from the guy's eyes, and there were drops of sweat on his cheeks. Everything was visible from him. The spirit of the rear smiled widely and closed his eyes a little. He said that then the guy would feel better if he died. In any other case, the ghost would not have insisted on such training. Grandfather Marcus also drank the miracle potion, but he meditated. He didn't break his body like that. Kim Kanya raised his head. He was angry with the ghost. The spirit of the rear spread his hands and said, "If the guy dies, he will resurrect." Cool. The hero will be fine, no matter what harsh training method the ghost uses. Kim Kanya was sitting near the orc's head, and in front of him was someone's shadow. If he kills himself, his kill count will increase. Behind the guy was a huge green monster. Then the ghost decided to use another method that would not change the number. The home front spirit raised his right hand and smiled. The hero has experienced once how to use the aura, so the ghost thinks that at this rate, 100 deaths will be enough. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step, and 100 deaths also begin with the first death. The huge orc swung his club and prepared to kill the hero. Let's go to the first death. A death notification has appeared. Kim Kanya held his head. His head was pounding. The guy looked to the side and saw a ghost who was surprised. The guy sighed and put his hands on his knees. He explained that he briefly enters this space when he dies. For now he calls this place nothingness. The ghost replied that this was amazing. Kim Kanya pointed his finger to the side. He added that he always hears the phrase, "You went back 24 hours, like those times with the summer spirit and the holy sword. We are shown a notification that the skill conditions have been met due to death." The guy looked forward, and rays of light fell on his face. He said that he also copied his skills. The hero and the ghost looked at the notification about the random copying of the orc skill. Kim Kong-ya and the rear spirit looked at this in surprise, and their pupils were narrow. Suddenly they both opened their mouths wide and screamed. They saw some kind of cheating skill. Notification that you need to select a skill card. The ghost said he wanted one too. Kim Kanya stands and looks at the notification. The ghost does not understand who controls this tower. Why do they neglect the spirit of the rear, an incredible hunter, and give divine skills to such an amateur? The ghost grabbed his head, and the hero looked into the distance. The spirit of the home front believed that this was the collapse of the hunter culture. The guy was reaching for the brown card and said he would take any. The ghost spread his arms to the sides, and a skill card flew past the hero. The spirit of the home front asked why the guy wants to choose this one. Kim Kanya replied that it didn't matter to him what to take. The ghost said that this is a great chance, you need to choose at least a little useful skill. Skill cards flew past them. The guy replied that it was impossible to know which card had a better skill. Both are brown, so luck is in charge here. The ghost looked up, and Kim Kanya scratched his head. He asked the guy how come he doesn't know which skill is better. The hero could not understand why today the spirit of the rear does not understand him at all. He explained that the color of the cards is the same and only one side is always visible. How does he know which skill is better? The ghost rolled his eyes as cards flew over him. He replied that he sees. The hero held his head and asked again. The spirit replied that he saw the other side of the map. Cards flew past Kim Kong-ya and the ghost, and at the top there was a notification about selecting a skill card. It dawned on the guy. Skill cards are always moved so that only the backside is visible to the guy. And if he moves his head, nothing changes. There was sweat on the hero's cheek, and the cards still flew past him. Kim Kanya realized that the spirit sees what is written about these skills. The ghost of the home front can fly as it wants. Therefore he can see the opposite side of the cards. The spirit flew horizontally to the hero and looked at the map. He replied that of course he sees. Since childhood, the ghost has been famous for its eagle vision, and with age it has become almost clairvoyant. Kim Kanya opened his mouth wide with joy. Eureka, the guy shouted. The spirit was very frightened, and the hero's face turned a little red. The ghost shouted at the hero because he was angry. Kim Kanya asked to tell him what these skills are. The spirit raised his hand to his chin and agreed. But he warned that he would only read it once, so the guy needed to listen carefully. Card number 1. We see a volcano erupting and two orcs holding hands. Nature gives them shelter, but at the same time hardships. In a cruel world, orcs maximized fertility and conquered nature. One orc was caught and killed. There's no point in worrying. In place of one orc there will be 9 more. However, the owner of the skill will suffer from heat all year round. This is a level F skill, Patronage of Fertility. Map number 2. They show us orcs, benchmarks. At the end of each phrase, chvik. Why? Yes, I don't know, chvik. Read by a ghost. This skill is also level F, its name is chvik. Kim Kanya opened his mouth in surprise. Just chvik. The spirit floated in the air, crossing its legs. If he had not stopped the hero, he would have chosen chvik. The ghost told the hero that he was born a man, so he needs to follow the example of the orcs. The hero did not believe in it. Both skills suck, but since you have to choose, then let it be Chwick, the guy thought. The ghost said that the guy's words and thoughts changed. Kim Kanya dodged the card. He said that in any case, the decision has been made. No matter how you look at it, Chwick is better than patronage of fertility. The ghost flew up to the hero, who was already reaching for the card. He asked the guy to wait and think a little more. The hero smiled, and there were drops of sweat on the spirit's face. The guy told the ghost that he agreed with him. In what sense? Before the spirit could finish speaking, Kim Kanya selected a skill and a notification about copying appeared. The spirit of the rear shouted that the hero had chosen the wrong thing. The guy flew towards the blue light and shouted that everything was so. A moment later, Kim Kanya was sitting on the bed, and above him was a blue screen with his rank written on it. Another noticed that no penalty was assigned for the skill. The guy thought it was great. The hero smiled, and to his right, the ghost hit himself on the cheeks. Kim Kanya noticed that the bed was soft, as expected from an association of merchants. Such a comfortable bed. It's very easy on both body and soul. The spirit screamed because he thought that the guy would fall for it. Kim Kanya walked across the room, holding a glass in his hand, and the ghost was still holding his head. The guy said that no person would choose the patronage of fertility, so you need to stop crying and go hunting. The hero decided to open the hunter skills window. We see Kim Kanya's skill window. His rank is F, and he has 4 out of 4 skills in his arsenal. The ghost told him that there was no problem. The hero walked towards a castle that looked like a mosque, and behind him walked a spirit. He told the hero that the guy could easily train in the lotus position, because dying also hurts. The hero and the ghost stood near the entrance to the castle. The spirit of the home front suggested that the guy meditate, and Kim Kanya would be able to know the aura in 6 months. But the hero replied that they were going to the hunting grounds of the 3rd floor. Moving to the hunting grounds 3 floors, Kim Kanya raised his left hand to his head, and the ghost looked angrily at his back. The hero ignored the spirit. The guy took a sip and said that the drink was very tasty. Kim Kanya and the ghost were in the forest, and an orc stood in front of them. The guy turned to the Lord of the Sword. He thought that Kim Kanya wanted to meditate. The hero twirled the dagger in his hand, around which an aura again appeared. He replied that the spirit calls the guy Kanya only when it is beneficial for him, but the rest of the time the hero is a zombie for him. The guy ran to attack the orc, who had an axe in his hand. Kim Kanya added that recently the ghost was calling him Kanya. The guy kindly lets him know about this so that the Sword Lord will get rid of this habit. The orc looked questioningly with his yellow eyes. The green monster tilted its body to the side. He then swung his hand and prepared to strike the hero. This time, Kim Kanya also saw the orc's movement slow. The guy stood in front of an orc who was going to kill the hero. The green monster held an axe above his head, and the hero stood sideways to him. Kim Kanya asked, Chwick. The orc was surprised and took his weapon behind his back, and the guy smiled. He asked the hero the same thing, and Kim Kanya replied, Chwick. The green monster opened its yellow eye even wider, and the guy ran towards him with a smile. A second later, the hero jumped and struck the orc. Green blood began to flow from the monster's neck, and he didn't even have time to say anything. The green monster fell to the ground, and Kim Kanya stood on one leg. The ghost angrily pointed his finger at the guy, and he stood holding a dagger in his left hand. The spirit said that Kim Kanya was a brat and he knew it. The hero stood with his back to the spirit, who said that there was nothing to be proud of. He deceived the good orc and does not think about their feelings at all. Innocent orcs are doomed to suffer because of scoundrels like Kim Kanya. The guy just smiled and said, Chwick. The ghost walked next to the guy and stomped his feet, and the hero tried to calm him down. Kim Kanya pissed off the spirit. The sword master didn't understand why the tower was giving such a cheat skill to this guy. The hero asked the spirit not to overexert himself and to go faster. It's time to conquer the 4th floor. The goblin scratched his beard. 1 week later, Kim Kanya stood in front of this goblin. This is the boss of the 5th floor hunting grounds, the Great Goblin King. The hero stood with his eyes closed. Then the guy opened his eyes and a notification appeared that the skill was running. Kim Kanya jumped with a red light coming from his leg. He shouted Cork. The name of the skill is Goblin High Society. The king opened his mouth in surprise. He is not besides, like someone besides him. There were red lightning bolts around the guy. Kim Kanya pierced the goblin's neck and green blood sprayed out. The goblin did not understand how the hero could use such an ideal language of the great king. Kim Kanya pulled the dagger from the monster's neck and, bending down, said that he had been the strongest opponent in the entire past week. The hero closed his eyes and wished the goblin a safe journey. The ghost was infuriated by the guy's pretentious behavior. The spirit of the rear scratched his ear, and Kim Kanya looked at him with his mouth wide open. The ghost mockingly spoke about the hero's sentimentality from killing one monster. The guy showed the ghost with 6 fingers. He barely beat the goblin for 6 coins. He has every right to be sentimental. 1 coin, 1 life. The ghost poked the guy's head with his fingers. He only speaks facts. Besides, you can't even be proud of this battle, the spirit said. But the guy replied that it was possible. Above the hero's hand was a skill card. Goblin High Society, level F. Kim Kanya fought for a suitable skill, which he obtained at the cost of 5 coins and lives. Just think, goblins are also worried about all sorts of bullshit. The ghost crossed his arms over his chest and turned his head to the side. He replied that goblins are almost no different from people. A black and white ball was flying near the hero's hand. He asked the spirit of the rear, but the ghost closed his eyes and waved his hand. He said that these were just thoughts out loud. A notification appeared behind the guy that his existence was becoming more and more remarkable. The ghost and Kim Kong-ya looked in the direction where the bright light came from. Red particles were flying around the hero, and above him there was a notification that his level had been increased. Finally, the guy thought. He looked at his hands and smiled. The skill slot is now expanded, and his rank as Kim Kong-ya closed his eyes and raised his head up. A notification appeared above him wishing him luck. The ghost had his hand on his chin, and the hero looked at him with his hands on his belt. The spirit of the home front was confused. He wondered what the particles were, blood or fire. The hero thought that this effect was simply from increasing the level. The ghost explained that this is true, but he does not appear just for beauty. This is kind of a hint. Kim Kong-ya opened his mouth and asked again, a hint. We see Yusuha holding his spear in his hand with flames around him. Depending on what effect appears during level up, the type of aura is assigned. That guy, the summer spirit, whom the hero killed. His type was definitely fire. Kim Kong-ya remembered his death at the hands of the summer spirit and thought fire. We see a destroyed building. The type of aura usually depends on the hunter's injury. The ghost held his chin and spoke. Although this is not necessarily a bad memory, it definitely must be a significant event, a scene that became a turning point in life. It is reflected in the type of aura. Spirit called it something subconscious. The ghost stood in front of Kim Kong-ya and pointed his finger at him. In his opinion, the guy is not fire. He is blood. The guy asked what type of aura the holy ball had. Some boy with white hair stood under the moonlight. He looked up, but his eyes were not visible. An old man got lost in the mountains as a child. He didn't want to die, so he stubbornly climbed to the very top of the mountain. This white-haired guy's eyes were blue. He said that the moon shining in the cloudless sky was beautiful. The moon itself does not shine, it only reflects the light of the sun. Therefore, life that is based only on what is given from the outside can also be beautiful. Kim Kong-ya stood with a surprised face in front of the ghost, and there was a drop of sweat on his cheek. I also want to shine like the moon, said a 12-year-old boy, and carried these thoughts throughout his life. The holy sword is definitely also abnormal. The spirit from the rear clapped his hands. The hero conquered the 5th floor. Now it's time for them to go to 6. Kim Kong-ya raised his right hand and asked if he could just go straight to destroy the boss of the 10th floor. The ghost leaned towards the guy, who stood with his index finger raised. The spirit began to think that the guy began to become arrogant too early. Kim Kong-ya replied that this was not the case. The spirit of the rear clenched his teeth and asked the guy if he knew how many years more talented and capable hunters spend on the 10th floor alone. The hero showed a peace sign with his fingers and offered the ghost a deal. If he cannot pass the 10th floor for 2 coins, he will call the ghost teacher. The spirit was surprised, because the guy hopes to get to the 10th floor in just 1 death. The ghost stood with his mouth wide open, and the hero held his index finger in front of his face. The spirit said that he asked, a person who spent 6 coins to kill the main goblin will pass the 10th floor for 2 coins. The hero replied that the ghost clearly underestimated him. Kim Kong-ya is always very tough in bets, but he has a condition. The hero pointed his finger towards the ghost, who stood with his arms crossed on his chest, and pointed with his finger. He told the spirit that the ghost should tell without hiding what skill the boss of the 10th floor had. The spirit replied that if only this, then. Before he could finish speaking, the hero interrupted him. The guy smiled, but the ghost's face was angry. Kim Kong-ya added that if he wins, the spirit will call him Mr. Kim Kong-ya, and as respectfully as possible. If it's weak, then let's pass, said the hero. The ghost spat to the side. The guy received only 1 cheating skill and now considers himself worthy of challenging the great lord of the sword. The spirit smiled madly and pointed his finger at Kim Kong-ya. The ghost said that the hero will not be able to defeat the stage 10 boss and will treat him as a teacher all his life. The guy can't even die, so the teacher will babble forever. Kim Kong-ya replied that he didn't know that the ghost had the skill of delusion, so he advised to prepare to serve Master Kong-ya. They touched their foreheads and smiled, clenching their teeth. Some 2 people looked at the hero, who was laughing, but no one was nearby. They thought the guy was crazy. A knight in armor stood in front of the gate and said that it was impossible. Kim Kong-ya stood in front of the knight, and a ghost hovered next to him. The knight turned his head and asked the guy, "Are you going to challenge the boss alone?" "Solo hunting is suicide," the guy added. The hero stood in a green jacket and raised his right hand up. The knight added that the purge group of 34 strong and brave members of the Black Dragon Guild tried and failed. The hero did not see any problems in this. The management itself ordered that all willing hunters be allowed in. The knight stood in front of the guy and beat himself on the chest. He replied that he records all the hunters who enter here, and the heads of the department will then check the records. For them, the knight will become a terrible person who let a person go to certain death. The ghost stood behind the hero and was indignant. In his world, there was no hunter management or anything like that. They came up with political games, so they are doing nonsense on the 10th floor. The ghost told the hero to just knock out the knight and come in. Kim Kanya kept his hands in his pockets and then walked up to the guard. The hero told him that he knows how hard he works, and he's right. The guy smiled and said that to be honest, he wants to die. Both the ghost and the knight were greatly surprised. Kim Kanya said that a year ago, his beloved died, and recently, in the Castle of Alchemy, a guy was diagnosed. He is terminally ill. In the best case, he will last 6 months and will not be able to withstand them without his beloved. The guy kept his hands on his chest. He may be low level, but still a hunter, and instead of waiting for his end in the Alchemy Castle Clinic, the guy wants to fight monsters until his last breath. The guard was moved and stood holding a spear on his shoulder. Kim Kanya put a red bag in his hand. The guy said that he was saving for treatment. All his savings were in this bag. The knight replied that he could not accept them. Kim Kanya stood with his mouth open, and there was a pink light behind him. He explained that the day would be wasted anyway, and the guy wanted to easily leave without leaving anything behind. He asked the guard not to record him. Tears began to well up in the guard's eyes. Kim Kanya said that this is his last wish as a hunter. The knight replied that he did not see anything and the guy could pass. The ghost with red hair stood and looked at it all in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. The gates opened. A guard stood on the red floor. Kim Kanya and the ghost were walking in the tower area. And justifies the means. The guy just needs to get to the 10th floor. 10th floor. The hero and the ghost looked at the building. The floor that was first cleared by the summer spirit, Yusuha. The hero stood in front of the entrance to the house and a ghost hovered behind him. Kim Kanya opened the doors and decided that he would write a legend even more incredible than the summer spirit. There were many dolls in the house and their eyes were shining. The closest ones were 2 dolls with blue and red eyes. There were flames burning around the dolls and candles. They asked Kim Kanya to play with them. The hero and the ghost stood with their backs to each other and looked at all these dolls. They asked the guy what he wanted to play. The ice has all melted, the flowers have all withered, let's play hide and seek, the dolls said. A red light rose around Kim Kong-ya and a notification appeared behind him indicating that he had entered the boss stage. The guy's eyes glowed red. A notification appeared above his head. The contender is Hunter Kim Kong-ya, 1 man. The hero said that he would play with them. Another notification has been created that wishes the guy good luck. Black Dragon is the strongest guild since the opening of the tower. A girl with purple hair stood sadly among the photographers. However, today the guild suffered its 30th defeat in the purge. The Black Dragon Guild walked along the cobblestones while the paparazzi took pictures of them. They asked the girl why, in her opinion, they failed. The girl picked up the device and said that there were no shortcomings in their skills. They were just a little unlucky. Yusuha smiled madly. There was a fireworks display behind the summer spirit, and he held his hand near his head. Above his head was a notice that the 10th floor stage had been cleared. He said that luck is also a skill, an interview that in the future will be called weakling shaming. The guy has only one question, outstripping all the brave hunters alone. Why was only the summer spirit able to pass the 10th floor? Kim Kanya entered a building that was burning and there were dolls all over it. Boss of the 10th floor, Hellfire Maiden. All the dolls screamed for the hero to play with them. They said he should entertain them. The method for clearing the 10th floor stage is simple. A candle lay on the floor and was melting due to the fire, found somewhere in this estate. The ghost's speech was interrupted by the dolls, who smiled widely. Kim Kanya was holding a dagger in his hand, and a ghost was flying behind him. The spirit said that we need to find the real doll and destroy it, and all this flame is not easy. This is hellfire created from aura. Even if you surround your body with your own aura, you cannot survive in these flames for more than 10 minutes. One of the guys covered his mouth and tried to take the doll with his other hand. There was a dead guy lying on the floor, and on the doll's head there was a hand wearing a red jacket. However, these flames will not cause any damage to a hunter with a fire-type aura. Yusuha broke the head of the doll and thought that this was not the same again. There was a transparent sphere around Kim Kong-ya, and a ghost was flying above him. The guy was talking about how Yusuha was only able to clear this floor because he was a hunter with a fire-type aura. And after that he also boasted that luck is also a skill. The dolls shouted, "Your hair is visible." The spirit told the hero that he himself lives off luck. Kim Kong-ya's face was sweaty and he held his hand in front of him. He asked the ghost, what kind of luck does he live off of? The guy added that it's very difficult for him now, even with the aura. Inside the transparent sphere stood a guy holding a dagger in his hand, and a ghost hit the shield with his head. The spirit said that the guy could even kill himself, but his time would be up in a minute. The ghost was flying around Kim Kanya, and the guy was trying to get somewhere. The spirit said that old man Marks could survive in such a flame for 30 minutes. He trains hard to maintain the aura for an hour. Only then does he go to this floor, unlike someone who suddenly rushed here for no reason, the spirit added. The hero thanked the ghost for keeping him informed. We see 9 dolls and they were terrifying. The ghost asked what the hero would do since he only had 2 coins. The guy replied that he would die first and then he would look. A ghost flew over the fire. He asked the guy, "Do you think your aura will suddenly become stronger if you die now?" There are only 2 ways to clear this place, or find a real doll with a 1 in a million chance. Kim Kanya stood in the middle of the flame and the spirit was not pointing at him. The second option is to control the aura so well that it can withstand as long as the guy goes through all the dolls he comes across. The hero smiled, clenching his teeth, and the ghost sat on the railing and smiled. The spirit said that the guy naively chose only 2 coins and it wouldn't work out for him. Kim Kanya said that there is also a third way. The hero covered his face with his hand and there were red lines under his feet. He decided to see whose he would take after he died once. But the guy's aura hasn't dried up yet. He has 10 seconds. Kim Kanya walked towards one of the dolls. He decided to try to grab anyone. The doll stood with its back and then sharply turned its head. She asked the guy, "Shall we play?" Kim Kanya grabbed the head of one of the dolls and thought about what he had caught. The doll opened its mouth wide and said that was wrong. The doll's body began to melt and she screamed, "It's not me. It's not me." 5 seconds left. The hero's fingers bear marks from the doll, which melted. 3 seconds. Kim Kanya stood in a circle of flame and there was a stain from the doll near his feet. The hero's face was covered in sweat and a ghost was flying over his right shoulder. The guy asked if it was necessary to direct the boss scene this way. The spirit replied that no one would understand the sacred design of the tower. Kim Kanya turned his head towards the spirit and said that he was actually offended by the ghost's phrase. The spirit told the guy to ask that sick person who gave the cheating skill to such a slacker. 1 second. Fragments flew towards the guy. Kim Kanya stood inside the fire and shouted. Because of the flames, even the silhouette of the guy was not visible. He shouted that he was hot. The ghost said that time was up, and he added that Kim Kanya is even stranger than the tower. The guy asked to just let him die. The spirit of the rear held his hand near his chin and smiled. The hero always talks about how he wants to become a cool hunter, but he simply chooses to burn alive. He asked the hero to admit that he himself is strange. More likely, the guy thought. Blue Death Notice. Kim Kanya was lying on the ground with a notice hanging above his head that the skill conditions had been reached due to death. The hero held his neck and asked the spirit if he remembered the promise. The guy copies the random skill of the monster Hellfire Maiden. The spirit of the rear smiled, and cards of different types flew near him. He replied that he remembered the bet. Does he look like a fool who will break his promise in a bet? Cards flew around the ghost and hero, and the spirit pointed to the golden one. He said this card was cool. We see a golden skill card, and its name is Fire Hell Barrier. Skill level. The condition for using this skill is that the owner must also be inside the barrier. The ghost told the guy to take this card. This is the only S-tier skill this boss has. The spirit of the rear bent his hand and his fingers. He said that Kim Kanya would be able to summon Hellfire at any moment, like the one that just happened. The guy looked at the guy in surprise. He noticed that the hero was frozen. Kim Kanya stood near the flying cards and held his chin. He answered the ghost that for some reason this skill was bothering the guy. I wonder why. The hero recalled how a doll melted in his hand. The skill is definitely useful, but for some reason it makes Kim Kanya feel sad. The ghost flew horizontally and looked at the guy who was looking at the cards. The hero asked the spirit to read other skills. The spirit of the rear replied that he did not understand the hero, but would read everything. The ghost held his hands behind his head and read. Designing a labyrinth, subduing dolls, remote control, setting traps. Kim Kanya looked up in surprise, and the spirit bared its teeth, looking at the map. The guy kept his hands in his pockets, and the ghost spread his arms and opened his mouth wide. Kim Kanya said that he had decided on a skill, and the spirit asked the guy to listen. The hero said that he understood what this skill was. The ghost flew in front of the hero, pointing to the golden card. He asked the guy to look at her, she's so cool. With it, Kim Kanya will be able to create a barrier of fiery hell. Anyone will be fascinated by his fiery hell. But no, he needs this particular card. The hero reached his hand up. He should have suspected something was wrong from the very beginning. Among all the dark dolls there was one dark one. One real doll among thousands of others. A real doll is an organizer with a fiery aura, so it does not burn. Kim Kanya stretched his hand towards the light and thought, why don't the fake dolls burn? The hero was holding a silver card in his hand, and a ghost was flying towards him, his hand extended forward. There is only one answer. We see a golden screen on which there was a level of skill. Its name is Be Careful with Fire, both in your dreams and in reality. Thanks to him, the hero does not need to be afraid of fire. This boss had a skill that allowed the objects he chose to not burn. The ghost and Kim Kong-ya were upside down. The choice was made and the skill was copied. The spirit of the rear thought this game was stupid, and the guy told the ghost to start practicing, saying, "Mr. Kim Kong-ya." Kim Kong-ya died. He went back 24 hours, and his current rank is E. There was a white and bright light around the guy. Now, when he returns, he can explore the estate until he finds the real doll. Everything became easy. Suddenly, a penalty is assigned for using the skill. The guy's eyes were directed into the distance. The ghost and the hero fell down, and next to them there was a notification about reproducing the injury of the enemy who killed Kim Kong-ya. The penalty level is low. The hero did not understand what this meant and why. Start of the penalty, reenactment of monster trauma, Hellfire Maiden. We see a white building, and the rays of the sun were shining on it. Then we are transported somewhere and see how a little girl turns to some man and tells him that she is hungry. She asked him for some bread, at least a crust. However, he asked the question about what kind of pathetic beggars they were early in the morning, and then slammed the door hard in her face. And there this girl went into every house and asked for bread, but people refused her under various pretexts. Some guy standing in the distance and watching her said that he couldn't even imagine where they were constantly crawling out from. He wished someone would pick them all up. And suddenly this girl hit some man. She apologized to him, but the man put his hand on the girl's head. He didn't wish her harm at all and leaned over a little and asked if she really didn't have parents. He said that she seemed to be very hungry, and besides, she probably had a lot of pain. The girl burst into tears when she heard this. He invited her to go with him. He introduced himself as a doctor and said that there were many of her friends on his estate, and therefore they would be treated and play together. And then the gates closed. The girl stood in the cage and asked the man when she could go out to play. Besides, she was very hungry. However, the man smiled madly and only replied that she should be patient. He said that those who seek food because they are hungry are animals. According to him, they were born as animals, therefore they must grow up like animals. The man, holding a knife in his hand, pulled the girl out of the cage and said that he knew orphans like her well. The man was crazy. He said that they don't work, making excuses that they are small. According to him, they are small parasites that spread chusa, hanging out from village to village. Putting the sharp knife to her hair, he said that he was a guardian and a doctor, and he would rid this country of people like them. Cutting off her hair, he said that this is how she should repent. He, standing in front of many people in dressing gowns, said that their hunger was the fault of these insatiable orphans. One of the followers raised a knife over the child. At the same time, the madman shouted that he would save the earth by sacrificing these children to the god. The girl watched in horror what was happening. People rejoiced. They wanted to kill these children. And this boy was stabbed. Before his death, he only managed to utter a heart-rending scream. Some time has passed and we see this girl sitting in a cage and wondering why this guy is constantly taking her friends away. At the same time, someone says that there are almost no sacrifices left and that they need to be replenished before the next ceremony. Someone was standing in the room. The girl continued to wonder why this guy constantly hurts them. It turned out that Kim was standing in this room. He was shocked and wondered what was going on here. He asked the Sword Lord if he had seen it too. The Lord of the Sword replied that he saw it, but did not know that Kim was there because he was not visible. Kim, clutching his head, said that it seems that only their consciousness is here. The Lord of the Sword said that this is not the point now and there is something more important. He was furious and asked whether such sick worms really existed. He asked a question about who else should repent here. Kim stood in front of the cage and asked if this was the real 10th floor boss scene. The hero said that he could not even think that the monster was a person in his life. The Sword Lord said that this is not the case with all monsters, mostly only with bosses. According to him, the boss is created based on real events from other worlds. The Sword Lord said that living beings, heroes and the like were all from other worlds, and from the 11th floor this happens more and more often. Kim asked the Sword Lord in shock why he had not spoken about this before. However, the Sword Lord replied that Kim did not ask. However, the Lord of the Mesa himself sees the original for the first time. He only knew that they were from another world, but did not know about their past. He said that now that he sees it with his own eyes, he feels bad. Kim saw the man suddenly drop the candle. The hero thought that something like this was constantly happening somewhere in the universe. A fire started. The maids began to run out of the estate. The man exclaimed that he needed to quickly grab the valuables. Kim tried furiously to stop them, but he couldn't do it because they couldn't see him. He shouted that there were children left in the basement. The girl who was in the basement also saw this fire. She was terrified. The children were in cages and therefore could not escape on their own, and the fire gradually began to approach them. They tried to shout to the uncle, but no one heard them. The fire took over everything around. The children thought that they had done nothing wrong. They just wanted to eat and also play with friends. They just wanted to play a little. And so the reproduction of the injury was completed and the penalty ended. Kim woke up. He sat on the bed and was lost in deep thought. The Sword Lord said that they had looked at a truly sad story, but there was nothing they could do to help. Kim asked with disgust if this was the first thing the Sword Lord said after something like this. The Lord of the Sword replied that it was so because he was such a freak. He pointed at Kim and said that that boss is now an ordinary monster, and the original children have long since died in their world, and all this happened a long time ago. According to the Lord of the Sword, if this had happened in the tower, Kim could have died thousands of times to save them. But this is just an event in another world and another era, and therefore nothing can be corrected. He told Kim to find the real doll and kill it. The Lord also instructed Kim to then go up to the 11th floor, then to the 20th, 30th, and so on. He exclaimed that Kim must understand this if he was determined to become the coolest hunter. Kim said that's what the summer spirit would think. The hero, putting on a sweatshirt, said that Yusuha absolutely found a real doll and crushed its head. According to Kim, he did not hesitate, even if he saw the injury. The hero said that he was not going to become the same freak, and now they were already Kim at the entrance to the estate. The Sword Lord asked if Kim wouldn't kill the boss because he didn't want to become the same. He exclaimed that he needed to get rid of the boss to clear the stage. However, Kim indignantly asked who decided this. The hero hit the door and said that he behaved badly. The Lord of the Sword did not understand him and asked what he was talking about. Kim began to shout that he was terrible and the Lord of the Sword was just as terrible. He exclaimed that he couldn't even see beyond his nose. The hero asked if the Sword Master remembered the S-class skill that the ghost insisted on. The ghost replied that of course he remembers. The hero began to quote something. He spoke about resentment, dissatisfaction, and hostility. Kim continued to quote the skill description. He also said that no one would be able to leave this hell without the boss's permission. Kim asked if the Sword Lord thought this was strange. However, the Lord of the Sword did not understand what he was talking about, and then Kim turned around and said about the last part, which says that no one can leave this hell without permission. He asked how the Black Dragon returned with its entire roster without defeating the boss. The Sword Lord wondered how this happened. The hero said that there is only one answer: the boss allowed them to escape, a stage that no man has yet been able to pass. Kim entered the hall and saw many dolls. The hero realized that all the local boss wanted from those coming was for them to play with him. The hero agreed to play with the dolls and used some skill. The system notified the hero that the skill "be careful with fire both in your sleep and in reality" was activated. The hero began to walk through the hall. He was enveloped in fire. The dolls were shocked and said that this guy is not on fire. One of the dolls asked Kim if he could play with them then. The hero decided to play hide and seek with them and exclaimed that he had never lost at hide and seek as a child. He closed his eyes and began to count. The hero realized that the boss wanted someone to play hide and seek with the kids, who were tied to their stage and could not leave anywhere. The hero began to look for dolls. He touched one of the dolls, but the doll said that he had made the wrong choice. He began to catch the dolls one after another. After Kim touched them, they melted in a few seconds. Kim said it was harder than he thought. The Sword Lord looked at what was left of the dolls after Kim touched them. He was surprised and said that this was the repose of the soul. In fact, these were the souls of real children who were imprisoned in the bodies of dolls. He continued to catch the dolls and went downstairs. And now he was already on the stairs. Slowly but surely he sank lower and lower, catching one doll after another. Finally, he found himself in the very place where he had been transported not so long ago. He saw that there was a doll sitting in the cage, which was actually the homeless girl who was kidnapped by the crazy man. She looked shabby and one of her eyes was closed. She asked Kim if he would play with them. The hero put his hand on her head and said that he had caught her. He said that she is now water. The girl began to dissolve just like the other dolls. And before that, she thanked him. Kim saw in her the soul of that girl who lived a long time ago. The Sword Lord stood behind him in annoyance with his head down. The system congratulated the hero on clearing the floor. The system panel informed the hero that the generation of the reward for the clearing had been completed, and that the reward would be issued 24 hours after entering the 11th floor. Kim and the rear spirit stood in front of the building. The spirit of the home front asked Kim why he had such an expression on his face. He said that he himself could count the number of cases of clearing hidden scenes on one hand, but Kim did it and he will even be given a good reward. Kim covered his face with his hand and replied that the ghost could not understand why Kim was sad because the ghost did not have human feelings for this. The hero put his hand to his chin and said that he thought the world was a terrible place. Kim also talked about his extremely negative attitude towards scenes like this bosses. The spirit of the rear sadly looked away and said that wherever there is a person, there is such a thing. The ghost and Kim stood in sad silence. However, suddenly the ghost grabbed his head and began to shout that this was not suitable for him. He He tapped Kim on the shoulder and said Kim was incredible. The hero did not understand him, and then the ghost continued to say that he was talking about how Kim defeated the boss with his own method. The hero said that this is suspicious because the ghost praises him, but the ghost replied that he always praises Kim when there is something for it, and besides, this time Kim managed it on his own and not thanks to luck. He told Kim that they were partners and therefore they should rejoice together when something good happens. Suddenly the heroes saw fireworks. It was announced to everyone that the 10th floor stage had been cleared on Friday. The speaker also said that the 11th floor stage would open in 24 hours. People began to wonder what kind of fireworks these were. They also asked if fireworks were really allowed only on the first floor. Some person wrote that he was in the hunting grounds on the 3rd floor and there were fireworks there too. The man asked if they had heard the announcement that the 10th floor had been cleared. Meanwhile, Kim and the rear spirit looked at the timer. The report began to go and the ghost said that the main thing was starting. He said that once during his lifetime he saw exactly the same scene. Kim said that this was also his second time. Kim looked at his phone and saw that in a free discussion people were writing that this was definitely not a black dragon. This person wrote that the black dragon's leadership is now on the ground floor of the cafe at the crossroads in front of the bank and also attached photo evidence. Another person wrote that he is now in the Pantheon and the priests and the heretic inquisitor have gathered there, so it seems that it is not them. People started writing that these were not guilds, then they became interested in whether this could be a holy sword. The person sent a photo and wrote that the holy sword is now drinking milk. People were shocked that no one knew who cleared the floor. Spirit of the home front asked Kim how he felt about moving from being a supporting character to being the main character. Kim, meanwhile, happily looked at the phone. He said he felt like he had achieved everything he could possibly want. The spirit of the rear smiled and said that this was true. However, he then added that, of course, this was just a misconception because Kim had only cleared the 10th floor. Ghost said that, however, Kim is now the closest thing in his world to the top. Kim turned around and said that he knew and now all he had to do was really climb to the top. Suddenly a man in armor ran up to them. He was clearly stunned by something. He was out of breath as he ran and with severe shortness of breath asked Kim if Kim had just done this. The hero, trying not to show it, asked what the man was talking about. The man exclaimed that he was talking about clearing the 10th floor. He said that today only Kim challenged the 10th floor. The man took out his phone and said that real chaos was happening now and people at the top were constantly asking him how it happened. Kim, passing by him, tapped him on the shoulder and asked what they would do if Kim did this. The man was horrified and asked Kim to at least introduce himself. However, Kim waved his hand and said that this man in armor accepted 100 gold pieces from him. Then the man asked Kim to at least say his nickname. Kim replied that he did not have a nickname. The man looked after the hero in shock. The Lord of the Sword praised Kim and said that the price of a name is by nature very high, and therefore let them now look for Kim. The hero turned to the Lord of the Sword and said that he realized something. The Sword Lord asked him what he realized. The hero, stretching at the same time, began to talk about the reason why the Lord of the Sword was praising him here. Suddenly the hero turned around sharply and began to shout that they had agreed that if Kim could defeat the boss for 2 coins, then the ghost would call him master. The hero, looking crazy, began shouting that he had actually cleared the 10th floor in just 2 coins. The Lord of the Sword was shocked and began to talk about how they were partners after all. He put his hands on Kim's shoulders and said that to be partners means to have an equal relationship and people, moreover, according to him. A person who has conquered 99 floors and a person who will challenge the 100th floor are partners and friends. However, Kim ignored him and requested to be moved to the 1st floor. He turned around and told the Lord of the Sword to call him Master Kim for the rest of his life. After some time, Kim was already sitting in the coffee shop. People were still discussing clearing the 10th floor. Kim drank coffee and listened to music while people around discussed clearing the 10th floor, not even realizing that someone like Kim could have done it. Kim turned to the Lord of the Sword and asked if victory was not as sweet as this caramel macchiato that Kim drinks. The hero wondered if his headphones were broken, because he did not hear an answer from the Lord of the Sword. The hero continued to address the Lord of the Sword, either calling him Mr. Psychopath or Mr. Madman, but the Lord of the Sword did not react in any way and tried not to react in any way. He nevertheless answered and asked Kim what he needed. The Lord of the Sword was in a terrible mood and stood not far from Kim, turning his back to him. Kim smiled and said that he already thought that the Lord of the Sword had gone deaf again and made his master worry. Kim turned around and asked if they could now communicate less formally, since it would be a little strange if Kim spoke in a respectful manner when the Sword Lord called him Master Kim. The Sword Lord was terrified and screamed for Kim to just kill him. He exclaimed for Kim to get a new skill and insert it into the sword constellation slot, and then the Lord of the Sword will return to Grandfather Marcus. However, Kim calmly asked if he and the Sword Lord were not partners for life. Kim said they would be together forever. At the same time, Kim noticed that an hour and a half had passed and thought that the time had already come. He was drinking a macchiato when suddenly something surprised him. The hero saw the cat. He did not expect such an important person to come to him in person. Now, so far, no one knows what kind of cat this is, and therefore Kim also first decided to pretend that he didn't know. He began to caress the cat and play with it. The hero thought that even though there was someone unusual hiding under the guise of a cat, the acting was simply amazing. Suddenly someone approached Kim and asked if he was the hunter Kim Jong. The hero looked to the side and saw 5 people staring at him. Kim showed them his hunter's ID and said he was curious how long it would take. These people immediately called someone and started saying that they found Kim in a cafe across from the bank. It was clear from them that they wanted Kim to join their guild. The vigilante guild recruiter bowed to Kim and began to tell him what would happen if he joined their guild. However, Kim interrupted him and decided to tell them 2 things. First, Kim asked not to disclose his name to the press. They asked him about how long Kim did not want to reveal his name, because now reporters from all newspapers are scouring the guilds. Kim replied that he was not asking to hide for long. He asked them to keep it a secret until the clock hit 0, because Kim didn't want to get caught by reporters before entering the 11th floor. The girl replied that they could do it. Kim said they were in a public place, so he asked the recruiters to take care of other visitors first. They apologized to him and immediately began to carry out his instructions. They approached the cashier and asked him how much it would cost to rent the entire cafe for 1 hour. And after some time they were already sitting at the table, each taking a drink. Kim decided to start negotiations and asked them about the terms. The vigilante squad offers Kim 10,000 gold as an advance. Suddenly another man said that it was clear from the Guild of Warriors how poor they were, and therefore he invited Kim to join the League of Adventurers, because in addition to an advance payment of 20,000, they promised a place in the leadership. The girl began to convince Kim to join the Guild of Outstanding Fighters, the Gate of 1,000 Faceless, because they would immediately hold Kim in high esteem as a mentor and they would give him 25,000. The calmest of them was the Pantheon recruiter, who said that if Kim came to the Pantheon, they would guarantee him a place of honor. The guy in the green jacket from the department said that in the department, Kim would have a place of honor. Kim thought that they seemed to be quite oppressed by the name of the Holy Sword, a self-confident number 1 in rank who has not joined any guild. Because of him, people questioned the need for guilds. Kim understood that if in such circumstances a hero appeared who made a noise no worse than the Holy Sword, he must be recruited at any cost. Suddenly, the cat sitting on Kim's lap spoke and offered him 500,000 gold if Kim joined the Merchant Alliance. She then jumped off Kim. Suddenly she was reincarnated as a woman. This woman said that she would also give Kim the position of deputy head of the guild. She was a countess who ranks 3rd in rank. Kim smiled, took off his headphones and said that now it's more like negotiations. The countess told him he was impudent and he didn't seem surprised that the cat had turned into a human. Kim said he even sees ghosts. The countess laughed and said that Kim was even calm enough to joke. Kim couldn't believe that the countess was over 40 years old. He thought that she was the richest in the tower, so she probably drinks something like an eternal youth potion every day. The recruiter of the Guild of Vigilantes turned to her and, apologizing, wanted to say something. However, she immediately interrupted him by saying that she excused him. This man asked if the deposit of 500,000 gold was too much. The man began to try to convince the countess, but she looked straight into his eyes, causing the man to lower his head in shame and begin to speak intermittently. She asked him if he apologized for everything. The Vigilante Guild recruiter confirmed this and sat back down. He was very tense. She pointed at him with her fan and said that in this case, if they do not want to apologize further, then let them call their bosses. She said that she would not have a dialogue with them. She also said that, however, if there is one among them who can offer more than 500,000, he can stay. And after some time, the Countess and Kim were left alone. Suddenly, someone in the distance began calling the Countess names. Kim was shocked, but the Countess said that this man had come. An angry man with a bandage walked into a coffee shop, accompanied by a couple of people. Number 5 in rank, which is the 1,000 Faceless Gate Guild, began to call the Merchant Guild names. There was also a heretic inquisitor who is number 4 in rank. He said that they were behind and must admit their mistake. The Holy Knight, number 8 in rank, said that the word miss is not very appropriate. He also said that it was their duty to prevent chaos among the hunters. The Black Witch, the head of the Black Dragon Guild, who is the number 2 in rank, just stood there silently. Kim was shocked that all the tower rank stars came. The Countess said that they had not gathered in one place for so long. She also added that their joint clearing of the 2nd floor seemed like the day before yesterday. The poisonous snake was very angry and ordered her to shut up before he made soup out of her. He began shouting that the Countess was only good at spending money since she offered Kim such conditions. At the same time, the heretic inquisitor raised his hand and suggested that we first order coffee. Having sat down at the table, He said that coming to a cafe and not ordering something was outrageous. According to him, the heads of the large guilds responsible for the tower cannot do this, and so they started placing orders. But the poisonous snake was still indignant. He exclaimed that the 10th floor had been cleared and something incomprehensible was happening in the world, and coffee was still going down their throats. He called them names and asked if their brains only run on caffeine. But suddenly the heretic inquisitor began to place orders and shocked the poisonous snake so much that he began to scream and call him a religious fanatic. The cashier was shocked, but accepted their order. Suddenly the heads of the guilds remembered that Kim was also sitting at the table with them, and therefore they asked him about what he would be. Kim thought that they were all playing Go Stop Here. The hero thought that the representatives of the guilds were replaced by their heads, and this was clearly not an accident. In his opinion, this is all a production and they are just testing Kim. The Lord of the Sword told Kim not to worry, because they only want to intimidate him. The hero replied that he knew and added that compared to being burned alive, this is bullshit. Suddenly the hero extended his hand and asked for a menu. He said that he had recently drunk macchiato, so he would not take coffee, and therefore he asked to bring him hot chocolate. Kim understood that now he needed to show them that he had a reason why he could not be so afraid of them. The heretic inquisitor said that before the clearing of the 10th floor, no activity was noticed behind Kim, and this is a rather unexpected change. Kim thought that even if he angered them, the worst thing they could do is kill him. The Lord of the Sword noted that this is true. This is Kim's talent and advantage, because if he gets scared, he can simply tell them to kill him. Kim thanked the ghost for his support and said that he, however, still would not spare the Lord of the Sword from punishment. However, the Countess said that this young man had recently won a lottery in her guild. She added that Kim may have decent skills. She said, with qualities like luck and fearlessness, he will succeed no matter what. The poisonous snake exhaled in annoyance and asked her how could the person who conquered the 10th floor be a newcomer. He asked them to end this stupid farce and just come to an agreement with Kim. However, the Black Witch suddenly said that all this was not important. She added that the fact that the authority of one of them was undermined does not mean that this is the case for everyone, and therefore she suggested that they sort out among themselves who is right and who is wrong, but only later. She then directly asked him which guild he planned to join. She also asked him to say right away if he did not intend to join any guild, because in that case they would need to prepare for the reaction of the media. Kim asked her a question, what if he plans to join some guild? She said fierce bidding would begin. She also started talking about how they had wasted a lot of time on the 9th floor. But thanks to Kim breaking through the 10th floor, the chance to prove the value of the tower to the outside world returned. According to her, this is a chance to attract from the outside world not only people from the very bottom, but also people of other categories. This is also an opportunity to light a fire in the hearts of the hunters who were idly spending their time on the ground floor. According to her, curiosity will become the energy that preserves the tower. Kim added that food difficulties will also be resolved. The Black Witch confirmed this and said that it was already becoming difficult for them to provide food for the tower only with a number of those things that were obtained on the 9th floor. The Countess said that she kept the channel of trade open with the outside world around the clock, but this was not enough and other goods were needed. The Black Witch said that they need to attract adventurers to the world beyond the 10th floor to find useful items there. And to do this, they need something that will attract a lot of attention from the outside world to the tower. According to her, they need an icon that will loudly announce the advent of a new era. Kim thought that this icon was once the summer spirit. Suddenly he asked if it was really him. Kim remembered that a black dragon once decided to make an attempt on the same icon. Kim doesn't know why, but since she is the enemy of the spirit of summer, then she and the head of the black dragon should get along. Kim said that he realized that the guild that received it would become a symbol of a new era, while the rest of the guilds would have to live in the shadows. Kim reached into his pocket and said that he was too ashamed to do this, so he wanted to do it differently. Suddenly he took cards from his pocket. The hero began to shuffle the cards and said that he would join the guild of the person who wins at poker. He announced to all of them that he did not need either status or an advance, but if he won, he would simultaneously join all the guilds whose representatives were now here. He joyfully said that he would join on the condition that outwardly he would be like a member of the guild, but in reality they would be on equal terms with them. She pointed at him with her fan and asked if the youth who had cleared only one floor was asking for the same position as them. She thought it was interesting, so she agreed to play cards. The heretic inquisitor said that if the game was played without cheating, then he wouldn't mind either. The poisonous snake said that skills are also prohibited, otherwise they will have an advantage. He added a rule that a person caught using a skill would automatically be disqualified. The Holy Knight said that their guild was poor anyway, so if it came to bidding, it would be a failure. The Black Witch also accepted Kim's offer. The hero took the cards in his hands and turned to the Lord of the Sword and said that he probably did not want to call Kim Master at all. He told the Master to call him that only until the end of this game, which shocked the ghost. In return, Kim demanded that the ghost burn their cards to him. The Lord of the Sword exclaimed that it was easier than steamed turnips. The ghost began to rejoice and promised that he would tell Kim even about the opponent's attempt to cheat. And so they started the party. The Lord of the Sword immediately began to prompt Kim, and the first thing he did was tell the hero that he needed to fold because the countess had a straight. Kim listened to him and folded his cards. The Sword Lord then walked up to the poisonous serpent and told Kim to call and make the poisonous serpent fold. The hero listened to the Lord of the Sword again. After this, the ghost looked at the Holy Knight's cards and told Kim what to do. The hero listened to him and went all in. There were 5 guild heads left at the table, including the poisonous snake. However, he suddenly hit the table and indignantly wondered what kind of cheating this was. He pointed his finger at Kim and began to furiously shout that this could not happen because they had already played 30 rounds and Kim had never lost. However, Kim said that he could also be a master at poker and therefore he was a poisonous snake accuses him without evidence. The poisonous snake covered his face with his hand and began to shout that no, Kim was F rank. Kim asked him how he found out and also informed him that he did not have time to report to the department, but yesterday he rose to rank E. Kim thanked the poisonous snake for his high assessment and then asked if he had spent all his chips. The poisonous snake was morally defeated and went to the table at which sat the heretic inquisitor, who joyfully waved at the poisonous snake and shouted that he knew that he will be out soon. He said that's why he ordered the poisonous snake another glass of espresso. However, this angered the poisonous snake even more and he began to call the inquisitor names. Some more time passed and 3 people remained at the table: Kim, the Holy Knight, and the Black Witch. The Holy Knight, having lost, threw down her cards and said that she was sure that her poker face was her forte. She asked Kim if he was using his mind-reading skill. The hero replied that it was either a skill or he simply sees right through everything. The Holy Knight, getting up from the table, said that lately it has been so difficult with newcomers. She headed to the loser's table, where the poisonous snake was already shouting at her and indignantly asking why she was giving up so easily. He asked if she would really let this swindler get away with it. The Holy Knight said that the poisonous snake was too rude to the new hero. However, he said, at a glance, it is clear that Kim is using skills. The Holy Knight replied that this had been known from the very beginning. According to her, it would be much stranger not to understand this because a beginner would not offer the game without preparation, relying only on luck. Meanwhile, the Countess decided to distribute the cards. The Holy Knight said that with his challenge, he actually told them that he could beat them without getting caught using skills. Then the Holy Knight shocked the head of the Thousand Faceless Gate by telling him that leaning on martial arts is, of course, good, but sometimes you need to use your head. She said that they would not have lost anything from this game in any case. However, the poisonous snake objected to her and said that they should have pride and they could not put the green brat on the same level as them. The Holy Knight asked him if his pride would help him feed himself. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a heretic inquisitor appeared and, giving the poisonous snake a sip of coffee, said that his pride would definitely help him finish his espresso. The Black Witch said that now it will be easier for her. This surprised Kim. She said it was a relief that a deal could be reached with Kim. She started talking about how she was from a place that was Ukraine. Ever since she lost her family in the Civil War, she has lived on the run. Whether in the tower or in the outside world, a woman has a very difficult time alone. Kim threw the coins and said that this was true, but asked her what she wanted to tell him. The hero said that among the people who ended up in the tower, especially from the first generation, there is no one without their own history because Kim himself is a simple orphan in the tower. Meanwhile, the Sword Lord continued to prompt Kim. The Black Witch said that for her this tower is home. According to her, no one here cares about origin, they did everything they could for this. She looked away and said that this did not play any role in their tower. According to her, thanks to the tower's patronage, they can understand each other's speech. Here they are all equal fighters, at least in comparison with the outside world. She said that people from the outside world consider the tower a garbage dump, but even among piles of garbage, flowers can bloom. She addressed him by name and said that when this countdown ends, the media will start chasing him. According to her, a different life will begin, different from the one Kim has had so far. She wished him to cope with this test. Having said this, she took a sip of coffee. Kim told her that he doesn't brag, but he likes to be the center of attention. He said he wanted to be admired and envied. The Black Witch put the mug on the table and said that Kim and the Holy Sword are complete opposites. Kim, meanwhile, was thinking that the head of the Black Dragon still had a flash in his hands and that he still had nothing to hit with. However, Kim played all in, which took the Black Witch by surprise. The hero moved all his coins forward and said that he was confident in himself. Therefore, at the same time, he immediately told them that he did not need honors just for clearing the 10th floor. Kim said that he will conquer the 20th floor, the 30th floor, and the 100th floor. No matter how long it takes, he will definitely conquer the tower. Kim started talking about how he respected how precious the tower was to them. According to him, he sincerely does not want to conflict with them and understands that this is pointless. At the same time, he asked himself questions about who would rise first and who was worth being called the main hero. Kim continued to say that they are, however, rivals for him. He told them that he was interested in the world outside the tower, not inside it. He also honestly spoke about the fact that he does not care at all about food problems and the needs of the poor. The hero said that if they need his name to solve these problems, then they can use it. In return, he only asks for support in the rise. At this moment, Kim really wanted to experience that feeling of climbing to the top once again. The girl did not show it and was unperturbed. However, she then exhaled in disappointment. The Black Witch said that she was mistaken, because after all, Kim and the Holy Sword are the same. Kim, folding up the corner of his card, asked if it was a compliment. She denied this and said that it was a reproach because they were both insatiable. They both revealed their cards and the Countess said that the head of the Black Dragon had a flush and Kim had a full house. She announced that the final winner was Hunter Kim. The hero smiled and said that this was a real compliment for him. Kim stood up from his chair and said he expected equal treatment as promised. The head of the Black Dragon asked if they could hope that along with the privileges, Kim would take on the corresponding responsibilities. Kim said that they don't have to worry about this because the hunter's duty is to rise. Smiling, the Black Witch said that this was quite daring for a beginner. The Sword Lord agreed with her and exclaimed that if daring was a skill, then Kim would be level 5. The Sword Lord began to rejoice and shout that he could finally live, and then began to call Kim names. The hero did not react at all, but thought that this man is called the Lord of the Sword, but he behaves like a disgrace. The Black Witch asked Kim if he was already leaving. Jernoi confirmed this and said that the 11th floor will open soon, and therefore we need to start preparing so as not to fall behind. The Black Witch said that it is still unknown what will happen there, and therefore she has a question about how he plans to prepare. Kim smiled and took a short pause. He said that role-playing is the theme of floors 11 through 20. The guild heads were surprised. Kim said that he was given a hint as a reward for clearing the 10th floor and he himself doesn't know anything else. The Black Witch looked away with displeasure and crossed her arms. She said that later she would definitely repay this debt. And so Kim and the Lord of the Sword left the building, with a little less than 18 hours left until the end of the countdown. Some time passed and people began to discuss that there was still no official announcement about the 10th floor. People were perplexed that the Holy Sword himself confirmed that this was not his doing and there was complete silence in the media. There was also a rumor that someone somewhere yesterday saw the guild heads all together. Kim stood among this crowd. They all looked at the countdown as there were 11 seconds left until it ended. A second passed. People were delighted and counted loudly together with the timer. Meanwhile, Kim took out his phone. He was looking for news about the clearing of the 10th floor. There was still quite a bit of time left and the hero decided to update the page. Immediately, many articles appeared in which the identity of the one who cleared the 10th floor, namely Kim, was revealed. This made the hero happy. When the countdown ended, everyone cheered. It was announced to everyone that preparations for the training had been completed. This was also announced again. People asked this girl to open the 11th floor. This girl turned to the people and congratulated them on cleansing the fiery hell estate from the past resentment. People who saw her for the first time looked at her enthusiastically and called her an angel. Kim wondered if this was a goddess. However, the Sword Lord said that there are no such things as gods here. He said that this is a system and now she will explain the quest to them. This girl said that one world needs the help of warriors and is suffering from the oppression of the Demon King. She added that now they will challenge the Demon King and save humanity. The Time Lord said that even if this goddess exists, it is just a pre-made recording. Kim asked him how he knew this. The girl, meanwhile, said that if they want to accept this mission, they must say movement. But suddenly someone jumped on her. It turned out to be Grandfather Marcus. He cut it into 2 parts. He landed completely unfazed on the roof of the building after attacking the creature in the air. It turned out that it was just a hologram. This hologram again told them to say the word transfer if they wished to accept this mission. People also realized that it was a hologram. Suddenly Marcus looked intently at the hero. They felt some tension between each other. The Sword Lord said that he had done this in the past too, so he knew it was an NPC. After this, Marcus decided to accept this mission and moved. In an instant, he was transported from the roof of this building to the 11th floor. People were shocked. The heretic Inquisitor exclaimed that it was a beautiful day and that he had been ahead of him again. He said that they would meet on the 11th floor, and then he was transported there. One by one, the hunters began to move to the 11th floor. The NPC said that the warriors would face a test of faith from the 11th floor to the 20th. She told them to find the truth and that truth would reveal to them the truth about themselves. Kim looked at this recording in admiration. The Holy Knight approached him and said that she was very sorry. She started talking about how she didn't know what kind of creature created the tower, but it put a lot of effort into it. And this message was prepared specifically for them, but no one cares about it. According to her, this is one of those spectacles that you should look at for a long time with great admiration. According to her, the existence of the tower and skills are all a miracle in themselves. However, according to her own words, they were so fed up after 10 floors. Kim said in surprise that she turned out to be very sensitive. The head of the Vigilante Guild said that in the outside world, her specialty was music. She smiled and asked him if he would find a girl from the music department more pleasant. Kim grinned and replied that in that case she had never seen the money at all. She exclaimed that this was the bitter truth. The Lord of the Sword said that the man should be careful because this man is suspicious. Kim asked irritably what happened again. Suddenly, behind the hero they asked if he was the hunter Kim Jong. The hero turned around and was stunned. The Holy Knight said that KMA seemed to be noticed because of her. She apologized to him and said that she was going to the 11th floor. Journalists immediately attacked him. Shocked, Kim asked if that was why she approached him. The head of the Vigilante Guild replied that she was simply quite astute in assessing the sincerity of her opponent, and therefore he could consider this a manifestation of her interest. Kimes asked her what she found out then, but before moving, she exclaimed that the answer to this lay in his soul. Kim was indignant and wondered if she had simply abandoned him and ran away. The Sword Lord recalled that he said that she was suspicious. Journalists began asking Kim many questions about his clearing of the 10th floor. Kim calmed down and thought about what he should tell them, because he needed to get to the 11th floor as soon as possible. The journalists continued to ask him many questions, but suddenly he silenced them in surprise by saying that he would clear the 20th floor. He wished them good luck and then transported himself. Meanwhile, the recording continued to play, and now we are transported to the 11th floor. Marcus was transported there and was shocked. He wondered what was going on here. There was a terrible battle going on there. People wanted to stop the Demon King's army for the sake of the Ajam Empire. A serious battle took place on the field. The knights were inspired and motivated to fight, because if they retreat, the empire will end. Marcus was stunned and wondered what was going on. Suddenly arrows began to fly at the hunters. Kim thought that the 10 floors of training were over and that in the future such scenes would happen all the time. Suddenly a knight ran up to the hunters and said that they were warriors who would save the empire. He took the sword in his hands and asked the hero to help them and their country. This knight said that the local port is the last route of supply for the empire, and therefore they must protect it even at the cost of their lives, otherwise the capital will fall. The Sword Lord said that Kim had perfectly mastered how to enhance vision and hearing with aura. This man stood in front of the hunters and called them warriors who arrived from another world, asking them to save the Ajam Empire. At the same moment, the system informed the players that the purpose of the task was to protect the port at all costs, because this battle would be the first step towards saving the empire. The hunters were shocked. They wondered if something like a Demon King would really appear here. The hunters were in a panic because the monsters continued to attack them. Marcus said that he did not know the details, but first he needed to kill all the monsters. All the hunters were inspired and went for the Holy Sword. They ran to fight, following the example of the Holy Sword. Kim, meanwhile, opened the system panel. The panel informed the hero that he was being given a reward for clearing the 10th floor. Kim was given a reward for an ordinary scene. He received the patronage of the god of all things, and a map of the tower from the 11th to the 20th floor became available to him. The sword master started shouting that he knew it would be a cheating privilege. The system then gave the hero a hidden scene reward. This time he received the protection of the human god. He can also now see the skills and location of any NPC from the 11th to 20th floors. The Lord of the Sword was shocked, because in addition to all this, the hero also received the patronage of the god of trade, and now any item existing from the 11th to the 20th floor is available to him. Kim sighed and said that this game is about skill, but the Sword Lord was very angry and shouted that this game is about luck. Now Kim learns that the floors of the tower are organized by themes. From the 1st to the 10th floor there is training, because here is a city for the adaptation of newcomers and a hunting ground. From the 11th to the 20th floor, a warrior and a Demon King. Kim said that there were only two ways to stop the Demon King's troops, or have sufficient physical strength to single-handedly overwhelm enemy troops, or lead an army. The Sword Lord asked skeptically if Kim was choosing the second option. The Lord of the Sword was not sure that Kim would succeed, and he asked if Kim had ever commanded an army. The hero replied that of course not. He opened the system panel and said that he, however, was confident that he could acquire such talent. Kim turned to the Lord of the Sword and said that he had recently sworn that this was a bad game in which luck ruled. The Sword Lord replied that he really cursed at this game. Then Kim said that he would show why the most important thing in this game is skills. Kim meanwhile called up a list of NPCs. He made a request to display NPCs located on the 11th floor only. The hero said that among them, the top 100 people have high skills. The Lord of the Sword began to shout that this would not work and Kim should fight to become stronger. He started shouting that Kim was disgracing her name in this way. He replied that he was not a disgrace, and then gave the system a request to display NPCs with the skills of commanding troops. After that, he gave a request for the top 3 as well as the location of these 3 on the map. He also decided to look at his location on the map. Kim turned around and crossed his arms and said that this game is about skill. He added that his good privilege became a cool privilege, and it was all thanks to his brains. However, the Lord of the Sword called him names and asked if Kim really thought he was smart. Kim laughed and replied that having an empty head is also a skill. Kim decided to go to the closest blue dot on this map. He saw the NPC he needed. The hero turned to Commander Sarba's agent. The man turned around in surprise and asked how he could help Kim. However, the first thing Kim thought was that Sarbaz had a cool mustache and that his skill was definitely cool too. Kim turned to Sarbaz and told him to fulfill one of Kim's requests if he really considered him a warrior. Sarbaz agreed. Sarbaz was stunned because Kim asked Sarbaz to kill him. The hero said that he has a secret weapon and if he ends his life, then God's protection will descend on the battlefield. Kim said that this is a kind of suicidal technique and with this patronage the Empire will definitely win. Sarbaz was horrified and exclaimed that he could not end the warrior's life. Kam asked him to think about what was more important now, and added that if Sarbaz did not kill him, then Kim would kill himself. Kim repeated once again that this is the only way to save the Empire. He began to convince Sarbaz to kill him, saying that he would rather die at the hands of Sarbaz than at the hands of an evil monster. Sarbaz replied that although the well-being of the Empire was important, he could not end the life of a person who had come with such difficulty from another world. The Lord of the Sword, watching this, was shocked because Sarbaz really believes Kim. Sarbaz grabbed his head and said that their world was definitely cursed, because first there was an attack by the army of the Demon King, which had previously only been found in legends, and now the taking of the life of a brave warrior. The Lord of the Sword stood behind and thought that only Sarbaz was cursed here. Then Sarbaz took the sword in his hands and asked God not to forgive them their sins. Sarbaz said he would try not to hurt Kim, and before that, he asked the hero to say his name. Kim introduced himself. Sarbaz covered his face and thanked Kim on behalf of the Empire. Sarbaz raised his hand and said that Kim is a real warrior, and so Kim died and copied Sarbaz's random skill. Kim suddenly remembered an expression that says that above the one who runs there is one who flies. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was going on. The surprised glances of the hunters were directed to one place. Kim also remembered an expression that says that next to a hunter with a blade there is a hunter with an army. Everyone was shocked to see Kim riding a horse. The hero rode on horseback, holding a rather interesting sword in his hands. Kim still received the battlefield assessment skill that Sarbaz had. This is a talent created by Kim. The hero exclaimed that if they continued straight ahead and then turned right, they would see the commander of the Demon King's army. The army rushed forward led by Kim and they shouted that the warrior of the goddess would protect them. Kim understood that with the help of skill he could gain the trust of the commander, presenting himself as an experienced commander. The hero looked at the map and told the knight that here he needed to turn right. The hero understood that this skill was useful thanks to the minimap, and also thanks to the fact that Kim conducted an investigation in advance, having lived today several more times. The hero saw a goblin and thought that this goblin was still flying somewhere there today. Then the hero took out the sacred sword of protection Rafant Agem, which is of legendary rarity. One legend says that the founder of the Agem Empire was blessed by the goddess. But at a time when legend and history were not yet separate, the founder disappeared without a trace. And with him the sacred sword disappeared. The founder left behind only a one-line prediction. It was written there that on the day of the manifestation of fate, a man with a sacred sword in his hands would undoubtedly come. Any resident of the empire can easily trust the owner of the sacred sword of protection. The knights rejoiced and shouted when they saw the holy sword of the founder that the goddess had not abandoned the empire. Kim raised his sword above him and shouted for them to attack, but at the same time he said that it was immediately clear how much benefit there was from clearing hidden scenes. The Lord of the Sword was furious and exclaimed that Kim had chosen some kind of trash item. The Lord of the Sword was angry because there were a lot of useful things there, but instead Kim chose just a durable sparkling knife. However, the hero said that even though it is durable and sparkling, NPCs up to the 20th floor will jump and rejoice at the sight of it. Kim continued to ride his horse along with the commander and shouted that this was not only a means of giving quests. Kim exclaimed that these are creatures with which you can complete quests. Some hunter displeasedly asked why Kim always goes with the commander. Another hunter also said displeasedly that judging by his clothes, Kim is a hunter. Kim was delighted because he realized that this was the voice of envy. The Lord of the Sword, angry, said that he taught Kim to use aura so that he could master the sword, and not so that he would enhance his hearing and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Kim replied that he liked it. Meanwhile, Ajum's army completed destroying the left rank of the Demon King's army. Kim held out his sword and gave the order for them to continue attacking further right up to the main forces. He exclaimed that they could win. Commander Sarbas named Kim as commander and ordered his warriors to follow Kim. And then they finally saw the commander of the demon army. It was the boss monster of the 11th floor, the Great Goblin King. He shouted to his subordinates to stop the heroes. However, Kim flew into the air and launched the skill. He attacked the Goblin King. The Great Goblin King fell after such a blow. He was defeated. The knights began to shout that the troops of the Demon King were defeated and the warrior of the goddess killed the enemy commander. They began to rejoice, and the goblins were shocked. They immediately rushed into retreat. However, the bloodthirsty hunters were not going to let them go. They immediately began to attack the goblins and kill them one by one. Thus the scene was cleared. Today the 11th floor stage was cleared. The hunters began to rejoice that they had passed the 11th floor in just 24 hours. The system counted the number of participants in the sweep and then reported that the number of participants had been exceeded. The top 10 conquerors were displayed on the screen. First on this list was Kim, and right after was the Holy Sword. The hunters were surprised that the first number did not have an alias, and the Holy Sword was in second place. They exclaimed in surprise that Kim was the conqueror of the 10th floor. They wondered if Kim was some kind of reclusive master. The Lord of the Sword, standing next to the hero, said that there was no smell of a master here because Kim was just a cheater using only his empty head. Kim asked if the Sword Lord would now admit that skill is king in this game. However, the Sword Lord immediately turned away and exclaimed that he would not admit it. Kim looked away and thought that for this ghost, his own strengths were truly more important than skills. Kim turned to the Lord of the Sword and said that before passing the 20th floor he would train the art of the sword, and therefore asked the ghost not to be angry. Kim asked how he could get through everything without learning anything at all since he was hanging out with the Sword Lord. Kim said that he, on the contrary, still had to beg the Lord of the Sword to train him. The ghost was very happy to hear this. He started flying in the air and shouting that Kim would know his true worth. Kim thought that it would be easier to cheer up a ghost than steam turnips. Suddenly Sarbas approached Kim. He bowed his head to Kim and thanked him, saying that they were able to win thanks to Kim. The hero said that they had nothing to thank him for because they all contributed together and that's why they won. Sarbas said that he was worried in vain. Kim asked what Sarbas was talking about. The commander began to tell that a long time ago there lived an oracle. This oracle predicted that one day the army of the Demon King would come, but at the same time, warriors from another world would be summoned, so they should not be afraid. Sarbas admitted he was skeptical. He asked whether people called warriors would risk their lives to save another world. However, Sarbas's expectations were not met. He extended his hand to Kim as a sign of his gratitude. Kim extended his hand in response, simultaneously thinking that although they were from different worlds, the meaning of this gesture was similar. Sarbas said that he was counting on Kim in the future, and Kim replied that he would try. Then the system began generating rewards for clearing. The system reported that the award was given to the conquerors at the top and suddenly began to transfer to Kim, which somewhat surprised him. The system reported that the conquerors at the top were the first to enter the 12th floor. The system began to transfer all players at the top and announced that until the conquerors at the top received their reward, the remaining conquerors could not get to the 12th floor. Before Kim moved, Sarbas asked him to protect their empire. The Sword Lord asked Kim what he would do if Marcus saw him. Kim calmly asked what Marcus could do that would be worse than murder. The Lord of the Sword asked Kim again, because he did not understand what he was talking about. The hero said that he had a countermeasure, so he asked the ghost not to worry about it. And so Kim finally moved. Other players in the top moved after him. They ended up in the Imperial Palace of Ajum. The heretic Inquisitor, as soon as he was transported, exclaimed that Kim was incredible. The heretic Inquisitor approached Kim and said that he had been watching Kim's activities on the 11th floor with great pleasure and had not even thought that an NPC could be used in this way. He asked if the sword Kim used was a reward for clearing the 10th floor. The hero confirmed this. The heretic Inquisitor exclaimed that it was amazing that Kim became the leader on the 11th floor with the help of the 10th floor reward. Kim, putting his hand on the back of his head, began to be modest and say that there was nothing wrong with this. Suddenly they were attacked by Marcus, but the heretic Inquisitor protected Kim. The heretic Inquisitor asked how long ago Marcus retrained as an assassin. However, Marcus was not going to be nice and ordered the heretic Inquisitor to get out of the way. Marcus held out his sword and said that he would kill Kim. The heretic Inquisitor asked if Marcus was really talking about Kim. Marcus confirmed this. He said that if the heretic Inquisitor did not leave, he would cut off his hands. The heretic Inquisitor said that this would be a little unpleasant because his hands are needed in many places, and besides, if Marcus kills the hunter Kim here, then the 5 large guilds will be disgraced. The heretic Inquisitor also asked if Marcus would explain why he was threatening Kim, but Grandfather Marcus replied that he did not have to. The heretic inquisitor exclaimed that this meant that they did not intend to retreat. He then crossed his palms and used the spirit of displacement. From above, Marcus was attacked by the heads of two large guilds. They struck, but Marcus was able to parry their blows with ease. The poisonous snake shouted that Marcus was an elderly monster. Marcus said that the poisonous snake was in no position to talk about old age, because he himself was over 40. However, the poisonous snake exclaimed that life only begins at the age of 40. The heretic inquisitor, standing behind, joyfully exclaimed that the head of the gate of 1,000 faceless ones was indeed old. The holy knight told the poisonous snake to focus on the enemy in front of him because they are at a disadvantage. The poisonous snake was tense. However, the heretic inquisitor smiled happily. The heretic inquisitor extended his hand and said that he was sure that it would not end this way. Then he turned to the countess and, holding out his hand, asked her to give him 10,000 gold pieces. She replied that she would give him 15% interest for 3 months. However, the inquisitor replied that she had misunderstood him because he had not asked to borrow money. She was outraged and asked if the inquisitor was now demanding donations from the entrepreneur. The inquisitor said that it was still dirty money, so he generously asked her to donate the money to the temple. The countess said displeasedly that the robber from the inquisitor was much more insidious than she was, and so the countess withdrew 10,000 gold pieces. Gold coins rained down on them. The inquisitor exclaimed joyfully that he accepted her donation. He put his hands together and began to use his skill. He used the sacred technique Giving Spirit. This is a sacred miracle of enhancing physical strength. The object of the enhancement was the holy knight and the poisonous snake. The inquisitor strengthened them for 300 seconds each. He exclaimed that the gold would take over their hands and then completed the technique. Kim, meanwhile, stood on the sidelines, stunned. The inquisitor said that now the holy knight and the head of the gate of 1,000 faceless ones will change greatly for 300 seconds. He said that even Marcus would have a hard time with the 4 of them. He added that, moreover, the countess's safe was not yet empty. He asked which would come first, the bankruptcy of the countess or the death of Marcus. The countess was unhappy and asked the inquisitor why he was quietly checking her safe. Suddenly a black witch appeared and said that this union was not limited to just the 4 of them. She said that she would also definitely join the battle because Hunter Kim had made a formal agreement with the 5 guilds yesterday. Marcus was tense and asked about the agreement. The Black Witch said that Hunter Kim joined all 5 guilds with rights equal to the heads of the guilds. She said that therefore, if the Holy Sword were to point a weapon at Kim, it would be the same as him pointing it at them. She asked if he really could resist all of them. This was Kim's very countermeasure. Marcus was very angry. Meanwhile, Kim asked the Sword Lord if he had forgotten what Kim said on the 11th floor. Kim said that there are 2 ways to confront a strong enemy, or have enough power to single-handedly knock down enemy troops, or lead an army. Kim said that a solo player is powerless against a hunter with an allied army. Kim turned to the Holy Sword and offered to talk. The hero came close to Marcus and said that he was very confused. Kim said he didn't understand why Marcus attacked him. According to Kim, they are meeting for the first time, but so far Kim has sincerely admired Marcus. However, Kim, looking at Marcus, immediately realized that he did not believe. Kim understood that the Holy Sword still mistook Kim for an assassin sent by the Black Dragon. The Lord of the Sword said that for them, Kim is probably suspicious to some extent, especially for his grandfather. In his eyes, Kim is not a hunter who earned everything on his own, but a murderer who snuck in from the big guilds. In other words, to Marcus, Kim is an infiltrator, which is why Marcus is angry. Marcus looked up and grinned and said that whether it was the outside world or Babylon, there was no difference. Marcus began to talk about how not even a day had passed since he entered the tower, when they began to fawn over him if only he would join the guild, but Marcus refused. He asked them if they wanted to know the reason. Marcus pointed his sword at the Black Witch and said that everything was to prove that in this tower you can easily exist independently. He said that unlike the rotten outside world, which is forever constrained by blood relationship, nationality, and origin, here you can be on top of the world, wielding only a sword. Marcus said that you can only succeed with your talents and skills. He exclaimed that he wanted to show everyone such hope. He indignantly asked them what they were doing and then said that they were no better than the rot of the outside world. The Black Witch bared her teeth and said that he judges others without knowing anything. She said that he was the only one so outstanding. That's why he lived alone, but if he had lent a helping hand in advance, many hunters would have been alive. The poisonous snake began to shout that Marcus alone did not come to clear the 5th floor, and the same story happened with the 7th and 9th floors. The poisonous snake was so angry, because if Marcus had cooperated with them, the damage to them would have been halved. The Countess also joined in and said that if he helped with connections outside, there would be much less food problems. Moreover, the Countess said that the current system would also be much more stable. She exclaimed that Marcus was nothing more than an irresponsible little child. The Black Witch furiously exclaimed that since he was number 1, he would show the responsibility corresponding to number 1. However, he only ordered them to shut up. He said that they are already such big children, and everyone is whining. He ordered them to leave and threatened that otherwise he would clear his way with his sword. The Lord of the Sword was happy about this and exclaimed that this was his real disciple. Kim asked if they really wanted to fight here, where there were only 10 people. Kim said that even the 11th floor NPCs agreed and fought together to protect their country. The Black Witch turned around and said that this conversation had nothing to do with him and was more serious than he thought. The hero turned to all of them and said that they were called hunters, so why don't they clear the 12th floor first? Kim told Marcus that they needed to help, even though they were just an NPC. Kim added that their country is under threat of destruction. He said that they are here, as best they can, trying to be warriors called into the Empire. The hero asked if they knew what was special about the rank of warrior, and then he explained that a warrior is a person who can cope with what others cannot cope with. The hero suggested that they concentrate and deal with the remaining scenes. The Holy Knight returned the sword to its sheath and said that Kim was right. She said she doesn't know what Kim did to annoy Marcus, but she does know that now is not the time to fight with each other. She took out something and said that she would donate it so that everything could be clearly seen. The Holy Knight showed them that she has a lie detector skill. She said that as they can see, she has a skill that detects her opponent's lies. The Holy Knight also said without exaggeration that it was with this skill that she rose to the rank of Deputy Chief. She turned to Kim and Marcus and said that if they believed her, then she could provide them with a guarantee of truth or lies and statements here and now. She added that doubt is a poison that consumes a person, and truth is the antidote. Kim thought this was a great opportunity. Kim, thinking that the suspicion that arose from a skill could be extinguished by another skill, raised his hand and said that he was in favor. Marcus turned to her and said that she was the only one here who had not harmed a single person. Lady Holy Knight nodded her head and said that she would assume that they both agreed. She told Marcus that he could ask Kim. She put her honor and the reputation of the vigilante squad on the line, and therefore she would report the results impartially. Marcus pointed to Kim and asked if Kim had killed over 4,000 people. The hero calmly confirmed this. Marcus started screaming that Kim was a real devil. However, Lady Holy Knight said that this was a lie. Marcus was shocked. Lady Holy Knight said that Kim had just answered Marcus' question with yes, and that answer was a lie. In other words, Kim had never killed over 4,000 people. Kim smiled and asked if Marcus had any more questions. Lady Holy Knight said that this was a rather strange question to begin with. She asked whether one person could kill so many people. Marcus pointed to Kim and asked if they had trained this young man into a special class assassin. The hero confirmed that he is a special class assassin. However, Marcus was stunned again because Lady Holy Knight said that this was a lie. Marcus began to shout that he was mistaken about the Holy Knight, because he believed that she would judge honestly. She replied that she had made it clear from the very beginning whether he was ready to believe her or not. Marcus was stunned because the Holy Knight asked if Marcus had now decided to renege on his words. Marcus said that Kim couldn't help but kill at least one person anyway, to which Kim replied that Marcus was right, and Lady Holy Knight confirmed that it was true. However, Kim added that he killed exactly one person. Kim said that murder is murder, of course, but that man deserved it. Kim got angry and exclaimed that that man was the first to try to kill him and that he was an extremely cruel killer. Marcus didn't know what to do because the Lady Holy Knight confirmed that this was all true. The Inquisitor began to laugh and said that this was a pretty good conclusion and it would be good if the assumption about the assassin was true. The Sword Lord, meanwhile, covered his face with his hand in shame and said that he told the old man that he could not rely on skills forever. Kim approached Marcus and said that it seemed like they just had a mutual misunderstanding. The hero took it a step further and said he was glad it was just a simple misunderstanding. Kim came close and asked if he would have already been dead if the guild heads had not protected him. Kim looked at Marcus like crazy and asked if Marcus should apologize to him. Marcus was tense but remained silent. Kim reiterated that Marcus should apologize to him. The Holy Knight said that this was the perfect truth and that Kim's remark was absolutely true. Marcus started to speak, but he was very nervous. Everyone was waiting for what Marcus would say, and Kim wondered what would happen next. Kim thought that even though the Holy Knight is famous for his selflessness, he is still one of the 5 largest guilds. Kim wondered if he would still accuse her of lying. At the same time, Kim imagined that Marcus would blame them all. However, there was another scenario in which Marcus would reveal all the cards of his skill in order to explain himself. In this scenario, he would lose ground a little, but would definitely be justified. Marcus asked Kim about his name. Kim at this time suggested that it was also possible that Marcus would try to kill him to shut him up, like the Summer Spirit did. Marcus began to take out his sword and talk about what he would do if Kim really did not commit brutal murders of innocent people. Kim reflected that often when people are wrong about something, They try to make excuses or become suspicious of others. In choosing his method, the summer spirit demonstrated several times how bad his nature was. Kim realized that now, through his choice, the holy sword itself would determine what kind of person he was. Marcus put the sword back in its sheath and asked permission to do it all over again. Marcus bowed and offered his sincere apology, which shocked Kim. Marcus said that he was wrong, he was frivolous and frivolously misunderstood everything. Because of this, he frivolously almost killed a man. Marcus said that until now he had held a personal belief that he should get rid of people who deserved to die in the blink of an eye, and he killed according to this belief. However, now, according to him, this will never happen again. Kim reflected that Marcus did not press the Holy Knight or make excuses that it was all because of skill. Marcus said that words alone cannot atone for guilt and, as a wish, he will fulfill any wish of Kim. Kim, meanwhile, was thinking that instead of killing Kim, Marcus admitted he was wrong. Marcus said that now he can only put his life on the line and ask Kim to forgive him, a pathetic old man, so that he can live and get to the top of the tower. Kim reflected that Marcus had easily chosen to beg for mercy from an inexperienced hunter. This surprised Kim. The hero looked at the Holy Knight. She nodded to him, letting him know that it was all true. Kim then addressed the Lord Holy Sword. He asked the Holy Sword to teach him the art of the sword, which shocked Marcus. Kim put his hand on the back of his head and said that to be more precise, he asks that Marcus agree to spar in the future. Kim added that he recently had a teacher appear by chance, but, in fact, there is no opponent for sparring. Kim at the same time thought that it was better for him to keep his promise to the Spirit of the Rear and appoint the Holy Sword as his partner, because this would be beneficial and useful for his development. Kim started to ask him to spar, but suddenly interrupted and, apologizing to Marcus, asked to be allowed to start again. Kim said that although he has the right not to ask, but to demand the Holy Sword, for some reason this confuses him. Marcus was surprised. Kim turned away and, throwing his hand on the back of his head, said that it was as if he had suddenly become much taller than Marcus. But Kim was not so outstanding for this, and he was simply glad that the Holy Sword would stop seeing him as an enemy. The Black Witch was also stunned. Kim said he didn't want to pretend to be a big shot and take it all for granted. Kim blushed deeply and asked the Holy Sword to teach him the art of the sword. At the same time, Kim thought that he was about to die of shame. Lady Holy Knight was also stunned. She said that, surprisingly, it was all true. The poisonous snake did not understand Kim and asked if he could really ask for anything, but would not do it simply because it was embarrassing. The Black Witch said that she had not seen people like Hunter Kim for a long time, and this surprised her. The Inquisitor was delighted and said that this was a wonderful sight. The Inquisitor shed tears and exclaimed that forgiveness itself is a real sacred miracle, but he was asked to shut up and grow up. The Countess turned to Marcus and said that since he apologized and everything ended so well, it turns out that they wasted her 10,000 gold on Marcus. Marcus stood with his head down, but suddenly he took Kim by the shoulders and exclaimed that he was so mistaken about such a kind and correct young man. Kim was shocked because Marcus shook his hand and started shaking him with all his might. He took Kim's hand with both hands and, coming close, shouted for Kim to call him Grandpa Marcus. Marcus said that he had a very kind granddaughter left in the outside world, and therefore, if she also entered the tower, he would be happy to bring them together. Kim was confused and replied that he did not need this. Suddenly, Marcus's face darkened and he asked if Kim was not interested in his granddaughter. Kim apologized and said that he was simply not interested in relationships at all. Marcus began to shout that youth is the best time for the spring wind of love and that in a relationship Kim will learn a lot of new things, such as how obscene he is. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Sword began to say that if the grandfather is carried away by something, he is so fanatical that he completely abstracts himself from simple earthly existence. Marcus, holding Kim by the clothes, exclaimed that Kim should not worry, because from now on he will take good care of Kim. The hero was already thinking about killing himself and starting today over again, when suddenly a system notification appeared that he had taken first place in conquering the 11th floor. The system reported that the hero was being given a reward for conquering the 11th floor. Kim turned around in surprise. Since he took first place, he is the first to be given a reward. He thought about the fact that there was very little information about conquering floors 12 through 20 and before rebirth, and wondered what kind of reward this was. The system gave Kim one of two awards to choose from. In front of him stood two creatures, one radiated a pleasant light, and the other stood with a sword in his hands and was completely black. One of them was the patron goddess of the Aegean Empire. She was touched by Kim's devotion, and therefore decided to grant Kim an important role. Now he can become a chancellor, a marshal, and a commander of the Knights of the Empire. With the choice of role, he will receive the abilities and reputation corresponding to it. Kim knew that hunters held roles in the Aegean Empire and adopted the corresponding skills and reputation. And the conquerors who made it to the top in the previous scene are given the right to be the first to choose a special role. The system then showed Kim the special roles he could fill on the 12th floor. Kim looked at this list and thought that before he could only choose something like a guard. he suddenly turned his attention to the Demon King's reward. The Demon King was delighted with Kim's activity and offers him a secret alliance. The Demon King promises to give Kim the same reward as the goddess, but will add one more gift to it. If Kim kills all the other warriors in the top 10, then the Demon King will take advantage of his position and immediately transport Kim to the 99th floor of the tower. Kim silently looked at this award and was shocked. The poisonous snake asked why this kid suddenly fell silent and stared into space. Kim was confused. He wondered if, by killing all these people, he could clear everything up to the 99th floor at once. The system turned to Kim and once again asked him to choose one of 2 awards. Kim was confused, but the Sword Lord said it was a trap. He asked Kim not to fall for this under any circumstances. The hero replied that he knew it was a trap, because the Summer Spirit couldn't help but choose the Demon King's reward. Kim began to say out loud that the Summer Spirit had definitely chosen the Demon King's reward, but then he was messing around on the 40th floor, not the 99th, and therefore the Demon King's reward was a trap. Everyone looked at Kim with confusion. Kim continued to speculate that the Summer Spirit may have initially chosen the side of the Demon King, and once he realized that it was a trap, he was reborn. However, Kim added that it is very tempting. Kim wondered what it would be like to face the boss monster of the 99th floor once and die at his hands. However, the Sword Lord looked at Kim seriously and told him not to even think about it. The Sword Lord said that he reached the 99th floor alone and then fell through. He assured Kim that it was a trap, cruel to the point of disgust. The Lord of the Sword said that Kim, with his skills, would not be able to kill even the 10 best fighters, and even if he succeeded, he would never be able to conquer the 99th floor. Kim asked if the boss of the 99th floor was really that strong. However, the Sword Lord replied that this boss simply did not exist. The Sword Lord said that there is no boss monster on the 99th floor, there is something more inhumane there. While saying this, the Sword Lord covered his face. Then he suddenly turned away from Kim and exclaimed that he had warned Kim. The hero asked what was so scary there. Kim himself was scared because it was the first time he had seen the Lord of the Sword like this. The Sword Lord replied that he hated to admit it, but Kim was doing a good job, and therefore advised him to just continue in the same direction and then he would clear the 99th floor on his own without any problems. Kim looked away and thought. He sadly said that he would not try. The hero added that he would take the safest path, and therefore decided to ignore the rewards and watch how events would develop. The Sword Lord asked why Kim chose to ignore the goddess's reward as well. The hero replied that everything is fine, but sometimes you need to take a step back in order to move 2 steps forward. Then Kim turned around and addressed the hunters and said that the rewards for the 11th floor scene had now appeared in front of him. The Black Witch said that she was just starting to get tired of this wait for the quest. She added that once he chooses an award, then everything will go according to the order of the top. Kim replied that he had already decided. He said he would not accept any reward. Everyone was shocked. The system reported that the scene reward was not selected. The goddess of protection was puzzled by Kim's choice, and the Autumn Rain Demon King laughed quietly. Lady Holy Knight was also puzzled and asked Kim why he did this. Since the Holy Sword is in second place, it is now his turn to choose and he also sees the rewards. Putting his hand to his chin, Marcus said that he understood Kim because he chose the safest option. However, Marcus asked why they had to refuse the reward altogether. Marcus added that he might have nothing to worry about, but if Kim is always so careful, she risks being left with nothing at any moment. Kim thanked Marcus for his concern, but said he had no regrets. Marcus said that for him such a philosophy was too difficult to follow, and therefore he chose the goddess's reward, namely the role of commander of the Knights of the Aegem Empire. Suddenly knights entered the gate and swore allegiance to Marcus. They were surprised. The Inquisitor was the next to see the awards and said that he realized that it was like playing the Mafia. He asked them not to worry because he was going to explain everything to them. Then he touched the ground with his finger and descriptions of rewards appeared. The poisonous snake was surprised by the second reward. The Black Witch was also surprised. The Inquisitor put his hand to his chin and said that they would call the person who chose the goddess a warrior, and the person who chose the Demon King a traitor. He added that there is a significant difference with the Mafia because the chairman's position is much more dangerous than that of the mafioso. He said that 9 people would become warriors, and among them there was even a vice head of the vigilante detachment. The Holy Knight said that this was true and that she could identify the traitor. The Heretic Inquisitor looked at Kim and said that he had gone too far in refusing the reward. He expressed respect for this conclusion and chose the title of Marshal of the Empire. The Poisonous Snake said that choosing a reward would be more profitable in any case, and therefore chose the rank of Guard Commander. Following him, the Holy Knight chose the title of Minister of Foreign Affairs, since it seemed to her the most acceptable. The Black Witch chose the title of Chancellor and asked them to never choose the Demon King, because if no one chooses him, his reward will spontaneously be destroyed. The Countess asked her not to worry and said that she naturally chose the title of Minister of Finance, and now the careful calculation of the awards was completed. The Lord of the Sword asked if Kim was confident in his decision, to which he received an answer from Kim that this was the right decision. Kim thought that in pursuit of prey, sometimes it is better to retreat and let it get away. The system reported that the selection of the top conquerors has been completed. She also said that one person refused the award. However, after this she reported that 8 people accepted the goddess's reward. Everyone was shocked. The system reported that one person had accepted the Demon King's reward. The Black Witch got angry and started shouting that she was telling them to never choose the Demon King's reward. The Heretic Inquisitor smiled and said that this is surprising, because for a traitor this is a very unprofitable game, but someone chose the reward of the Demon King. The poisonous snake was in anticipation and began to feel nostalgic for the atmosphere that was during the clearing of the initial part of the tower. The Countess asked if the poisonous snake spoke of a time when there were not 5, but 10 large guilds. According to her, a lot of people died then and many of them were killed. Then they began to shout to the Holy Knight to interrogate every single one of them at once. The Black Witch said that she, as the owner of the Black Dragon, did not know who dared to betray them, but she would give that person the most painful reward. She asked the Holy Knight to immediately interrogate everyone with his lie detector. Lady Holy Knight decided to start by revealing that she was not a traitor. She then turned to Kim and said that he was above suspicion because he had refused the reward, but she still asked him if he had chosen the Demon King's reward. The hero denied this. Lady Holy Knights confirmed that Kim was telling the truth. She then turned to Marcus and asked if he had chosen the Demon King's reward. Marcus swore on his glory and honor that this was in no way true. Next, the Heretic Inquisitor said that it was not him and he did not want to die at the hands of the head of the Black Dragon. After this, the poisonous snake also said that it was not him. The Countess also said that she did not choose the Demon King's reward. And so the Holy Knight approached the head of the Black Dragon Guild and said that all this was true. She asked if the head of the Black Dragon had chosen the Demon King's reward. However, the Black Witch denied this and the Holy Knight confirmed that it was true. The poisonous snake was shocked and wondered if none of the 10 of them had chosen this reward. The Holy Knight asked them not to be too surprised. According to her, it is likely that the traitor has the skill of hiding the truth, or he may have a split personality. No matter how funny it may sound, everything happens in life. However, Marcus looked at her with hostility and said that she could be a traitor. The Black Witch asked if Marcus really doubted them. The Holy Sword replied that he dared to doubt, and even if the Lady Holy Knight was not a traitor, there was a chance that she lied for the sake of their 5 guilds. Lady Holy Knight said that purely logically such a possibility exists, and she could very well be a traitor. According to her, the most important thing for all of them now is not to lose calm and composure, because they have already overcome so many obstacles. The Heretic Inquisitor called her innocent and added that trust is a beautiful word, but trust takes a long time. He said that it took them 10 years before they began to be called the 5 guilds and began to cooperate. The Inquisitor turned around and said that, in other words, it was difficult for him to trust someone not from the top 5 guilds. All attention turned to the 3 hunters who took 8th to 10th place. The Heretic Inquisitor exclaimed that spending another 10 years developing trust in other hunters was too ineffective. Lady Holy Knight was excited and asked him not to act hastily. However, the Heretic Inquisitor had already begun to use the sacred art. He instructed the poisonous snake to deal with the 10th place. Lady Holy Knight shouted at them not to do this. However, the Inquisitor immediately used movement and killed the hunter. Following him, the poisonous snake also killed the hunter. The system reported that hunters who did not serve the Demon King died. Marcus was furious and pulled out his sword and shouted that they had shown their true nature. Marcus said that nothing has changed even after all these years. Meanwhile, the Heretic Inquisitor attacked the last hunter. Kim was shocked. The system reported that this hunter also did not serve the Demon King. The Heretic Inquisitor turned around calmly and said that it was not them. He said that the situation became more difficult because the Heretic Inquisitor was firmly convinced that this was one of them. The Inquisitor said that it turns out that the criminal is one of them, and therefore the trust that has been built for 10 years has come to an end. Lady Holy Knight began to scream, clearly asking him to calm down, and he was back to his old ways. However, the Inquisitor replied that she was saying strange things and he was calm now. The Inquisitor opened his arms to the sides and said that after calmly thinking it over, he decided that the highest probability was that the criminal was among those 3. According to him, although he made a mistake, fortunately this scene will not be revealed to the press. Meanwhile, Marcus immediately attacked his hand, but suddenly an obstacle appeared in front of him in the form of a poisonous snake. Marcus called the Inquisitor a fanatic and told him to give a signal first before he kills someone. The Inquisitor sat on the floor and looked at his severed hand. He said that the situation was heating up and becoming more difficult, and he would not be able to use sacred art techniques without both hands. The poisonous snake came under the incredible onslaught of Marcus and asked them to help because he was dying here. The Holy Knight entrusted Kim with full powers. She said that he alone did not accept any of the awards, so he alone absolutely cannot be a traitor. She asked Kim to stop the Sword Saint. The heretic Inquisitor, meanwhile, pouring a potion on his hand, said that it would be better to entrust everything to a person who could not possibly be a traitor. Then another one of them entrusted full powers to Kim. The hero was shocked and turned to the Lord of the Sword. Kim asked if he had some kind of talent for winning the hearts of psychopaths. The Lord of the Sword only congratulated Kim on his rise in social status, and then he asked if Kim refused the award because he foresaw all this. Kim said that rancor relationships are never stable, so if a traitor appears, something will definitely happen. Kim knew that giving up was the best option, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Kim decided that he would have to be reborn later anyway. Kim turned to Lady Holy Knight and began asking about the heretic Inquisitor. She said that the heretic Inquisitor had always been like this. She also said that when they first entered the tower, the problem of religion was extremely acute. Everyone was constantly in conflict on the basis of different religions, but then a heretic Inquisitor appeared and simply killed everyone. She said that he basically doesn't know how to solve problems any other way. Kim realized that in reality the religious groups had not come to an agreement, and this was just a cover from the media. The Inquisitor said that he himself realized that he had made a mountain out of a molehill due to an error of judgment. He said that since Kim now has complete power, could he stop the Holy Sword? Kim covered his face with his hand and said that he would talk to him seriously later. Meanwhile, Marcus continued to fight with the heads of large guilds. Kim asked Marcus to listen to him since he was bowing to Kim today. He asked Marcus to stop fighting and talk first. However, Marcus suddenly stopped only when Kim asked Marcus to introduce him to his granddaughter. Marcus landed, and Kim continued to say that if she came to the tower, he wanted to go on a date with her at least once. Marcus said he would never forgive them, and Kim's words wouldn't change that. According to him, all he needs to do is pick up a sword for them to die soon, so it's no big deal. He asked if he could kill them after they identified the traitor. Kim wondered why Marcus was asking him this. Marcus sheathed his sword, surprising the poisonous snake. Kim asked them to calm down and said that he did not know who the traitor was here, and besides, it was possible that they would not be able to figure him out, but this was not the most important thing right now. Kim said that they could overcome this trouble without his capture. Lady Holy Knight said in surprise that the traitor chose the Demon King's reward. Means their lives are at risk. Kim asked them to look at the description of the awards. Kim pointed to one line and said that the Demon King's core was located on the 20th floor. He asked them to forget about capturing and executing the traitor because it was a trap, and perhaps the traitor was now shaking with horror in the depths of his soul. According to Kim, it may be that the system forcibly imposed the role of a traitor on someone, and therefore the priority is to deal with the Demon King first. After all, if he disappears, then his reward will disappear. The system informed Kim that the Autumn Rain Demon King clicked his tongue, but at the same time, the goddess's eyes were sparkling. Kim said that no matter what test the tower comes up with, the solution is always simple. Kim suggested that they rise up and smash the Demon King's core. The system began issuing the quest for the 12th floor. All the NPCs' eyes were focused on the rain. This rain was unusual because it was red. The NPCs were terrified. They suddenly grabbed their heads and began to say that this was a nightmare and the same rain from a nightmare, and therefore it was all over. The poisonous snake was surprised and wondered what had suddenly come over them. He asked if this was all a setup and the NPCs were behaving this way on purpose. However, Kim said that the quest had begun. He began to approach the window. Approaching the window, he broke it. The Autumn Rain Demon King appeared. He called them all pathetic nobodies. He asked if they truly believed that people summoned from another world would become their shields. He said that they can call thousands of warriors and millions of knights as much as they please, but they are just the same little people. Kim opened the map and saw that the castle was surrounded. There were a huge number of enemies. The entire map was strewn with red dots. The Demon King said that they would be consumed by their malice. The heroes saw a quest notice. It said that the Demon King had been weakened and the heroes needed to stop him. Poisonous Snake asked, stunned, if the Demon King was weakened. He asked if it was like the Demon King was weakened. Kim reiterated that he had already said that now is not the time to quarrel with each other. However, the Poisonous Snake began to shout that this quest was intended to fail from the very beginning. Kim asked them to calm down and said that they must cope, because in the tower they do not give impossible quests. Kim pointed to the NPC and said that the Poisonous Snake is the head of the guard of the Aegean Empire, and therefore must lead the guard. Kim said that they would not be able to complete this stage only as hunters, and therefore the guild heads must inspire the NPCs and lead them to the battlefield, treating them like real people. Then Kim said that Marcus is a commander, and therefore he and the Poisonous Snake must unite, because they have received leadership roles and now it is time to do their duty. Afterwards, Kim told the Holy Knight to find the Emperor along with the NPC officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Kim turned to the Heretic Inquisitor, who is a marshal. He said that he does not like hunters like the Inquisitor, which means they will someday encounter him, but now Kim cannot lose the marshal. The Inquisitor laughed and said that he liked Kim more and more. However, Kim ordered him to listen silently as they handed over all powers to him. Kim said that the knights of the fortress wall were terrified of the army in front of them, and therefore the marshal was ordered to personally climb the fortress wall and calm the knights. Kim exclaimed that the marshal should protect the wall at all costs, because if they break through it, the scene will end. The marshal bowed and said that he had never broken a promise since his birth, and so they began to act on Kim's orders. The hero said he would go first. Other hunters were also surprised and said that it was much cooler than the port. Suddenly someone approached Kim. It was a black witch, but she asked Kim to call her the head of the black dragon. He asked her how she ended up here. She replied that she has an instant movement skill that allows her to move to a place that is in her field of vision. The Sword Lord heard this and said that Kim should die from her just once, because instantaneous movement is a very good skill. Kim asked what the head of the Black Dragon Guild was doing here then and why she didn't immediately go to the fortress wall. The Black Witch replied that she had come to take him away. She said that she saw on the 11th floor that he had a sword that affected local NPCs. The head of the Black Dragon added that she doesn't know what it is, but with it you can raise the morale of NPCs, and therefore, the person who the knights now need on the fortress wall is not her, but Kim. She extended her hand to him and asked him to agree. She asked him to clearly say that he would move with her, otherwise she would not be able to move him, because this was the condition of her skill. Kim was surprised, because instantaneous movement is at least an S-class skill, and she also told him information that should be kept secret. The head of the Black Dragon said that he was saying strange things because, according to him, she is the chancellor of this empire. The Black Witch asked how the chancellor could hide something while defending his country. The head of the Black Dragon asked Kim to quickly agree because there was no time. Kim agreed to use the Black Dragon head skill. She grabbed his hand and said there was one more condition. They jumped off the ledge and only then did she use movement. Kim, meanwhile, was thinking about NPCs and the fact that they are no different from living people. He reflected that even if they looked like an optical illusion, their fear was not one. And now the heroes landed after moving. Kim thanked her for bringing him here. However, she surprised Kim by asking him to wait. The head of the Black Dragon said that she could not leave without showing her lewd appearance to the younger ones. She said that she did not become the head of the guild for inaction. The head of the Black Dragon Guild began to appeal to the knights of the Aegean Empire. She shouted at them to stand up. The head of the Black Dragon added that they are mistaken that a simple stone fortress wall alone will protect them, because in fact, what can protect the empire is them. The knights were touched. She shouted at them to stand up and told them that the fortress wall could collapse at any time and their homeland would be destroyed, but as long as they stood, their empire would not fall. The Black Witch shouted at them to stand as long as their hands could hold swords and spears. The Black Witch took Kim by the hand, which held the holy sword, and exclaimed that God was protecting them. Suddenly, the system reported that the goddess of protection was grateful to Kim for his choice. She issued the last authority. Kim suddenly remembers the scene in which Sarbaz kills him. He saw the scene of his enemy being killed. Sarbaz reflected that no one knew why, when or where it came from. But when it appeared, scarlet rain fell. This creature considered all others to be non-entities. Sarbaz thought about what was there. Wherever the raindrops fell, blood soon spilled. This merciless creature despised people because they destroy themselves. Sarbaz recalled that every time another wall was destroyed, the territory subject to humanity gradually narrowed. Sarbaz ordered the soldiers to retreat to where there was no rain. Every time another royal family died, human history was shortened a little. At the same time, the Demon King said that people tell themselves what human fate is, and he calls it the karma of primitive animals. But it kept raining. The knights were terrified, saying that humanity would end. The Demon King wondered why he should restrain himself today and not slaughter another herd of wild creatures. The NPCs were horrified to see the Demon King and begged him to spare them. They called upon the goddess for protection. The chroniclers, saving old feathers, wrote continuously. They silently accepted the fate that would be written by their own hand into a sentence that stated that humanity would be destroyed. Lord of Nightmare, king of all demonic creatures. In these last minutes of his life, the chroniclers gave him a name. They called him the Demon King. Suddenly the rain stopped and the fortress was illuminated by a ray of sun. The knights were delighted and shouted that the empire was blessed. However, Kim understood that, alas, this was not such a great authority. The rain stopped only in the area where the light of the sacred sword reaches. But Kim understood that sometimes you need to be content with little, especially for people who have nothing left but little. Kim began to reflect on the fact that at the very beginning there were not a single NPC in the audience hall due to the fact that all the high-ranking officials had abandoned the empire. Meanwhile, the knights cried and shouted that the goddess had not abandoned them. Kim continued to reflect that this is why the tower was chosen as the stage of the empire, Just as the estate, which became the grave for children, was chosen as the stage of the 10th floor, the Black Witch shouted at the knights to stand up. The knights immediately became inspired and came to their senses. The Black Dragon Guildmaster then breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Kim and asked him what kind of look he had. She asked if he was really so impressed by the Ukrainian woman's speech. She turned away and said that there were a lot of Reds in their country and she couldn't stand communists, but they were excellent speakers. Kim was confused, and the Sword Lord called it a failure and said that she seemed to be trying to make a joke. The head of the Black Dragon then turned around and asked Kim what he was planning to do. The hero confirmed that they first need to hold the fortress wall. Kim thought about the S-class skill of the head of the Black Dragon movement. However, he understood that even if he moved there, it was enough to blink once to find himself surrounded by monsters. He said that first he needed to balance the forces with the Demon King. The hero told the witch that while the NPC warriors hold out, they need to lead the hunters and then they will not be able to push them back. But there is an option that the Demon King will introduce more monsters to forcibly break through the fortress wall. Kim asked her to take him directly to the Demon King in that case. The witch asked him if he was really going to die because it sounded like a suicide mission. Kim reflected that her doubts were natural, but for him, death did not mean defeat. The hero said that he also had a couple of aces up his sleeve and therefore asked her to just trust him. The witch turned around and repeated Kim's words that all hunters have a secret. She wished for Kim that his blade would be sharp enough to pierce this boss. Meanwhile, the Demon King said that the goddess had played a funny game. He added that she had played such a ridiculous game that it could not even be called dying recklessness. The Demon King asked if, by nursing these non-entities, the goddess herself had become like them. The Demon King said that if this was the case, then he too would show his light. The Demon King struck with his sword. His blow was so strong that many knights were scattered to the sides. This blow reached the fortress tower and the palace itself. The system notified the heroes that one warrior had died and this warrior did not serve the Demon King. The head of the Black Dragon said in shock that there was an audience hall. She added that the Holy Sword, the Heretic Inquisitor, and the Poisonous Snake led the troops with them. The Holy Knights, according to Kim's orders, are looking for the Emperor, which means that only the Countess could remain there. Kim realized that she was not a traitor. The Black Witch called her a scoundrel because she died first. Kim said that if the Countess died, then the tower's connection with the outside world is problematic. However, the Black Witch said that they needed to focus on what was in front of their eyes. She said that even if he is the Demon King, he cannot attack like this forever. Kim opened the map and realized that the Demon King's army had changed formation. He wondered if they wanted to break through. Then the hero extended his hand to her and agreed to her proposal to go to the defense of the fallen castle gates. And so they held hands. After a moment they moved. Kim realized that they were on the front line. He understood that here he did not have an allied army that would protect him. The Sword Lord told Kim that it would be great if Kim could hold out for 30 seconds alone. The Sword Lord also said that in order to win this war, Kim must become the hope of the human race, and no matter how many seconds, it is important to demonstrate how he single-handedly holds off these monsters. The Lord of the Sword said that a person who has lived for 30 years will not be called a hero, but at a time when even 30 seconds are important to everyone, the one who gives them those 30 seconds is a hero. Kim drank the enhancement potion and it immediately began to affect him. The Sword Lord asked if Kim remembered that the ghost promised him that he would teach him the art of the sword until the 20th floor. The Mii Lord said it was a little early, but it was time for practice. He began to give Kim commands to step forward with his back foot and step on the entire foot with his front foot. Then he gave the command to look ahead. He said that there are two goblins right in front of Kim. They naturally have poor eyesight, but because of the clouds of dust they have to squint, and therefore the goblins are literally blinded. The Lord of the Sword said that in battle it is not the absolute second that is important, but the relative one. You can win this second by taking away the enemy's sight. Therefore, his second is much faster than the beat of his heart, and Kim's sword will be a little faster than this second. The Sword Master said it was time to become a hero. Kim began to fight the goblins. As one dies, another follows, another dies, and the next dies after him. It is a sword dance that lasts for seconds. The Master of the Sword also indicated that Kim should not just swing the sword, but connect blow with blow. Kim made a blow and then the ghost told Kim, as soon as he aimed the blow down, then immediately send it up. Then, according to the ghost, Kim's attack will be prolonged and connected. The Lord of the Sword also told Kim that fencing is a fight against time, and therefore an inept fighter will not last even a second in a dominant position. One wrong step is the end, but a more experienced warrior will be able to suppress opponents for about 5 seconds. Kim continued to fight, and the Lord of the Sword continued to tell him that you need to make the most of every second and put everything into the battle. Kim saw a big ogre and a question suddenly appeared in his head. Kim attacked the ogre and at the same time wondered why the tower gave an X-level skill to such a worm. The hero reflected that it didn't have to be someone amazing. In his opinion, if this skill had been acquired by someone more or less normal, It would have been much better, but for some reason this skill was acquired by such a psychopath. Kim wondered if the tower was impossible for anyone other than Yusuha to pass through. He wondered whether he really had to be the same if he wanted to get to the top. However, the hero found it funny. Kim decided that he would conquer the 20th floor instead of the summer spirit. At that moment, the ogre swung to hit the hero. Kim also prepared to attack, at the same time thinking that he would reach the 100th floor. The system notified the hero that he deserved even more recognition. Kim defeated this huge ogre and the system informed him that his rank was Naudi. The Sword Lord congratulated Kim and said that it was only 30 seconds. Suddenly Marcus appeared behind Kim. Marcus helped Kim by destroying all the enemies in front of him. Marcus said that Kim was incredible, which shocked the hero. Marcus said his name was Marcus Cullenberry. Kim thought about it happening again. This is the second time that the hunter from the first place in the top tells Kim his name. Completely different names, completely different people, and a completely different Kim. He thought that now, changed, he understands that he can do something that he could not have done the first time. Kim turned around and told Marcus that his name was Kim Kong-ya. Marcus invited Kim to fight together. Kim and Marcus merged and began to fight together. The heretic inquisitor immediately approached and apologized for being late. He said that he could have come a little faster, but leading an army is not an easy task. He put his hand to his chest and thanked Kim, because now they would take advantage of the time he had gained. The Inquisitor ordered them to kill all the monsters bearing their teeth at the Empire. Kim fought and heard nothing. One single thought is beating furiously in his head. He only wanted to go forward. A poisonous snake ran up to Kim and said that Kim was doing well. He also said that he was delayed because he was leading not only the guard, but also a member of the guard. The poisonous snake said that now Kim will know why they are called the Gate of 1,000 Faceless Ones. However, the poisonous snake noticed that Kim was not listening to him because he was immersed and in the flow. He came up and said that his name was Liaofeng. Liaofeng also said that Kim recently saved his life in the audience hall. He decided to provide cover for Kim on the left side and said that those who were on his right hand had never died. The Holy Knight also appeared and asked their forgiveness for being late. She reported that she found the Emperor, but he committed suicide through poisoning. Marcus said that everything was in order and now it was better for them to fight all together than to waste time gathering an army. The Holy Knight agreed with him, but suddenly she saw Kim and was stunned. Marcus told her not to interfere because for this guy now time is like gold and he literally revels in it. The Demon King called them worthless and asked if they were proud just because they gained a grain of time. He added that even their patroness had weakened and there was no longer a god in the empire. He took out his sword and asked them what they hoped for. The Demon King raised his sword above him and said that he wanted to see what they could do. At the same moment they began to shout at the witch to quickly raise the mirrors. She replied that she had let him go once, but the second time he would not get off so easily. The Black Dragon Guildmaster used mirrors. She deflected the blow, but her mirrors shattered. The poisonous snake and the holy sword repelled this blow together. She held their hands and said that she would move them all to the Demon King, but they needed to hold on to her. She then screamed Kim's name. The head of the Black Dragon Guild extended her hand to him and shouted for him to grab it. She screamed at him to grab her hand, otherwise they would leave without him. However, Kim only thought that soon all this would disappear. He began to remember the past and understood that they would all forget what happened. Suddenly the Sword Lord turned to Kim, calling him a partner, and said that it was time to go catch the boss of the mobs. Kim thought that maybe it wouldn't go away even if they didn't remember anything. Kim agreed to go with them. At the same time, he thought that this would not disappear, just like the fact that there was one person killed on the first floor and a soul who died on the 99th. Kim realized that the problem would not be solved by just going back, but he had already become a little stronger, and so the Black Witch used movement. Kim decided that next time he would do a little better. They moved and were right in front of the Demon King's face. He said that they learned that there was a traitor among them, but still desperately trusted each other, tying together the rags that were torn to shreds. He asked if they truly believed that these scraps would become their armor. The Black Witch tried to stop Kim. However, he mentally apologized and thought that they would see each other in the next life. Kim decided to attack the Demon King. The Demon King asked if Kim had come to kill him. However, the hero called the Demon King and said that he had come to die by his hand, and so the Demon King grabbed Kim and killed him in an instant. The system informed him that the conditions for using the skill had been met. The system notified him that it was starting the second round. Kim was dead, so now he could copy the random skill of the Autumn Rain Demon King, but he was also interested in something else along with why the tower gave such power to a person like Yusuha. He wondered why she gave such a chance to such a non-entity like him. Cards began to fly around the hero, and the Lord of the Sword said that he looked at all the skills that were there. Kim turned around and asked him to read these skills. It turned out that among the skills was the Reign of Resentment skill of rank S, which gives the effect that no one will see Kim. However, Kim thought that Yusuha's summer spirit definitely broke the 10th floor stage. Therefore, Kim was interested in the question of whether the tower could regret it. Meanwhile, the Sword Lord told Kim about the second skill, which has a rank. This skill enhances Kim's aura, using his feelings as fuel. The stronger they are, the stronger the aura reaction. But gradually Kim will become dependent on this feeling. Kim put his hand to his chin and thought. He realized that there was a hidden quest on all floors, and in his opinion, the 12th floor is no exception. The Lord of the Sword spoke about the skill of summoning evil spirits. Effect: people killed by Kim return as monsters, but the deceased does not adopt the skills of his past life, nor does he retain his memory. Kim had to choose between the 3 skills that attract him the most. Kim pointed to one of the skills and said he would take that one. The Lord of the Sword did not understand Kim's choice, but the hero replied that this skill should at least be suitable for clearing the 20th floor. The Sword Master said it was up to Kim to decide, but the ghost has no idea what Kim was thinking. Kim took the card and suddenly remembered that he had some other business with the Lord of the Sword. He asked if the Sword Lord knew the daily routine of the Sword Saint. The Lord of the Sword replied that he knew, and also added that Grandfather Marcus was a real old man. That's why he has every day planned out from morning to night. Kim asked the Sword Lord to tell him about the Sword Saint's evening schedule because Kim would need it. And so Kim copied the skill. Kim's return began 24 hours ago. Kim thought that he could even see the Demon King's injury, but he decided to talk about this nightmare a little later. And then Kim again hears the Black Witch asking him if he is really leaving. Kim said that he was leaving because the 11th floor was opening soon and he needed to prepare so as not to be left behind. The Black Witch asked him how he was going to prepare if he didn't even know what he was. Kim thought that there was no problem with the 11th floor, but on the 12th floor the Demon King would be waiting for them. The Black Witch became gloomy and asked him again. She asked if he was really unwell, because he was kind of pale. Kim covered his face with his hand and replied that everything was fine. They were just all so amazing and he still couldn't believe they were all here. Kim suddenly removed his hand from his face and exclaimed that he, in fact, knows what will happen there. Moreover, he even knows the content of the quest. He said that he was given information for clearing the 10th floor. All the guild heads were surprised. The Black Witch asked him if they could hope that Kim wanted to share information with them. Kim crossed his arms and said that he, however, had a condition. He said that they must promise to fulfill any of his requests one day. Kim said that now he cannot say what exactly he needs, but he will not ask for money or someone's life, and if the request seems impossible to them, then they can refuse him. The heretic inquisitor said that this sounded like an extremely advantageous condition, because if they could prepare in advance, then there would be no problems with the clearing. The countess said that she was also in favor. Everyone else agreed too. Kim was happy, because according to his plan, the first stage was completed. Kim told them that from the 11th to the 20th floor is the Aegean Empire. Kim also said that in fact, there was a tutorial up to the 10th floor, which means that from the 11th floor they will begin to participate in large-scale battles. The guild heads began to discuss the need to pass on some information to the guild members. Kim told them about this because he thought that it would be easier to clear the 11th floor. Kim wanted to leave, but suddenly turned to the Holy Knight. He asked her if she would go for a walk with him for a while because he needed advice on something. Lady Holy Knight said that she agreed, but only if the walk did not take too long because she was just about to leave. Kim asked her not to worry, saying that half an hour would be enough for him. The Holy Knight smiled and replied that in that case she would not mind and would consider it a date. The Holy Knights and Kim walked down the street together and heard people around discussing the nameless newcomer. People were surprised that there was not even a drop of information about the conqueror of the 10th floor. Suddenly the Lord of the Sword turned to Kim. The Sword Lord said that someone was coming to Kim. The hero asked the Lord of the Sword to make sure of this. The Lord of the Sword once again confirmed this, but asked Kim not to turn around, because Kim still wouldn't understand, because the old man has the skill of stealth and you really can't see him. Kim asked the Sword Lord to watch how stubbornly the old man followed him. At the same time, Kim was bothered by something that made him feel uneasy in the last round. If he cleared up the misunderstanding of the Sword Saint on the 12th floor, it would be too late. Therefore, Kim decided that it was necessary to do this in advance before going up to the tower. Kim understood that Marcus had extremely bad relations with the heads of the guilds, and therefore, if he pointed a sword at Kim, he would automatically challenge them, and in addition to that, there would also be a traitor there. Kim understood that all this would quickly lead to failure. Lady Holy Knights asked Kim about where they were going. She said that there were only slums ahead. Kim replied that he wanted to show her a shop. However, Kim's real plan was to catch the Sword Saint. The hero deliberately caught his eye, checking the schedule from the spirit of the rear. And, of course, the Holy Sword immediately began to pursue Kim. However, the Holy Knights knew nothing about this because Kim said that they were going to the store. The hero replied that this store is run by an unknown pharmacist, but she has real talent. According to Kim, she only needs to advertise once, and a wave of success will cover her. Lady Holy Knights activated the lie detector and asked him if everything Kim just said was true. The hero confirmed this. She said she was just worried and asked if Kim was planning anything suspicious. Kim smiled and replied that it was he who was asking her for a favor and not the other way around, so even if something happened, only he would have the problem. Lady Holy Knight realized that Kim was telling the truth and apologized to him, adding that she was often told that she was too paranoid. They entered the store and were met there by an alchemy master. Kim asked if she was still working. The alchemy master replied that working hours were over, but she needed to be ready for visitors at any hour, and Kim was her regular and most beloved client. She tilted her head and asked about who it was that came with Kim. However, she was horrified when Kim replied that it was the deputy head of the vigilante squad. The alchemy master was shocked and started shouting that this was a very important person. Kim thought that for ordinary hunters such a reaction was normal. The alchemy master thought that an inspection had come to her and therefore began to shout that she lived according to her conscience and had never sold drugs or even bad medicine. Lady Holy Knights was in an awkward position. She activated the lie detector again. Everything said is true, but this made the Holy Knights even more stunned. Kim approached the alchemy master and said that this was not why he brought the Holy Knight. Kim pointed to the Holy Knight and said that the pace of trading was completely out of step with the skill level of an alchemy master. He said that he was very sorry that this was happening and therefore wanted to introduce them. Kim asked the alchemy master to give the Holy Knight a sample of the potion, because they could enter into a contract if she liked the effect of the medicine. Kim said that if vigilantes were added to her clientele, she would definitely feel better. The alchemy master took Kim by the hand and with tears in her eyes exclaimed that he was just an angel. She said that he helped her when her store was almost sold and made a large order, and now he also helps with connections. She asked him how she could repay her. At that moment, someone else entered the store. Kim noticed this immediately. It turned out to be Marcus. He asked everyone to leave the room except Kim. He looked at Kim calmly and said that one old man really needed to talk quietly with Kim face to face. Lady Holy Knight asked him what he was doing in such a place. However, he replied that she was so young and she already had hearing problems. Marcus repeated once again to get them out of the way because he had business with Kim. Lady Holy Knight asked him about what kind of conversation he could have with Hunter Kim. Marcus repeated for the third time to tell her to get away. However, Lady Holy Knight continued to stand and said that even though he repeats it 30 times, it is impossible, it is impossible. She said that with age, Marcus seemed to have ceased to understand even such common truths. The Holy Knight said that Hunter Kim had officially joined the top 5 guilds, and therefore attacking him was tantamount to declaring war on them. Marcus was annoyed and bared his teeth. Marcus said that the guilds are indeed involved in this, which means Kim is an infiltrator. Marcus reached for his sword, and the Lady Holy Knight said that she understood less and less what they were talking about. Lady Holy Knight also took the hilt of the sword and said that she knows that from time to time Marcus organizes hunts for people. According to her, the vigilante squad did not react because they decided not to pry into his personal affairs. However, it's a completely different matter when he brazenly does this right in front of her. Marcus asked if she was sure she could stop him. However, Lady Holy Knight, sensibly assessing her strength, said that she was not sure of this, but she would fight him with all her might and die. And the moment she dies, Marcus will be reduced to a lowly murderer who killed an innocent man. She told Marcus not to hold back if he wanted to spend the rest of his days branded as a killer. Kim thought that this was the weak point of the Holy Sword that he had learned in the last round. The hero remembered how Marcus trusted the Holy Knight because she did not harm a single person. Kim understood that the Holy Sword was weak to innocent people. That's why Kim took with him, perhaps, the only pure person from the guild leadership. According to Marcus's rigid moral principles, a Holy Knight with 0 kills is a true saint, as does one other person. Suddenly, the Master of Alchemy blocked Kim with herself and said that this young man was her benefactor. She also exclaimed that even though the old man is a respected sword saint, she cannot allow him to touch her client. Marcus calmed down a little and there was no longer so much hostility in his gaze. The alchemy master asked the sword saint to leave her shop. Kim understood that such people could not compare with the Holy Sword in strength, but only such saints could stop him. The Holy Knight said that if Marcus wanted to fall into the sewer, then she would gladly facilitate this. Marcus removed his hand from the hilt of his sword. He turned around and left, saying that not today. Everything went according to Kim's plan and he fulfilled the condition of the second point. The condition was to create an opportunity to exchange at least a few words with the Holy Sword before he tried to kill Kim. Suddenly, following Marcus, Kim began shouting that tomorrow at noon he would be waiting for Marcus in the wasteland in the north of the city. Kim shouted for Marcus to come if he wanted to find out what kind of person Kim was. Marcus just turned around silently. However, then he continued to leave further, and the Lady Holy Knight said that they were carried away, that the meeting with the murderer was not on a moonlit night. Kim asked if Marcus was famous as a murderer. Lady Holy Knight denied this, but said that at least the top 5 guilds knew about it. Lady Holy Night said that Marcus's daughter and son-in-law died at the hands of a killer while he was still living in the outside world. This old man basically doesn't talk about himself, so she herself doesn't know the details. Kim was upset. The Holy Knight said that maybe that's why Marcus has a short conversation with the killers, but there is no evidence, so these are just conclusions from observations from the outside. The Lord of the Sword said that this was true because his grandfather once told him that his grandson and granddaughter miraculously survived. Kim asked the ghost why he didn't tell earlier, but the ghost replied that Kim didn't ask. Lady Holy Night said that she understands the Sword Saint to some extent, because sometimes even she is tempted to preemptively kill someone who is worthy of death. The Holy Knight turned around and said that the heads of the 5 guilds know each other's stories, and since Kim became their companion, he, too, will gradually become familiar, but there are places in these stories that smell foul. Suddenly she shook her head and said that they had completely gone off topic. Lady Holy Night smiled and asked how much potion there was, but warned that the squad of vigilantes was always short of funds, so they would not be able to bear the high price. The next day arrived, with about 3 minutes left until the countdown ended. Everyone was waiting for the countdown to complete. The atmosphere reminded Kim a lot of the last round, except for one thing. Kim looked through the news. The atmosphere was a little different as Kim made an appointment with Marcus this round. Marcus asked if Kim thought Marcus wouldn't hurt him alone. According to him, this is logical. It would be strange if the guy who killed so many people was not confident in himself. Kim was very nervous. The Sword Lord asked if Kim was okay. The hero, squeezing his sweatshirt, said that he was fine, he just had a slight pang in his heart. Kim decided to tell Marcus something important. He said that he knows why Marcus wants to kill him. Marcus said that Kim really has a bad conscience that keeps him from sleeping and he himself knows his sin. Kim said it was because of the detective eye skill. Marcus was surprised and asked how Kim found out. The hero asked Marcus to believe what Kim was about to say. At the same time, the hero wondered how difficult it is to gain a person's trust. He understood that each person has his own truth, and in the case of the Holy Sword, this is a skill. The old man in front of Kim lived his truth, so this truth is literally his whole life. And convincing the Sword Saint to renounce the life that he had until now is incredibly difficult. But for Kim it is enough to put his life on the line in response. Marcus was surprised because Kim said that he was a fortune teller. The hero put his hand to his heart and said that he has the skill of prediction, and thanks to this skill he knows that Marcus has the vigilance of a detective. Kim said that next Marcus would try to kill Kim and he would ask why he had to die. Then Marcus will say that his skill shows the number 4093 above Kim's head. Marcus put his hand behind his back and asked Kim to guess. He asked Kim to guess how many fingers he was currently showing with his left hand, and said that if Kim was a fortune teller, then it would be easy. The hero was annoyed and thought that he knew that everything would come to something like this. Marcus began to talk about what would happen if Kim didn't guess correctly, but Kim was already holding the dagger in his hands. Marcus was shocked. Marcus never expected Kim to kill himself. And so the hero lived the day again and found himself in the same place. Marcus put his hand behind his back and asked Kim to guess. However, Kim, without allowing him to finish, said that now Marcus was hiding his left hand behind his back and wanted to order Kim to guess how many fingers Marcus was showing. Kim also shocked Marcus by saying that he believed that if Kim was a fortune teller, then it would not be difficult for him to find out. Kim once again asked Marcus to trust him. The hero added that killing him here and now is as easy as shelling pears, but without him it will be impossible to safely clear the 12th floor stage. However, Marcus pointed to Kim and said that this was not enough because Kim may not have foresight, but insight or mind reading. Kim thought about how he assumed that once would not be enough. He killed himself again and went back 24 hours ago. However, Marcus still doubted Kim and ordered him to prove that he had no other tricks. Kim understood that convincing even one person was difficult. The hero killed himself again and lived the day. He told Marcus that he could not die here because there would be countless victims on the 12th floor stage. Kim understood that it was especially difficult to convince one person if that person was an old man who had reached the very top of a certain hierarchy. The hero lived the day again and returned to the same events. He continued to convince Marcus, at the same time thinking that everything is fine. Kim decided that since Marcus needed to test Kim so much, he would do it as many times as he wanted. Even if it took Kim a week or half a month, he was determined to make Marcus believe. And so Kim lived the day again and again found himself in front of Marcus. Kim said that he is not saying that he is innocent and is not asking not to be touched forever. Kim said that he needed the Holy Sword to remain untouched for the next 5 days. He said that Marcus can pursue him, can follow him. After this time, Marcus himself will decide whether Kim deserves to die or not. Marcus replied that he still didn't believe Kim. The hero decided that it was time for the final blow. He told the Sword Saint that in the distant future, Marcus would say a few words to him and inform him that if Kim said them, he would believe that Kim was actually a fortune teller. Meanwhile, the system recording began to play. Kim said about the Lord of the Sword. Marcus was shocked. The Sword Lord himself was also stunned. The hero said that he himself did not know whose nickname it was, but Marcus said that that was enough. Marcus asked if Kim needed 5 days. Marcus agreed, but he would be following Kim around for the next 5 days. Marcus said that he would look at everything without exception, including movements, words, behavior, and habits. Marcus said that based on his observations, he would understand whether Kim approached him because he was truly a fortune teller or because he truly deserved to die. Kim replied that this suited him well and that was enough. The hero bowed and thanked Marcus. As a result, Kim has an agreement with the heads of the guilds, and also that the Holy Sword would not try to kill him as soon as it saw him, that he trusts Kim at least for a while. Kim was glad, because all the conditions were tailored to prevent unnecessary casualties on the 12th floor. The hero happily said that he and the Holy Sword would see each other in the next scene, and so they moved to the 11th floor. Kim was transported to the battlefield. The hunters were shocked again. Again they were shown the purpose of the task. Kim thought that so far everything was exactly the same as in the last round. But there is something new. At that moment, the Black Witch screamed to all the hunters. She exclaimed that from now on, the Black Dragon takes the lead in this war. She ordered the Thousand Faceless Gate Guild and the Vigilantes to break through on the left side. She ordered the Pantheon and the Merchant Alliance to break through on the right, and the Black Dragon would break through in the center. She exclaimed that they should save their complaints against the command until the end of the battle, and so the hunters rushed to attack. The Poisonous Snake exclaimed that he would personally strangle the one who died before him. The heads of the guilds entered the battle, simultaneously making jokes about this topic. Sarbaz watched this from the side in surprise. He began shouting to his army that warriors from another world were suppressing the monsters without hindrance. He ordered his knights to also help and led them with him. The knights also entered the battle, shouting that the goddess had not left them. Meanwhile, the Sword Lord asked if Kim was okay. He said that at this rate Kim would remain in the shadows, but Kim reacted calmly. The Lord of the Sword said that Kim, after all, loves other people's attention more than anyone, and therefore the logical question is whether this way Kim will not lose the same importance that she had in the previous round. Kim only replied that this happens. According to him, this does not upset him at all. The Lord of the Sword grinned and asked if Kim had really grown up. Marcus stood behind Kim, but Kim, not noticing him, said that he simply had to be responsible. Suddenly Kim noticed Marcus and turned around in fear. Kim asked Marcus what he was doing, but the Sword Saint briefly replied that he was watching him. Marcus reminded Kim that he said he would watch Kim for 5 days and then decide whether to kill him or not. The hero asked in horror if Marcus really planned to monitor him around the clock. Marcus confirmed this. Kim asked if the old man shouldn't also catch monsters since the reward would be given for his contribution to this battle. At the same moment, Marcus, without turning around, cut off the heads of several goblins. He said he'll use the sword sometimes so Kim doesn't have to worry. Kim was tense and went further where he was going. The hero wanted to approach the Black Witch, but her subordinates stopped him, asking what he needed from the head. The Black Witch turned around and saw Kim and the Sword Saint. She asked them to keep it to 30 seconds because she was currently busy with command. Kim said that he had a reward for clearing the 10th floor. However, the Black Witch still did not pay much attention to him. Kim suddenly took out a minimap and said that he could see the entire battlefield, as well as the location of enemy and allied armies. She turned around, stunned, and asked if it was true. The hero responded by asking her what was the point of lying to him. She took his hand and, angry, asked why he only now approached her. She immediately ordered him to tell him where the boss monster was. Kim pointed his finger and said that the boss is surrounded by monsters and is hard to see, but on the map he is somewhere there. The Black Witch decided to use instant movement and therefore ordered Kim to agree to use the skill. Kim agreed and the Black Witch began to use the skill. Kim reflected that she shows her true self when she loses her composure. The heroes moved and found themselves above the crowd of monsters. She asked him where they needed to move next, but Kim was not at a loss and immediately pointed to a silhouette in the distance. This time they moved and ended up directly above the boss monster. While they were falling, the Black Witch asked if Kim knew how to wield a sword. The hero replied that he definitely had enough strength to fight this monster. She pushed him straight towards the monster and Kim, in turn, was ready to attack. The hero swung his sword and landed on the ground, cutting the monster in half. The small monsters were shocked. Kim turned around and asked if they could also be cut in half. The monsters began to run away in fear. However, the hunters were not going to let them go and ran after them. A joyful cry from the Black Witch was heard. She praised Kima and said that not even an hour had passed and the stage had already been cleared. She asked what could be better since not even 30 hunters died. Kim was shocked. He wondered if last round she had always had a stony expression on her face because so many hunters had died in the beginning. He realized that now she was so happy about minimal losses. The hero was surprised because she was unexpectedly simple and there was such a direct connection between her mood and the number of victims. Kim asked her to calm down a little because she was too excited. The Black Witch was so happy that she praised Kim again. She happily said that during the clearing of the tower there was not a single conquest in which there were so few casualties, and therefore Kim can be proud of herself. Kim was pleasantly surprised because the Black Witch said that it was great happiness that the new hero was a person like Kim. She extended her hand to him and said that from today all the tower media would flock to Kim. Kim shook her hand, at the same time thinking that attracting the attention of many ordinary people and being accepted as a hero, of course, pleases, but all this is not enough for these people to recognize him. Kim reflected on how they always give their best, even if not all their efforts pay off. It is no exaggeration to say that they are trying their best. And the Holy Sword and the head of the Black Dragon, in addition to a huge number of other, in fact, no less zealous people. Kim decided that he wanted to live being recognized by such people. Kim smiled and shook hands with the head of the Black Dragon and thought that he wanted to protect these people. Meanwhile, the counting of contributions to the cleanup began. Kim simultaneously thought that he did not want to be deceived by some demon king and did not want, like a summer spirit, to ridicule and insult truly diligent people. Kim just wants to sincerely acknowledge them and be accepted by them. Kim decided he wanted to gain their respect. Meanwhile, the Sword Lord smiled and called Kim names. He said Kim turned out to be a boy worth keeping an eye on. The hero, standing against the backdrop of the system panel, thought that in an ever-changing world, he also decided to change a little. He noticed the top and realized that the order was not the same as in the last round. The Black Witch said that with such a spirit you can clear everything in an instant, up to the 20th floor. The Black Witch said that she assumed that they would lose at least 5,000 people, but they had an incredibly successful start. However, Kim thought with annoyance that if nothing was changed, they would suffer huge losses on the 12th floor. Kim understood that the loss of the only specialist capable of conducting trade relations with the outside world would be especially painful. Kim thought that at this rate they would lose not 5,000, but 50 if not all 500,000 people. Kim was finally transported to the 12th floor as well. Kim decided that he should therefore take on the main role. Everyone had already been transported and the head of the Black Dragon said that she did not expect that they would end up in such a place. The heretic Inquisitor moved and said that Kim was incredible. He approached Kim and asked if he knew the location of the boss from the reward for clearing the previous scene. However, Kim did not answer his question and only asked him to stop. The hero said that first he had to tell the guild head something. Everyone began to listen to Kim, and the Holy Sword stood aside and silently watched. Kim was happy because now the Holy Sword was not attacking him. Kim asked if they remembered the conversation yesterday when they promised to fulfill his request. The heretic Inquisitor raised his hand and replied that of course he remembered. He asked them to fulfill this request now. Kim told them not to do anything for the next 5 days and to stay here. Kim said that in these 5 days he would clear everything up to the 20th floor. The Black Witch was surprised because Kim was going to do this in 5 days. She said that if this was a joke, then Kim should stop because it was not funny at all. The hero said that they heard everything correctly and this is not a joke. Everyone was shocked. The head of the Black Dragon said that it was impossible. She also said that he knows that clearing the 10th floor alone took them many years. Sure, they had just conquered the 11th floor in less than an hour, but according to the head of the Black Dragon, Kim was overconfident and simply too excited. The hero bowed and asked them again. He said that he cleared the 10th floor, of course, primarily for himself. However, he shared the rewards and achievements received for conquering the 10th floor with them. Kim said everyone benefited from the information, not just him. Kim said he had every right to make the request. The hero asked for only 5 days and said that regardless of whether he had time to clear everything up to the 20th floor for them or not, he just wanted them to wait this period. That's all Kim asked for. Meanwhile, the system began to issue rewards for conquering the 11th floor. Behind Kim appeared information about 2 awards. Jiro turned around and calmly looked at the panel. The hero wondered if the Demon King was acting more quickly because now they were not fighting. The hero, meanwhile, was waiting for an answer from the heads of the guilds. The Demon King strongly recommended that Kim choose the reward. Kim then looked at the Holy Knight and the other heads. The Demon King hinted to Kim that he could refuse the reward. Suddenly, the heretic Inquisitor exclaimed that he did not see the problem. He said that Hunter Kim shared with them information about the 11th floor, and as payment for this, he asked to fulfill one request, and they agreed, but with the condition that it would not be something impossible. The heretic Inquisitor said that doing nothing for 5 days and just waiting here would not be easy, considering what a fuss the press would create during these 5 days. But, according to him, the request is not impossible, and therefore he is for it. The Black Witch began to object, but the heretic Inquisitor said that an agreement is an agreement. She grabbed her head and also agreed. The poisonous snake also agreed, although he has no idea what Kim was up to. The Countess agrees, because if Kim asks for this, then he probably already has some kind of plan. The Holy Knight also agreed. All the other guild heads agreed, but Marcus still stood aside and watched. Suddenly he said that he had not made any such promises. He said that he and Kim agreed on only one thing, that the Holy Sword will be watching over him for the next 5 days, so he sees no point in fulfilling any more requests. Marcus said that if Kim went to clear the 20th floor, Marcus, according to the agreement, would follow on his heels. Kim replied that everything was fine. At the same time, he was thinking that he planned to defeat the Demon King alone, but with the Holy Sword on his back, he would definitely be more at ease, so he was not going to give up on it. Then Kim asked them to listen. Kim silently turned around and looked at them joyfully. He thanked them for fulfilling his request. When leaving, Kim said that they would see each other in 5 days. Kim opened the gate and walked out. Kim and the Sword Lord were surprised when they saw this. They were surprised that all the NPCs froze, but Kim explained that this was because the quest had not started. Marcus, as they had agreed, continued to pursue Kim. The hero explained to the Sword Lord that no one had yet chosen the role. Now the Empire has neither a Chancellor nor an Admiral. Replacing them with hunters triggers the quest from the 12th to 20th floors because it ties into the quest that was given upon entering the 11th floor scene. Kim began to remember and wondered if the last time on the 12th floor the quest was not given out too late. Kim realized that the quest opened only after analyzing the roles. Heading towards the exit of the fortress, Kim said that if they do not choose a role, the quest will not begin either. According to him, the invasion of the Demon King's army will not begin, and the Empire's army will not resist the invasion. Kim continued to leave the fortress. Kim turned around and asked the Sword Lord what would happen if the Demon King died in this state. The hero opened the minimap and asked again what would happen if the boss died before the quest began. Kim replied that it was elementary. According to him, no one would be able to choose the Demon King's reward. Of course, the traitor won't appear either because he will go out before he gets things done. The Autumn-Rain Demon King began to get angry at Kim, but then he suddenly appeared. The Demon King asked Kim how dare he. The Demon King ordered Kim to adhere to the agreed order of the Goddess of War. He also called Kim an impudent person for coming here without making a choice. However, Kim answered quite calmly that he chose as expected. Kim pulled out his sword and said that this was the best choice. Kim smiled and said that he would kill the Demon King before the start of the quest, and then not a single hunter and not a single Imperial would die, and of course, some kind of traitor would not appear. Kim exclaimed that this would be a happy ending without a single victim. Kim smiled and said that he had not been able to stomach bad endings for a long time, but be that as it may, if there is a chance, Kim would prefer a happy ending. Kim called the Demon King and said that he was interfering with him, and at this rate they would not see a happy ending. The Demon King got angry and asked Kim how he dared to single-handedly interfere with him without even enlisting the help of the Empire. Kim raised his sword up and asked the Demon King about what kind of help there was. Kim said that warriors by nature fight alone. Jumping over the Demon King, Kim reflected that in a frozen world, he made his sword the only hour hand and the endless 5 days began. We then flash forward to see the Demon King's injury. It opened its chapter on a day when it rained. The Demon King slowly crept up to the frog, which was sitting on a stone. He then attacked her and consumed her. The Demon King was too weak back then, and so the frog began to crawl out of it. She clung her hands to the stone, and she managed to break out of it. The frog continued to sit on the stone and croak. At that moment, the Demon King wanted to live more. We flash back to the present and see the Demon King stabbing Kim with his sword. The hero died, but after his death he made a mark on his palm. The Sword Master said that the Demon King's art itself was nothing special. According to him, the Demon King is simply mindlessly pounding with all his might, although, of course, he is already scary for this. Kim said this means you can avoid being hit by knowing the direction. The Sword Lord replied that it was so. Kim died once again, but he continued to draw something on his hand. This is a prison of time. On his next attempt, Kim drank the potion. He began to fight the Demon King under the effect of this potion. However, the Demon King struck Kim with his sword once again. The hero died once again. Drawing something on his hand, he wondered how everything would have turned out if they had gone through the quest as usual. Kim wondered how many people would actually die in the wave-like battle that followed. When a knight dies, at least 20 years that he could have lived disappears. Kim, while continuing to attack the Demon King, thought that the death of 10 people is equal to 200 years, and the death of 100 people is 2,000 years. Kim didn't choose any role to get the same amount of time. Kim died once again and returned 24 hours ago. He thought that in order to win back this time, the body of one must be determined to be banished into eternity. The Lord of the Sword laughed at Kim and called him a weakling, because Kim was sure that he would have the skill to avoid a blow, even knowing the direction. Kim died again. While Kim was fighting, the Sword Lord said that Kim was still not skilled in using aura. According to him, this is the whole problem, because the aura should flow evenly throughout the body. Kim died again. Kim once again found himself in a scene where the Demon King ordered him to adhere to the established order of the warrior goddess. However, Kim did not listen to him and continued the attack and said that today they would also finish with one blow. Kim jumped up and hit the Demon King, but he blocked the attack. Kim said that the warrior was cutting down the Demon King and then died. Kim once again returned to the same scene and again said that the warrior was cutting down the Demon King. He asked what other words were needed here. Kim died again. Returning to the same scene again, Kim began to tease the Demon King and called himself the Sword of the Empire. The Demon King raised his hand and said that Kim should prove it with action. The hero prepared to attack and said that he would prove it. However, he died once again. Kim raised his hand to strike. Now his sword is the only hour hand. For 1 second to pass in this world, he must overcome one barrier. Kim blocked the Demon King's attack. Kim lives only a second of his sword, but with his second this world took another breath. Like a stream that overflowed the banks, burying everything up to the very heavens under the thickness of the water. Kim, at the same time remembering everything that happened, thought that this flow should have started with one drop. Likewise, Kim, even if he has to live forever, he can only live for this second. Each time, Kim continued to draw lines on his hand, but there were so many of them that he reached his brush. In one of the rounds, the head of the Black Dragon praised Kim, because not even an hour had passed, and he had cleared the floor and not even 40 hunters had died. Kim continued to draw lines on his hand. With the next round, the head of the Black Dragon praised Kim, because thanks to him they cleared the floor in less than 50 minutes and lost the lives of no more than 30 hunters. Kim died again and made a mark on his hand again. In the next round, the head of the Black Dragon said that not even 40 minutes had passed and perhaps not even 20 hunters had died. Kim continued to make notes on his hand. In the next round, she said that perhaps even 10 people had not died. During Kim's duel with the Demon King noticed Kim laughing and asked him about it. Kim replied that he was laughing because he was happy. The Demon King asked how a creature that would soon die could be happy. Kim replied that no one could understand him, including the Demon King. The Demon Lord, raising his hand, said that this was very arrogant, but Kim, preparing to attack, said that this was just a statement of facts. And so Kim died once again. However, he did not give up. He had no reason to give up. His sword is faster today than yesterday. Kim knew that tomorrow his sword would be even faster. In the next round, the head of the Black Dragon calmly walked up to Kim and said that she had just checked. She lowered her head and said that no one died. She took Kim's hand and said that she checked everyone, including the Pantheon, and they all said that there were no dead. The head of the Black Dragon, crying and hugging Kim, said that no one died and thanked him again. Kim wanted to live more. Once again, he was transported to the scene where the Demon King asked him how he dared to interfere with him alone. Kim replied that he did this because by nature warriors fight alone. The Demon King attacked him, but Kim managed to jump to the side. Under the next blow, Kim was able to duck. The Demon King, swinging his sword again, said that his shadow was their evil. Kim was determined to block this attack. However, suddenly a mirror appeared, which the Black Witch usually uses. She teleported behind Kim and apologized to him. She said that she had intended to sit quietly in the audience chamber as he had asked, but curiosity had gotten the better of her. She said she wondered what Kim was doing here alone, so she followed him. The head of the Black Dragon asked if Kim was playing a fun game here. Kim turned around and replied that this game is called the Warrior Game. However, the Black Witch said that she would not let him have fun alone and would also join in. Kim asked if she was going to steal the Demon King from Kim when Kim almost defeated him. The Black Witch replied that the prey taken from others was the tastiest in the world. The Demon King began to say something to them. However, Kim interrupted him and said that he was originally going to fight him alone, but then he thought that attacking with a crowd was also quite in the spirit of warriors. The Demon King, angry, asked if they really cherished the hope that such pitiful techniques would help them by chance. He said he would stop being lenient with one sword. The Demon King extended his hand and addressed the evil spirits. He summoned evil spirits and monsters began to appear out of nowhere. The Black Witch was stunned. She said that this is not a level that their strength alone will allow them to reach. The head of the Black Dragon then asked irritably if the Holy Sword wasn't going to help them. Marcus, holding his sword, replied that he planned to watch a little more. According to him, not even 30 seconds had passed, and Kim was already grappling with the dark mucus. The hero replied that he himself wanted to rub for a minute, and then ask for help. The head of the Black Dragon prepared to leave and told them to take her hands, but Kim refused and said that everything was fine. Kim pointed his finger to the sky and also summoned evil spirits. The Demon King was surprised. Kim activated the skill of summoning evil spirits. We then flash forward to see the Demon King's injury. The Demon King grew in size little by little. However, it still wasn't that big. Each time it received a new body, it received new joy, including the joy of bloodshed. Suddenly, the Demon King in the guise of a puma saw a girl. She started running away and screaming at her dad to save her. However, there was no one nearby. The Demon King ate this girl and found her quite tasty. It, as if enchanted, absorbed its prey. When there was nothing left of her, memories of the prey slowly flowed to him. As a result, this creature became a girl. Her father, meanwhile, shouted to the girl. It turned out that her name was Esdal. He looked out from behind the bushes and was very alarmed. He looked at the girl and asked her what was wrong with her clothes. The girl turned to her father, but looked in the other direction. She turned and smiled and said that she seemed to have recovered. This was the first name the Demon King received. Events take us to Kim, who had just activated his skill. Skeletons began to emerge from the dark shadows. Kim asked if the Sword Lord was wondering why Kim chose to summon evil spirits. The Sword Master confirmed this. The hero replied that initially he was also inclined towards a different skill. Kim began to talk out loud about that very technique that enhances the aura. He said it would probably be cool if he could use the Eldritch Ray like the Demon King. But now Kim has a completely different opinion. He revealed a skill card. Kim drew the Sword Lord's attention to the fact that the skill card says about summoning people killed by the owner of the skill. Kim asked the Sword Lord how many people he had personally killed. The Sword Lord replied that Kim had killed 0 people. The Sword Lord said that Kim must have only killed 2 people, namely the Summer Spirit and himself. Kim confirmed this and said that it must be so. Then Kim asked why then the vigilance of the detective of the Holy Sword shows the number of Kim's kills to be over 4,000. He said the method of counting deaths at the tower is different. Kim asked again how the Sword Lord thought about how many deaths there were in Kim's hands. The Sword Lord was suddenly shocked by something. In the hands of one of the skeletons, he saw the same knife that Kim carries. He realized that these were no ordinary skeletons. Kim smiled and said that he really died many times. The Black Witch was surprised and asked if this was Kim's skill. She exclaimed that that was why he cleared the 10th floor alone. The Demon King was also surprised and asked where Kim got such a technique. Kim arrogantly asked that he had no desire to tell. The Demon King shouted that this was unforgivable and unacceptable. He asked the Goddess of Wars how long she would laugh at him. He also said that there was an agreement between them that she would accept all his insult. Kim, meanwhile, turned to the Holy Sword. He asked Marcus to fight the skeletons, because according to him, with Marcus's support they would be invincible. Marcus said that he was reluctant to fight in alliance with the monsters, but they were better than Kim. Then the hero turned to the head of the Black Dragon and asked her to help him, and then the two of them would defeat the Demon King. Kim raised his sword and called upon the evil spirits. He ordered them to show what they do best. He pointed the sword at the Demon King and ordered the skeletons to kill or die. The skeletons began to attack the monsters. However, the large monsters easily scattered the skeletons. Skeletons fell, but they rose again, even though they were missing some parts of their bodies. By uniting, the skeletons could defeat large monsters. The Sword Master was surprised. He said that the nature of these skeletons is similar to Kim's. The Sword Lord said that this is an army of monsters who are not afraid of death. The Demon King was furious and asked Kim how dare he. He called Kim a simple stranger from another world. He also added that Kim is a person who has not taken upon himself any malice, no resentment, no life in this world. The Demon King got angry and asked how Kim dared to interfere with him. The hero pointed the sword at him and asked what difference it made where he came from. Kim said that he is here right now, even if the Demon King doesn't think he has enough rights. Kim told the Demon King not to interfere. At that moment, the system notified Kim that the tower would bestow a nickname on him. The King of Death. This is exactly the nickname the tower gave to Kim. The hero said that the tower confirms his rights. He attacked the Demon King. The tower also paid respect to the king, who subjugated death. We see the story of the Demon King again. It didn't age. Rather, it only became more beautiful day by day. The aroma of his body made people dizzy and intoxicated. They called him Lady Esdal and the Holy Virgin of the Outskirts. People brought children to Esdal after hearing that she could cure any disease. A desperate mother asked Mrs. Esdal to bless her terminally ill child. Esdal asked if she knew the order. She told this unfortunate mother to leave the child here and come back for him at dawn. The unhappy and desperate mother bowed and asked Esdal to take care of her child. And so the mother left. The child and Esdal were left alone. She took the crying child into her arms. She smelled it and said it smelled delicious. The being then added that people are so desperate for love. Esdal told the child that his mother had wrapped him in the best rags she could find. But even wrapped in such rags, he is overwhelmed with life. Esdal said it wouldn't hurt anymore. For the whole world, the miracle that enveloped this man became real happiness. Esdal then ate the child. Consuming the child's flesh and bone filled Esdal with his memories. Esdal said she could imagine how much this child had suffered. She said that she understood everything and that everything was fine now. Esdal pointed and told him to live a little longer. Then she touched the black substance. A child began to emerge from this dark substance. However, Esdal once again called him a non-entity. When the mother came for her child, she was happy, and Esdal said that now the baby was healthier and he would not even have minor ailments. She asked that this woman love her child just as she had loved so far. The mother bowed to Esdal and thanked her. Gradually a large group gathered around her and they worshipped her, a man who works miracles and saves the sick. People cried and thanked her for letting them go. There were also those who thanked her for the fact that thanks to her they could look forward again. They called Esdal the true savior. We see how some people were discussing another mass escape of peasants who united under the sign of the Holy Salvation. People also called Esdal the one who will save all those who suffer. Many knights gathered. Their commander-in-chief asked if the knights were going to continue to indifferently watch the spread of heresy. He exclaimed that they should have no pity for the witch's followers. They went there with torches in order to burn the witch's nest, and then everything started to burn. People screamed in horror and called out to Esdal. Esdal saw the knights killing all the people. The knights were convinced that all these people were damned monsters. Esdal was shocked. She started screaming with anger and resentment. She shouted that these were creatures that did not consider people to be people. The Demon King exclaimed that they would be consumed by their malice. And now we are transported to the battlefield. Kim dodged the Demon King's attack. He shouted to his comrades that everything was okay. The hero saw that the Demon King was about to strike again. However, he did not know whether the Demon King would strike from the left or from the right. The Demon King struck and killed Kim. The hero realized that the blow was from the left. He went back 24 hours again. Kim thought about how the reincarnation winding clock stated that the user retains memories and abilities during rebirth. Kim continued to fight the Demon King, but was once again defeated. Skills were also included in the retained abilities. Both the fact that the spirit of the rear shares with Kim the memories of rebirth, and the features of the skills are preserved as they were at death, including rollback time. The system notified Kim that there were 6 days left before summoning spirits could be used again. The hero fought the Demon King once more, but he died again. Days passed. Kim relived this day again and again. The head of the Black Dragon also continued to come to his aid in every round. The Demon King continued to use his summoning skill. Kim fought against monsters. Time after time, Kim died and lived the day again. At the moment, there are 4 days left until the reuse of summoning spirits. This time, Kim died from the Demon King's blow. In the next round, monsters attacked Kim and he died again. There are 23 hours left before summoning spirits can be used again. The Demon King prepared to attack Kim. The head of the Black Dragon was alarmed because she thought that Kim would die, but he dodged the attack of the Demon King and said that everything was fine. The Demon King asked if Kim really had the gift of foresight after all. The hero replied that he had something like that. At this moment, the system reported that Kim could again use the Call of Spirits. The hero activated the skill and summoned the spirits, which surprised the Demon King. Kim crouched down to jump high into the air. He jumped towards the Demon King and swung his sword. Kim hit him, but the Demon King blocked the attack. The Sword Lord said that this is an evil dude, but very profitable. He asked Kim to test later to see if he could make a second call. However, the hero was immersed in battle and offered to talk later. The Sword Lord said that he thought that the first summoning could be cancelled and the subsequent one could be counted. He exclaimed that it might happen that the repeated call would actually count and Kim would be promoted from zombie to king of zombies. Kim was tense and asked the Sword Lord to stop talking because he couldn't concentrate. However, Kim suddenly died. He went back 24 hours. Kim grabbed his head and started shouting in irritation that because of the ghost he had to repeat the week again. However, the ghost replied that it was because Kim was a weakling and it was in no way the ghost's fault. The system notified Kim that there were almost 7 days left before summoning spirits could be used again. Kim swore that someday he would definitely finish off the Lord of the Sword. However, the ghost began to tease him by saying that you cannot kill someone who has already died. The Sword Lord told Kim to quickly defeat the Demon King since he was so angry. The ghost also said that he climbed the 20th floor alone, even without a cheat skill. Kim shouted to the head of the Black Dragon that the next blow would be from the right. She shouted that she understood and then began to prepare to attack. The Black Witch used her mirrors. She concentrated the energy and then shot at the Demon King. It hit the Demon King's torso and tore it into pieces. Kim rejoiced and called her Madam and said that she had hit the bullseye. She indignantly asked him about who he called Madam because she was still young. However, Kim replied that he knew it was all the potion's work. The Demon King had recovered in the meantime. Kim realized that the next blow was coming and shouted to the head of the Black Dragon that the next blow would be from the left. He also shouted to the Sword Saint to protect himself from the blow. Kim told the head of the Black Dragon to then dodge the attack from the left, and if there was no one there, then a general attack would begin. The Black Witch rushed to attack again. She surrounded the Demon King with her mirrors. Shooting at the Demon King from all the mirrors at once, she was again able to tear his torso into pieces. Suddenly, skin appeared from under the black substance. Kim saw this and was shocked. They received a notification that the Autumn Rain Demon King was deciding to retreat. The heroes were surprised. The Autumn Rain Demon King retreated to the 13th floor. They were outraged because they had never seen the boss run away. However, the Demon King, leaving, said that they should not deceive themselves because he would return. And now only one drop remained of the Demon King. Kim wondered why he was doing all this. Kim covered his face with his hand in frustration. Behind Kim appeared a notice that the tower accepted Kim's choice. The tower then began giving Kim a hidden quest and revealed the 12th floor quest to him. One by one, all the quests from the 13th to 19th floors were open to Kim. Kim was surprised that the quests were able to open. The system called Kim a hero and also said that the Demon King had escaped, but Kim could pursue him as much as he wanted. The system asked Kim if he accepted the quest. The hero happily agreed, and so the hidden quest called Warrior of the Frozen World was activated. The system began searching for the Demon King on the 12th floor, but did not find him there and continued tracking the Demon King. Marcus, Kim and the head of the Black Dragon watched this. The head of the Black Dragon was surprised. She asked Kim what it was, but the hero replied that it was his first time too. The Sword Lord also saw this for the first time. Kim was stunned. Kim turned to the head of the Black Dragon and drew her attention to the gate. He said that there were significantly fewer banners on the fortress wall. The head of the Black Dragon said that he was indeed right. She took his hand and told him there was something he needed to check. They moved to the fortress wall. They expected to see a frozen city. However, all the inhabitants came to life and were able to move. Kim said this is a change in history. The hero realized that history had been rewritten. Kim said that the Ajum Empire was originally supposed to be occupied by the Demon King. Whether they would defeat him or be destroyed if they lost, the invasion was a constant. However, now there was no invasion in this world. Kim was very happy. He understood that no one knew anything yet and could not find out. However, history changed precisely because of Kim. He remembered the beginning of the Red Rain. However, life is now blooming in the same place and the townspeople are enjoying life. The heroes joyfully looked at the city from the fortress tower, but suddenly someone started shouting at them. Sarbaz, accompanied by 2 knights, asked them who they were. He ordered them to descend immediately and asked how they dared to set foot on the fortress tower of the empire. The hero remembered how Sarbaz asked him to help them in their country. Kim recognized him immediately and addressed him by name. However, Sarbaz became even more angry and asked Kim how he knew his name. Kim silently reflected on the fact that the friendly Imperial who was originally on the 11th floor was now addressing him as if he were a complete stranger. Kim remembered how Sarbaz asked him to protect their empire before Kim moved to the 12th floor. Kim chuckled. Suddenly he laughed out loud. Sarbaz was confused. The head of the Black Dragon watched in shock as Kim laughed like a madman. The Sword Lord also didn't understand this and looked at Kim with incomprehension. The hero laughed for a while longer, but then began to calm down. Suddenly he raised his head and shouted that he protected. He shouted that he had protected their empire. The knights also looked at Kim with confusion. The hero exclaimed joyfully that he had kept his promise. All the residents began to pay attention to Kim. Kim, meanwhile, thought that he had wasted hundreds of days simply because he did not want to allow even one victim. Hundreds of days later, Kim finally defeated the Demon King. The hero shouted that he was proud of it. He shouted that he had done it. Kim thought that he was a complete waste. He envied others and mocked them. Spent days drinking alcohol. Kim justified his frozen heart with equanimity. He simply gave up on his life. However, today Kim can be proud of himself and this made him very happy. Kim thought that even if the whole world only noticed the Sword Saint and the head of the Black Dragon, for Kim, the most important thing is that he was a worthy person today. The system began counting the participants in the purge, and then displayed 3 conquerors on the screen, the first of which was the King of Death. Sarbaz irritably asked Kim what he was talking about. Suddenly Kim shouted his name again. Kim waved to him and asked Sarbaz to take care of the empire. Kim confused the knights by shouting that it was enough to catch the Demon King, but their empire could still rot here and there. Kim started shouting that they would somehow manage it themselves. The Sword Lord laughed out loud. He shamed Kim, saying that he thought that Kim, like a decent adult, would be sad quietly and Kim would brag loudly. Kim turned around and straightened his hair and said that he was too good today. The Lord of the Sword called Kim names and said that he loves it when Kim doesn't whine. Meanwhile, Kim turned to the head of the Black Dragon and suggested that she quickly head to the 13th floor. She said with a gloomy look that she understood that hunters in the top are never normal. And so she used movement and they ended up next to Marcus. The Holy Sword said that the right to enter first is always given to the first place. The head of the Black Dragon addressed Kim, calling him the King of Death, and said that since he was their representative, he should say the word transfer. Kim was glad to hear this and agreed. They are then transferred to the next floor. As soon as they moved, the system immediately greeted the Death King. They immediately saw the Demon King shouting that they had taken his children away. The Demon King was furious. Marcus said it was a terrifying scream and the first time he had heard such a voice. The head of the Black Dragon wondered why the Demon King shouted so much. Kim prepared for battle. But suddenly the Sword Lord asked what was wrong with the Demon King. The Sword Lord said that the Demon King is weaker than before. Kim turned around in surprise. The Sword Lord, putting his hand to his chin, began to talk about how the Black Witch hit the Demon King hard with aura, and it was probably because of the damage received. However, the Lord understood that the Demon King was not acting this way because he was simply injured. He said the form had dropped. According to the ghost, on the 12th floor, this creature was the great king of SSS rank monsters. The Sword Lord asked if Kim now has the feeling that he is facing such a powerful boss. The Sword Master said that the Demon King was more like something like the Great Goblin King of the 5th floor, which Kim barely defeated while screaming at the top of his lungs. The Lord of the Sword said that this was strange, because the higher up the tower, the stronger the bosses, and therefore the ghost had an assumption that the aura used by the witch had an additional weakening effect. Kim wondered if there was some unexpected change in the scene. The system began calculating the reward for clearing the 12th floor, but reported that the calculation was impossible. She also said that all rewards would be counted when the 19th floor was cleared. Currently, Kim has only been given a simplified award. The patronage of the God of War was strengthened, and the entire map from the 11th to 20th floors was revealed to Kim. Kim wondered in surprise that this was really a world map. Kim turned to Marcus and the Black Witch and exclaimed that he understood. Kim said that he understood why the Demon King was acting this way. He asked the head of the Black Dragon to remember the previous scene. He said that the very story of the Demon King invading the capital had disappeared, and the refugee settlement had also completely disappeared. Kim told them to think about where all the refugees came from. He immediately exclaimed that it was logical that they evacuated the entire continent. But even the refugee settlement in which they gathered had completely disappeared. The head of the Black Dragon said that she understood. She added that not only in the Empire, but throughout the continent, the history of the invasion had changed. Kim said that they had returned to the period before the Demon King had almost completely taken over the continent, and now they are at the moment when this temple was attacked by them. Kim told the Sword Lord that the Demon King's level had decreased. The hero added that every time hunters like them level up, they hear that their existence becomes even more remarkable. Kim said that he immediately understood about raising the level of hunters. However, he was interested in what was the point of this ranting about some kind of existence, because Kim always seemed to think that this was just a pretentious phrase. But maybe the boss also improved by killing a bunch of Imperials and refugees. And now all this massacre and hunting has become nothing, and the progress filled with this farming has also been erased. The system informed Kim that the existence of the Autumn Rain Demon King was fading. The Demon King suddenly started screaming. The heroes immediately decided to attack him and prepared. They were about to light the fire of a counterattack. The Demon King appealed to the evil spirits and thousands of demons. He called these monsters his children, and he ordered his children to kill their enemies. The Black Witch said she always hated zombie movies. While Kim was fighting, he invited the Sword Lord to make a bet. Kim asked the Sword Lord how many times he would die while he fought his way to the 19th floor. The Sword Master bet that Kim would die less than 100 times. Kim said that he then bets that he will die less than 99 times. The Lord of the Sword said that he wanted to see how Kim would kill his fellow zombies. He also added that since this is a dispute, he will not help Kim. The hero happily agreed to this, and so Kim died. He asked the head of the Black Dragon about how they should handle such a number. The head of the Black Dragon exclaimed that she was already giving it her all, so she asked him if he could attack them with his skill. Kim replied that his skill is now on cooldown and he will only be able to use it after 3 coins. When asked what this means, Kim replied that it is such a special thing. He then asked the Holy Sword to pierce the huge roof, resembling a sarcophagus, because Kim wanted to check something. Marcus asked him what Kim was going to check. The hero promised to explain later and reminded that he is a predictor. However, Marcus still looked at him incredulously, but Marcus still fulfilled Kim's request, but Kim died in this round. In the next round, Kim told Marcus that that sarcophagus was a secret passage and that a hammer with a special effect on the dead was kept below. He instructed Marcus to go there with the head of the Black Dragon and use this hammer. However, Marcus replied that his only way was to go through life with one sword. Kim continued to try to convince him that this hammer has an area impact effect, and for this, Marcus just needs to cast an aura and hit the ground and then all the dead will die. Marcus asked Kim how he knew this. Kim got angry and, distracted from the battle, shouted that he was a fortune teller. At that moment the dead man killed him. In the next round, Marcus nevertheless took the hammer and fulfilled Kim's request, thanks to which they were successfully able to defeat the army of the dead. Kim wanted to say that only the Demon King remained, but suddenly he saw a huge monster. Kim said he couldn't figure out if it was a giant or a zombie, or even a zombie giant. The hero then suggested that perhaps this was the body of the sacred Cyclops who protected the temple, but apparently he fell under the influence of the Demon King and became his servant. Kim asked them to leave this giant to him, but he died immediately. In the next round, Marcus asked them to leave this giant to him. However, Kim disagreed and instructed Marcus to continue holding off the remaining zombies with area attacks. Marcus wanted to object, saying that this giant was created to test his sword, but Kim again repeated that he was a soothsayer. He ordered the head of the black dragon to hit this zombie cyclops in the eye with a beam. The Black Witch joyfully exclaimed that she just wanted to shoot him, but suddenly it turned out that the cyclops could shoot a beam from his eyes and Kim died. In the next round, Kim immediately used the spirit summoning skill. The Black Witch was surprised because she thought that he had a cooldown on this skill. Kim ordered them both to attack the cyclops, but also made one request. The hero asked them not to hit the cyclops in the eye. The head of the black dragon was outraged and asked him about it. Kim said that then trouble will happen. The Black Witch objected because she really wanted to shoot in that eye. Kim said he understands how much of a target this is, but this cannot be done. Marcus told the witch to listen to his friend because this friend claims that he is a fortune teller. The Black Witch was upset. She turned around and said she would try her best not to hit him in the eye, and so she attacked the cyclops. The 14th floor demon king retreated to the 14th floor. Suddenly everything began to blossom. Children ran joyfully around the square. Kim looked at the mountain and saw that the cyclops had returned to normal and continued to protect the temple. They held hands and decided to move on. They moved and found themselves somewhere in the forest. The Autumn Rain Demon King decided to retreat to the 15th floor. The heroes fought him there too. The Autumn Rain Demon King decided to retreat to the 16th floor. However, even there the heroes fought with him. Then he retreated to the 17th floor. The story gradually unraveled. The Demon King retreated to the 19th floor. The existence of the Autumn Rain Demon King is fading. The heroes found themselves on the 19th floor and saw the Demon King. The Demon King was very weak and started whining about how things could have been different if it weren't for Kim. The Demon King said that this would not have happened if it weren't for Kim. The heroes stood in front of the tiny Demon King. Kim, grabbing the hilt of the sword, said that now his eyes are at least a little visible. The Demon King looked at Kim and asked him again. Kim said that until now he had never been able to look him in the eyes properly. The hero added that it was an absurd omission if the Demon King and the warrior could not even make eye contact. Kim ordered the Demon King to gather all his forces and attack. Kim also asked how much weaker the Demon King would become by escaping this time. He said that the Demon King would have no chance of winning unless he attacked with all his might now. However, the Demon King called Kim a hyena who chewed off pieces of his flesh. Kim immediately called out Esdel's name. Kim repeated one last time for her to attack with all her might. Otherwise, Kim's time will be longer than Esdel's entire story. We flash forward to one of the moments when Kim died. He was given a penalty for using the skill in the form of reproducing the injury of the enemy who killed him. Kim decided it was time to talk about a nightmare. Kim and the Lord of the Sword were transported to a burning village. Kim was shocked. He heard the knights shouting that they needed to kill everyone because they were all monsters who had been corrupted. Esdel watched all this in horror. She just wondered why. She couldn't understand why people were burning people. The knights began to say that they had orders from the emperor. They did all this on the orders of the Forest King. There were also magicians who also received orders. The hero saw memories of knights killing people. Esdel wondered who they were. She couldn't understand who they were to burn people. The village continued to burn. Some residents did not have time to get out of the fire and remained in the burning house with their children. This fire spared no one, neither young nor old. And so, at dawn, when it was all over, Esdel looked around in horror. She walked through the village and saw pieces of charred wood. As she walked, she also met burnt people she once remembered. Taking another step, she saw the corpse of a girl whom she had once been able to cure. Esdel fell to her knees. Sitting on her knees, she began to pronounce the names of all these people. Esdel picked up the ashes that lay behind the ground. Then she started eating it. She ate the ashes along with the dirt. After eating the ashes, she called the knights non-entities. She repeated this again, and meanwhile some black substance began to come out of her eyes. Esdel stood up and said that they were people too. Behind it stretched a long black stripe. She said that they were also born human. The beauty of life is known to them too. She said that they are people and therefore they are also capable of crying. She wondered why they stubbornly called other people monsters. This black substance completely enveloped her and her eyes turned red. She wondered if they were people, but she was destined to be considered only monsters. It began to rain red. Esdel continued to wonder whether in this world they alone have the right to be called people and they need to prove that a person is a person. Resentment rained down. The Demon King's shadow shrouded everything around him and he said that in this case, now they will prove it. The Demon King cursed them and said that their evil created him. Not a single village burned anymore. The Demon King said that they would be consumed by their malice. Kim saw it all. The Lord of the Sword, standing over Kim, told him to wake up. The Sword Lord said that this is not Kim's hell, and now the reproduction of the injury was completed. We flash forward to see Kim continuing to fight the Demon King. Kim cut him in half. The Sword Lord shouted something and gave a signal to Kim. He shouted for Kim to empty his mind now. The Demon King jumped back. He stood and looked at Kim, groaning in pain. Kim thought that the Demon King's body had clearly shrunk and almost all the dirt had disappeared. The system notified them that the existence of the Autumn Rain Demon King was becoming faded. However, the Demon King did not want to admit it. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his hand. He was shocked. Suddenly, he was even more shocked when Kim ordered him to retreat. Kim told the Demon King to retreat to the 20th floor because he still couldn't defeat Kim. Kim said that the Demon King can safely return to his base, to his last fort. Kim told the Demon King to return to his starting point because that was his final destination. Marcus watched all this silently. Marcus took up the sword, and the head of the Black Dragon said that she was conceding the last attack to the King of Death. The Demon King was very unhappy, but he still retreated to the 20th floor. Kim changed history again. Kim turned to the Sword Saint and the Black Dragon head and said that he wanted to go to the 20th floor alone. Marcus bowed to them and thanked them for helping him so far. However, he wants to reach the finish line with the Demon King. The head of the Black Dragon did not object and said that thanks to his enormous contribution, they came here, and in any case, she arbitrarily broke her promise not to move for 5 days, and therefore, this time, she will really wait. Marcus said that today was the end of the 5th day, and therefore ordered Kim to meet with him as soon as Kim sorted out the 20th floor because they had a lot to discuss in private. The hero agreed. He bowed and thanked them once more before moving to the 20th floor. The system greeted Kim and informed him that he had entered the boss stage. The Demon King stood in the forest. Kim walked towards him. The system began to produce a total count of awards from the 11th to 19th floors. The system informed Kim that the tower recognized his enormous contribution. She notified him that the powers of the King of Death had been established. Kim was given limited rights as an apostle. He was given the right to improve any of his skills except the X-level skill. Kim grabbed his sword, simultaneously thinking that he did not know why the tower was built, who built it, and why it was filled with creatures from other worlds. Kim raised his sword above himself. He thought that now, however, he was beginning to guess what kind of creature the tower was. A creature monitoring their choices, and a creature that will remember Kim's choice. The hero, meanwhile, pointed his sword at the Demon King. He then said that it was time to create the end of the Demon King. The Demon King was terrified. He started shouting so that Kim would not dare to destroy his paradise. The boss scene has started. Kim stood in front of the Demon King, raising his sword above him. The Demon King opened his arms to the sides and began to shout that he could not forgive. According to her, the trace of ashes has not disappeared either from her eyes or from her head. The Demon King asked Kim how he could forget their evil. The Demon King summoned his sword and asked if Kim was going to burn down his paradise by turning back time. Kim thought about how this is the most cramped stage in the world and the weakest boss in the world. The Demon King began to run towards Kim. He was about to attack the hero. However, Kim was able to parry this blow without much effort. Kim calmly said that he and the Demon King had completely switched places. Kim said that on the 12th floor, this creature had the role of the Demon King and Kim had the role of a warrior. The Demon King's role was to attack and Kim's role was to prevent it. Kim was easily able to push the Demon King back. Kim said that the world is so unpredictable because now the Demon King is fighting back. The Demon King attacked Kim again, screaming for him to just die. Kim, apologizing, said that for him these were the most meaningless words. Kim immediately cut the Demon King in half. He began to scream, and the system notified that the existence of the Autumn Rain Demon King was fading. The Demon King has recovered. Kim, striking again, said that the Demon King, however, would have to become even weaker than now. Kim continued to slash at the Demon King, each time receiving notification that the Demon King's existence was fading. Kim cut down the Demon King once again. Suddenly the Demon King froze. Dark dirt began to flow from him. Esdal was horrified because the tower had confiscated her title as the Autumn Rain Demon King. She screamed and tried to return what was. She asked the tower not to take this title from her. However, it was all in vain because her eyes also became normal. Kim watched as Esdal desperately resisted. Kim said that she was now weakened enough. Esdal was scared and asked him not to come closer. Kim started walking towards her and told her to stop him in this case. Kim said that otherwise he would continue to stand right in front of her. Esdal slowly walked back, talking incoherently about what they had done to her children. Esdal became angry and started screaming that Kim had no right to treat her like that, but Kim interrupted her and said that this was wrong. The hero, throwing his sword over his shoulder, said that, according to her, he was a stranger who came from another world. Kim also added that this entire world had united to burn her village to the ground. Kim said that on this continent there is no one free from responsibility for this except Kim, because Kim is an absolute stranger. Kim said that all the other hunters also had nothing to do with what happened. Therefore, she has no right to call him to account and, of course, she does not even have the strength to stop him. Esdal began to pitifully shout something about how she was treating the sick. However, Kim became gloomy and asked if she really meant to say that she had done nothing wrong. Kim said that Esdal must have been as scared as she was right now. Kim recalled that Esdal asked not to kill her and called her father. Kim continued to talk about how the desperate mother brought her precious child to Esdal, trusted her, and Esdal devoured him too. According to Kim, she pretended to be an angel saving the suffering, and at the same time betrayed everyone who believed in her. Esdal shouted that she didn't want anything like that. Kim said that she was hiding the truth about stealing Esdal's identity, about devouring someone else's child. Kim said that she decided that people would misunderstand her and take her for a monster, so she remained silent. Esdal exclaimed that she didn't know. Suddenly she grabbed her head in horror. She said that she did not know about human life and did not know what those words meant. Kim asked if she didn't know and that's why she made this mistake. Esdal began to scream that this was indeed the case and that if she had known, she would never have done this. However, Kim shocked her and said that this is exactly what people do. Kim suggested that the rulers who burned them also made excuses like this. Esdal shouted that this was an obvious lie. Kim replied that, of course, among them there could be those who lied for selfish purposes. Keys asked her if she could be absolutely sure that every single one of them was like that. He began to ask her about the soldiers who were only carrying out orders and about the people who had to look for a new shelter almost every day. Kim said, surely there weren't those among them who really didn't know. Kim approached her and said that he had not studied anything and therefore was uneducated, but there was one truth of the world that he knew for sure. What goes around comes around. Kim said that since she believes that what she plunged into darkness and then spat out is still a person, then she must go through it herself because then it will be fair. She excitedly asked Kim what he was talking about. Kim addressed the tower and said that he wanted to use the reward for the cleanup. Kim said that according to the tower, he can improve almost any skill he has. The tower recognized the veracity of Kim's words. However, she added that too much improvement is impossible and the tower will give an example to help Kim understand. The tower informed Kim that it was possible to develop a skill from no more than SS level to SSS level. Kim decided to improve his skill in summoning evil spirits. Kim said he wanted to change the part about memory not being retained. Kim wished that, if he so desired, the memories of the life of the summoned person would be preserved. Esdal asked him in shock what he was going to do. Kim turned to the tower and exclaimed that this is a completely feasible condition for improvement, because he does not ask to retain the skills of the killed person and does not ask to reduce the cooldown time. The tower began measuring the feasibility of Kim's demand. The tower acknowledged that Kim's demand was feasible, and so the tower improved Kim's skill. The skill of reviving evil spirits has been improved to the SSS level, and now the deceased summoned does not adopt the skills of a past life. However, at Kim's request, he can retain his appearance and memories from life. This is Kim's first SSS level skill. Having taken the skill, Kim said that he would now kill Esdal. He said that if she didn't like the sound of it, she could assume he would consume her. Esdal was scared. Swinging his sword, Kim said that he would absorb her in the same way as she absorbed Esdal and the sick, and then spit her out in the same way. Esdal, meanwhile, crouched down and took up her sword. Kim said that he was really glad that she became human. According to him, before this, her form was that of a monster. Kim also added that he would have killed her with such difficulty, but would not have been able to make her objects for the skill. Esdal decided to resist and rushed to attack. She lashed out with her sword, but Kim dodged it with ease. The Sword Lord, seeing the way she wielded the sword, said that even her posture was inappropriate and her feet did not step on the ground properly. And even though she waves her sword, she doesn't really look forward. The Sword Master concluded that she had no confidence in her weapon. The Sword Lord clicked his tongue and said that she was the type of swordsman that relied only on skills and aura, but then added that she couldn't even be called a swordsman. Esdal caught her breath and rushed to the attack again. The Lord of the Sword reminded Kim that this is why he repeats over and over again that he needs to hone the basics, because in the last moments all hope will be only in his hands and feet. The Lord of the Sword angrily told Kim to put an end to it. The hero broke Esdal's sword with one blow. She turned around and saw a large piece of her sword fly off to the side. She fell and started crying. Kim, standing over her and watching this, wondered if this was the end of the Demon King. Kim took the sword with both hands and thought that the description of a man reaping death quite suited him. Kim swung his sword, standing directly above Esdal. Suddenly, the Sword Lord asked Kim to wait. The ghost apologized for interfering during Kim's fuse, but advised that Kim should not rush to kill her. Kim irritably asked the reason. The Sword Lord asked Kim to think about whether things were going too smoothly. Kim was annoyed and did not see anything strange in this. The Sword Master said that she was definitely not a monster anymore. A rather logical question has arisen: is she really a human now? The ghost said that she may have become just an ordinary NPC. However, they don't know if NPCs are also being subject to the revival of evil spirits. Kim said disgruntledly that this may or may not be true. The ghost began to shout at Kim, saying that the tower was extremely cold-blooded in such details. Kim was speechless. The ghost irritably began to shout for Kim to look at the skill card and make sure that the object of the call was the people personally killed by the owner of the skill. However, Kim said that NPCs are people too. The ghost replied that Kim thought so. Esdal watched silently as Kim talked, as it seemed to her, to himself. Kim turned around and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He turned to the tower and said that he wanted to clarify something. Kim asked if the skill revives the spirits of NPCs killed by Kim or if only hunters like Kim are considered. The tower began to clarify the question. However, she then reported that clarification was impossible. The tower responded that this request exceeded the tower's authority. Kim was stunned. The tower began checking the inquirer's credentials and then approved the request, as the Death King currently holds the temporary rights of an apostle. The tower recognized the issue put forward by the Death King as an agenda item. The tower then requested a meeting of the 6 pillars of 10,000 lives to make a decision through voting. Kim was shocked and asked what it was. He asked the tower to wait, but he was immediately transported to the meeting of the pillars. Yellow butterflies flew over the hero. Kim Kanya recalled how he stood in a white and blue jacket in front of the notification about selecting a skill card. He was in an empty space, and a white weapon hung from his belt. He didn't understand why he was here. A notification about verification of participants has appeared. The 6th pillar, the Ancient Staff, joins. The 5th pillar, the Mirage Wandering Princess, joins. The 4th pillar, the Moon Contemplating Blindness, joins. The 2nd pillar, Spirit Dancing in the Void, joins. Kim Kanya looked around carefully and kept his left hand on his weapon. He didn't see anything, but he felt something. An overwhelming sense of presence. 2 notices appeared to check the presence of the 6 pillars of 10,000 lives. The tower will voice the question of the temporary apostle. The hero raised his head and saw silhouettes of people above him against the backdrop of bright light. 2 blue notifications again. One said, "Are NPCs included in the targets of the Revive Evil Spirits skill?" On the other, "Please vote for or against the inclusion of NPCs." The outline of a silhouette is visible against the backdrop of bright light, and Kim Kanya was holding his head. He heard incomprehensible phrases. There was sweat on the hero's face, and the guy was holding his head. Kim Kanya removed his hands from his head and looked up, but saw nothing. The hero grabbed his neck. Usually in the tower any language used is immediately heard translated, but with this everything is different. Kim Kanya stood in his red jacket and looked into the distance. These are not creatures from the tower. These creatures probably couldn't even be compared to some demon king. A bright light emanated from the top of the tower. Maybe these are the creators who designed the tower, the guy thought. Voting is taking place on the topic of discussion. Columns of light of different colors are visible around the corpses of silhouettes. The 5th pillar, the princess wandering through the mirage, votes for. The 4th pillar, the moon contemplating blindness, votes for. Kim Kanya looked warily to the right. Around the other 2 silhouettes the same column of light in white and red colors is visible. The 3rd pillar, originator, votes against. The 2nd pillar, the spirit dancing in the void, refuses to vote. The hero emanated 5 shadows of different colors. 2 for, 2 against, and 1 refusal. Incredible beings who have the right to decide the fate of the hero's skill rebirth of evil spirits led the vote to a dead end. Why? Kim Kanya looked directly at where the bright white light was coming from. 1 more participant did not vote. There was a white sphere floating in the air with nothing in it. The one who was here from the very beginning, and therefore he did not need to join. Always there, knowing everything. Master of the tower. The hero held his hand palm up and said that he considered it most fair to vote yes. In the guy's thoughts there was a picture of the Demon King standing near the skeletons, leaning on his sword. If NPCs are not included in the skill, then how did the Demon King summon countless monsters? All the brutally killed people of the Empire and Kingdom were NPCs. Columns of light fell on Kim Kanya, who stood in the middle of this emptiness. He guesses what they are worried about. They must be worried that the hero might cause a mass summoning after mindlessly killing an NPC. However, the guy is sure that he has already clearly demonstrated what kind of person he is. Behind the hero there was light, as if from a spotlight. Kim Kanya said that he is not one of those people, and he is not going to do this in the future. We see a white sphere from which small particles emanated. A second later, a pink notification appeared that said not bad. The man with long yellow hair smiled. Another similar notification appeared, but it said but confused. Kim Kanya was very small compared to this place. He looked up, and there was a shadow of a man on the wall. King of Death, speak not with your head, but with your heart, it is written on a pink sign. The hero opened his mouth slightly and smiled. Kim Kanya smiled, clenched his teeth and said that that Demon King was his prey, so no one should touch it. Kim Kanya stood and looked at the dark purple silhouette. The first pillar, the Lord of 10,000 lives, votes in favor. The glass began to crack under the hero's feet. Voting ends. We see a blue sign with the voting results. 4, 3, against, 2, refusal, 1. NPCs are included in the Death King's skill of reviving evil spirits. The temporary powers of the apostle are removed from the King of Death. Kim Kanya covered his face with his hands, and there was an incredibly bright light under his feet. There was a white veil around the hero. The meeting is over. The guy looked up, and beige petals flew around him. Someone was calling him. The ghost looked angrily towards the guy, and a girl with white hair bowed next to him. The spirit of the rear asked the guy why he suddenly decided to pass out. I just wanted to ask the tower a question. Kim Kanya looked at his hand and held a sparkling sword in the other. A ghost flew next to him and asked the guy if he could hear him. So much time passed, as if the hero blinked just once. At the same time, he feels as if an eternity has passed. The ghost screamed angrily, and Kim Kanya stood with his back to him. The guy called the Lord of the Sword. The spirit was surprised that the guy was now reacting. Previously, he was only joking when he called the hero a zombie, but his brain seemed to have truly died, the ghost thought. The guy asked the spirit if he heard anything. The Sword Lord hovered in the air with his arms crossed. Kim Kanya said that the tower called him to another world. Something about 10,000 lives, something about pillars. A creature similar to the owner of the tower appeared and laughed. You don't know anything about this, the guy asked the ghost. Kim Kanya turned his head towards the spirit. He answered that he had gone too far with name-calling and would now joke in moderation. The guy realized that the ruler knew nothing. Even the legend who cleared the other world's tower to the 99th floor doesn't know. The hero clutched his weapon in his hand and tried to understand who he had just met. Kim Kanya lowered his gaze as leaves fell from the trees around him. He still doesn't know much, but he does know some things for sure. The hero brought the sword to the face of the girl, who was scared and begged for mercy. The guy was about to deal the final blow to his prey. He'll deal with the rest later when he gets to the 100th floor of the tower. The hero swung his sword, and at the same time the ghost asked him if he was going to ask about the murder at the tower. Kim Kanya replied that everything was fine. The trees began to shake and the leaves fell. The guy said that he already received the answer. The hero extended his left hand in front of him, and on the ground there was black slime, from which a girl rose. Kim Kanya said, "Summoning spirits, come alive." The hero stood in front of a girl in a white dress and told her to stand up. Appearance is the same as in life, but now before him is only a newly born life. The person who gives life in this world always has responsibility. Pink petals fell near the hero's head. He said that the girl would not pass on the stolen name Esdal. She can't wear it. The first task is to give it a name. A girl with white hair and green eyes silently looked towards the guy. Now her name is Evil Spirit, and from now on she serves Kim Kanya, Esdal, Holy Outskirts, Demon King of Autumn Rain. Anyone who had no right to be called by any of those names received a new name. The girl bowed her head in front of the hero and held her hand. She listens to the guy. The last day of the promised 5, one of the 2 kings withered away. The ghost looked at it all, perplexed. He said he didn't understand. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes, and the sun was already setting on the horizon. Considering Kim Kanya's attitude towards her, it would be fitting for her to be angry and despise the hero. But for some reason she bowed her head without question. The guy's eyes were not visible because of his hair. He also did not know the reason why the evil spirit decided to obey him without hesitation. Leaves were falling on the ground where there were shadows of trees, because he knows. The horse hit the ground with its hoof. The hero and the ghost will soon find out too. The girl stood in the destroyed city, looking down, finding the presence of the Demon King on the 20th floor. Detection impossible. Checking the absence of the Demon King. An evil spirit stood in the middle of a whole village where people walked. Changing history. Residents of the city were busy with their own affairs. But the girl didn't want this. She covered her face with her hands and asked someone, "Please don't." 3 horses of different colors stood nearby. The village again. Before the girl had time to speak, we see a knight who was sitting on a horse, and behind him were red flags. He told the army to stand. The evil spirit fell to the ground and told her master that she would not hold a grudge and take revenge. She will fulfill any of his orders. We see 2 people in capes bringing a basket of food to a girl and her mother. The girl with white hair closed her eyes and cried. She doesn't care what happens to her. Kim Kanya stood in front of a girl sitting on the ground who asked her for heaven. The ghost looked at the evil spirit and the hero. He understood everything. The guy looked left and down. The spirit of the rear said that the master really had a duty to protect his vassals. Kim Kanya turned around and walked away from the girl with white hair. The Lord of the Sword apologized for not knowing, and the hero replied that the ghost had lost the argument. He should think about the payment. Kim Kanya stood holding a sword in one hand and moved his other hand to the side. He shouted to the army to stand still. We see a knight in armor and a mustache who was angry. He is the commander of Sarbas and did not understand how the hero dared to block his path. Kim Kanya grinned and said, "Okay." He asked the soldiers what brought them to such a wilderness. The commander-in-chief of the army stood in front of his soldiers, who stood with their hands raised. Sarbas said that they were brought here by the will of the imperial majesty. Birds were flying from behind the trees. The army received information that a witch lives there, clouding the minds of honest people. There are even monsters who fell before temptation and voluntarily threw themselves into the pool of evil. This could not be ignored. So, what is next? The hero asked. The hero had a purple sphere in his hand, and a second later he was looking at the army through the net. Sarbas said that they would cleanse everything with sacred fire. Kim Kanya realized that he knew them all. In the hero's memory there were 3 creatures. One of them was a knight, the other was a girl with green hair, and the third was a blue monster. Holy Temple Knights rescued on the 13th floor. Wood Elves rescued on the 14th floor. The Waterfall Mages rescued on the 15th floor. The knight said that His Holiness the High Priest ordered to punish the heretics who dared to assign her the title of saint. A knight in dark armor, sitting on a horse, extended his sword in front of him. He said that the merchants of the League of Free Cities, the standard bearers of the fields, the knights of all the colonies decided to unite, and with them all the whole world in their responsibility. Warriors rescued on the 16th floor, an armed trading group on the 17th floor, a clan of nomads on the 18th floor, as well as knights of small lands and small countries on the 19th floor. People saved by the hero. Sarbas angrily asked Kim Kanya again who this guy is who dares to interfere with the mission. We see a blue notice where it was written, Warrior, Frozen World. Difficulty unknown. Kim Kanya stood with his eyes closed. The people of the continent will not know about justice. They don't know selflessness. But justice will still remain justice, and selflessness will still remain selflessness. Behind Sarbas, the rays of the sun and the foliage of trees were visible. Kim Kanya addressed the commander first name, which made him angry. According to the knight, the hero has no right to address the commander of the empire as you, carrying out the will of the emperor. There was a drop of sweat on Sarbas's face. Kim Kanya said that the knight knows better than anyone what the emperor's position is, and says something else about his order. Kim Kanya held one hand in his jacket pocket and a sword in the other. Sarbas replied that he did not understand what the hero was talking about. Why suddenly such arrogant speeches? The knight thought that the guy was sent by the witch living here. Kim Kanya asked the commander whether it is worth telling a man who is going to overthrow the already chosen heir and place the third prince on the throne about arrogance. The hero learned this information by looking at Sarbas's injury. Even though he doesn't know, Kim Kanya walked towards the knight who was sitting on a horse. The hero told the commander that he couldn't live like that. How much mercy did His Majesty show him? Sarbas was destined to weave nets in the port all his life, but in adulthood he already became a commander, and all this thanks to His Majesty. The knight clenched his teeth in anger while Kim Kanya calmly stood and talked. Sarbas thought that the guy from that palace and now, here, where the whole world had gathered, was going to change public opinion. The hero asked the knight how he could mistake the guy for the henchman of the deposed queen. Kim Kanya added that perhaps because in his life Sarbas has seen almost nothing except nets, and therefore he does not understand what he sees in front of him. The knight was scared and drops of sweat were running down his face. He didn't understand what the hero had sent. Kim Kanya opened his mouth wide and the pupils of his eyes were black. "Are you asking who I am?" asked the hero. The guy raised his sword and it sparkled. The hero told Sarbas to look for himself and check. The knight's subordinates opened their mouths wide in surprise in the bright light. Kim Kanya said that before them was a predecessor sent by Rafant Ajum, the great emperor. The hero held the sword above himself and stood with his mouth wide open. He guesses about the unrest in the imperial court and knows about the atrocities of the heir, as well as the fact that Sarbas sided with the third prince out of pure devotion to the empire. Now the hero was checking whether the slander that the knight had gone mad with power was true, and also studied his nature. The guy asked the commander if this offended him. The commander's eye turned orange due to the bright light. He said that the hero recognized the knight's devotion, but his temper was not inferior to his stupidity. How is this sin possible? Before he could finish saying the sentence, he had already dismounted his horse and was sitting on his knee in front of Kim Kanya. The hero told Sarbas that if there is no offense, then let him get off his horse. The knight asked for forgiveness. The commander closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. The hero told him to protect the rising sun, to take care of all living things from the sea to the earth. May the Ajum Empire shine forever. One of Sarbas' subordinates stood and pointed his finger somewhere forward, while the other warriors bowed. This man said that this pitiful knight was greeting the predecessor of the great emperor. All the other warriors also greeted him. Kim Kanya stood next to the ghost in front of a crowd of enemies who bowed to him. They all loudly greeted the predecessor of the great emperor. The hero still held the sword above his head, and the spirit of the rear stood at his side. The ghost knew that a hero is always an expert at talking nonsense, but the guy is also an expert at deception. Kim Kanya asked the Lord of the Sword, "Did it just hit you now?" The ghost crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He decided to teach the hero another lesson. When swinging a sword, it's not just skill that matters. Self-confidence is especially important. The gaze of both the ghost and Kim Kong-ya was serious. This also applies to deception, the spirit added. To deceive your opponent, you must first deceive yourself. The hero lowered his sword, and in front of him all the knights knelt. The ghost told the hero to remember that deception is believing in yourself. 2 elves and 2 men in red clothes conferred and thought. They weren't sure if this was the predecessor of the great emperor, but this sword definitely was. Where did the predecessor even come from here? One of the elves thought. As expected, slander is only effective against the armies of the empire. Sarbaz was on his knee with his head raised. He asked Kim Kong-ya whether an ordinary commander had the right to ask a question. The hero answered yes. Kim Kong-ya stood with his eyes closed against the purple sky. The commander said that they had come to overthrow the witch, but he did not understand what the predecessor of the great emperor was doing here. The hero recalled the words of the spirit that deception is believing in oneself. Kim Kong-ya's eyes turned red, and he shouted to the Imperials that he had already defeated the witch. The hero turned his head back and pointed his finger. He told everyone to watch. A girl with white hair and a white dress was sitting on the ground. Esdal, Witch of the West. Sarbaz shouted that he had already seen her and it was definitely her. Kim Kong-ya waved his hand and the girl rose to her feet. Everyone shouted that the witch should be burned and killed on the spot. The hero told the evil spirit to kneel before them. The girl stood, and petals lay near her feet. A second later she fell to her knees in front of the commander. Kim Kong-ya looked carefully at the girl who was trembling and told her to bow her head and bury her head on the floor, and then hit with your forehead. The evil spirit laid her head on the ground, and behind her stood a hero in a red jacket. The knight looked at all this, drops of sweat flowing from his face. The guy closed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. He told the girl to then put both feet on the ground and roll forward. The evil spirit, who was dressed in a white dress, was still sitting on her knees, resting her hands on the ground. Kim Kong-ya asked if he needed to repeat it. The hero held one hand behind his back, and the girl tried to stand on her hands. She said she listened and obeyed. The evil spirit's hair was disheveled. The hero told her to let the girl stand on her hands now. The girl stood with her arms raised up. Then she squatted, holding her hands behind her head, then did push-ups and did a plank. Kim Kong-ya told her to do all this. The girl ran sideways 20 times, did 10 squats, 10 push-ups, and held the plank for 20 seconds. The girl fell face down on the ground, and the hero stood with his eyes closed. The evil spirit said that she couldn't do it anymore, her body didn't move. Now it is clear, asked the hero. Kim Kong-ya pointed his finger to the side and said that the witch had already been defeated by him. Sarbaz, next to whom stood a warrior with a spear, opened his mouth wide in surprise. He heard that the evil spirit now could not disobey Kim Kong-ya's order. She will no longer be able to harm the continent, and the warriors can sleep peacefully. Behind Sarbaz stood a knight fearfully, on whose helmet there was a blue decoration. This knight asked to wait, and he did not understand what Sarbaz wanted to do. After all, they came to deal with the witch. The commander turned to him, showed him a finger up and said that everything was fine. The predecessor claims that the witch has already been defeated. But the knight with the blue decoration on his helmet does not believe in this. We see a close-up of a sword with the sign of a lion. The knight said that Kim Kong-ya has nothing to prove his identity other than just the sword. Sarbaz asked, only a sword. Kim Kong-ya stood alone in the middle of the city, holding a sword in his right hand. Sarbaz argued with the knight. The commander was sure that the warrior was questioning the authority of the empire and doubting the sword, which proved the patronage of the goddess. The knight replied that this was not so, but His Holiness the High Priest ordered it. Before he could finish speaking, Sarbaz interrupted him and suggested that the knight put the order of the high priest above the word of the great emperor. We see a picture of an old man with white hair fighting with a guy who looks like the main character. At this time, the commander asked how the knight dared to speak so disparagingly about the church. He was the first to doubt the authority of the sacred sword. The commander said that everything was clear to him. Apparently, the third prince will not need the support of His Holiness. Kim Kong-ya stood and smiled, and next to him, on the ground, lay a girl. The knight and the commander were still arguing among themselves. The hero now understands why the evil spirit sowed enmity among the hunters. The elves said that the knight and Sarbaz should not argue about this now. They all need to see some more proof of the guy's words. People with short lifespans are so ignorant, one of the elves said. Some of the knights were surprised by such a phrase and angry because of it. What did the church and the Imperials do anyway? How can they argue in such an important place? One of the warriors decided that they were talking too much and they should be judged by a duel. Their arguments were interrupted by a blue monster with a long tongue. He told everyone to disperse. Walking through the nights was a lizard-like creature. He told everyone that for him the problematic issues were quite simple. Is this young man really the predecessor of the great emperor? Is this woman really a witch? Did the predecessor really defeat the witch? It is enough to check only this, said the monster. Kim Kong-ya looked carefully towards the monster. He asked how this would be verified. Then on the hand of this creature lay a blue ball from which blue smoke emanated. This is the soul gem given by the wise underwater ruler. By dripping blood into a gem, you can find out whether the soul of its owner is light or dark. In front of the hero stood this lizard, which held a ball in its hand where the reflection of the monster was visible. If this woman is truly a witch of the outskirts, and if the hero is truly the predecessor of the great emperor, then he must accept the test of this gem, the monster said. We are shown a red ball from which red spots splashed. This is the soul gem given by the wise underwater ruler. When the gem touches the blood of a person with a good soul, it will glow with white light, and the blood of a person with an evil soul will color the gem black. The hero and the ghost stood next to the girl, who was lying on the ground, and a blue hand was holding out a ball to them. If this woman is actually a witch of the outskirts, and if Kim Kong-ya is actually the predecessor of the great emperor, then he must accept the test of this gem, repeated monster. Whether they have committed atrocities or accumulated good deeds, the gem will show everything. The blue lizard was smiling and holding a blue ball in his hand, and the guy was preparing to pull his sword from his belt. It's just the union of the sword saint and the vice captain of the vigilantes, the guy asked. The spirit of the rear replied that everything was correct. These types of half-creatures are good at creating such a hodgepodge. Kim Kong-ya told them that they could check on him as much as they wanted. The lizard had long claws on its feet. She walked and said that it was useless to bluff in front of the gem, so she advised not to regret it later. The monster grabbed the girl's hand with one and held the gem in the other. He said that first they would test the woman's soul. The lizard made a cut with its nail on the girl's palm. Blood dripped from the lizard's finger onto the sphere. After a moment, the sphere turned black. Such a dark soul, the monster thought. He held a black sphere in front of him and looked at it. The lizard could not even think how many atrocities and murders the girl had committed, since she turned out to be such a damned creature. This is definitely a witch. No, the Demon King, said the lizard. The monster pushed the girl away and said that now it was Kim Kong-ya's turn. The blue creature approached the hero, who was already extending his hand. The monster asked the hero if he was ready for the test. The guy replied that he is always ready. The lizard cut the hero's palm with its claw and said that there would be no use in bluffing. A drop of blood fell onto the dark sphere. After contact with the ball, light spots began to appear on it. The lizard moved its head back from behind the bright sphere. The sphere was so bright that it became light outside. Sarbas, the elves and the lizard itself were blinded by this light from the ball. The commander did not understand what was happening. The elves also did not understand why the gem shone so much. The monster thought that this soul was really so pure. He was sure that this man was a light. We see Kim Kong-ya, who was wearing a white suit with a halo above his head. The lizard held a staff in one hand and a white sphere in the other. She repeated, "Darling." We are shown a knight with a blue decoration on his helmet who has seen the heroes' faces. They asked him if he recognized this shining soul. The captain of the Holy Knights is not sure that he recognizes the hero. He didn't even know what light meant. Tears began to flow from the blue creature's eyes. The monster was sure that a person with such a soul could not lie, and even if he did, it would only be for their own sake. Talking to ignorant people is simply useless, the lizard thought. Kim Kong-ya is definitely the predecessor of the great emperor. No, he is the apostle of the goddess, said the monster. The hero stood against the background of the sunset and held his hands on each other. He told them that it was so. After all, he is the apostle of the goddess. The armored warriors looked at each other in fear and discussed this whole situation. They weren't entirely sure what the torch was, but they thought that Kim Kong-ya was shining, and the sword was also glowing. The other monsters whose heads were shrouded in the water sphere were also surprised. The hero has the emperor's sword agem or something like that. This means he really comes from some noble family. The captain with the blue cloak stood and shouted. He's really not sure. This young man is the predecessor of the great emperor and a luminary. We see a girl standing with a sad face. But why is the hero blocking their path? The captain continued to say. The knight pointed his finger at the city and said that they should burn the place. Someone's hand pulled the hero's jacket from behind. Someone said that His Holiness was not only worried about the witch. Heretics following the witch. They cannot escape heavenly punishment. The girl held one hand near her chest and tilted her head down. Someone continued to say that if Kim Kong-ya is truly the apostle of the goddess, then she should lead the mission of heavenly punishment. Everything is okay, said the spirit of the rear. The ghost held his hand near his face and looked towards the hero. The best deception is 90% truth and 10% lies, said the spirit. The hero told the holy knight to watch his tongue. How the heavenly punishment will be carried out is up to the guy to decide. Kim Kong-ya snapped his fingers and said that he had purified all the evil. Heavenly punishment has already been carried out. Skeletons began to appear from the ground in front of the hero. The hero said that he would show. A crowd of white skeletons stood in front of the knights. The warriors were frightened and shouted, "Demons!" The face of one of the knights was covered in sweat. He did not believe that these terrible creatures really existed. Kim Kong-ya put his hand on the girl's head and said, "This is my mission. There were skeletons standing in a row from which some black particles of smoke were emanating. The hero asked his opponents why they decided that in this world only a witch is the embodiment of evil. All these skeletons are villains defeated by the hero. Demons following the witch. Kim Kanya stood next to the girl and kept his hands in his pocket. He said that the goddess ordered him to destroy the evil that had filled the earth. To overcome all evil in the world is his destiny. Sending all demons to hell is his mission. They are all now looking at the guy's personal hell. The blue lizard raised his hand to his wide open mouth and asked the hero, did he single-handedly do all this while they were unaware? Kim Kanya closed his eyes and said that the monster understood everything correctly. The guy stood with a sad face, and his gaze was directed to the ground. Someone was sure that this was truly a living hell and no one would recognize Mr. Apostle. The guy was asked, is he not capable of passing by one person, leaving him in trouble? Kim Kanya replied that he had no right. He stood in front of the army of skeletons, keeping his arms crossed. The guy said it was his karma. The blue monster covered his mouth with his hands and sobbed. The hero said that they did not need to punish the witch because the guy had already defeated all the villains. Demons will moan in the hero's shadow for eternity. Their hell is Kim Kanya. He stood with his eyes closed and his mouth slightly open. The lizard said that the guy protected them all the time while they knew nothing, and the hero confirmed this. The ghost stood with his eyes closed and said that he would not teach Kim Kanya anything else. The spirit retires. The ghost said that he was pure, like a baby, and simply could not stand a person like the hero. More skeletons began to emerge from Kim Kanya's shadow. He asked the ghost not to be modest, because the hero still has a lot to learn in order to reach the level of cunning of the spirit. And the guy told his opponents that he believed that they understood. This is the will of the goddess. For heavenly punishment. The captain in armor and blue jewelry stood with his mouth open. Kim Kanya asked if the knight was going to go against her will. The warrior asked the hero if these cruel demons were really safe. He just wants to clarify whether the guy will be able to stop all these demons if they one day escape from captivity. The hero snapped his fingers and said that in other words, the captain wanted to check if the guy was just harboring demons. Between the knight and Kim Kanya stood a skeleton with black smoke emanating from it. The warrior did not have time to ask the guy how this skeleton was. Kim Kanya interrupted him and said that this should dispel their doubts. The skeleton began to disintegrate, and more black smoke began to come from it. Evil spirit, bring back your memory, said Kim Kanya. From the skeleton emerged Yusuha, the summer spirit. He grabbed the hero by the collar and shouted at him. The summer spirit didn't understand what the guy had done to turn Yusuha into this. The summer spirit said that he hated Kim Kanya and added that even bathing the guy in a hot iron was not enough. He threatened the guy that he would kill him and send him through all the circles of hell at any cost. The summer spirit was still screaming at the hero and holding him by the jacket. Kim Kanya said that as everyone can see, this man is one of the villains who joined the witch. No, he can be called a more ruthless and vile villain than the witch herself. The witch was born a monster, but this man committed terrible atrocities as a man, said Kim Kanya. All the elves looked in fear at the summer spirit, who was shouting and threatening everyone. The hero snapped his fingers and told the summer spirit to dance. Yusuha started dancing, but he didn't understand why. Yusuha performed various dance elements. The summer spirit first told Kim Kanya to wait, and then shouted to him that the hero would die. He will definitely die. One knight looked at all this through the leaves and flowers. The sun was already setting, the summer spirit was dancing around the hero and the girl, and the captain with the blue cloak was kneeling. The guy said that the demons can't disobey his orders and even this doesn't satisfy the warriors. The knight closed his eyes and leaned on the sword, in the reflection of which the hero was visible. The warrior wanted to know the guy's name. Then the hero said that his name was Kim Kanya. All the knights stood on their knees and unanimously told the guy that they listened and obeyed. The normal scene has been cleared. Hidden quest, Warrior of the Frozen World, cleared. Boss scene cleared. 2 notifications appeared above the hero's head, and the color of the sky changed from orange to blue. Conqueror, King of Death. 1 person. The calculation of the reward for clearing has been completed. The reward will be issued in 24 hours with entry to the 21st floor. The ghost laughed. He asked the guy, who goes through the boss stage like that? The hero raised his head, and the ghost was holding his forehead and laughing. The hero didn't care what the ghost called him. Kim Kanya recalled how he cleared the floors of the tower. He cleared everything up to the 20th floor the way he wanted. Not a single hunter died during the cleanup. The guy recalled how the knights died. The hero added that not a single imperial or continental resident died. The guy in the red jacket put his hand on the girl and looked at her. The hero said that he also defeated the evil spirit. There was a guy's hand on the girl's head, and her face with green eyes was sad. Perhaps, even if the hero had only watched from the side, the 20th floor would still have been completed. The city's residents, dressed in blue, smiled. Setting the village on fire and wiping it off the face of the earth could also be the finale. If we talk about the final ending, then the tower does not distinguish between good and bad endings. Otherwise, Yu Su-ha would not have been able to get to the 40th floor, the hero said. Two old men walked through the city and smiled, and petals flew near them. Kim Kanya said that just as the tower did not choose this world, the end cannot only be strictly defined. A guy with brown hair and a white jacket looked into the distance, covering his face with his hand. Today it didn't rain and the ground didn't burn. Kim Kanya stood with his back to the ghost and the girl. The hero said that this end is just the end he chose. The spirit of the rear looked away. He stood next to the guy and Yu Su-ha danced behind them. The ghost asked the hero, is the dancing summer spirit also part of his chosen end? Yu Su-ha shouted for the hero to stop all this and did not understand why the guy did not stop the dance. Then Kim Kanya showed a thumbs up and smiled. He asked Yu Su-ha, isn't it very beautiful? 2 notifications appeared against the sky, and then 2 more. Announcement for everyone. Today the 20th floor stage was cleared. Re-announcement for everyone. Today the 20th floor stage was cleared. The hero in the red jacket held the phone in his hand and looked into it, and a ghost poked his finger at the back of his head. The hero said that there is no connection here. The spirit of the rear said it was a pity. Hasn't Kim Kanya stopped caring about people's reactions? The hero put the phone under his jacket and stood with his eyes wide open. He couldn't remember when he'd said that. The ghost replied that the guy said that he rather wanted to gain recognition from people like a witch or an old man rather than ordinary people. In 24 hours, the 21st floor stage will be opened. Kim Kanya stood and looked at the ghost, and the time was written above them. The guy asked the spirit if he had ever heard that the more the merrier. It is possible to achieve recognition of both. The spirit of the rear replied that this was complete disgusting. Why is the guy so insatiable? A girl with purple hair attacked the hero. She screamed, King of Death. The girl looked at the guy with her purple eyes and smiled. The head of the black dragon shouted that Kim Kanya had gone crazy, but he was very young, not even over 30. She squeezed the hero's neck with her hand, and the guy's eyes were not visible because of his hair. The guy said that he was in pain. Behind, under a tree, stood an old man in a blue suit. The girl took the phone and held it in front of Kim Kanya's eyes. They thought the guy was crazy because he cleared the 20th floor in 5 days. She can't even imagine what a mess the tower is. There were a bunch of images of some articles on the phone. The girl said that she briefly went to the first floor and took a screenshot. Urgent news. The race to solve the riddle. The 14th floor is also cleared. The new star was given the nickname King of Death. There were too many articles, so the girl couldn't screen everything, but she said that the hero needs to realize turmoil arose not only in the tower, but also in the outside world. There was a drop of sweat on the hero's face, and it was clasped by the girl's hand. The head of the black dragon said that even though the headlines look like this, everyone is talking only about the guy. What is his origin? What did he do? How did he get to the top so quickly? We look at the head of the black dragon, who joyfully looked at the hero, and pink leaves fell above his head. The guy asked her, did you personally screen all this? The girl replied that it was all her. The girl walked into some kind of pillar of light, and next to her there was a blue notice about moving to the city on the first floor. To show the hero all the published articles, she specially went down to the first floor. There was a brick wall behind the girl, and she was holding her phone in her hands and clicking on it. She carefully looked through each article and screenshotted them. The head of the black dragon again took the hero by the neck and moved his face to hers. If you go into detail, that's exactly what she did. Hunter from second place in the top, the best real authority of the tower. The hero's face turned red, and a ghost stood behind him. The girl asked Kim Kanya not to read the comments just in case, because the hero's envious people would spread the word out of nowhere. The guy thought that this girl was an angel, but the spirit of the rear said that if you communicate even a little well with the hero, then you will mistake anyone for an angel. Kim Kanya's face turned even redder, and from his eyes and expression, one would think that he was about to cry. If she is not an angel, then she is a goddess, the guy thought. The head of the black dragon took out some newspaper and showed it to the guy. She asked him to look at it. The girl opened the newspaper where there was a top of the hunters. In third place was the King of Death. Kim Kanya looked at the newspaper in surprise. This is the first time this has happened since the tower opened. Get to the top right away in first place. Pink leaves floated near Kim Kanya, and he himself smiled. He listened to the girl's congratulations, because now he also represents all the hunters. The head of the black dragon, smiling, looked at the newspaper and rolled it up. He told the hero that he needed to think a little about his further actions. Further, the guy asked. The girl hit his left shoulder with the paper. He is currently a member of the 5 major guilds, but he is actually independent. The hunter in third place should be called the head of the guild. Even though he is a member of the 5 most influential guilds, being an ordinary member does not suit him. Kim Kanya looked sweaty as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He thought about the phrase guildmaster. The girl told the guy that if he wants to destroy everything alone, ignoring everything around him, like an old man, then she will not instruct him. An old man in a blue suit stood under a tree. He thought that the head of the Black Dragon and Kim Kong-ya were talking about him. We see many knights standing near the tents. The girl asked who they all were, and Kim Kong-ya replied that they were knights who had come from all over the continent. The blonde looked at the guy in the black jacket. Kim Kong-ya added that it would take a long time to explain. The head of the Black Dragon was holding a newspaper in her hand, and behind her stood an old man with white hair. Kim Kong-ya began to explain that once he defeated the Demon King, an invasion event began on the 20th floor stage by these NPCs. Therefore, with the help of skills and objects, he deceived them. They say Kim Kong-ya is summoned to their great emperor. The hero held his head and smiled. The girl said that the guy has a talent for lying, but he cleared the scene without bloodshed, the hero said. The girl with purple eyes and hair smiled. She is not going to rebuke the hero. On the contrary, everything really worked out well, and thanks to Kim Kong-ya they can now trade with this continent. The knights stood near the tents and talked among themselves. Now the need to continue to grovel before the old men of the outside world has disappeared. Every day they are blowing up food prices. The old man, leaning on a stick, stood next to the girl, who put this paper on her shoulder. He said that trade between the tower and the outside world was unfair. Capital, resources, technology, everything is in abundance outside, which cannot be said about the tower. When Kim Kong-ya first saw this girl, she seemed icy to him. This means that during this time they became very close. The head of the Black Dragon held the paper on her shoulder and turned her gaze to the right side. The hero asked her how much the girl wanted to trade with this continent. She replied that very much. Kim Kong-ya looked to the left. He said that he would put in a good word, because in this world he is the predecessor of the great emperor and the apostle of the goddess. The girl looked distrustfully at the guy's side. Kim Kong-ya said, if the Black Dragon head is also introduced as an apostle of the goddess, it will definitely help establish contact. The girl said that this was a lucrative offer, but she was sure that the guy wanted something in return. A girl with white hair was holding her chest. Kim Kong-ya needed the 20th floor. We are shown a red map of the area. The girl asked the guy, do you want to occupy the entire 20th floor? The hero replied that he would like all the land on the 20th floor to be his property. The head of the Black Dragon raised her hand to her chin and thought. In return, the hero will not take any payment for clearing from the 11th floor to the 19th. They will also share profits from trade turnover with other hunters. The girl said that she could not make such decisions on her own and she needed to discuss this with the heads of other guilds. Behind the smiling guy in a red jacket stood a sad girl. The head of the Black Dragon asked the guy if he really wanted this place. After all, at first glance there is no value there is not much space, the soil is not particularly suitable for farming. By dividing the reward for clearing 9 floors you can get much more. Kim Kong-ya said that he likes real estate more than money. The earth is better. From the legs of the hero and the girl one could understand that they were walking towards each other. The head said that she would gather the heads of the guilds on the first floor, the hero would appear to them, and at the same time they would discuss everything. The legs of the 3 hunters were close to each other. One of the hunters had a question. They stood and looked at Yusuha dancing. The girl asked what it was. Kim Kong-ya asked them to pretend they didn't see anything. 3 hunters suddenly found themselves in an unusual room. They moved to the city on the first floor. The head asked if it was possible to make a coffee shop a meeting place. Kim Kong-ya replied that he didn't care. The hero and the girl walked forward, and behind them a piece of a blue suit was visible. The old man said that for others it was 5 days, but for him it was hundreds of days. The guy in the red jacket smiled, and red sneakers were visible behind him. Kim Kong-ya asked the old man what was wrong with him. Is it really becoming clear that the scene is being cleared? The head of the Black Dragon opened the door, from which an incredibly bright light emanated. She told the hero that he should realize this faster. The light fell on the guy's face and body, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The girl added that now in the tower people only talk about him, so he needs to prepare mentally. Kim Kong-ya walked out of the building with many paparazzi standing in front of him taking pictures of him. They all shouted in one voice and, "Come out, King of Death." People began to film as Kim, the Holy Sword, and the head of the Black Dragon moved to the first floor. They addressed Kim, calling him the King of Death. Journalists swooped in and asked if it was true that Kim had cleared the 20th floor alone. They were also interested in the question of what kind of relationship Kim had with the Lady Witch. Kim was tense, but the Black Witch quietly told him not to say anything. While the journalists were handing microphones to Kim, the Black Witch quietly asked him if he had never had experience communicating with the press. However, Kim could not understand her. While the journalists continued to take pictures of them, the Black Witch asked that now Kim must decide whether he will choose a mystic or a popular star, because once the chosen concept is quite difficult to change. Kim turned around and saw Marcus say that this was why he personally preferred not to go crazy and walk alone. Kim asked what was then needed for a mystical image, but the Black Witch replied that he did not need anything special. She looked at Kim and seriously told him to just keep his poker face on. She also added that social networks are an absolute taboo, as well as live broadcasts and filming. They walked, and the Black Witch continued to say that Kim needed to give interviews a maximum of twice a year and only to those reporters whom she approved. Kim asked if that was all. The Black Witch turned around and said that he still didn't know how difficult it was. She said that attention is a highly addictive drug. After all, a person becomes happier when at least 10 people show interest in him, but hundreds of people will react to a few words thrown here. She said the number of people who might resist the drug could be counted on one hand. Marcus said it was all empty. The Black Witch, closing her eyes, confirmed this, but added that it was pleasantly empty and then asked Kim what he would do. The hero replied that what he wants is recognition. According to Kim, recognition is a little different from attention. Kim began to remember the summer spirit and said that in order to quench the thirst for attention, those around him would be enough. But Kim does not want attention, but recognition, whether it is the calling of a dozen or 100 people. The head of the Black Dragon turned around and happily said that he didn't think the difference was that significant, but respected Kim's answer. She was so happy because Kim is such a person. Journalists held cameras right up to Kim's face and confused him. He asked the Black Witch how best to make a poker face. The Black Witch decided to reveal her signature secret to him and advised him to remember something really unpleasant. She said she remembered her father's death in the Civil War in the outside world. The Black Witch said that she ran away with him, but the military caught up with them and her father was left behind, shouting not to turn around. And the Black Witch ran, without even turning around at the sounds of gunfire, so she learned to behave calmly. Kim continued to stand around many journalists and listen to the witch's story about how she constantly replayed the memory until the moment she stopped due to the heartbeat echoing in her ears. Kim immediately remembered the summer spirit when the Black Witch asked him about the unpleasant memories. She turned around and looked at Kim and then said that he was a fast learner. Kim adapted instantly. We are transported and see how the heroes entered a coffee shop and were greeted by a heretic inquisitor. The heretic inquisitor said that he sincerely respects Kim because he surprised everyone by clearing the 20th floor in 5 days. Lady Holy Night, while drinking juice, said that she thought that the 3 of them would fail in the cleanup and die. She asked if Kim had any secret to share. Kim sat down opposite her and said that it's enough to just live according to your conscience. Kim folded his hands and asked if everything was fine since they had not seen each other for a long time. The Countess said that barely 5 days had passed. They remained in the audience hall as promised, but they were surprised that after a while, the NPCs of the Empire suddenly began to move. Kim thought that this happened when they pushed the Demon King back on the 12th floor. The Heretic Inquisitor began to talk about how the NPCs considered them traitors who invaded the Imperial Palace and then arrested them. The poisonous serpent put his hand on the Heretic Inquisitor's head and said that this kid has all sorts of tricks. According to him, after they were arrested, they escaped from prison. The Heretic Inquisitor exclaimed that he did not expect that there would be such a secret path in the dungeon. The conversation suddenly turned to the fact that the Heretical Inquisitor was caught by the Bulgarian Mafia as a child. However, the Heretic Inquisitor himself called these the best moments of his youth. The head of the Black Dragon crossed her arms and said that she knew well that they had all lived a cool life in the outside world. Then she began to talk about how the Countess was born in an Indian garbage village, and the parents of the poisonous snake were the heads of gangsters. She also talked about what the Holy Knight suffered in Venezuela. The Black Witch said that in the outside world they were all trash. Lady Holy Knight, about to take a sip, said that it was not a good idea to bring up such topics in such places. Kim looked at her because she asked that this really meant that now the King of Death was also considered their person. The Black Witch confirmed this and said that they had not seen much, but the Death King had made a decisive contribution to the cleanup. Memories of the purge began to resurface in her head as she talked about how they didn't lose a single person. Moreover, this was the case even with the participation of many participants on the 11th floor. The Black Witch seriously said that she wanted to make Kim a hero representative of their tower. She began to talk about how the Countess was too greedy for money and the Heretic Inquisitor had killed too many people. The Holy Knight hates attention. And then we started talking about a poisonous snake. The head of the Black Dragon apologized and shocked the poisonous snake, saying that he was too awkward. The head of the Black Dragon then turned to Marcus, who was standing aside with his arms crossed, and said that he, as he knew, was an old man who was obsessed with fencing. And she often has to carry out secret operations behind the scenes, so she's no good either. She started talking about Kim and said that the King of Death, meanwhile, does not yet have any external reputation. The Heretic Inquisitor stood up and, putting his hand on the table, said that they were already outdated characters, so their effectiveness had dropped and that was a fact. Suddenly, the Heretic Inquisitor began to circle around Kim and talk about his height and then ask about Kim's personal relationships. The Heretic Inquisitor began to stress Kim out, continuing to say that he personally found Kim's smile a little slippery, so he should turn to mysticism. Kim was shocked listening to them. They said that the script about how love is born over the course of 5 days, through the sharing of sadness and joy, would be good. They also began discussing how they could make the donations to the orphanage look like they were actually donations from the King of Death. However, Kim extended his trembling hand and addressed them. He asked the Black Witch if he could do without any stylists, because he chose the concept of mysticism. The Black Witch clasped her hands with her palms together and began to beg him so that Kim would agree, because people from all over the world want to know about him. She said that they would just take one photo and show it, and so they began to dress up Kim, comb his hair and apply makeup to him. They were doing a photo shoot and asked Kim to take a photo with the sword. Kim felt awkward posing in front of the photographer. The Black Witch and the Heretic Inquisitor watched this, standing to the side. The Black Witch said that Kim unexpectedly looks good in a suit. She then asked the Heretic if he liked the concept of an adventurous youth. The Heretic Inquisitor replied that this was very good. Meanwhile, the Sword Lord could barely contain his laughter, but he still couldn't restrain himself and laughed out loud, which made Kim angry and feel even more awkward. Kim suddenly took off his jacket and shouted that he would not do this. Kim, tousling his hair, said that the hunter only needs to work hard to climb the tower. He surprised them by shouting that they were worried about such useless things, which is why they couldn't get past the 10th floor, being stuck there for a bunch of years. However, suddenly they started discussing it again. The Black Witch said that the phrase just now was not bad, and the Countess added that the slogan of the issue would be that the hunter must rise. Kim was still angry and shouted that he came here to talk about the 20th floor. He exclaimed that the management of the 11th to 19th floor was entirely theirs, and he only wanted them to give him the 20th floor. But the Black Witch continued to talk about how the concept of no greed would be good too, and then she decided to come up with a couple of headlines for the newspapers. Kim was shocked, because it was as if they simply didn't hear him. Marcus, who was standing behind him, told Kim to give up, because when Marcus climbed to first place, the same thing happened. While the guild heads continued to discuss something, Marcus told Kim that he wanted to show these children to the outside world, because they came here, leaving everything, which is very annoying. Kim turned around in surprise. Marcus said that he would go, because otherwise he could lose a whole day here. Kim ran after Marcus while the guild heads shouted after him. The head of the Black Dragon shouted to Kim that there would be a press conference tomorrow. She asked him to come back tomorrow morning and not to be seen by anyone and to be careful. After some time, Marcus and Kim climbed onto the roof of the building. Some hunter approached Marcus holding a phone in his hands, but Marcus asked him to leave here for just 5 minutes. The hunter looked at Kim in surprise and asked if this was the King of Death. Kim, wiping his sweat, confirmed this. The hunter was surprised and, simultaneously taking something out of his bag, exclaimed that he was seeing him in person for the first time. The hunter handed Marcus a pen and notebook and asked him for an autograph. He also asked for an autograph from the King of Death. Kim threw his hand around his neck and said in confusion that he had never given autographs. However, the hunter was persistent and asked again, saying that this was the desire of his whole life. And so Kim picked up a notebook and pen. Then he left his autograph on the piece of paper. The hunter happily ran away, shouting that he would cover them. The heroes were left alone. Kim turned to the Sword Saint and asked him to listen to him. Kim pointed a finger just above his head and said that to Marcus he looked like a killer of a bunch of people. However, according to Kim, in the mirror Marcus can find a brutal killer who has killed even more people. Marcus continued to look at Kim impassively. The hero said that Marcus has a certain attitude to punish those who have harmed many, but Marcus does not punish himself for this. Marcus replied that he actually lived by this attitude. Kim began to talk about how Marcus was actually practically following the same path with Kim. However, Marcus interrupted him and said that there was no need to convince him so much. According to him, he is different from other hunters. Marcus said that everyone at the top is children exhausted by the outside world, while Marcus was born and lived in abundance. But he became curious if his success really came entirely from his skills. Marcus, simultaneously drawing his sword, asked whether the whole point was not only that he, like a bird from a golden cage, was raised on the best food. Marcus took out his sword and said that even though he was born in a favorable environment, he was confident that he had achieved heights on his own. He wanted to prove that his self-confidence was justified. Kim, looking at the sword with excitement, said that that was why Marcus came to the tower. Marcus, opening the skill card, said that he, however, did not realize how careless he was. Marcus showed Kim the Sleuth's Vigilance skill card. He said that he once decided to trust only his eyes and hands, but at some point he began to rely on skill. Marcus asked again if Kim had never taken an innocent life. Kim silently looked at Marcus and thought that that's why Marcus said that there was no need to try to convince him, because conviction comes from the head. The tower turned to Kim and asked him to speak not with his head, but with his heart. Kim gave an answer to Marcus and confirmed that he never took an innocent life. He also added that this will never happen. Marcus closed his eyes as if he was upset about something. Then he suddenly cut the skill card with his sword. Kim was shocked. Marcus said he would believe his eyes. Putting the sword back into its sheath, Marcus said that Kim had worked hard over the past 5 days. He also thanked Kim for giving in to the old man's stubbornness. Marcus turned his back and said that even though he was saying it now, breaking from the 12th to the 19th floor with Kim was more than a pleasant experience. The Sword Saint looked at Kim over his shoulder and asked that Kim take a good rest today, because once the press conference ends tomorrow, the 21st floor will open. After that, Marcus jumped and left. Kim, looking after Marcus, asked the Sword Master if Master Holy Sword had just recognized him. The Lord of the Sword, also looking after Marcus, said that this seemed to be true. Kim immediately fell to his knees and let out a cry of joy. He said it really was over. Kim reiterated that it was indeed over. The Sword Lord leaned a little towards Kim and said that he was acting as if he had cleared 50 floors. Kim was surprised because he suddenly received a notification that the Goddess of Protection admired his achievements. The Goddess of Protection also recognized all the results of Kim's activities. The tower also reported that the Goddess of Protection believed that Kim had enough rights to actually become her apostle. Kim looked at the Lord of the Sword and asked what was happening all of a sudden. Kim was even more surprised when the Goddess of Protection admitted that Kim could continue to use her. Suddenly the tower notified Kim that the Goddess of Protection was telling him to look down. The hero looked down but did not understand what was happening. When Kim looked down, the Goddess of Protection asked him to look a little to the left. Kim began to understand something and was very wary. The Goddess of Protection gave Kim the last authority. The hero was shocked. He wondered if the Goddess of Protection had been a sword all this time. The Goddess of Protection confirmed this. The news started talking about the clearing of the 20th floor. The news channel's hosts pointed to Kim, who was holding the hand of a black witch, and said that this hunter was believed to be the King of Death. They showed footage of Kim cutting down a large ogre. They also added that if the video footage was not faked, the Death King killed the 11th floor stage boss with a single blade. Kim, meanwhile, sat on the couch and listened to this news. The host exclaimed that until now there had never been a case of boss monsters being destroyed in one blow. Kim got fed up and turned off the TV. The Sword Lord asked Kim why he turned off the TV, because the Sword Lord was interested. Kim hit the table and shouted that it embarrassed him. Then the Sword Lord asked Kim to switch to another channel. Kim also shouted excitedly in response that all the channels were talking only about him. The Goddess of Protection noted that Kim's achievement was truly exceptional. Kim looked at his sword in surprise. The Goddess of Protection advised Kim to get used to the fact that the payment for fame is something like a tax paid by heroes. Kim said irritably that he was too tired yesterday so he couldn't talk properly, but he asked if the Goddess of Protection was overestimating him. The Goddess of Protection exclaimed that Kim is the light. Kim suddenly closed his ears in embarrassment and began to ask the Goddess of Protection to stop. He was so excited because the Goddess of Protection reminded him that she still clearly remembered Kim's passionate speech when he ascended the tower. Kim wondered if this sword was fanatical about him. The Goddess of Protection admitted that she was glad that her second master was such a person. Kim wondered if she was fangirling over him the same way he had been fangirling over the summer spirit for a while. Kim was very embarrassed. He took this sword and extended it in front of him. Kim took a rag and said that the Goddess of Protection started first. He began to bring this dirty rag to the sword. The Goddess of Protection began to feel a threat to her body and asked him to stop. Kim was glad because he managed to shut her up. He joyfully looked closely at the sword and said that it had become much quieter. Kim looked at the blade of the sword and asked if it really turns out that the Goddess of Protection is a constellation. Kim said that the constellation is something like a steward for each stage of the tower. Kim had seen cases of becoming constellations that started from monsters, like the Autumn Rain Demon King, but he had never seen an object constellation. The Goddess of Protection shook her head in response. She told Kim that he could understand a constellation as something that represented a given world. The Goddess of Protection said that she was originally a holy spirit exalted to God, but the founder of the empire, Rafanta Ajum, divided her into 5 swords and sealed her away. Among them, she is the first sacred sword, Idol. Kim looked at the sword in surprise and asked if this sword was really called Idol. The Goddess of Protection confirmed this. The first sword is Idol. The second sword is Compassion. The third sword is Prayer. The fourth sword is a Sacrifice. The fifth sword is Salvation. The Goddess of Protection boasted that by collecting all 5 sister swords, one could regain the strength corresponding to the period of its heyday. Kim looked at her and asked if she was a fragment of a real sacred sword, and to get true power, you need to find the remaining 4. He said that this was interesting and asked her about where the remaining sword sisters were then, but the Goddess of Protection remained silent. He looked closely at the sword and asked again about where her sisters were, but even now she was silent. He asked her if she didn't know either, but the Goddess of Protection exercised her right to remain silent. Kim said, upset that this meant she didn't know. The goddess of protection objected, because being close, she would be able to feel their presence. Kim slung his sword over his shoulder and said that it wasn't urgent right now, since he had 1/5 the strength anyway. He asked her what she could do. The goddess of protection replied that she was able to receive absolute support from the inhabitants of the Ajam Empire. However, since Kim knew about this ability, he asked what else she could do. Suddenly, the sword began to glow so strongly that this light blinded the hero. The goddess of protection boasted that she was confident in her skill of releasing light. Kim answered irritably that he had already seen this ad nauseum often and knew about it. He asked her what she could do besides support the Imperials and sparkle. The goddess of protection replied that she was confident in cutting down monsters. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and asked Kim if something had happened. It turned out to be a black witch. Kim replied that everything was fine. The black witch warned Kim that the press conference would begin in 5 minutes, and the 21st floor would also open around the time the conference ended. She asked him if he realized that he could go straight to the floor after he had answered enough. Kim sheathed his sword and confirmed this. The black witch smiled and said that this was an excellent answer. She also asked him not to linger and to go out. Kim heard the black witch leave. He took out the sword again and, looking at it, said that to sum it up, besides the sparkle, it is absolutely useless. However, the goddess of protection protested, calling this an unfair opinion. Kim said that from now on she is brilliant. Kim shocked the goddess of protection by saying that she had never been able to protect their country. Kim got angry and started shouting that she was making too much noise. Kim asked her not to speak to him in the future unless it was really necessary. The sword goddess wanted to say something, but Kim warned her that otherwise he would immediately return her to the Ajam Empire. After that, she fell silent, stunned. But then she replied that she understood him. After some time, the press conference began. The 3 heroes were sitting there, and many journalists had also gathered. They shouted to the head of the Black Dragon and asked to look into the camera. Kim looked at her and thought that it turns out that the saint of the previous generation, the head of the Black Dragon, is incomparable. The Black Witch took the microphone and said that as they all know, they have cleared floors 11 through 20. The journalists happily listened to her as she talked about the fact that they were wondering how they could tell them about this joyful event, but everyone was already informed. The head of the Black Dragon pointed at Kim and said that this time there is another fact that they are most proud of. She said that they were not proud of the clearing of the 10th floor, which everyone had ardently desired for the last decades, or even the quick clearing of the 20th floor, which no one could have foreseen. The head of the Black Dragon said that there were no casualties. She said that not a single person died, and that is what they are most happy about. She pointed to the crowd of journalists and asked them to look down for a moment. She asked them to look at the square of Babylon where they were standing. On each stone are carved the names of the dead who sacrificed themselves. Journalists looked at this with regret. The head of the Black Dragon, meanwhile, said that both when clearing the 2nd floor and when clearing the 3rd floor, names kept appearing here. The Black Witch, stretching her arms to the sides, joyfully exclaimed that today they would not carve a single name in the square. The head of the Black Dragon took time for the reporters and asked them to raise their hands one at a time. Kim, meanwhile, wondered whether he was really needed here at all. Kim looked at the countdown and thought that there really would be a line. The head of the Black Dragon began to answer questions. Kim just wanted to finish this press conference as quickly as possible and go to the 21st floor. John Evans of the Babylon Daily News decided to ask a question. He said that he had a question for the King of Death, who made it to the top for the first time in 3rd place. Kim was surprised that there were questions for him. John Evans began to talk about how there was a lot of talk about Kim's rapid rise. According to him, the assumption of an influential newcomer who was secretly trained by large guilds is especially convincing. John Evans aggressively said that if this is true, it turns out that the Death King is a hero created by the big guilds. He also said that, in particular, he heard that the Death King had exercised the right to monopolize the 20th floor. He asked Kim what he would say about the fear that the big guilds had banded together and were going to monopolize floors 11 through 20. The head of the Black Dragon called this a provocation and asked Kim not to respond, because everything would settle down on its own. However, Kim decided to answer. The hero extended his hand to her so that she would give him a microphone and said that such people would continue to appear in any case, and therefore he must at least once clearly state his position. The head of the Black Dragon wanted to object, but Kim, taking the microphone in his hands, assured her that everything was fine and he was ready. The Black Witch grabbed his head and asked him not to speak too much because they could cover up all the tolerable mistakes. The journalist stood and waited for Kim to answer. The Black Witch said that if Kim actually went on the rampage, even she wouldn't be able to control the press. Kim answered her that there is no calmer person in the world than him. Kim took the microphone and began to speak. He introduced himself and said that he was pleased to meet you. Kim asked the journalist's name. John Evans confirmed this irritably. Kim looked into his eyes and thought that this journalist had a very hard look. Kim thought that there was only one possible reaction to him. Kim lowered his head a little and said that he thought that voice of worry was because Kim wasn't good enough. Kim thought that it would be enough to react in the exact opposite way to how the summer spirit would react. Kim repeated even louder that he thought the voice of worry was because he wasn't good enough. Kim has neither the experience nor the eloquence of the head of the black dragon. However, Kim has knowledge that others do not. This knowledge is an interview with the most arrogant hunter in the world. Kim began to remember the interview with the summer spirit, in which he said that they cleared the 20th floor because of how cool the summer spirit was. The summer spirit then pointed at reporter John Evans and humiliated him, calling him trash. Then the summer spirit behaved very arrogantly, Even though the head of the black dragon urgently ended the press conference because she was shocked, Yu Su-ha was adding fuel to the reporter's fire. And scenes of swearing at parents, swearing at the wife's parents, and generally obscene swearing went out into the world due to personal live streams. Kim believes that by completely reversing the worst, you can get the best. Summer Spirit said they cleared the 20th floor because of how cool it was. However, Kim said that he knows how warmly people speak of him, but he is overrated. According to Kim, without the help of the Black Dragon Head and Holy Sword located here, he would never have been able to climb to the 20th floor alone. Kim remembered how the Summer Spirit cursed and clashed with the reporter. Therefore, Kim decided to say that he really tried his best to achieve the goal of 0 casualties, but he does not consider this his feat. Kim clenched his fist and said that he was only doing his duty as a hunter. John Evans listened to Kim's speech in amazement. Heroes, meanwhile, said that he was not going to defend his privileges, which is why he transferred to all the heads of the guilds the rights to floors from the 11th to the 19th. Kim said that since the 20th floor is a kind of green belt area, local citizens of the tower live there. Kim would be perfectly content to play the usual role of floor manager. Kim's smile was dazzling. He told reporter Evans he had finished answering the question. Reporter Evans sat down because he had no more questions. Kim thanked the reporters and said that if anyone had other questions, Kim had some time to answer them. The reporters simultaneously raised their hands and began to try to reach Kim. The hero, meanwhile, thought that the reverse strategy was good. The hero remembered how the Summer Spirit called the newspaper 100 questions and decided not to answer their question. Kim thought that the Summer Spirit had always been a compass for him, and therefore Kim decided to start with the newspaper of 100 questions. Some more time passed and Kim decided to end it there because there were 5 minutes left before the countdown ended. The reporters continued to ask questions. However, suddenly the Black Witch snatched the microphone from Kim and said that they understand that they are all interested in their new hero, but alas, there is very little time left. The Black Witch said that their day off is over, so they are returning to clearing the tower. Meanwhile, people were filming everything on their phones. The head of the Black Dragon said that this time they would also try their best to avoid casualties. Suddenly someone raised their hand and asked for one last question. It was the reporter who shocked Kim by asking the head of the Black Dragon what kind of relationship she had with the Death King. The head of the Black Dragon thought and looked at Kim with a smile. She surprised everyone by saying that they were more than friends because they were comrades in arms. The Black Witch stood up and said that they were comrades in arms, which was more than friends. She also added that she would like to avoid misunderstandings and misconceptions. The Black Witch headed to the exit of the stage and declared the press conference over. The reporters were very interested in what kind of relationship the Black Witch had with Kim, and therefore continued to ask questions. Kim looked at this in confusion, but the head of the Black Dragon called him over. Kim asked her if she had heated up the frying pan and was leaving right away. The head of the Black Dragon replied that she loved drama. As she left the stage, she said that the heightened passions at the end are best remembered. Kim thought in surprise that this was the head of the guild that dominated the tower. When they went backstage, the Black Witch breathed a sigh of relief. She took Kim's hands and exclaimed that it was perfect. She looked at him joyfully and exclaimed that sincere behavior was the best course. The Black Witch added that people like heroes, but they love heroes most of all who bow their heads to them. She also gushed that it didn't make Kim look pathetic and that the balance was excellent. Kim was a little embarrassed because he was just doing everything opposite to the actions of the Summer Spirit, and the Black Witch began to praise him. They were still holding hands. The Black Witch told Kim that she could give him whatever he needed if it was in the tower. Kim replied that everything was fine, but he asked her about what was more important, namely about the phrase that they were more than friends. The Black Witch looked away and said that she had deliberately thrown a smoke screen. According to her, the press would still throw romantic relationships at him even if none existed, so it would be safer to focus on her. Kim looked away in frustration. She asked him not to worry because she had been fighting public opinion alone for many years. The Black Witch said that Kim could trust her completely in this area. Meanwhile, people joyfully waited for the countdown to complete. Kim and the Black Witch noticed that there were 5 seconds left before the opening of the 21st floor. And just when the countdown ended, that girl appeared and congratulated them on overcoming the shadow filled with the Demon King's resentment. The Lord of the Sword warned Kim to be vigilant. Kim was serious. He understood that now was not the time to get excited about the holiday, because a completely different scene would open on the 21st floor. The girl, meanwhile, began to talk about how they could stay forever on the first floor of the tower. According to her, they could refuse the challenge, they could choose a peaceful life. She raised her hand and said that they, however, decided to go through the 10th and 20th floors in order to see with their own eyes where the end of this tower was. Suddenly, the system began to transfer the heroes, which surprised the Black Witch. The system said that in this case it would be fair to respond to their desire. The hunters were scared because they didn't even say move. The tower even began to move the hunters who were quietly drinking coffee in the coffee shop. Kim wondered if this was a forced transfer. The blonde girl called them people who decided to rise, people who happily accepted a new name and became tower fighters. According to her, from now on, only selected warriors will shoulder a noble duty. And so Kim was transported somewhere. There someone greeted them, calling them warriors rising in a tower. This guy said that the anxiety of their humble manager was so great that one day seemed to take 3 years. This flying boy welcomed them to the great library of omniscience. He smiled and said that life is a process that begins with a meeting and ends with it. Kim turned around in surprise. This boy said that waiting is just something akin to a seasoning that gives flavor to life. The tower informed Kim that a constellation was greeting them, the manager of the library room. The library room manager curtsied and greeted them again. The hunters were shocked because absolutely all the hunters were killed, even those who were washing or sleeping. The library manager exclaimed that he had not been careful enough. Suddenly, the hunter who had just washed himself found himself wearing a black box. Kim was relieved and exhaled. The Black Witch asked the library manager who he was. This boy said that their humble manager was a nameless, inconspicuous little man, just the manager of a barely large library. However, the Black Witch looked unhappy. He told her that compared to them, he was a creature more like an absolutely unimportant third-rate character. Kim looked around this strange curved library. Kim said he felt like it was a whole world from the library. The boy was clearly happy to hear this. The library manager flew up to Kim and called him the King of Death. He said that there was no need for this wariness because he just wanted to greet them. Kim surprised the hunters, including the poisonous snake, by saying that for him they were like heroes of an epic. The library manager suddenly showed them the Chronicle of the Aegean Empire. He said that his hobby is reading books. There were many books flying around him. He said that the books collected in his library are not ordinary. These are books related to the worlds in which the tower is built and their history. The manager stated that they were wondering why, out of a huge number of warriors, only they were called up. He immediately exclaimed that this is because in their worlds only they have the names of the actors. He picked up 2 books and said that all 302 people gathered here were warriors with nicknames. The hunters looked at each other in surprise. The Black Witch became worried and asked if they really had to clear the tower with just this number. He once again showed the Chronicle of the Aegean Empire and told them not to worry so much because the 3 of them saved the empire. According to him, it will not be the slightest difficulty for them to pass the obedient stage manager prepared for them. While the witch was thinking, with her head down, Kim suggested that they start quickly. Kim said he understands that the manager is excited to meet people for the first time in a long time, but they want to get up quickly. The manager suddenly remembered that in his joy he forgot to give them quests. A lot of books appeared behind him and he said that he didn't like explaining everything meticulously in words. He began choosing the piece that would move them the most. Before opening the book, the library manager decided to warn them in advance about something. He said that this was for clarity and therefore asked not to be too scared. After these words, he opened the book. We then see a strange futuristic city with many skyscrapers. The manager said that the records collected in his library are not some simple books. The hunters, meanwhile, were levitating high in the air. The library manager said that these books can be said to be of a much higher level. According to him, the Great Library of All Thoughts is a repository of records from many worlds. He took in his hand the Chronicle of the Aegean Empire and said that this was the world they had conquered. In another, he held a book called The Tale of the City of Ascension and called it their own world. Flying among the books, the library manager said that these books can be named in many different ways. For some it is an epic, for others it is a chronicle. There are those who call them a chronicle or a saga, but the manager prefers a different name. The manager called it an apocalypse. He said that their apocalypse, as he prefers to call it, is in the process. The long prologue is over and they begin to gradually rise. According to him, you can say that they are now at the part of reading where the story begins to have a taste. Kim, meanwhile, was high in the air and from this enormous height looked at the entire city. The manager said that, however, not all apocalypses are happily in progress. Suddenly there was an incredibly strong explosion. The manager, watching this with the hunters, said that, of course, there are apocalypses that have been discontinued. According to him, this world is not the only one like this. The manager, behind whom the book was open, said that many people do this. He began to say that if the reason for stopping the release of this apocalypse was fire, then the reason for stopping the release of this apocalypse was water. The water demolished all skyscrapers and buildings in its path. The manager called it tragic. They were then transported to another apocalypse and saw a volcano erupt. The manager said that the actors in this apocalypse lived the same way as they did, but before reaching the right conclusion. He said it ended for an infinitely unfair reason. Suddenly he closed the book. He said that while he calls it discontinuation, people just call it destruction. As soon as the manager moved them back to the library, they immediately began to vomit. The Sword Lord said that there was nothing surprising in this nausea because they were constantly shown things that were difficult for an ordinary person to bear. The manager told them that their quest was a post. He asked them to choose 8 discontinued apocalypses. In other words, they are given 8 of the destroyed worlds to choose from. The manager happily said that he just wanted to read these apocalypses to the end. He wants to continue reading the stories of the destroyed worlds. He pointed his finger at Kim and told them to personally enter the 8 worlds of the apocalypse and save them from the threat of discontinuation. He exclaimed that this was the quest of their humble manager. The hunters received a notification with a task, the purpose of which is to save the world. Several guys were lying on the floor. The hero stood on his feet and looked at the guy who was flying in the air. The boy clapped his hands. He asked the guys if they could clean up the vomit or weren't they taught basic decency. Only the efforts of all users can keep the library clean. Somewhere off to the side stood flat boards with brooms in human hands. These were bookmarks. One bookmark with a blue bow swept the floor, and the other, with a yellow bow, held a tray with mugs near the girl. Maids, bookmarks will serve the guys until the 30th floor is cleared. The head of the black dragon was handed a tray with a teapot and a mug. First, the girl wanted to know if these bookmarks were monsters. The boy smiled and tried to cover his smile with his hand. He replied that the girl might think they were monsters. A guy in white clothes flew past shelves with books. He told everyone that while they were in the library, they were required to follow several rules. First, never touch books without permission. The boy collected this collection with blood and sweat, and each apocalypse exists only in 1 copy in the entire universe. The man picked up a sword and was about to hit the boy in white clothes with it. He said that it was all funny, because in the end this guy is the boss of the monsters. The boy with blue eyes smiled. The man shouted for everyone to get their weapons. Quest or something else, it doesn't matter. They will simply kill the boy and the 30th floor will be cleared. This man pointed his finger at the hero. He said that the Death King cleared the 20th floor alone, so he was confident that they could defeat the guy in white clothes. Dark silhouettes stood in front of Kim Kong-ya, and their eyes glowed red. Is there anything that warriors can't do? The man asked. Suddenly he extended his hand towards the knight and some guy with gray hair. He was telling all 5 big guilds to take a step back. The head of the black dragon looked angrily towards this man and held his left hand in front of him. She really didn't like the fact that they divided the entire cleanup from the 11th floor among themselves. They brought in a newcomer from nowhere and are making him a new hero. Suddenly the hero grabbed the girl's hand. He asked her to be patient. The head of the black dragon looked at the guy who was holding her hand. If you let people like this do whatever they want, the girl said. But Kim Kong-ya interrupted her and said that they were now live. Residents of the city looked at the screen, where there was a girl with purple hair. She didn't know about it. We see a hero standing with a phone and filming something. Before his rebirth, he also observed the clearing up to the 30th floor from the square. It broadcasts live in the form of a hologram. He asked the girl to remember what the constellation told them. Kim Kong-ya stood in a black jacket, his head slightly bowed. He said that if they show themselves from an unfavorable side, it will be remembered for a lifetime. A guy was holding one of the girl's hands, and she stood, raised the other to her chin and thought. She guessed that what really mattered in this scene was how to clean it up. The hero stood with a straight back, and a notice hung behind him. They are all already in the work of the Great Library. The hero raised his head up and smiled sweetly. A reward is given for clearing the 20th floor. Kim Kong-ya looked at the pink table with hearts. Award for a normal scene. The blessing of the God of Beauty is given. The hero can observe the level of interest of the current characters from the 20th to the 30th floor. The guy looked up, and in front of him was a pink screen with his thoughts. Hidden scene reward. The blessing of the snake god is given. Now Kim Kong-ya can observe the thoughts of the characters. The guy, who had a ghost behind him, approached the girl. He decided to test the skill once. We see the head of the black dragon and the pink character window. It contained favorite genres, characters, and plots. In addition, the hero now knew her thoughts. The girl with purple hair looked sharply towards the hero. Kim Kong-ya was sweating due to shock, and the spirit from the rear was laughing until he cried. The head thought that something had happened to the guy, but he said everything was fine. The ghost held his head and laughed, and Kim Kong-ya looked at him with contempt. The spirit told the guy that he needed to find a horse somewhere and ride it. Now we see the pink ghost preference window. He hoped that this skill did not affect him. The hero's face became disgusting. He thought about the ghost's preferred characters being mom. The guy stood and smiled, and the evil spirit of the rear beat him from behind. He ordered Kim Kong-ya to leave his brain now. The hero replied that it is better for the ghost not to talk in vain to the guy until the 30th floor, and it is better to bow his head. Otherwise, Kim Kong-ya will open the window of the ghost's thoughts every time he deems it necessary. A group of people stood with weapons and looked up. They were about to start a boss fight, but someone said it was stupid. Behind them stood an old man in a blue suit. He said that if the boss wanted, he would throw them all into a destroyed world, but they still started a fight. If they are planning a group suicide, then the old man will not interfere. The group of warriors lowered their swords and thought, but suddenly the black man turned around and shouted at everyone. He said that the Death King also passed the 10th and 20th floors alone. In general, monster bosses are all like this. He believed that all big guilds were scammers. In the library, there were two guys and a girl standing nearby who was inflating a bubble from chewing gum. The boss asked them if they were done talking. The boy slammed the book, from which a blue light emanated. He said he didn't like cliches and would just finish it quickly. A black pillar appeared under the boss with a purple light on top. The boy smiled and held an open book in which there was some kind of creature. He said that in this apocalypse, all of humanity was destroyed. Only one magician remained alive. The boss slammed the purple book shut. As a result of all sorts of adversity, the magician became closer to a monster with tentacles than to a person. The boy is quite attached to this main character, and he ranks about 9th in the top favorite characters. There were black particles coming from the purple book. This magician's special technique is the magic of seals, and he is bound by a guest-host relationship. As payment for sometimes giving him ingredients, the magician happily fulfills his requests. The boy was floating in the air, and bookmarks, maids, were flying around him. There were already 3 bookmarks with bows of different colors on the ground. Oh yes, 2 maids stood nearby, one of them with a blue bow, and the other with a yellow one. The magician's hobby is to wear a maid costume in his work. 2 bookmarks stood on the floor, and one another was wiping down the shelves. All humanity except the magician was destroyed. It would be weirder if he kept his sanity. The girl with purple hair looked in surprise towards the light. It became cleaner because the useless minor characters were dealt with. Behind the smiling boy in white clothes, some black pieces were flying. He asked the guys if they had a desire to become the main characters. 7 hunters sat not far from each other, and books lay near them. One girl with white hair held her hand on her knee and said that they had barely started, and already 50 people had dropped out. One guy sat and held his head, and the girl next to him was covered in sweat. Advancement always requires sacrifices, and now they will put these sacrifices on their shoulders and move even further in the cleanup. Almost 100 people flew away, but it ended with 50, so it was incredible luck. A bookmark approached the girl who was drinking tea. She asked the guys if they would like to drink tea because it was delicious. Kim Kong-ya sat in front of the girl and near the books. Someone said that everyone should sit with their mouths closed because the more they talk, the more morale drops. The girl agrees that this is really a problem and decided to shut up. Suddenly, the hero stood up and began gesticulating. He understood everything. They shouldn't attack this constellation carelessly. Right now you can just calmly follow the quest given by the library manager. Kim Kong-ya is now in 3rd place in the top. Here he is a hunter with the 3rd strongest right to opinion, and he needs to get used to sidelong glances. Kim Kong-ya stood in front of a crowd of people and added that following the quest would not be a burden to them. A girl approached him, and behind her was a blue screen. The hero asked them to carefully look at the quest. 2 of the 3 tasks were difficult to see, and the most important here was the second one. If they successfully save the world, then that world will be counted as their 22nd floor. Kim Kong-ya was explaining something and gesticulating, and there were diamonds behind him. The hero said that the reward could vary depending on which world they save. For example, if they save a world full of diamonds, then this world will become their 22nd floor. The head of the black dragon looked at the guy with wide eyes. She understood everything. Diamonds are just an example, but what about a world rich in various resources? Self-sufficiency, said the girl. They will be able to solve the food problem even without help from the outside world. Kim Kong-ya held a blue book in his hand and said, "Here it is." Kim Kong-ya opened the book, and someone shouted at him to be careful. The book was open, and in front of the hero stood a man with an eye patch. He was surprised that nothing was happening. A boy flew above all the hunters and said that until he activates the ability, apocalypses are just ordinary books. The boss carefully hid the forbidden books, which could be dangerous even if touched. Kim Kong-ya looked at the guys and pointed towards the books. He told everyone to go and read books. They need to choose those that they can pass, and that will bring them benefits. The hero was holding a book with flowers on it. A story about Sorbonne Academy. Genre, romance, fantasy. The guy opened the book, and a bright white light emanated from its pages. For example, its content was as follows. The young man was kneeling in front of a girl in a dress. He said that his soulmate turns out to have always been here, Lady Sylvia. They took each other's hand, and in the distance a blue comet flew towards the building. The guy told the girl that she was his other half. The castle suddenly exploded. A girl and a guy were drawn on the page of the book, and instead of their heads there was green slime. The novel, which was read with great interest, suddenly ended like this. Any reader would explode with anger. Kim Kanya stood in front of a crowd of people and held a book in his right hand. He said that each book has its own difficulty and content, so they should choose those that they can pass and still benefit from. And the fact that this world was real makes it even more frustrating. The hunters sat silently, and it was easy to understand that they didn't care. A ghost approached Kim Kanya and, picking his ear, said that the hunters behave this way because the guy persistently uses respectful speech. One of the hunters was yawning, the other was sitting with a sad face, and next to them stood a girl with green hair. Now the hero is responsible for 250 hunters, and they can listen to him if he switches to informal speech. Then Kim Kanya took his chin and thought, the higher the level of a hunter, the more sky-high their pride. They do not listen to others as if they are deaf. Suddenly the hero clenched his hands into fists and shouted at all the hunters. Kim Kanya did not understand how he alone should read hundreds of apocalypses. He shouted to all the hunters to gather. Kim Kanya extended his palm to the side and shouted to the hunters that they should divide into groups. Those who have read at least something go to the left, and those who have no idea what a novel or history is, to the right. The guy approached the bookmarks, the maids who were holding signs with genres. People who read divided themselves into groups according to the genres they liked, Kim Kanya said. A boy in a white suit flew over the hunters and held his head with his hand. The hero didn't understand why there were so many people here somewhere, but there was no one else in the historical genres. Kim Kanya hit the book with his hand and told everyone to start reading. Kim Kanya continued to say that the apocalypses are then divided into genres. The books are divided into groups and read, and then they decide whether the work they read is good or bad. A girl with white hair and gloves on her hands raised her hand. The hero noticed this and asked her what happened. The girl removed her hand from her mouth and told the guy that she didn't know what a bad piece of work was. We see a picture of a girl and a guy standing against the backdrop of a destroyed city, and on top there was a pink screen where the title, genre, difficulty, and description were written. Survive in a volcano. Genre, survival, romance. This work is terrible. Suddenly we are shown a huge explosion. Reason for stopping the release, humanity was destroyed. There is no point in saving this world, because there has already been a nuclear war. The girl smiled and clapped her hands. She was asked what she was going to do with a little world full of radiation as the 22nd floor. Kim Kanya remembered Yu Su-ha. He thought that the summer spirit, up to the 29th floor, only cleared areas with magma or volcanoes because he was immune to fire. But all he had to do was try hard, and as many as 8 treasuries would appear in the tower, and he didn't even think about other people. In his left hand, Kim Kanya held a stack of books, and in his right hand he held one book. He asked the hunters not to pay attention to the character of the main character, the depth of the story. Suddenly he noticed something and opened his eyes wide in surprise. He told everyone to just read, and if saving the world is profitable enough, but he didn't finish. He saw the head of the black dragon sitting and reading a black book. Kim Kanya told the girl that there was a mystic group here. She replied that she knew about it. It was clear from the hero's face that he was stunned. In the girl's character window, she seemed to be a fan of romantic novels. He asked the girl, "Do you like mysticism?" The head of the black dragon was drinking some kind of drink from a mug. He replied that of course she liked mysticism. After all, she is an intelligent girl. Kim Kanya looked towards the group of people who are reading romance. Does the girl really not want to let others know that she is a fan of romance? The romance group is unusually small in number, while the Muram group is overcrowded with male hunters. Kim Kanya was holding his head with a ghost behind him. The guy thought that these people, even in the current situation, pretend to be God knows what. The spirit of the home front had already told the guy that high-level hunters feed and live with pride. "They are all psychopaths," said the ghost. Kim Kanya stood in front of a girl with purple hair. He did not know what to say, the head of the black dragon, and yet the hero fell silent. The girl asked him what it was all about. The guy smiled a little evilly and replied that she seemed to him a very romantic person and he always thought so. The girl turned her gaze to the left and asked the hero, "Do I look like a person for whom romance suits?" The hero's face was visible in the reflection of the drink. He told her that it seemed unnatural to him that the head of the black dragon was now in another group. Kim Kanya sat down next to the head of the black dragon, and behind her stood a bookmark, a maid. She laughed quietly. After that, the girl got up and walked in the opposite direction from the hero. Since the Death King says so, nothing can be done. They had never read romance, but decided to take the chance and challenge themselves. Another girl stood near the shelves and smiled, holding a green book in her hand. She told Kim Kong-ya that it had never happened before that the head of a black dragon got up if she had already sat down somewhere. Kim Kong-ya looked at the girl's index finger. He noticed that the head of the pantheon also read mystical novels. She replied that she knew Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson too. Then the guy decided to open the pink window of the girl's character. She said what she thought. Kim Kong-ya was shocked by this, and the girl stood in front of him. He couldn't believe that she had the same inside as she had on the outside. The hero picked up the marker and opened it. He began to write on the girl's hand with it. He said that the girl is now in the fairy tale group. Kim Kong-ya pushed the girl towards the bookmark, a maid with a fairy tale sign. The head of the pantheon is alone in this group and she needs to study all the books related to this genre alone. She said that she would study everything in detail. The guy smiled and thought that among hundreds of apocalypses there was not a single book of fairy tales. Kim Kong-ya held his forehead while a ghost flew behind him. The guy looked at the crowd of hunters who were reading books. He couldn't understand how 111 out of 150 people could lie about their preferences. They really are all crazy. Kim Kong-ya extended his hand in front of him, palm down, and a purple particle began to appear in front of her. The last thing left to check. The hero looked at the pink drawings and screens. He opened someone's character window. Then the guy looked down. He saw a guy with dark blue hair reading a book. He is the sixth at the top of the tower at present, the head of the Guild of the Gate of 1,000 Faceless. The hero began to look at the thoughts of this guy. The guild master was angry that Muram was always like this. There is not a single plot or climax in any line. Kim Kong-ya stood near the bookmark and a friend of the reading guy's, holding a sword in his hand. This guy turned towards the hero, and there was a bandage on his eye. He asked Kim Kong-ya what he needed and said threateningly that he was busy reading. He turned out to be the Emperor of Light Novels. The hero told him to continue. The library had a lot of shelves with books. The hunters shouted that their eyes were going to explode. The head of the black dragon was scratching her eye, and next to her, Kim Kong-ya was eating a sandwich. The girl said that she understood the feelings of the constellation. The girl's hair was shabby and she looked tired. She explained that in all of these books, everyone's release was cut short at the climax. At the moment of the main character's confession, a meteorite falls. Just as they are finally about to kiss, the aliens suddenly appear. Moreover, until their suspension, all these stories were wildly interesting. It's as if a dish was served perfectly, but when you start to cut the cutlet, it suddenly falls out. The hero was about to bite off part of the sandwich, but he asked the girl not to say what fell out there while he was eating. The girl with purple hair smiled evilly. She asked the King of Death for forgiveness because she could not be delicate at all. So what if he asks what fell out? The hero interrupted and warned her that they were live. The head of the black dragon raised his hand to his chin, and the hero exhaled. Then the girl brought her mouth and hand to the hero's ear. A second later the sandwich was already lying on the floor. The boy in white clothes, around whom books were flying, smiled. It seems that the hunters finally understood his pain too. There were a large number of different books floating around in the library, presented to the hunters with 683 apocalypses. These are the best books in his entire great library with especially destructive power. They are wildly interesting, so they can't help but make the reader fall in love with them. The head of the black dragon turned around and looked at this boy. As interesting as these books are, the hunters become just as unhappy because all these recommended books met a terrible end. The girl thought that this boy deliberately gave them such works. The guy extended his hand to the side, and he said that they could think so. The guy and girl were holding books in their hands and smiling widely. They realized that the boy deliberately forced them to read the top interrupted stories. One of the people raised their hand and Kim Kong-ya noticed it. Someone called him. A girl with green hair and glasses stood near the shelves with books. The hero found out that she also received a nickname. And so it happened, although the master of alchemy is not very cool. Kim Kong-ya stood in front of the girl and smiled. He told the girl that she was truly incredible to have received the nickname in such a short time, but she replied that there was nothing incredible about it. The alchemy master held her hand near her chin and recalled the building. A few days ago, she heard that her creation was helping to save the world, and a nickname immediately came out. This is thanks to the miracle cure the guy made. The girl looked with a smile at the hero, who was holding his head. She told him that he was truly incredible. In just a few days, he rose to third place at lightning speed. Kim Kong-ya replied that he was just lucky. The alchemy master raised her hand to her chest. She told the guy that she would definitely help him if he needed anything. There was a pile of books on the floor. The Muram, romance, mystery, and science fiction group finished reading. Kim Kong-ya looked into the distance and held his hand in front of him, palm up. He asked each group to talk about recommended works. We see a girl with white hair who was holding a blue book in her hands. She said that she recommended it from her group of fairy tales, even though there were no other books in her group. The hero was surprised by this find. The hero was thinking about the apocalypse, the name of which is Mine and Our Sacrificial Lamb. His genre is a fairy tale, and the difficulty is that he believed that it was necessary to jump into this apocalypse once, regardless of the degree of difficulty and reward. An old man with white hair stood near the two guys and held a blue book in his hand. The Muram group highly recommend this book. We see a purple screen with the title, Chronicle of the Heavenly Demon. Its difficulty is B and its genre is Muram. We see a black and white picture of the mountains. The reason for recommending these chronicles is simple. In this world there is a character Heavenly Demon Muramitz, who has collected all the books existing in the world about strong martial arts techniques. A girl in black clothes stood against the backdrop of the mountains, having thus typed the whole task of these books in the main database of the faction. In short, this character rebuilt the library. The old man in the blue suit had a menacing face. He said that martial art is a specific skill. The book about martial art contains its secret. The two guys looked at each other with clenched fists. In other words, if they can save this world, they will receive a library that contains the strongest skills. This is a chance for hunters to get a big boost. Kim Kanya scratched his chin as he stood next to the ghost. The hero thought that if he died once from each master, then he should get at least one A-class skill. The spirit from the rear said that he was already afraid that the guy had changed, but his gluttony is still the same. Kim Kanya stood next to the ghost and did not pay attention to the girl who was looking at the book. One world has appeared that the hero wants to grind into powder, but with his current powers this is difficult. The sparkle notifies you of the sensation of traces. Kim Kong-ya's sword began to shine. He did not understand what traces. A yellow notification appeared that Shiny spoke, her sister was very close, and the hero's face was calm. He realized that it was his sister's sword. In front of Kim Kong-ya stood Marcus, reading a book. He was holding a white book in his hand, namely the Chronicle of the Heavenly Demon. Shiny says that she feels her sister in the book, who is holding the holy sword. They show us some kind of gray door. Okay, said the hero. He was sitting in the toilet next to the ghost, holding a sword in his hand. Before going to Muram, he decided to die once, then he could start. The ghost leaned towards the hero, who was taking out a sword, and in the corner there was a notice that Shiny did not understand the hero's intentions. The spirit of the rear also asked, which place is okay? Kim Kanya remembered a man with long white hair, Rafin Ajum, the founding emperor and the one who made the goddess of protection brilliant. Even without knowing who he is, one can understand that he has definitely traveled to different worlds. We see a city that is very similar to Chinese. The Shiny was originally in the world of the Ajum Empire, but the other blade is now in the world of Muram. This means that he has the ability to move through worlds. Perhaps he is some kind of abuser. Kim Kanya looked at the floor with a bead of sweat on his cheek. He thought about it. Someone skilled enough to found an empire and strong enough to split a constellation. So he's definitely not just a master who mindlessly rushed into Muram. Kim Kanya noticed that he had recently started to feel a little nervous, that if he calmed down even for a little while, his confidence would turn into arrogance. The hero sat in the booth with his head down, and the ghost stood and looked at him. Kim Kanya thought that he became the top 3, almost single-handedly defeated the Demon King. Only one heard about him throughout the city, and now he also gives orders to the hunters who received nicknames. He was sure that at least once he would slip up and become careless. Kim Kanya recalled how he killed the summer spirit, a certain top 1 who lost his life as a result of carelessness. The rear spirit held its mouth with its thumb. Kim Kanya added that they need to know what this Ajum is, whom they may encounter in the chronicles, but now the hero has zero information. The ghost replied that the idea was not bad, but still did not understand what exactly the guy was going to do. Kim Kanya raised his sword. The ghost said that there was no way to find out about this character at all, and the hero replied that this was not true. Still, this sword is the goddess of protection and she was divided into parts, but she is a constellation. Kim Kanya looked at himself in the reflection of the sword. He thought if he killed himself with this sword, it would be suicide or murder. Kim Kanya brought the sword to his throat. There is a good reason to check, because the probability is 50-50. Sounds were coming from the lion symbol on the sword. Shiny begged the warrior to think about it again. Kim Kanya was ready to pierce his neck, but he asked, why? Brilliant replied that she was embarrassed to show the past and stubbornly insisted on privacy. The hero was already touching the skin on his neck with his sword. He asked Shiny what kind of privacy she was talking about. It is also broadcast live for days on end. Blestiashka asks, begs not to do it. 2 dark blue notifications appeared. Due to death, the skill conditions were achieved. Currently, the goddess of protection skills are sealed. Impossible to study. We see 2 more blue notifications. The hero's current rank is D. He has a penalty for using a skill, and his strength is average. Before us is a picture of a girl with wings standing in front of a man sitting on a throne. She said that the man's journey was over and she believed that the respected warrior would cope. From behind the back of the throne we see only part of the man's hair. He answered the girl positively. Kim Kanya stood near the rear spirit, holding his hands in his pockets. The guy was not sure that this was Rafanta Ajum. The warrior told the girl that it was as if just yesterday he was confused by the fact that he suddenly found himself called there, and now he had already become the emperor of an entire continent. The warrior sat on his throne, and rays of light fell on his forehead. The ghost said that at one glance it is clear that this gray-haired guy is a deadly celestial star. We are shown how Ajim was in some kind of glass world, and light was reflected from his sword. He got his nickname because he hunted only constellations. The tower connects different worlds. From the 50th floor, rivalry with hunters from other worlds begins. We see different hunters who stood near the towers. Ajim himself did not rise higher, although he should have. He only rushed to torture the constellation if he found one. The deadly celestial star is literally possessed by the 50th floor. The rear spirit held his chin while Kim Kanya looked at him. The guy asked, "So, Rafanta Ajim is also a hunter?" The ghost did not answer, but only said that he did not expect to see an old acquaintance in such a place. A girl with pink hair and wings stood with her eyes closed. She again feels as if she were in a new era. At the very beginning of her journey, the warrior was also a completely ordinary person. The ghost said that he and the emperor constantly fought, but the warrior could not defeat the spirit. The emperor stood up from his throne and looked towards the girl. She asked Ajim what he plans to do next, because there are no more divine or evil spirits that would block his path. He interrupted the girl with the word constellation. The warrior's eyes were red, and he said that the girl was not divine, not an evil spirit. She is a constellation, and the world belongs not to constellations, but to people. The girl crossed her fingers and there was a red light around her wings. She didn't understand why the warrior suddenly gave off his aura. Before she had time to finish speaking, Ajim extended his hand in front of him, from the center of which a ray of red light emanated. He told the girl that he would not kill her, yet she still helped him. The girl was very frightened because the emperor was reaching out to her with his hand. There were rays of red light around the warrior. He said that he would divide and seal the girl's being. Then she won't be able to regain her strength, and without having time to say the phrase to the end, the picture became illegible and nothing was clear. Completion of trauma reenactment. Checking the safety of one's own self. The penalty ends. Kim Kanya sat in the booth, holding a sword in his hand, and a ghost stood to his right. The hero didn't really understand anything even after watching it. The guy held a sparkling sword in his hand and asked Shiny why her longtime master sealed her. But she herself doesn't know. She said that Rafanta Ajim was a reserved but fair warrior, but she did not understand at all why he betrayed her. The ghost waved his hand and again told the hero that the higher the level of hunters, the more the roof leaks. Kim Kanya held his knees and looked at the floor. The spirit of the home front told him not to try to understand the psychos. If we peer into the abyss for a long time, the abyss will begin to peer into him. Therefore, the hero just needs to become stronger and everything will end as soon as he defeats everyone. Kim Kanya agreed. The guy stood in front of the mirror. He thought that the deadly star would definitely treat him with hostility if it met him. After all, he carries with him a fragment of the constellation. Marcus stood and held the paper in front of him. 21st floor again. After reading all the apocalypses, the hunters decided on the choice of the 22nd floor. And since the Heavenly Demon Chronicle had already been recommended by the Holy Sword itself, everyone easily settled on it. A boy in white clothes asked the hunters, "Did you choose Miram as the first genre? We see a city that is covered with snow." The boy said that the hunters have a good choice. This Miram is completely different from the one they are familiar with, but at least they have martial arts and strength in common with it. Kim Kanya looked confidently and calmly into the distance. The boy continued to say that the hunters could face an ironic fate depending on which direction they take the story. A martial art that costs a lot of money, they said they could learn the skills. A guy in white clothes flew over the hunters. He said that the law of the universe is that serious rewards come with serious risks. And of course, if the hunters die in the apocalypse, they will die in reality and it is impossible to escape from it. Kim Kanya stood among the crowd of hunters with his hands in his pockets. Limit in Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, 2-4 people. Who will be the active character in this apocalypse? The hero seemed to tilt his head a little. He said he would go. Old Marcus stood with a calm face. He will also take part, because the person who made the recommendation has no right to sit out. The boy flying in the air smiled. The minimum number of people has been reached, but 2 more can take part. Marcus stood in the middle of the library, and behind him was a purple screen. There is another reason why he recommended this apocalypse. Marcus asked everyone to look at the reason for stopping the release. It was written on the screen that a super infection had suddenly spread. Based on this, it can be understood that the disease killed the heavenly demon and then the others died too. Marcus pointed to the side. He said that this world was destroyed by an infectious disease. Therefore, a hunter is also needed who is well acquainted with diseases, and he is the strongest in this area. We are shown an old man with a white beard and hair. It was the king of medicines. The ghost pointed his finger at this old man. He recognized him. We see Marcus leaving the building where the same old man was. The King of Medicines is the owner of a pharmaceutical clinic where old Marcus always shops. The battle will mainly be fought by the Holy Sword, but if anything the Death King will help. And if the King of Medicines deals with the disease, then the three of them can do it. Kim Kanya, smiling and pointing his palm to the side, interrupted Marcus. He said he wanted to take someone with him. The guy extended his hand to the girl with green hair. She was very surprised and asked, "Me?" The hero smiled and pointed towards Marcus and the Medicine King. He told the girl that she understood everything correctly. The alchemy master said that not even a week had passed since she received the nickname and she was incredibly weak, so there was no point in taking her. Kim Kanya took the girl by the hand and she looked at the hero with her mouth open. He told her that among his acquaintances, she was the most capable alchemist and doctor. Kim Kanya smiled at the girl, holding her hand. He added that she herself had recently said. The guy leaned a little towards the girl. He reminded her that she had promised to help with anything if she could. The hero held the girl's hand and smiled, closing his eyes. He asked the girl for help. The alchemy master was sweating and smiling nervously. The hunters were surprised that all four places were occupied and could not understand who this green-haired girl was. Marcus said that he had already met this lady. However, the alchemist, frightened, hid behind Kim. Marcus said that there was nothing to be so afraid of because he and the King of Death had cleared up all misunderstandings. However, Marcus added that they would go to an incredibly dangerous place and the constellation said that if you die in the apocalypse, you will die in reality. Kim confirmed this and said that she is the best pharmacist he knows. The Sword Lord looked at the Medicine King doubtfully and said that he makes a couple of good potions, but he is not the best since there is that lady alchemist. Marcus put his hand to his chin and repeated Kim's words that she was the best pharmacist he knew. Marcus suddenly began to think that she herself must be extraordinary since she was recommended by the extraordinary King of Death. Marcus decided that he should take the opportunity to give the two young men a chance to make connections with the King of Drugs. Kim was surprised, because Marcus does not insist on his accumulated connections, but the temperament of the arrogant old man remains in place. Kim thought that his rear spirit also judged the pharmacist only by appearance, just as his rear spirit did. At this moment, the King of Medicines grinned displeasantly. He was angry because Kim said that Madam Alchemist was the best he knew. He also called Kim a scoundrel. Kim was disappointed. The King of Medicine said that it was simply funny that after passing one bump, Kim boasted as if he had crossed a mountain. He scratched his beard and said that it was like he was looking at himself in his youth, and he stopped liking it and got tired of it. Marcus then placed his hand on the Medicine King's shoulder and asked him to understand that the Death King was an outstanding person. Suddenly the Medicine King turned around and started shouting that Kim was pretending to know everything, but he lacked experience. He also shouted out that Kim reminds him of him when he made nearly $1 billion in Silicon Valley. According to him, Kim has the same rotten plan. Kim was shocked and speechless. Kim thought about the old man's strength, forcing the invincible Sword Saint to retreat. The King of Medicines pointed his finger at Marcus's chest and said that he had endured with all his might both the chatter and the actions of this scoundrel, constantly glancing at Marcus, and in the end Kim was dragging along a persistent girl who had come from nowhere. Kim thought about the old man being devoured by an even bigger old man, such as the ecosystem of the world of old people. Meanwhile, the lady alchemist said hesitantly that he could call her Skeet. Then she suddenly stood in front of Kim and started shouting that he was no joke. She was also annoyed that this old man was talking about some rotten plans. Suddenly the Medicine King laughed and said that she was acting as if she was covering for her hubby. She was stunned. Lady Holy Knight intervened and said that this girl was indeed an outstanding pharmacist, whom the Holy Knight had met through the Death King. She said that the Vigilante Corps is supplied with countless excellent medicines for it. The Medicine King stared at her and said that for the level of the Vigilante squad, this could well be the case. He said that she doesn't know the sky, so she considers the ceiling to be the highest point. The King of Medicines angered her by asking where her guild should go to his pharmaceutical store. The Sword Lord asked Kim why Kim just listens to these insults. Does he really like being a whipping pillow? However, Kim denied this. Kim said that all this is also live now. He asked if this was not the best timing. At this moment, people were watching it live. Kim thought that this was the best moment for both debut and retirement. The King of Medicines glared at the alchemy master. Suddenly Kim asked them what they thought about fighting. The King of Medicines laughed and said that Kim couldn't win with dialogue, and he immediately suggested waving his fists. However, Kim Popotson, taking out some kind of flask, said that he was not offering to fight with him. He held out the flasks and said that he would provide the ingredients, and they would try to brew a potion from them. According to him, they can easily find out everything by comparing the effectiveness of drugs. The alchemy master began to complain to Kim that she was angry that this old man insulted Kim, but he was still called the King of Medicines. Suddenly Kim put his hands on her shoulders. He said he believed in her, so he asked her to believe in herself too. The alchemy master clenched her fists and said that she would try, but then exclaimed that she would win. and so their competition began. People around were talking about how the Death King had gone too far. After all, this old man's pharmaceutical store is so elite that they have appointments a month in advance. The alchemy master, meanwhile, continued to brew the potion. Someone said that even though they are both kings, the age difference takes its toll. The countess, of course, did not miss this opportunity and began accepting bets on the winner. The Black Witch excitedly asked if Kim was sure because the betting ratio was now 1-47. Kim said that was good. He asked her what she thought about making some pocket money by betting on the alchemist so that the ratio wouldn't drop too much. The Black Witch replied that it was Kim who said that they were on the air. She said that if Kim's recommended pharmacist was beaten to smithereens, his reputation would suffer. Kim put his hand to his chin and confirmed this, and then added that the broadcast was not only in Babylon, but throughout the world. He said that he felt a little sorry for the old man called the Medicine King. Suddenly the Medicine King exclaimed that his medicine was ready. He raised his potion up and shouted for Kim to bow his head before his great creation. He made a special restorative potion. A potion of this level truly signifies the amazing skill of the master who created it. People were delighted and started shouting, which was what was expected from the Medicine King. The Medicine King stood with his arms crossed and his head held high as people fought to buy his potion. And then the moment came when the alchemy master also finished brewing the potion. Her potion shocked everyone because it produced an unimaginable light. It was so bright that it blinded people. The entire great library was filled with light. It turned out that she had made a potion that was near divine level. This is a potion that, if properly stored, will even help regrow a severed body part without complications. The Medicine King and the Alchemy Master stood opposite each other. Suddenly the Master of Alchemy's face darkened. She adjusted her glasses and grinned haughtily. She took a closer look at the potion and asked if it was the potion created by the old man. She took the potion in her hands and began to look at it, smiling at the same time. She then placed the potion back into the old man's hands. She smiled and asked him if that was all. Kim wondered if she was one of those people who was filled with great power when she considered herself useful. Kim nervously watched all this from the side, while the Master of Alchemy called the King of Medicines an old man, and he called her a skeet. The Alchemy Master asked him if the old man had bad skills, and the old man asked if she was really lucky. She was surprised by his question because she did not expect it. The old man, holding his beard, said that she was lucky and that this happens to young people. He also said that when he made almost $2 billion in 10 minutes on Wall Street, he also thought it was all thanks to his skills. The Alchemy Master asked if he wanted to have another round. The King of Medicines asked if she was sure because the Goddess of Fortune does not smile twice. The old man clicked his tongue and wondered what to do with these youngsters. They had another round. When the Alchemy Master created the amazing potion again, the King of Medicines began to shout that this was incredibly great luck, but the Goddess of Luck did not smile 3 times. They played another round, but this time she created an incredible potion. The old man exclaimed that she was extremely lucky, but the Goddess of Luck does not smile 4 times. Marcus was already ashamed of the Medicine King and asked him to stop. He said that the Medicine King was behaving inappropriately now. The King of Medicines, sobbing, began to shout that this time his experience would prevail over her luck. The Medicine King exclaimed that this was the road to victory for Sean McAllister. Marcus apologized to the Alchemy Master and said that she really was the best pharmacist. He admitted that it was his fault that she did not immediately believe the guarantee of the King of Death. The Alchemy Master crossed her arms and said that it must be difficult for him to have such a friend. Marcus said that this friend still doesn't have any good traits, and he's not as good at potions as the Alchemy Master, but at least he brews them. The King of Medicines, meanwhile, was crying and screaming at the top of his lungs. Marcus said that it seemed better than nothing because he knew the basics, so he could be useful as an assistant. Suddenly the Countess pointed her hand at the Alchemy Master. She took the girl by the hands and started shouting for her to enter into an exclusive contract with her. The Alchemy Master was scared. The Countess realized that she could make a huge profit, and therefore exclaimed that she would offer her the most favorable terms of partnership. The Alchemy Master was under a lot of pressure as people paid a lot of attention to her and started shouting that she was the Queen of Alchemy because she was blessed by the Death King. The Alchemy Master screamed. She said that people who want to make a deal with her must first contact the Death King. She also said that Madame Holy Knight, with whom she had already made deals, was an exception. Regarding others, she said that she would only sell potions to those whom the King of Death allowed. The Countess was very unhappy, while Madame Holy Knight and Kim were smiling behind. Kim gave a thumbs up and suggested that they solve this after completing Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. The library manager said it appears the selection of incumbents has been completed. He repeated once again that if they die in the apocalypse, they will die in reality. He also said that there is only one way to get out. You need to avoid the risk of stopping the release at any cost and bring everything to the proper conclusion. Kim asked what was meant by a proper ending. The manager replied that this one depended on their decision, because the possibilities were almost unlimited. He exclaimed that they could eliminate the disease and save Muram, or they could capture Muram using the disease. Kim agreed and asked the manager to send them to the Heavenly Demon Chronicle. The manager interrupted him and asked if the head of the gate was not coming. The poisonous snake was tense while his students looked at him with a smile. The library manager said that no matter how you look at it, this world was created for him. Kim was horrified when he looked at the poisonous snake. Everyone was talking about how they thought the poisonous snake should go there. The poisonous snake stood with his arms crossed and his head down. Everyone looked at him expectantly. He suddenly exclaimed that he was just about to volunteer. However, at the same time, he wondered why his students were trying to send him to this hole. The poisonous snake said that the world of people who worship martial art and unity is Muram. He exclaimed that even though his homeland was different, he had long ago made Muram the homeland of his soul. However, at the same time, he thought that there wasn't even a flush toilet there, and he had suffered a lot because of this in the Ajam Empire. The poisonous snake turned around and added that they should understand why the guild he created was called the Gate of 1,000 Faceless. The poisonous snake shouted that he must definitely go. However, he thought that he did not want to go at all. The poisonous snake's disciples rejoiced and bowed to him as a sign of respect. At this moment, the goddess of protection reported to Kim that she was speechless. Marcus said he felt like only a poisonous snake wanted to come here. The poisonous snake replied that he saw no point in repeating it, because then they would decide that he was grumbling. Marcus said that in this case he had no reason to yield to the poisonous snake. Meanwhile, an aura began to rage around them. The other hunters began to shout that the clash between the sword and the head of the gate was a battle of honor. The Holy Knight shouted at them to stop and asked if they were going to have a sword fight here. The poisonous snake replied that he and the Holy Sword were warriors, and therefore they could decide in battle who would go. However, at the same time, he thought that he would lose on purpose, but since he was afraid of losing openly, he would try to get as close to victory as he could. The Holy Knight then lowered her head and wondered what kind of person Poisonous Snake was. She turned to the Holy Sword and asked if he could yield this time. The Poisonous Snake was very tense and wondered why this Holy Sword should yield. Lady Holy Knight said that she knew that he was always drawn to the front line, but he had already participated in clearing the floors with the Death King and the head of the Black Dragon. She said that if he started clearing the 22nd floor, it would be completely unfair. The disciples of the Poisonous Snake rejoiced, because the Lady Holy Knight began to say that the head of the gate is the head of the entire guild. She also added that Marcus, a loner, doesn't have to worry about his reputation in front of his students, but his situation is different. Marcus straightened his tie and thought about it. He crossed his arms and asked if he ever cared about the reputation of the 5 guilds. However, then, he looked kindly at Kim and said that recently he, too, was thinking about the fact that it is worth taking care of his conscience. Kim wondered, confused, what kind of touching decision this was right now. The Holy Sword said that this time it would yield to the Poisonous Snake. The Poisonous Snake said that he should have done it right away. But at the same time he was very annoyed and dissatisfied with this. The Heretic Inquisitor hugged the Holy Knight's hand and exclaimed that it was incredible that she could persuade the Holy Sword. However, Lady Holy Knight refuted this and said that the Holy Knight simply accepted her point of view. The Heretic Inquisitor said that in this case one should embrace the Holy Sword, but Marcus categorically rejected this. Meanwhile, the head of the Black Dragon, putting her hand to her chin, said that everyone is slowly growing. The King of Medicines tisked and said that he wanted to go quickly since they had decided. After all, a day had passed while they were waiting. He also added dissatisfiedly that he recently lost to the luck of the cat several times in a row, but he, the King of Medicines, remains the best pharmacist of all time. The Master of Alchemy turned to the King of Death and said that she was scared. She also added that she would, of course, be better than this old man, which is an unshakable fact, like Galileo's heliocentric theorem. However, the Poisonous Snake interrupted her and said that the civilians had nothing to fear because in battles he would sort everything out. He said it so pathetically, but thoughts were swirling in his head that he didn't want to go. Then the library manager opened the book and said, "Name the King of Death, the Poisonous Snake, the King of Medicine, and also the Master of Alchemy." He said that these 4 people had been identified as the new protagonists of the Heavenly Demon Chronicles. He held the book out in front of him and said that once they opened their eyes, they would find themselves in a world 10 days before the Heavenly Demon Chronicle faced an unfortunate discontinuation. The manager of the Great Library said he expected them to have an excellent ending. We then flash forward to Kim's thoughts on how the martial arts genre was already falling out of favor during his time. The CGI has aged a lot, but it looked really cool at the time. When all seriousness was ridiculed, there was no place for martial arts at all. Kim thought that this was a lost genre, a lost world. And it was snowing, and so the heroes were transported. There was very heavy snowfall. Kim released an aura and told them to also release an aura because they need to protect themselves. The alchemy master, trying to warm up, said that she had never studied this. The King of Medicines exclaimed that he was about to die from the cold. Kim turned around and asked the head of the Thousand Faceless Gate to look after the Medicine King. The poisonous snake agreed and further carried the King of Medicines on his back. Kim then extended his hand to the alchemy master and told her to follow him. He asked her to give him her hand. They held hands. The alchemy master thanked him, but added that she was embarrassed. Kim replied that he was embarrassed too, but now was not the time to dwell on it. Kim then said that the library management constellation used the words production and stop release, but they are not just in a book, but in their own world, which they came to save. He asked if the alchemy master understood this. She confirmed this and added that she took everything too lightly. She promised that she would do everything in her power. Kim said that everyone should focus on their role. For now, he will protect her with aura, but while fighting the disease, she and the Medicine King will have to perform. Kim told her all this as they walked. At the same time, the hero thought that a strange disease had spread throughout the world, killing the heavenly demon. And soon everyone died. Kim thought that this description didn't even mention the mortal cold and knee-deep snow. Kim realized what they now had to find out: how and why the heavenly demon died. Suddenly, the alchemy master pointed her finger and exclaimed that there were people there. Kim wondered what kind of unknown disease had destroyed this world. They saw silhouettes of people in the distance and Kim said that they would move in that direction. The sword master said suspiciously that something was wrong. After all, there is complete silence on the other side. Kim thought that it might be because of the blizzard. The Lord of the Sword replied that this was possible. However, it's not just about the sound, there aren't even any movements. In one word, silence. They were walking, when suddenly something shocked the King of Medicines. He asked why all people are frozen. The people were indeed frozen, but it looked as if they were frozen in an instant. The alchemy master picked up the glove and walked towards them. She took a piece from the frozen man. The alchemy master examined his skin and said that he was indeed a person. She said that he died 2 years and 3 months ago, according to the diagnosing a living being skill. The cause of death was infection. The mobile hospital analysis says it is still an unreported disease. The Medicine King put his hand to his chin and exclaimed that this was strange. According to him, no one froze to death, everyone had the same reason. He said that if it were death due to illness, they would be lying on the ground, but they are all standing. The alchemy master said that there was a high chance that someone had transferred this on purpose. According to her, the cause of death is the same, but the time is different. Some died 2 years ago, and others 3. She said it was safe to assume that someone had deliberately dragged them there. Kim asked about the cemetery. The poisonous snake said that from afar, they look like terracotta soldiers. Kim opened the character window. He saw the character window of one of these people. The hero closed the character's window and realized that this is what the window of a deceased person looks like. Kim thought that perhaps light is the last thought of a person. Kim asked if this is a cemetery, then why exactly like this? Kim suddenly turned around in surprise. He heard a man and a woman arguing. The man shouted that he would stop the reign of the demonic path under heaven, and the woman grinned and replied that even a dog passing by would fall down laughing. A black-haired girl dressed in black said that the demonic path would continue to rule over the entire celestial world as long as everything was okay with her. She turned to this man, whose name was Bu Walshan, and told him that it was time for him to say goodbye to his Muram faction. Volson exclaimed that this was nonsense, and that the bloody ghosts of the demonic cult, of which she was so proud, had long been beheaded with the help of his own axe. He also exclaimed that with his own hands he sent even her elders to the next world. He exclaimed that he had 500 Muram masters with him, so he asked her how she was going to stop him. The girl asked him to stop lying. Kim quietly suggested getting closer to them. The girl pointed her finger at the old man and asked him where the pillars of the great clans, of which the old man was so proud, had gone. She exclaimed that the once proud head of Muram had become such a disgrace. The old man exclaimed displeasedly that it was none of her business, and besides, he ordered them to go on secret business around the world. She mockingly exclaimed that he had many secret missions. The old man exclaimed furiously that it was because she had managed to do some bad things. He began to shout that if it were not for her disgusting rule of the heavenly demonic cult, then such a mess would not have happened. She exclaimed that Volson was even worse since he gave her such a crazy person, Muram. The heroes watched this from the bushes in horror. The head of the demonic cult exclaimed that she would finally cut off the blood of the last faction and show the vitality of the demonic cult over the entire celestial world. Volson shouted that he couldn't stand it when devils like her tried to assert themselves. However, they stood opposite each other, holding the most ordinary sticks in their hands. Suddenly she shamed Volson, asking what kind of stick he had in his hand and where his jade axe was. Volson in response asked her about where she herself lost her thin bloody demonic sword, which she called her daughter. The head of the demonic cult called it rude, and grabbed the tip of the stick and said that it was a wooden sword created by her personally. She said that the entire essence of the 1,000-year-old demonic cult was within her. She called this stick the demonic heavenly blade. And so they stood up, pointing their sticks at each other. Volson suddenly thought about it and said that the demonic heavenly blade was too pretentious. He asked why not just call this sword a wooden whip. The girl replied that it simply means a rod. Volson pointed to the stick and exclaimed that it looked like a simple rod. She replied that in this case this stick would be called a demonic wooden whip. Volson grabbed his head and began screaming that she again called her demonic. He asked her why the clowns from the demonic clan call everything demonic. The head of the demonic cult asked if that didn't sound sophisticated. They were suddenly shocked that it began to snow. They stood with their backs to each other and Volson asked her if she hadn't told him that the weather would be clear today. She replied that predictions are not always true. Volson exclaimed that the fortune teller from the market would be better. She turned around and yelled at him to shut up and get ready to fight. The alchemy master asked why they were behaving this way, but Kim replied that he had no idea. Suddenly someone stood right behind the heroes so that the shadow of these people fell on the heroes. The alchemy master was horrified. Then they all turned around at the same time. The heroes suddenly began to run away in horror. Miram is a world of people who live only by martial arts. A heavenly demon appeared in this place to unite Miram, the demonic faction of the heavenly demon and the forces that oppose this heavenly faction. They had to collide, but suddenly a super epidemic spread. And finally we see the reason why the heroes began to run away in horror. This cause was a super epidemic, zombie virus. The Medicine King screamed the loudest as they ran. He started pointing at the zombies and shouting that he had never seen anything like this even in Silicon Valley. Kim, while cutting off the head of one of the zombies, exclaimed that this was the apocalypse. Kim realized that they didn't seem to move unless you smashed their brains. Suddenly Kim shouted to the head of the demonic cult and Volson to get out of here. Stunned, she asked them who they were. The head of the demonic cult said that her eyes seemed to be deceiving her because she saw 4 living people. Volson looked at the fleeing heroes and said that he also saw and felt bad because of her ridicule. Kim, running away from the zombies, shouted for them to run away too and at the same time tell them where to run. Suddenly Volson and the head of the demonic cult looked at each other in shock because they realized that the heroes were really alive. They thought that they were either in hell or in heaven. The heroes continued to run away from the zombies. Volson then said that he was unlikely to go to hell because he contributed to a righteous cause as the head of a military alliance. When they had already reached the 2, the poisonous snake took Volson in his arms and continued to run away with him. Volson said this must be reality and not a dream. He asked if these people were really alive. Kim took the head of the demonic cult in his arms and she said that they could not be Gangxi because of the warm body. She asked Kim where they came from. She immediately realized that they were not local because they used strange technology. Kim wondered if she was asking if they were from Miram's reality. Kim was about to answer her, but suddenly several zombies appeared above them. Kim was shocked. The poisonous snake screamed and asked since when zombies learned to fly. The head of the demonic cult proudly replied that this was her personal movement technique, which she borrowed from Kunlun and perfected. While the zombies were flying after them, the head of the demonic cult continued to say that they were her real demonic sectarians, who had not forgotten martial arts even after death. Kim asked if they didn't forget martial arts even after death. The head of the demonic cult said displeasedly that they didn't know about this because they weren't from here. She said that martial artists do not lose their skills even after becoming Gangxi. Then the head of the demonic cult proudly added that these guys are better warriors of the demonic sect because they were trained to smell blood even in their sleep. She said that she was filled with pride that their movements were so precise even though they were corpses. The heroes continued to run away, but realized that at this rate they would be caught. The Medicine King started shouting for the poisonous snake to run faster, promising that the poisonous snake would be the first one to be bitten by the Medicine King if it became a zombie. The poisonous snake began to swear and scream in horror and asked why he even suggested the idea of taking this old man with him. He also asked why he got involved with this old fart while Kim, the King of Death, was with the girls. Kim got angry and asked if a poisonous snake really cares when they could die because of these zombie martial artists. The Sword Lord was also scared and ran away from the zombies. Kim asked the head of the demonic cult about the Gangxi's weaknesses. She replied that Gangxis stop moving if you smash their heads. He asked if there was anything simpler. She thought unhappily. The head of the demonic cult then pointed to the sky and said that they freeze when the sun comes out. Kim turned to the head of the demonic cult and the master of alchemy. He apologized in advance and said that he would have to abandon them. He also asked them to try to land themselves. Kim used his aura and threw them far ahead. They both landed in the snow, but one of them fell upside down. Kim apologized to them. Then Kim stopped and turned around. The Lord of the Sword began to gloat and said that he would enjoy watching his zombie student be killed by his own relatives. He said that would remove one item from his wish list. Kim, taking out his sword, wondered where the ghost got his wish list. Kim, raising his sword above himself, exclaimed that he was not going to die. Kim immediately shouted to the sparkly girl. The goddess of protection responded to Kim's call. He ordered her to sparkle. The sword began to glow and the zombies began to fall to the ground. They escaped using Kim's sword. The King of Medicines wondered if he had really survived, and then added that he would never have gone into the tower if not for Marcus' request. Kim, holding the sword above himself, asked if everyone was safe. The alchemy master confirmed this and said that her face stung, but she still thanked Kim. The poisonous snake, putting the King of Medicines on the ground, said displeasedly that he did not want to get involved with the old farts anymore. Kim turned to the head of the Gate of 1,000 Faceless People and asked him to look after everyone while Kim deals with the zombies. The poisonous snake asked him what he was going to do. Kim pointed his sword at the zombies and said he was going to get rid of them while they were still. Suddenly, the head of the demonic cult approached him and asked him to wait. She thanked him for saving the stranger, but said that she would have to stop him if he intended to harm Gangxi. Kim was shocked and asked her the reason. Kim thought that the zombies might have a special curse and it would be passed on to the one that killed them. However, the head of the demonic cult replied that they were all members of the demonic sect. Kim was shocked and asked her again. She said that they were her students and subordinates. The head of the demonic cult began to talk about how the Great War to eradicate the Miram faction was almost over. She said that she needed every martial artist, because with such losses she could not lose even more warriors. Kim at this moment was thinking that the world of the Heavenly Demon Chronicles was already on the verge of extinction. He wondered where they got the strength to wage war. Kim remembered how the library manager said that when they woke up, they would find themselves in the world of the Heavenly Demons Chronicle 10 days before its fall. Then the library manager said that he hoped for an amazing ending, and Kim thought that there were only 10 days left until the fall of the world of Chronicles. The head of the demonic cult said that the old man and she swore on their honor. At this moment, Bu Walson introduced himself and said that he was the head of the military alliance. The head of the demonic cult reported that today is the 989th day since the war between the demonic sect and the Miram faction began. She said that they swore on honor that none of them would leave this place until one of them admitted defeat. The head of the demonic cult said with regret that the warriors may have become Gangxi, but they can use the martial arts of the demonic sect as members. And since they are subordinates that she must look after, she cannot kill them on a whim. She said that if they are going to kill someone, then let them choose those who are in a monastic robe. Bu Walseong got angry and asked her if she had any idea how difficult it was to gather the chosen warriors of the famous Miram clans. He started shouting that she had made him a promise that the two of them should decide the outcome of the war without resorting to the help of Gangxi. Kim stood there, stunned, watching this. They glared at each other angrily and started calling each other names. Kim wondered in shock whether they really wanted to continue fighting despite the end of the world. The head of the demonic cult looked at him and said that Kim was wrong, because, according to her, this world decided to end while they were at war. Then she pointed at Walsasen and said that she would not stop until this old man was defeated, because the end of the world was not an excuse to interrupt the fight that had begun. The head of the demonic cult began to talk about how she had 500 warriors left, Gangxi. She is going to lead them and raise the Klutzmiram to the ground. Valsen began to argue with her and replied that the brave warriors of the military alliance would be with him until death. Kim watched with complete incomprehension as they stared angrily at each other and argued. She pointed a stick at the old man and said that she could easily send him to his grave, even with only the demonic heavenly blade. The old man also took the stick in his hands and exclaimed that he wanted to fight and find out who would succeed in the path of martial arts. Then they started shouting at each other. Then they hit each other with sticks. They started trying to hit each other and at the same time shouting something. Suddenly their sticks broke. Valsen grabbed the head of the demonic cult by the hair, and she grabbed him by the beard. Kim wondered in horror what was happening. Valsen hit her in the eyes, but she blocked the blow. The Sword Lord grinned and said that this was strange, because their technique and breathing were perfect. According to him, even in his world they would be considered masters. Kim asked in shock if this was true. The Lord of the Sword, putting his hand to his chin, asked if Kim could not see their skill. He said that the blow to the eyes originated from the divine dragon catching the dragon sphere with its claw. Therefore, the name Double Dragon Battle for the sphere appeared, covering the face, akin to the descended Buddha covering the faces of each monk. Kim asked why they were fighting so ridiculously then. The Lord of the Sword replied that this was what bothered him. According to him, judging by their level of skill, they are full of will and kai. He also said that the reason their movements are sloppy is because they lack kai and aura. According to him, this is impossible even if their danshin was damaged. Kim, continuing to watch their ridiculous duel, asked if the Lord of the Sword was really not joking. Suddenly the poisonous snake also said that the old man and the girl were not so bad. The poisonous snake said that the way it bit, the principle of the Lord opening up the earth, and the way she pulled out her hands was the principle of a quietly floating dragon. The Sword Master confirmed this. The Sword Lord began to taunt Kim, saying that this old man was more insightful than a hero. Kim immediately decided to open the hero's window. He saw that Poisonous Snake analyzed the battle with his skill as an unrivaled warrior and realized that everything was exactly like this. He deciphered the movements and realized that Walson was pleased to transform into the Jade Dog and defend the gates of the palace of the Demon King. But the heads on both sides did not allow him to find peace, since it was not so easy for him to be between them. He also deciphered the movements of the head of the demonic cult. They say that she is a character from the game who decided to become a real dragon warrior. Kim watched this with shame. The poisonous snake said that it looked like a game of war, but he asked the master of alchemy what would be the difference between masters and beginners if everyone could see the difference. However, at the same time, he wondered how many ramifications there were in the battle and thought that these two were much better than the old sword saint. The poisonous snake felt like it was gaining skills just by watching them. Kim closed the character window and said that this is how the poisonous snake sees martial arts. The sword lord said with a slack jaw that he now understood. Suddenly the medicine king exclaimed that he was freezing to death. He yelled at the two and called them names and asked how long they were going to fight. Walson replied that this was definitely disrespectful towards guests who arrived from afar. He said that he would first take them to his cave. After some time the sun rose. The heroes walked ahead, while Walson and the head of the demonic cult barely walked behind, trying to catch their breath. Kim turned around and noticed that they were short of breath. Kim turned to the head of the demonic cult and said that he could carry her if she wished. The girl replied that it would be very useful, because today it was somehow difficult for her to use the breathing technique. But the poisonous snake told the king of death that this would not do. As a result, Kim suffered Walson, and the poisonous snake rather suffered the head of the demonic cult. They started walking. Suddenly Kim turned around in surprise. Walson said a person's warmth warms them on a cold day. The sword lord called him an eccentric. And so they finally came to the refuge of Old Man Walson. They entered this cave. The alchemy master was delighted. She exclaimed that there was a hot spring there. The head of the demonic cult turned around and said that she had found this place a long time ago. However, who would have thought that guests from other lands would come here? She told them to wash themselves first while she and the old man looked for food. Walson asked if there was anything besides fruits and roots. The head of the black sword reminded that that's why she said what to look for, and so they walked off into the distance, continuing to argue. Kim and the alchemy master looked at each other in surprise. The alchemy master said that this was strange because recently they tried to kill each other. The medicine king said that they had been fighting for 3 years, so it was no wonder that they had become close during that time. The king of medicines began to talk about how warm and cozy it was here, but he still felt disgusted about holding the guy's hand all this time. He told the head of the Gate of 1,000 Faceless that he could now leave. Poisonous Snake asked why the Holy Sword would even be friends with a person like the Medicine King. The old man irritably began to shout for the Poisonous Snake to watch his words, because, according to the King of Medicines, it was he who allowed the Holy Sword to become his friend. After some time, Walson and the head of the demonic cult returned with grain balls, which they dug up since they had nothing else. Walson said that they usually hunt, but now there are no animals in the area. However, Kim still thanked them for hosting them. Then they tried these grain balls and were shocked. The alchemy master asked if they could really survive by eating only these grain balls. The head of the demonic cult said that, by and large, this is true. The alchemy master asked how long they had been eating them. The head of the demonic cult looked at the stone wall, which had many notches on it, and said that for about 2 years they had been eating only grain balls. The alchemy master said that this could not be true and that she doubted that they had received enough nutrients. The head of the demonic cult replied that she did not know what the alchemy master was talking about, but it was tolerable. Suddenly the king of medicines jumped up and shouted that he could not stand extremes. He used his skill and suddenly food appeared. He said that if they ate only this, then it is not surprising that they did not even have the strength to walk. The medicine king began to cook, first pouring water into the frying pan. Then he added some more ingredients. He provided them with plenty of food and said that it was certainly not much, but they should eat well while they were young. Walson said that in fact, he and the head of the demonic cult are quite old. The king of medicines first asked if they were taking some kind of elixir, but then exclaimed that it did not matter because in old age they also need to eat well, otherwise their bodies will not stand it. Kim took the bowl and started eating. He was delighted with the taste. He thought that this was better than all the luxuries that he had treated himself to after winning the lottery. He thought that this is exactly what is worth living for. The alchemy master was also delighted with the taste. The head of the demonic cult said that this food tasted divine. She even asked if the king of medicines was the emperor's own cook. Walson, happily devouring his food, said that he had tried a lot as the head of the military alliance, but had never tasted such a taste. The king of medicines proudly said that it was not for nothing that he received 3 Michelin stars as a chef when he was over 50. He added that their stomachs would have exploded if there had been a real stove instead of this burner. The poisonous serpent asked why such an amazing man came to Babylon. The king of medicines asked why not, even if Marcus came here. The poisonous snake asked if they really knew each other from the outside world. Walson, crossing his arms, said that as far as he knew, Marcus was simply the young owner of a dirty conglomerate. The drug king also said that in his opinion, anyone who got into Silicon Valley on their own is just lucky. But then, the king of medicines, turning gloomy, said that Marcus came here on his own whim, having faced failure in the following years. After some time, all the plates were empty. The head of the demonic cult said that she was curious about where they came from and why they were here. She suddenly asked if they had figured out how to cure Gangxi disease. The alchemy master looked at Kim lostly. She said they haven't figured out how to cure the disease, but they are still looking for a cure. The head of the demonic cult looked away in disappointment and said that she understood. She began to talk about how doctors and Taoist monks spent a lot of effort searching for a cure, but all in vain. According to her, even Mao Shan's followers, who have knowledge of Gangxi, have given up. Kim asked the frustrated head of the demonic cult if there was really no way to cure them. He said that she had seen the preparation of food with her own eyes, and therefore should have understood that they had different knowledge. Kim pointed to the master of alchemy and said that, in particular, this pharmacist was the best at treating diseases and making medicines. Meanwhile, the medicine king reiterated that she was just lucky. Kim then pointed to the disgruntled medicine king and said that this man could at least be her assistant. Walson and the head of the demonic cult looked at each other in surprise, because Kim said that they could develop a cure if they helped them. Suddenly they started talking about how it's hard to call this a treatment, but it's more than nothing. The alchemy master asked them about this. Then the two of them went into a dark cave. They entered the cave and disappeared into the darkness. After some time they left there. The alchemy master was horrified. Walson and the head of the demonic cult carried the wooden coffin. They placed this wooden box on the floor. Kim and the king of death looked at him with excitement. In the coffin lay a zombie bound with chains and nailed. Kim was wary and asked what it was. There was a dead man in the coffin. The head of the demonic cult said that this is the head of the Wooden movement. She leaned towards the coffin and said that he entrusted his body to them after the Gangxi bite so that they could study it. But the only thing they came up with was to press the acupuncture points of the Kai energy. She then removed one nail from his throat. Suddenly he screamed horribly. The alchemy master got scared and fell back. The head of the demonic cult returned the nail to its place. She said that as they see it, squeezing the Kai point between the brain and spinal cord helps to put Gangxi to sleep. But this is not a cure, but only a temporary solution. According to her, a person bitten by Gangxi becomes infected with corrupted energy through the vessels and Kai points. She closed the lid of the coffin and said that no matter how much a person meditated, he would not be able to cope with it. Whether it is a cultist with demonic Kai or a monk with righteous Kai, nothing will help against a Gangxi bite. While Walson stood silently, looking away, the head of the demonic cult said that the body was engulfed in heat, as if the person was captured by the flames and soon the person turned into Gangxi. She also said that the Shaolin monk lasted the longest. He remained sane for a year after his hand was bitten. But such a case is 1 in a million, because even selected martial artists are not able to last longer than 2 weeks. She annoyedly asked if the strangers were sure that they could find a cure. However, the medicine king and alchemy master's faces were tense. The head of the demonic cult stood up and said that meeting strangers when you think there are only 2 of you left on earth is a blessing in itself. Walson said he would prepare a place for them to go to bed so they could rest. He also suggested that we discuss the rest tomorrow. And then night came. All the heroes were sleeping, but even in their sleep, the king of medicines swore at Marcus. Meanwhile, Kim could not sleep. The Lord of the Sword asked him why he was not sleeping. Kim replied that he needed to check something. Kim then covered himself completely with the blanket. 2 shadows appeared above Kim. The 2 thought that the heroes were sleeping, so they decided to take advantage of the chance. However, Kim did not sleep. He stood up and this shocked Walson and the head of the demonic cult, who were meanwhile standing in the water. Walson shouted that they thought he was sleeping. The head of the demonic cult looked at Kim silently. She said that he was smart and asked how long ago he understood everything. Kim said that everything seemed strange from the moment he first saw them. Kim said they were lightly dressed and stood in the cold. According to him, it was so cold that they could not stand it without enveloping themselves in an aura, that is, Kai energy. This means they used their inner strength to protect themselves from the cold. It seemed strange to Kim that, out of the blue, those who perfectly controlled their Kai energy became exhausted after being beaten by children. Kim pointed at them and said that they were concentrating all their energy on something else. He asked them if the 2 of them had been bitten. While the Sword Lord watched all this with displeasure, Kim continued to say that, like the heads of other factions, they are able to suppress their corrupted energy with the help of the power of their Kai. The head of the demonic cult silently looked up. Suddenly Walson began to scream in fear. The head of the demonic cult reached for the dress and asked Walson to calm down, because they had been exposed. They said Kim was right. They showed their backs, where the process of turning into zombies had already begun, and said that they were bitten 3 years ago. But Kim was wrong about one thing. Walson turned around and said that they did not suppress the corrupted energy. According to him, it is suppressed by pinching the cervical vertebrae through the use of their kai. The Lord of the Sword, horrified, called them madmen and said that they were using cytokinesis. He then asked if Kim had heard of the flying sword technique. Kim confirmed this and said that it can be used to make the sword fly with the help of kai. The Sword Lord said that their body was paralyzed due to the fact that they were pinching their cervical vertebrae with kai. And just like with the flying sword, they moved their body with the help of kai. Kim was shocked. The Sword Lord also said that this is how they make their heart beat. The lungs make you breathe, and muscles and joints make you move. According to him, they control everything they need to survive with the help of kai. The Sword Lord said that they use the flying sword technique all day long. The head of the demonic cult turned around and said that it was no wonder they were so tired after only taking a few steps. Volson said with annoyance that this was how they could continue to fight the war. We flash forward to see a Sky Demons flashback, with one martial artist shouting that half of the blood demons have been destroyed. According to him, the elders fled, saying that they would enter the world of Murim, but they had already lost them. He exclaimed that now was not the time to fight among factions, as the entire world might be facing a turning point. He then bowed and said that, on their orders, they opened a pharmacy independent of the sects. The three said that they would catch Gangxi for research and would try to prepare the results as soon as possible. Some more time passed and already 2 warriors, sitting on their knees, were talking about how tomorrow a new 1,000 Gangxis would appear, even if today they killed 100. Some more time passed and already 1 warrior, bowing on his knees, asked the heavenly demon to flee to Nakto, because the Gangxis would not be able to cross the sea. After some more time, this warrior asked the heavenly demon to forget about the oath given to the Lord of Murim and retreat, so that he could return later. According to him, the law of heaven has undergone changes as well as human circumstances. He said the promise was made before the world was shaken. After some time, this warrior was already bitten. And so, after some time, this warrior finally went out, continuing to cry out to the heavenly demon. We are transported back to reality. Kim asked them how they managed to endure it. The head of the demonic cult and Volson looked at each other. They headed somewhere and told Kim to follow them. They came out of the cave and they said that sooner or later all people die. The head of the demonic cult decided to tell about an interesting story. She said that there lived one high-class master who received immunity to thousands of poisons and stone durability. Thanks to this, no poison could kill him and no sword could wound him. According to her, one could say that he was almost invincible, both inside and out. She asked the question of where a person would come from who could kill him if he could neither be poisoned nor killed with a sword. She said that there is one thing that old stories cannot tolerate: invincibility. The head of the demonic cult turned around and asked Kim if he could guess how that master died. Kim asked how this happened. She smiled and said that a succubus killed him. She said that the pleasure of the unity of yin and yang is not poison or a sword. She asked if excessive pleasure was poisonous. According to her, this is why the succubus did not offer a storm of pleasure from the very beginning. The head of the demonic cult said that the succubus was smart and slowly waited for the right moment. She began with gentle pleasures, but in the end the pastor indulged in deadly pleasure. According to the head of the demonic cult, during intercourse with the succubus, that master did not even notice how her palms caused him pain. The succubus's whip was like pleasure for the master. Gestures, steps, and even the gaze of the succubus brought him happiness. The head of the demonic cult put her hand to his throat and said that at the last moment the succubus strangled him. At that moment there was no point in either martial arts or inaction. His face shone with happiness and pleasure as he gasped for breath. The head of the demonic cult turned around and said that he was smiling even in death. According to her, invulnerability was both outside and inside, but happiness remained vulnerable. She added that the moral of the story is simple. Suddenly Volson exclaimed that there was no need to play with the succubus. He said that this was not just an old story, but something that really happened. They approached a crowd of Gangxis who froze. The head of the demonic cult said that in Tanmun he was a master raised among jades and gold, but a succubus was sent to kill him. She went down the slide and said that new martial arts students would not understand. According to her, it seems to them that the goal of martial artists is to gain invulnerability in order to gain immortality and eternal life. The head of the demonic cult approached one of the zombies and said that they were mistaken. She started dragging him somewhere and said that the one who has developed immunity to 1,000 poisons will die from something else, and the one who has gained the durability of a stone will die from something other than a sword. They carried 2 zombies. The head of the demonic cult said that a martial artist does not just choose which martial arts to learn. She said that he chooses what kind of warrior he is going to become and what death he is going to choose. At the same time, dragging zombies, she said that one day all people will die, and therefore they have no reason to be upset about death. However, the head of the demonic cult, standing behind the 2 zombies, said that she did not want such a fate. Volson, meanwhile, was also carrying zombies from his faction. At the same time, the head of the demonic cult said that murder is good. Poisoning is wonderful. According to her, it's not even bad to be attacked by the army, or to be killed by a Shaolin monk. She continued to carry zombies and talk about how it is good to accept death from a comrade who betrayed you, and also good to die for the sake of the future generation. But death by gangster, she says, is unacceptable. Kim watched all this in surprise. She recalled that Kim asked them about how they were able to endure. The head of the demonic cult said that they just want to die the death they choose for themselves. Kim suddenly remembered that the alchemy master had said that the cause of their death was the same, but the date of death was different. Volson and the head of the demonic cult stood opposite each other. The girl said that few have reached this day. She also said that last night the moonlight was bright, not as bright as the sun, but it stopped the gangster. Kim remembered how the head of the demonic cult said that this is how they fight a great war. The 2 martial artists then stood opposite each other. Volson said that the right-wing faction will never fall to the gangster, and the head of the demonic cult said that the people of their sect cannot be destroyed by corpses. Volson began to shout furiously that if their faction was to end, it would only be at the hands of the demonic sect. The head of the demonic cult exclaimed that if the demonic sect disappeared, it would only be from the sword of the faction of the right faith. Kim thought that even if the 9 great schools and 5 noble clans disappeared, even if the martial arts manuscripts were covered with dust, it was so necessary that they could not be read. Volson and the head of the demonic cult bowed to each other, and Kim thought that this world had not yet gone into oblivion. While Volson introduced himself with folded hands, Kim thought that there are, roughly speaking, 1 billion people in the world and all but 1 have died from infection. The heavenly demon also introduced herself. Kim thought that if the last person left could take control of his life, then the destruction of the world would not be caused by illness, but by suicide. Years passed, 2 people remained. The heavenly demon said that they fought to decide what the end of the world would be. Volson took part in the 990th battle. The sky demon asked whether they would fight until the enemy surrendered or until death. Volson chose the second option, and the heavenly demon immediately rushed to attack. They met in battle. Kim, watching this ridiculous fight, thought that their movements were slow, just like those of children. Kim watched this in shock and thought that they had been slowly dying for 990 days. Kim said with horror that this could not continue. He exclaimed that this was absurd and should not happen. The masters rose again after falling and continued the battle. Kim said that in the eyes of the Sword Lord, the battle may seem great. However, in his opinion, whatever the intentions or ulterior motives, it is humiliating for both of them. The Sword Lord sadly asked what Kim could do. Would he really kill the heavenly demon and the Lord of Nurum? The Lord of the Sword said that he would do so, that it would be a good gift. However, he asked Kim not to forget that they were just strangers. Kim replied that she knew, but they themselves did not want such a thing. Kim understood that they would like to die at the hands of another person. Kim, standing and watching this, said that he would end this world in his own way. Some time passed, and the heavenly demon told the old man that it was already dark. They returned to the cave, and the heavenly demon said that she would definitely defeat him tomorrow. Upon their arrival, the poisonous snake asked them where they had been. The alchemy master told Kim that they were dealing with the infected. Kim asked if there was progress. Suddenly the king of medicines looked out and said that there was no progress yet. The heavenly demon, closing her eyes, said that she thought so. She said that she would go and rest for now. Suddenly Kim turned around and asked the alchemy master to be honest. He asked the alchemy master how long it would take to find a cure. The alchemy master took off her glasses with regret and coughed. She said they would need at least 120 days. The medicine king added that they might need twice as much time, or even 3, because in such situations it takes a lot of time. But even if there is a lot of time, it is not enough. Kim put his hand to his chin and asked if they would really need, at best, 100 days, and at worst, all 300 days. The alchemy master nervously began to say that they might not succeed, because the conditions and equipment left much to be desired. She apologized and said she couldn't guarantee anything. Kim remembered that the library manager said that the heroes would be in the world 10 days before the story of the Heavenly Demon Chronicles was interrupted. He said a cure could not be developed in the time available. Kim reached for the sword and said, refuting his words and saying that this was enough. Kim smiled and asked them not to worry, promising that he would try to solve the issue of time, and he asked them to continue their research. He also asked them to remember the words when they first came to this world. Kim said his words were the same as yesterday. Kim said that there is a time limit and if they fail, they will stay here forever. Kim asked them to put aside unnecessary thoughts and promised to do everything in his power. The alchemy master said she would repay her debt. Kim extended his hand to her. The alchemy master shook Kim's hand and promised him that the problems would be solved. Kim asked them to trust him and continue working. The alchemy master said that if it weren't for Kim, she would still be living in the back streets of the slums. She can't even imagine how her life could have turned out because her equipment was taken away. The alchemy master looked at Kim and said that she would repay him, and therefore would do her best to invent medicines. She reached out and said that she feels disconnected from the world around her when she's focused on work. Kim replied that it didn't matter and asked her to do their best. The alchemy master adjusted her glasses and said that she understood. She approached the medicine king, calling him an old man, and said that she would need his support. The king of medicines became angry and looked at her displeasantly. The king of medicines hit the stone and exclaimed that there must be a hierarchy in everything. He said that some inexperienced girl cannot ask such a thing from the king of medicines. The alchemy master, meanwhile, decided to reveal a skill card. The medicine king asked her in surprise if she was showing off her skills to him. He said it was problematic that the most important thing for young people now was skills. The medicine king wanted to say something else. However, the alchemy master interrupted him and said that he could see what skills she had. The medicine king asked in surprise if she was really going to reveal her skills to her opponent. He asked if she had gone crazy. The alchemy master took a skill card and asked if she should show him her skills herself. Then she began to talk about the mobile hospital skill, thanks to which it is possible to perform all procedures from blood tests to sound studies in real time. She said she could get pre-stocked medications and use them, and there was only a 2% chance of misdiagnosis. She also has the life witness skill. Thanks to it, the patient's condition can be recognized at the genetic level. She minimizes the chance of misdiagnosis by combining the two skills. The medicine king suddenly became angry and asked her why she was showing him her skills. He said he could reveal them to the alchemists of his industry. The master of alchemy calmly said that she only wanted to get his support in creating a medicine, and then he could do as he wished. He still couldn't understand her and started to ask a question, but she interrupted him and said that it was all because she needed him to create a cure as soon as possible. The alchemy master approached him and with a crazy look asked if he despised her. The master of alchemy, with an emotionless face, asked if he was angry because the inexperienced child did not know his dream. Or maybe he's annoyed that someone like her has talent. She shocked the medicine king by saying that she was sure he was furious that she was younger and that meant she would be praised for much longer than him. The alchemy master said that she would provide all the recipes she had come up with if the king of medicines would help. She did not tell anyone that these recipes belonged to her, and therefore the king of medicines could use them for his own purposes. Suddenly, the medicine king hit her in the face. The alchemy master's glasses fell to the floor. The medicine king was very angry. The alchemy master picked up her glasses and said that she was researching a zombie disease. The king of medicines said that one day she would encounter something that would end up at the bottom of a well. However, the master of alchemy, calmly wiping the dirt off her glasses, asked him to fulfill his request. But the medicine king angrily said that the day would come when her pride would be crushed and she would completely rot. The alchemy master put on her glasses and once again asked him to do as she said. She said she wrote down what she would need and then asked him to find it. The medicine king couldn't stop himself and said that eventually she would meet someone who would surpass her. There was silence as they stood opposite each other. The master of alchemy, sitting above the coffin, put on gloves and, apologizing, said that the king of medicines would have to come out. She began researching the zombies and said that the medicine king's breath was a big distraction for her. However, the king of medicines asked Kim to pick up 6 more zombies because they need more samples, such as a child, a youth, an old man, as well as people of different genders. Kim, meanwhile, stood in front of the wall with notches and reached for the sword. The medicine king also asked them to get the right ingredients if they saw them. Kim made a notch on the wall and asked them to give it to him. All the heroes looked at him. Some time passed and the heroes were already collecting samples. Day passed. Heavenly Demon and Volson continued to fight. Another day has passed. The team of Poisonous Serpent, Walson, Sky Demon, and Kim returned to the cave with the zombie samples. The next day came. The alchemy master and the medicine king continued to search for a cure. Even when everyone was asleep, the king of medicines and the master of alchemy continued to search for a cure. A week has passed since the apocalypse. The next day came, there was a snowstorm outside. The heavenly demon said that they would not be able to go out today. The heavenly demon raised her hands to the candle and said that such days are not uncommon. It's even surprising that it's been sunny lately. She said the worst was when it snowed for 30 days. They couldn't take a step outside because there was no sun. Kim said that then the zombies will continue to move. He asked if this was normal, because it would be difficult to catch if they wandered very far. The heavenly demon said that they would lose them and nothing could be done. The heavenly demon revealed that her sect had nearly 1,000 people just 3 years ago, and the number of people from the righteous faith faction that the old man brought here was almost the same. But as time passed and the gangsters left, they were never able to find them. Kim, looking at the fire, said that this was the worst thing. He said that it is scary when after waking up you go outside and the gangster who was here just yesterday disappears. She asked if he really thought that she knew the feeling of fear. Kim looked at her and said that he really thought so. The heavenly demon rose from the ground and said that the world had turned upside down, because if a person decided to say that to her, he would be left without a head. She called Kim a child of the outer lands and said that he should be glad that the world had come to an end. Kim looked away and said that she and the head of the military alliance, the martial artist, had excellent knowledge and he could not compare himself with them. However, Kim, looking at the candle, said that no matter how wonderful warriors they were, their Kai energy was not infinite. He asked her about when their Kai energy would run out. Kim said that they pinched the Kai points with their energy. In addition, they said that everything from breathing to the movement of arms and legs is controlled by their Kai energy. Kim said that no matter their strength, this cannot last forever. Kim remembered the phrase that all people die sooner or later. He asked her again about when they would run out of Kai. The heavenly demon was silent, looking at the floor. Then she raised her head and smiled and said that he was smart. Kim asked her how many days were left. The sky demon rephrased her statement and said that it was bad that he was smart. Kim, at the same time, was thinking that the reason why the heavenly demon chronicle ended is much simpler if you think about it. The heavenly demon, looking at the snowfall, said that none of them would be able to move again if the Kai ran out. She pointed with her hands and said that everything would rot except the heart, lungs, and upper dantian. Kim looked at her worriedly and said that they already knew. The heavenly demon lowered her head and said that the Shaolin monk lasted a year next to them. She said that, as befits a monk, he entered nirvana while sitting in the lotus position. Everything except his face became like other gangsi because his body had rotted. Amitabha, this is the last thing the monk said. The heavenly demon recalled that Kim spoke about the feeling of fear and then admitted that she was afraid to go to such a place. She looked at the dying candle and said that she was afraid of the moment when the Kai would end. She is afraid that she will have no vitality left. She said that even snowstorms and sunlight scare her. She is afraid that her subordinates will disappear in the light of day. She is afraid that she will never be able to kill the old man, and the old man will not be able to kill her. The heavenly demon said that she was afraid that the day would come when neither she nor the old man would be able to move anymore. We see that the heavenly demon and the old man are sleeping. Suddenly the old man turned to her and she turned around. At the same time, she was worried about the fact that she and the old man would have to lie and wait for the moment when the Kai would be depleted. The old man, lying with his back to her, said that he was sorry. The old man turned around and cried that he could no longer move. The heavenly demon said that she was so scared. Kim replied that he was sorry. The heavenly demon looked up and said that she was scared. Kim thought that there was no point even in the fact that they fought to the last. In the world where these two quietly disappeared, snow fell from the sky, and all that was left after them was a colorless landscape painting. The alchemy master listened to Walson's lungs with a stethoscope. She took off her stethoscope and apologized. She said that in its current condition it cannot be cured. Suddenly, a heavenly demon approached Walson and ordered him to stand up. However, Walson, closing his eyes, only apologized to her. The heavenly demon got angry and said that she was not here to listen to his apologies. She once again ordered the ruler of Muram, Bu Walson, to rise immediately. She asked if they didn't make a deal. Didn't Walson say that he would challenge the celestial demonic world and plant the banner of the righteous faith faction at the top? The heavenly demon, standing over Walson, asked if the 9 great schools and 5 noble clans had united not in order to stage a large-scale battle. She said he couldn't just die in a hospital bed. A black aura appeared around the heavenly demon and she, angry, ordered him to get up and take his weapon. Kim and the alchemy master were shocked. The heavenly demon said that he need not grab his ugly axe, because she would be satisfied with strife and a whip. However, Walson apologized again. The heavenly demon began to shout for Walson to quickly get up. The old man apologized again and said that he was weaker. He began to say that he tried to hold out for at least a day, but every breath was agony for him. According to him, she felt it too. Walson said that his Kai energy was completely used up, and there was no physical strength left at all. The heavenly demon continued to look down at him. The old man said she might be able to hold out for another year, but he had reached his limit. Walson said that he was weaker than her and also asked her to kill him. He did not want to be like the head, and therefore wanted her to destroy his body before it rotted. The heavenly demon, looking at the floor, asked if this is why Walson wants her to kill you, who is bedridden. She clenched her fist and asked him how dare he say this. The black aura around her grew more and more. She asked if this was the end of the fight that Walson had promised. She said it would be better if he attacked with death and took her to the underworld with him. Walson said that he tried to gather all the members of the Righteous Faith faction and order them to self-destruct. Suddenly, the heavenly demon sat down next to him and said that many powerful people praised and envied him because he was born with the ideal for mastering martial arts and reached its apex at the age of 20. He became the head of the Namdong family before he turned 30. He was elected ruler of Miram when the demonic sect gained enormous influence. Walson lay silent, closing his eyes. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon was saying that the goal of the Righteous Faith faction still lived within him, and the memory of the fallen rested in his heart. However, she asked if, even despite this, he really wanted to die by her damned hand. The heavenly demon stood up and said that she would kill him, but his death could not be called beautiful. Suddenly the Death King felt bad and turned away, because a black aura was emanating from the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon took out an axe. She pointed it at Walson and said that this was his whirlwind axe, which he loved so much, but he must have already forgotten about it. She pointed the axe at him. Walson turned his head and addressed her. The heavenly demon ordered him to say that the warrior had forgotten the skill, and the skill was forever lost to the warrior. The heavenly demon said that he would say a phrase and then she would kill him. This phrase means the end of the faction of the Righteous Faith. Kim thought that the head of the demonic sect had made a demand that the ruler of Miram personally acknowledge the destruction of the faction. Only after receiving his confession will she be ready to take his life. However, Walson remained silent. The heavenly demon furiously asked him if he was unable to tell her this. Walson replied that he could not. He cried and said that he could not say this phrase. Walson apologized again. Suddenly the heavenly demon struck him with her sword. She said that he himself said that having become a gangsi, he does not live, but simply exists. It turned out that the heavenly demon had struck close to Walson's head. She said that even if he died now, it would not be called death. She, leaving the axe sticking in the ground and leaving, spoke about life, which is not life, and death, which is not death. She asked him what the difference was between these two concepts and said that she herself did not know what the difference was. The heavenly demon raised her head and said that everything was pointless. Heaven and earth turned into emptiness. The heroes stood over the body of the dying Walson. Kim thought that the ninth dawn of entering the apocalypse, the ruler of Miram Namgun died of illness. A day passed. Another notch appeared on the wall. The alchemy master said that she had received a valuable sample. She sat next to the tied-up Walson, who had already turned into a zombie, and said that there was a limit to virus tests carried out on infected people who had been turning into zombies for many years. She said that with this sample they are able to monitor the progression of the infection in real time. According to her, he does not become a zombie immediately after death, but awakens with a slight delay in time. The alchemist also said that it may take some time for the infectious agent to spread throughout the brain. The medicine king, meanwhile, handed her the papers and said that he had summarized the results of the study. Kim started looking at these results. The king of medicines, standing behind, said that that girl could and knew how to make medicine, but was completely unable to explain it properly. The alchemy master turned around and said that they had done everything to research the virus, but developing a cure was impossible. Kim looked to the side and asked if they didn't have enough time. She confirmed this and said that a minimum of 90 days is needed, and ideally about 120 days are needed. The alchemy master was scared because Walson began to move. He started screaming and kicking. The heroes looked at him in horror. The heavenly demon standing behind said that it looked bad. She walked up to Walson and brought the sword to his throat. She said that this is how a person appears before them when one layer is removed. She asked if he was any different from an animal. She said that the warrior has forgotten skill, and skill is forever lost to the warrior. She suddenly punched him directly in the mouth and told him to choke. The poisonous snake began to scream about what she was doing. However, Kim stopped the poisonous snake and ordered them not to approach her. Kim said it was the end. Suddenly, a purple glow began to emanate from the sky demon. She extended her bloody hand upward. The heavenly demon became distraught and lowered her head. The Sky Demon then raised her head and started screaming. Kim was shocked, and the Sword Lord warned Kim. The Sword Master said she was possessed by the devil. The Heavenly Demon turned around and asked if they had come to kill her. She raised the sword above her and suggested crossing swords, ordering them to attack her. Kim started screaming for them to run away. The Heavenly Demon ran towards them and immediately cut off the head of the Medicine King. Kim ran, carrying the Master of Alchemy in his hands, and the poisonous snake stood, preparing to fight. While they were running away, the Sword Lord turned around and said that she had gone crazy. The Heavenly Demon clashed in a duel with a poisonous snake. The Sword Lord said that the demonic power had gone beyond all limits, according to him. This may have been due to the completely released Kai energy. He also said that now she is on the border of life and death. The Sword Lord said that even if he returned alive during his prime, 4 times out of 10 he would definitely lose. The Heavenly Demon was shrouded in darkness. She raised the sword above her and said that the heavens were filled with sadness and the earth fell into sleep. The universe is burning with anger, and from Mount Wudin, according to her, only ashes will remain. The poisonous snake, horrified, shouted for Kim to take the pharmacist and run away. The Heavenly Demon continued to talk about how the demonic sect is now the Murim heaven, and she is the heaven of the demonic sect. Kim headed towards the exit of the cave, but it was snowing there. The Heavenly Demon started calling them names and screaming, and then wondered where Namgoon was. The Alchemy Master looked at the Heavenly Demon, who had already managed to kill the poisonous snake, crying. The Heavenly Demon shouted that there is only one person who can take her sword under this firmament, and that is Namgoon. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Demon was already standing behind Kim, raising her sword. The Alchemy Master said that she believed the King of Death. Kim died. Blood spilled on the white snow. Kim thought that this world forced people to smoke in the sun. But this man does not consider destruction to be the end. The tower began to send Kim back in time. Kim decided that now they would save her world. There is a snowstorm outside. Someone is walking through the snow. We see a cute face with black eyes. The little girl walked towards the woman. The girl walked during heavy snowfall with her mouth wide open. She called her mother, and the woman turned around and began to leave. The child stood in the snow and looked after her. The girl's eyes were incredibly black. In her youth, Heavenly Demon Seo Kyung did not know. Did her mother abandon her or say goodbye in a snowstorm? Or did she truly lose her? Seo Kyung didn't know this. Kim Kanya was lying on the floor, and on top there was an inscription, "You have been fined." The hero got down on one knee. A ghost was holding his head in front of him, and cards were flying around them. The guy asked his friend if he remembered pharmaceutical research, to which the ghost replied that he more or less remembered. The hero scratched his neck. The spirit of the home front told him that if you put what they remembered together, the pieces of the puzzle would completely match. They need to quickly get back before anything slips out of their minds. The ghost grabbed one of the silver cards with 2 fingers. It's time to choose a skill. The map illuminated the ghost's face as he read the title and description. Devil Divine Energy, rank a plus. The hero looked into the distance in surprise. The devil, thought the hero. In the guy's head there is a picture of a black monster with white eyes, beating something. This is the same martial art they just witnessed. Typical demonic art. The ghost stood with his arms crossed. He said, whether it is martial arts or illusory trap, in the end, any method only depends on how the hero chooses to overcome the difficulties in this world. We are shown how the old man and the girl stood with their backs to each other. If Kim Kong-ya generously tries to accept the world, then, as a rule, he joins the faction of the true faith. If the hero seeks to hit this world like a typhoon, then most likely he will become part of the demonic sect. The ghost stood sideways to us, raising his arms above his head, and his shadow had a weapon. So, the Murim warriors from the faction of the righteous faith make their bodies vessels that will accept the world, and those who belong to the demonic sect grow claws that will destroy the world. The spirit of the rear stood in his white kimono facing us. He decided to give a simpler example. The ghost punched the air with his hands. He said, cut from top to bottom. Streams of wind formed around the hero. In some sects this is called the tiger attack pose, or the absolute sword strike. The ghost scratched his ear with his finger and said that it didn't matter whether it was a tiger or a bull, because the skills varied greatly depending on what kind of enlightenment the creator of the martial arts had achieved. In any case, it is important to imitate a tiger or a bull a little. Kim Kanya wiped the sweat from his forehead. Make something from the world yours. That's what the phrase accepting the world means. But demonic art is different. Shadows began to rise up around the ghost. This is what they say in the demonic sect when they teach techniques. The spirit of the rear made an attack and the glass cracked in front of him. Remember your anger when the thief stabbed you in the stomach. The sword lord looked in the direction where he extended his hand. Remember the moment when the county ruler dragged away your younger sister. Remember your weakness when you could not do anything. Just imagine the corpse of your sister, whom you waited all night in front of the administration doors. The ghost stood on one leg in a fighting stance. Remember how you buried your sister's body alone. It was winter, and the ground was frozen and difficult to dig. And you continued to dig the frozen ground with your bare hands. From the spirit, shadows fell on the wall, one of which was jumping, and the other was swinging a sword. Your nails were broken, blood flowed from the abrasions. In the end, you put your sister's body in a hole where she wouldn't even be able to rest in peace, and covered it with earth. The ghost's red hair was flying, and he kept his hand half clenched into a fist. Complain about your helplessness and hold a grudge against the cruelty of this world. In front of the hero's neck was the hand of the spirit. The guy was thinking about claws that would destroy the world. The ghost stood with his eyes closed, and his black belt on his kimono dangled. The method of using internal Kai energy is literally a way to awaken and direct the mind. Whether a martial artist or a hunter, victory will ultimately depend on how well the hunter utilizes their internal Kai and aura. Kim Kanya stood in front of the yellow skill screen and thought. The ghost told him that this was a struggle of fortitude. In demonic art, the strength of the spirit is always suppressed. In any case, the guy doesn't have to learn this. The spirit of the rear watched carefully, frowning. Hero said he would start. The ghost opened his mouth in surprise, and the guy stood with his right hand raised. He repeated that he would look into it. There was a bead of sweat on the sword lord's cheek, and his mouth was slightly open. He asked Kim Kong-ya why he would study it. Then the hero answered what he wanted. The hero stood calmly, and the ghost pointed a finger at him and thought that the guy was amazed by the sword game that the heavenly demon had arranged. The ghost screamed that she had exhausted all her strength and was on the verge of life and death. Kim Kanya smiled with his eyes closed, and the ghost shouted that the guy would be squeezed like a lemon and all his strength would be sucked out. A warrior should not be intoxicated by such an illusion, and compared to the hero's martial arts, the demonic arts are pathetic trash, the ghost said. The spirit of the rear shouted at the guy that even his eyes were closed in different ways. The hero thought that the Lord of the Sword was offended because Kim wanted to learn something that no one other than the ghost had. The spirit asked, "What?" The ghost stood proudly with his arms crossed and smiled proudly as the hero said that his sword lord was the strongest in the universe. The spirit replied that it was, but he still did not understand why the hero was trying to learn the divine technique of the demonic sect. A silver skill card flew near the smiling guy. He replied that he wanted to conquer the stage flawlessly. There was another snowstorm, and an old man and a girl were walking through the snow. Even if a cure is found, everything will end with the salvation of two people. Others have been dead for more than 2 years and, even if treated, are unlikely to survive. Kim Kanya stood with his left hand raised and asked what the ending would be. Lord Mirama and Heavenly Demon will become Adam and Eve. Is this a good ending? The ghost held his chin and replied that this was not true at all. Just imagining this scene disgusts him. The hero took the card with his index and middle fingers. Creating a cure is the first condition for a good ending. A flawless ending depends on whether the characters in the work can remain satisfied. There was a bright light reflected on the corner of the map. The hero wants to give Lord Miram and the Sky Demon an ending they will be happy with. The selection is complete. Copying a skill. The hunter's current rank is D. A penalty has been assigned for using the skill. Kim Kanya stood in the snow with a map in his hands. He thought it wouldn't end here. During a strong snowstorm, a little girl lay on the ground. Nightmare of the Sky Demon. The hero must go through the same hell. 2 blue notifications appeared. Reproduction of the trauma of the enemy who killed the hero. The fine level is medium. Will there be an opportunity to calmly talk about this? The hero thought. Notice, Road of Hungry Ghosts. An old man and a guy with an eye patch walked through the snowstorm. He shouted that he was cold. The girl with green hair looked in surprise at her hand, which was being held by someone. She was shocked by the permafrost. The master of alchemy looked at Kim Kong-ya, smiling. The girl thanked him. We are shown a picture of glasses lying on the floor, and drops of blood next to them. Well, that's natural. The head of the 1,000 Faceless Gate must take care of the Medicine King. Kim Kanya pointed his finger into the distance, and in front of him stood a guy with an eye patch, on which an old man was sitting. The hero said that he just caught a glimpse of a man's shadow. The old man and the guy looked at the blue man in fear. They didn't understand what was wrong with them and why all the people were frozen. Kim looked into the distance, his mouth slightly open. He said they looked like zombies and told the guys to look here. The hero pointed his finger at the dirt that was between the teeth of the frozen man. These are pieces of stuck meat. It was as if they were biting something like wild animals. The girl with green hair summoned a green interface in front of her. She said that the DNA of the Twa and the pieces of flesh in his mouth did not match. They are completely different from each other. The man died about 3 years ago. The pieces of flesh belong to someone who died 2 years ago. Although this is difficult to imagine, this corpse is already living and moving around the passage. The old man with white hair was shivering from the cold. He can't stand creatures like those from horror films and doesn't understand how the hero touches them so calmly. The alchemy master and the medicine king turned around. Progress is much faster than last episode. Kim Kanya told the doctors that he has one amazing skill. It was night outside. The hero and the ghost were sitting next to each other. They remembered what was on the second page of pharmaceutical research. The spirit of the rear said, the results of experiments with cellular reactions. Kim Kanya said that according to skill analysis, the alchemy master raised her hand to her chin and thought. Kim Kanya smiled with his eyes closed. The girl told him that this is an ideal way of research. There are no shortcomings in it. This man told himself that he was magnificent, the hero thought. The old man stroked the back of his head, and a guy with gray hair looked at him. The medicine king was glad that they were able to shorten the research time. But be that as it may, he wants to stay away from the zombies and stay somewhere warm. The old man looked at a girl with black hair, in front of whom stood a man in white clothes. They decided to stop the reign of the demonic path under heaven. The girl with black hair smiled widely. She remembers how she was sitting in some cave, and a burning candle stood next to her. Even a dog passing by would have collapsed laughing. But the girl was scared. Even the heavens were shaking with fear. The woman was dressed in completely black clothes and was holding a stick in her hand. The demon path will live as long as she is okay. She asked Bu Walson to say goodbye to her Murim faction. The girl believed that she was the best in the world. Kim Kong-ya's gaze was serious and confident. He thought that she alone survived to the end because she is the strongest woman in the world. The heavenly demon turned her head towards the guy, a warrior who realized what it means to be the navel of the earth. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and asked, "You?" The hero sat down on his knees and clenched his hands into fists. He came here after learning about the greatness of the heavenly demon and learned deep admiration. Heard about her reputation as the best among people since ancient times. The hero didn't know how long it would last, but the guy knelt in front of the girl and asked her to take the guy as her student. The little girl was lying in the snow. The girl's face was white and sad. She was cold. There were gray clouds in the sky and snowflakes were falling. Complete silence. There is not a single smell and no one sees anything. There is a white spot on the girl's stomach. It seemed to her as if all her insides were frozen. She was very cold. Suddenly, a blue beam of light broke out from the sky. The clouds parted a little, and between them was an old man with a crutch. Rays of light fell on the girl's face along with the shadow of an old man. He was surprised that a snowstorm had been raging in this area for 9 days. The snow depth was almost 1.5 meters, and the child was still breathing. The old man took the girl by the hand and began to lift her up. He looked at her with a saddened face and thought that this baby was special. The little girl put her hand on the old man's. She was born with an icy body and very soon all the cold of the world will become internal Kai energy for her. It couldn't be more surprising, because the child lay in the snow for 10 days, and with his eyes open. The girl's eyes were black and her face sad. The old man asked her name, but the girl replied that she did not know. The girl followed the old man through the snow, and behind them was a block of ice. The girl doesn't know how old she is or how she ended up in this snowy field. The old man looked in the direction of the girl with peripheral vision. She doesn't remember anything. At such a young age to experience the power of the cruel laws of earth and sky. There were footprints in the snow. However, she is the perfect vessel for learning martial arts. The ruler of the Northern Sea himself would give millions of gold coins to have such a talent like her brought to him. The old man stroked the little girl's head. It was difficult to say whether the old man's sect would become her destiny, or whether she would become the destiny of his sect. But he invited the girl to follow him. The old man leaned towards the girl and continued to stroke her head. He said he would feed her and give her a roof over her head. The girl nodded her head. The girl held the old man's hand and followed him, and a butterfly flew above them. The child feels nothing, has no name and unknown origin. Most likely she is a child, born from snow, the old man thought. He decided to give her his last name, and because of the snowy smell, he named her Bi-kyung. The girl grabbed the finger of the old man, who told her that she was now Seo Bi-kyung, a member of the demonic sect. The old man stood with his back to us. The girl asked him where they were going. They walked to a place where children like the little girl had gathered. The heavenly demon opened her mouth wide. She said that she would never take on a student. Kim Kanya was on his knees in some cave. The woman told him that she had never had students. No matter what this world is, its laws will not change, and the student is nonsense. An old man in a white kimono was reaching out to touch his beard. He didn't understand why the woman was so petty. It is surprising that the children from the border strip survived. And the old man also added that the hero went through a difficult world in order to become the woman's student. The heavenly demon was sitting in the lotus position, and the old man asked the girl, "Isn't something like this worthy of praise?" She replied that perhaps Kim Kong-ya deserves praise. The man with the beard also sat in the lotus position and clenched his fists. The girl said that the law of discipleship is truly a harsh law, and they do not allow anyone to enter their sect recklessly. Only abandoned children can enter the demonic sect. They say they are picky, but they themselves are more meticulous in their attitude towards people, the old man thought. The man stroked his beard and told the hero that Kim Kong-ya could leave this devil and become his student. He is Namgung, the ruler of Muram, the head of the decent family, if the guy joins him as a student. Before he could finish speaking, the hero interrupted him with his question to the girl. Kim Kong-ya asked the heavenly demon why she couldn't take him as her disciple. The old man opened his mouth wide in surprise, and the girl's gaze was stern. Kim Kong-ya simply ignored the old man. The heavenly demon replied that only children rejected by this world can join the sect. Then the guy turned his palm up and straightened his index finger. The world has changed. People turned into gangsters due to a mysterious disease. The school of righteous faith and the Murama sect also died. Kim Kong-ya smiled. He said that the world has abandoned people, so they are all rejected by this world, whether someone likes it or not. But more importantly, he is a hunter, an orphan who has devoted himself entirely to the tower. The girl's face was dissatisfied. The old man asked her, "Doesn't the current situation satisfy the conditions for admission to the sect?" Although the hero is ashamed to say that he is rejected by the world, it is more accurate to say that he himself rejected the world. The heavenly demon approached Kim Kong-ya. If the hero is so confident in himself, then she decided to take him. But first the guy had to try the 3 basics technique. Sunlight fell on half of the woman's face. She explained that this was to ensure that the hero was worthy of following the teachings of their sect. She believed that the hero was such a master only in words. The hero bowed his head and took hold of his sword. He thanked him for being given a chance. Red lines like lightning began to appear around Kim Kong-ya. Launch a skill. The hero's eyes turned bright red, and his body glowed a little with the same red color. The Devil Divine Energy skill is activated. The hero closed his eyes and raised his sword. He sees the path of the sword. Countless movements are pictured in his mind. These movements are visible only to him. He still had not been able to master the Divine Devil Energy technique. Kim Kong-ya's fencing will be similar to a sparrow chasing a stork if he imitates in a similar state. He recalled how a ghost stood in front of him and told him to complain about his helplessness and be offended by the cruelty of this world. The hero's pupils were red, but there were white spots in their centers. You will try to tear it to shreds with dignity. Kim remembered the ghost's words that he would most likely become part of a demonic sect if he wanted to hit this world like a typhoon. Kim Kong-ya stood in a stance, holding his sword horizontally, and remembered how the city burned. There the children asked to be saved. They were hot, they just wanted to play a little. The more the hero immerses himself in this technique, the more his thoughts change. Kim Kong-ya stood on one leg, covering his eyes with a sword, and recalled how people screamed or cried. He heard people telling him to burn everything, to burn the witch's nest, by creatures that were not considered human. The essence of the demonic sect is scream, not claws. We see the shadow of a man holding a weapon in his hand, and behind us we see a heavenly demon and an old man. A world born of the principle of yin and yang will always be full of sadness. No matter how wise the lines of the 3 sutras are, they cannot overcome the cries of the outcast people. The hero's face was dark, and drops of blood were flying in front of him. His sorrows are sharper than the yin and yang sword, and the screaming sword is stronger than the moving sword. A girl with black hair stood in front of a sword. She said to stop. Kim thought that the deeper the grief and the louder the cry, the stronger the sword. This means that they are strong. Only the strongest survive. This is the teaching of the demonic sect. They show us the mountains. Therefore, the form of the sword should be a cry towards the world, movement by movement. The girl once again told the hero to stop. The hero's face was not visible due to the fact that a shadow was falling, and he had a sword in his hands. Kim Kong-ya saw a girl standing alone during a snowstorm. At the last moment, even the sky screamed. The sky demon screamed in anger. She ordered the hero to stop. The girl stopped the hero's sword with her wand. The woman looked in surprise towards the hero, holding a wand in front of her, from which black smoke emanated. She asked the guy where he learned the technique of their sect. The hero's eyes were white and his whole body was sweating. The girl said that the guy could not deceive her eyes. The hero's movements were sloppy and inexperienced, but still it was a devil's divine energy technique. Only members of the demonic sect have divine energy. Kim Kanya cannot know this technique. The hero stood in front of the girl, bowing his head. She ordered the guy to tell him where he stole this equipment. The guy opened his mouth slightly, and drops of sweat flowed down his face. Kim Kanya smiled. His eyes were white, and veins appeared on his neck. He asked, "Am I worthy of her?" A woman in black clothes stood with a very sad face. Kim Kanya fell to the ground and the girl turned around. Someone shouted the hero's nickname. Other hunters were already sitting next to the lying guy. They realized that Kim Kanya was using too much aura, and the girl, first, decided to do a vascular lavage. The heavenly demon was already at the exit of the cave. The ghost was also in this cave. He stood with his arms crossed. He told the guy that he almost died using martial arts above his level. That's why the spirit endlessly told the guy to build everything from scratch. Kim Kanya was lying face down. A ghost flew in the cave and added that the hero is not a bad sparrow. An amazing asshole, said the spirit of the rear. We are shown a snowy city in which the inhabitants were located. An old man and a little girl were walking through the city. He said that now this place will become a children's home. One of the residents waved to the girl. She can eat and sleep at any time. Well, she can frolic as much as her darling wishes. A little girl with black eyes silently looked into the distance. The man told her that she should live the way she wants. We are transported to the dining room where the children were eating. One of the girls said that they have kind adults. They don't force them to do anything. Two girls sat next to each other at the table and talked. One of them thought that adults were going to make slaves out of children. Another girl said that they have been here for a year now, and there is not the slightest hint of anything like this. A little girl with black hair sat alone at the table. The children discussed the fact that they only have one new girl so far, but many children should come to them today. There was a spoon next to the plate of rice. Lately, too many new children have appeared, but it is quite natural that such a large number of orphans have appeared. This is due to a bad harvest year. In any case, everyone who came here was very lucky. The children sitting at the table turned their heads to the side because the girl called them. The two guys looked towards a girl with black hair who was holding a spoon in her right hand. She asked the others how they got here. The look of one of the children was surprised, the other was contemptuous, and the other two girls sat calmly and looked in the direction of the girl. The silhouettes of the children suddenly turned red. One of them had a mother who worked in a brothel, another had too little developed agriculture, and another had men with knives who tore up the whole village at night. Seo Kyung's silhouette also turned red. Residents of someone's village suddenly began to fall ill in droves. Someone was beaten by his father and ran away. But the girl suddenly remembered a vessel of roaring poison. In front of us was some kind of red wall, and below, snakes, frogs, and butterflies lay on top of each other. All types of poisonous animals and insects are placed in a jar and closed with a lid. The animals trapped inside devour and gnaw each other, and the last survivor becomes the most poisonous creature in the world. Every time the children opened their mouths, poison poured out. It turns out that this is a collection of the most motley poison in the kingdom. The girl was sitting at the table with a snake lying on it. She asked the children if they were happy now. All four smiled and unanimously answered that they were happy. This place is not the promised land, but a vessel for growing one, the only, most poisonous creature. One of the children clutched the clothes in his hand. He thought that now he would not have to earn money instead of his mother. If he got sick, the doctor would cure him and no one would beat him. This is cool. We see the woman walking through the snow again. Some said they didn't even know. In front of us are snowy mountains on which the sun's rays fall. One of the men opened the door and told the children to have breakfast. All the children were asleep, but one place was empty. Lee Kyung was supposed to sleep there. You can sleep to your heart's content at any time or eat whenever you want. The children were sitting at the table. They noticed that one was also missing today. Residents were engaged in farming in their gardens. Among them was Bi Kyung, who helped the residents. If you want to play, you can frolic as much as you want. The girl was engaged in farming, and in the distance a large building was visible. The children thought that Bi Kyung was strange because she constantly played with the adults who were involved in farming. He also doesn't eat rice on purpose. Children just have to live the way they want. An old man with a staff approached the girl from behind. She and Bi Kyung had not seen each other for a long time, and the girl greeted the man. A small child was sitting near the river. The old man wanted to ask her something. The girl's braids fluttered in the wind, and maple leaves flew over the old man's head. The man heard that Bi Kyung herself wanted to help farmers with the harvest. The girl replied that it was so. The child put his hand on the water, and waves came from it. The clothes she wears and the blanket she uses are sewn with her own hands. That's right, the girl answered. The old man's hair was very long and also fluttered in the wind. He asked the girl why she was doing this if she could live without needing anything. Baekhyun held a small maple leaf in her hand. The man continued to explain that this place is called Utopia. The adults do the farm work and pick fruit for the children, but she is just a small child and should not help. Baekhyun replied that a farmer at the foot of the mountain lost 2 daughters to the county ruler. The old man looked down, holding a staff in his hand. The girl added that Mr. Choi, who works in the garden, lost his second son, who was called to build the fortress wall. He considered this unfair, so he turned to officials and eventually lost his first son, who died due to cruel treatment. Baekhyun remembered how a man with a mustache waved at her. Mr. Choi and his wife joined their sect after the bodies of their 2 sons were buried in their hometown. The maple leaf flew from the girl's palm. The adults who provide food and clothing to orphans also suffer in this world. All of them, as one, are victims and not one is an exception. This place is not heaven. Baekhyun stood up and began to walk away from the old man. She said that other children do not understand that they are not fed and clothed for free. Then the man asked the girl why, in her opinion, adults do this. The child stood with a very sad face, and leaves were falling at her side. She replied that adults hope that children will avenge them. We see a picture of one of the men lying on the ground near a tree. Hearts that are consumed by resentment and anger are unable to forgive the ruler of the county and their native land for ruining their lives. They want revenge, but they don't have the strength to do it. The girl turned her head to the left. She heard that martial arts can be learned if you learn them from a very young age. But adults are already old and cannot deepen their martial arts skills. They can do agricultural work for children who can learn martial arts. This is the true essence of the so-called utopia, the main building of the sect. Children do not live and eat for free. All of them are gathered in this place in order to take revenge on the world for those people. The man and the girl stood in front of each other. The old man looked at his hands, which held the staff. He called the girl. Baekhyun's black eyes showed all her sadness. The man asked her, "Do you have anything to say to heaven?" The child recalled how he saw a woman during a snowstorm, how he looked at the red outlines of the silhouettes of children. Baekhyun replied that she had a lot to say. The man raised his wooden staff to his face and closed his eyes. He replied that then it would happen. The old man sharply opened his eyes and put his staff aside. He said the world would be forced to listen to them. The girl stood in front of the man, and a strong wind rose outside. The old man said that he was Mabel, one of the 7 elders of their sect. The girl looked at the old man, who was smiling. She asked him, "Is there Buddha in hell too?" Then the old man replied that Buddha is of no use if he is not in hell. Baekhyun stood, and in front of her was the shadow of a man holding a weapon in his hand. The girl passed the test to join the sect. Her mind wasn't clouded by the abundance of food and the cozy bed, so her poison would be cleared. She should honor the man as her master and call him mentor, and in the future, instead of countless screams, her sword will ring. Baekhyun knelt down and the man touched her head with his staff. He asked for an initiation ceremony. We see the face of a woman with black hair, but it was upside down. She was telling someone to get up quickly. The girl was sitting on Kim Kanya, who was lying under a blanket. He told the sky demon that he wouldn't be able to get up at all if she continued to stand over him like that because he felt like they were bumping heads. Then the girl replied that everything was probably fine with the hero since he scratched his tongue so well. The heavenly demon walked towards the exit of the cave, and in the distance the sun was shining very brightly. The girl told the hero to go to the bathroom and wash thoroughly. He needs to cleanse his body and mind, and the girl will wait at the entrance to the cave. Kim Kanya took off his t-shirt, and his comrade slept next to him. A pink light emanated from the hero's fingertips. He became interested in what kind of dreams the guys had, and he opened the character window. An old man with white hair was holding his head. He dreamed of his 100th victory. The girl with green hair was lying on her arm. In her dream, she tried to explain to someone simple things, in her opinion. The guy with gray hair was sleeping and smiling. In his dream, he just laughed. The hero realized that it was impossible to wake them up. Heavenly Demon and Kim Kong-ya were in the snow. The girl asked the hero if he had cleaned every corner of his body. The guy replied that he felt absolutely clean. The girl's face was dissatisfied. She doesn't like people who talk a lot. The hero again made a gesture with his right hand. The girl said that the guy was too talkative and most likely he was a deceiver than a real man. The hero was not sure of her words. We see a pink window with a girl's thoughts. The Heavenly Demon thought that Kim Kong-ya was kind of smart in language, but his face was very clumsy and she felt like he was painted by Hao Mundo. The girl turned around and started walking, followed by the guy. He didn't know who Hao Mundo was. The hero walked next to the girl. She said that the guy would have to undergo many tests in order to put on the real clothes of the demonic sect. He confirmed his qualifications, but did not pass the exam to join the sect. Kim Kong-ya interrupted the Heavenly Demon and said that the first test is a comfort test. When they feed, clothe and put to bed for free, and those who are comfortable living this way are called outsiders and raised as farmers, artisans and cooks. Pieces of snow fell off the girl's feet. Children who pass the exam are recognized as a family. They become disciples of the sect, and the child begins to formally study demonic martial arts, and at the same time, he finally joins the sect. Kim Kanya stood with his eyes closed and smiled. The heavenly demon asked him how the guy knew about this. The hero thought about seeing her injury, but replied that he knew a lot of things. The sky demon sighed and closed her eyes. She thought that even the heavens were insensitive to send such a cunning man to him. She did not believe that she should accept an idle disciple like Hao Mundo into the sect. The ghost crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He noticed that the heavenly demon really had a keen eye for such things. Although the hero is a slacker, he attracts attention and does not give up, even if he has done something stupid. The girl stood near the cliff, and behind were the hero and the ghost. Kim Kanya could not understand whether this was a compliment or an insult, but thought that whoever interprets this as a compliment makes peace. Before he could finish speaking, the Lord of the Sword said that this is yet another proof that the hero is a quitter. The heavenly demon told the guy that this place would be quite suitable. It was snowing outside, and the girl stood with her mouth open. She told the hero to be happy because she was going to accept him as her student. The demonic path of the heavenly world. Heaven will not reject sect members only if they have the right qualities. Kim Kanya punched his fist into his palm. But the heavenly demon said that she could not officially accept the hero as her disciple. We only see half of the girl's face. The guy told her that this was too much because he came from distant lands to study with her, showed his suitability, but for some reason he could not officially become her student. Then she replied that the hero's words seemed suspicious to her. The hero's face suddenly began to sweat, and he stood clenching his fists. He couldn't understand where the girl had such good intuition. The heavenly demon doubted that the hero was a child not from these places, who had admired her since ancient times, and if you trust her instincts, then all the hero's words were a complete lie, but he doesn't seem like some kind of terrible person, so okay. The heavenly demon stood still, and Kim Kong-ya walked with her hands in her pockets. The hero seems to her to be kind by nature, but it is difficult to say whether the sect will be his destiny or whether he will become the destiny of the sect. The heavenly demon pointed to the side with her right hand. Kim Kanya asked her what test awaits him. The girl replied that it was there. They looked at the man who was frozen. The girl said that she threw down one Gangxi, the late Jisoo, on whom great hopes were pinned. He was a famous Miram master. The heavenly demon will accept the hero as an apprentice if he defeats the master, however. The hero turned his gaze to the right and opened his mouth slightly. The girl told him to fight, feeling hungry. The guy thought that he was still not officially her student was just empty words. The girl was looking to the side, and blue particles were visible against the background of her hair. She told the guy to do everything right. The guy's heart must be filled with hunger and pain while fighting Gangxi, and he is forbidden to delve into other emotions or images. In the heart of the heavenly demon, Kim Gong-ya is already a disciple of the sect, who will become the successor of the devil's divine energy technique. The heavenly demon already considers the hero to be his student. Gangxi's eyes were white, and he was all blue. The hero must remember the groans and cries of the hungry, gestures, and their every movement. It will be one fuse. Leaning on it, he should swing the sword as if he was dying of hunger. Only then will the devil's divine energy technique be fully revealed. Kim Kanya began to draw his sword and asked what happens if hunger takes possession of the sword. The girl's face was against the background of a destroyed house. A man who has never starved can be cut to pieces with one blow. 50% of Miram's righteous faith faction members are reduced to nothing. We see red people who are screaming. Claws that will destroy the world, the hero recalled. First he needs to master the image of hunger, then the image of the thirst for death. One must be able to wield a sword while thirsty so that it can cut through those who have never experienced such a thing. Kim Kanya will learn all 9 swords. These swords are enough to change the world. The hero held a sword in front of him and said that this was all interesting. The heavenly demon turned her head in his direction and smiled. He told the guy to come down. Kim Kanya jumped. What's most incompatible with zombies? A strong stream of wind came from Gangxi's palm, and the hero screamed. This is a wind wave created by the palms. Gangxi pushed Kim Kanya up. The hero did a somersault in flight and held a sword in his hands. He thought it was all crazy. The heavenly demon looked at the battle and shouted to the hero to show his thirst and not just swing his sword. Gangxi and the hero braced themselves for the blows. The girl reminded the guy that he should remember the suffering of those who died of hunger. If he waved his sword around like that, he would remain a meaningless shell for the devil's divine energy technique. The frozen man almost bit the hero. Kim Kanya said that he is not hungry now. Gangxi rolled back and the hero landed on his hands. The girl told him that he was a fool. The man tried to grab the guy, but he dodged. The heavenly demon said that Kim Kong-ya can think of red when there is nothing red in front of his eyes, so why can't he revive the memory of feeling hungry? Gangxi tried to hit the hero, but there was some kind of invisible barrier and white spots around him. The guy cannot do this because he is not used to the feeling of hunger. He must be torn by this feeling. Students of the devil's divine energy should freely imagine their feelings. The sky demon crossed her arms at her waist and watched the battle. She told Kim Kong-ya to remember when he was hungry, to let this feeling pass through her. Where he was, what he most wanted to taste. How long did he fast? The guy's face was covered in sweat and red lightning flickered around him. He replied that the longest he fasted was 3 to 4 days. The girl looked at the hero with contempt. She didn't understand how the guy had gone hungry for just 4 measly days in his entire life. In the Celestial Empire, a long time ago, one bad year gives way to another, so this is nonsense, she said. The hero leaned back to dodge the gangster's attack again. The girl asked Kim Kong-ya how he could fast for only 4 days, not being a child from a noble family. The guy replied that the place where they came from was a little richer than the central regions of the Middle Kingdom. The heavenly demon stood with her hand clenched into a fist and her mouth open. She said that this was impossible, because hunger is the most acute feeling. This is a pain that will not go away for a single day. People were originally created to live by satisfying hunger, and there is no difference between the hunger of a rich man and a poor man. Red sparks and lightning were flying in front of Kim Kong-ya. The girl asked him how he could awaken the divine energy of the devil, even if he didn't know it. Then the guy began to remember that he had been starving for 10 years when he was an F-rank hunter, when he bought tteokbokki and spent money in places that only gave an extra portion of 4 rice dumplings. The girl turned around and began to leave. She thinks she was wrong. At first I had some hopes, but, as I thought, the hero does not have an inner core. There was no one on the cliff. Kim Kong-ya tried to call the girl. The hero looked up, and a gangster was running towards him. The guy asked to wait for the heavenly demon. Why being hungry is something special. Gangster's face was terrifying, and the upper part of his jaw was missing teeth. Kim Kong-ya couldn't believe that this was the only reason he couldn't master the martial art. Well, before the hero could finish speaking, he moved into the room where skill cards were flying. The guy was ruffling the hair on his head, and a ghost was looking at it all. Kim Kong-ya has gone through so many difficulties throughout his life. The Sword Lord said that the girl had completely traditional training. She teaches the one and only feast of the 12th month, so everything said is true. A yellow glow appeared above the hero's hand, and he clenched his teeth. He decided to accept the rules of the game. We see a cave that was covered with snow. Kim Kong-ya stood inside it, holding a blanket in his hand. He will not be afraid of the heavenly demon's behavior, much less give up. The hero ran, and a guy with an eye patch looked at him. He asked the hero where he was in such a hurry. Kim replied that he needed to find one thing to clear this scene. It's hard to believe, but he was burned alive in the fire, so he won't die of hunger. The ghost grabbed his face. He said that the kid had finally gone crazy, acts like a blind fool when he loses his temper. Kim Kong-ya ran through the snow, and the Sword Lord flew next to him. They will spend 10 days again. We see the entrance to the cave. The hero stood in the middle of it, closing his eyes. The ghost told him that he had gone completely mad. The Sword Lord held the back of his head and looked at the sitting hero. Kim Kong-ya is going to sit in this cave until she starves to death. The Sword Lord begged the hero, but he simply raised his right hand. The ghost said that he was generally bothered, that the guy was angry because of the training. The spirit asked why he should suffer while watching such antics. Kim Kong-ya replied to the ghost that he was too noisy. The hero looked into the distance, his mouth slightly open. The ghost asked the guy how many days he plans to hold out. Kim Kong-ya replied that he saw the injury of the heavenly demon, and there was a time when this person lived without food for 11 days, so he is going to endure 112 days. Madness, thought the spirit. The ghost looked angrily towards the guy and pointed his finger towards the exit. The Lord of the Sword said that the hero would not be able to withstand more than 100 days. The ghost told him to look at the weather. It was now terribly cold, and the spirit did not understand how the guy was going to use the aura for 100 days. The Sword Lord looked at Kim Kong-ya, who was sitting and looking at the ceiling. In addition, surviving more than 100 days is no longer a reign of hunger. If the hero has never gone hungry for about 100 days, then he should not talk about it so easily. Kim asked the ghost, "Are you hungry?" The Sword Lord sat down on the ground. He said that in his youth he also practiced fasting following other monks. "I was hungry for several days, but after about 2 weeks I simply stopped feeling it. This is not fasting, just mental training." Kim Kong-ya looked at his palm. He realized that he needed to fast for 15 days, and then simply repeat every 15th day. A bead of sweat ran down the ghost's cheek. He asked the hero to repeat. A red spiral began to appear around the guy. He will not eat anything for 15 days and will try to hold out until hunger reaches its peak. Therefore, he will die and continue to remain within the 15th day, thereby hunger will not change either, and is going to repeat this until there are 112 days. The aura will not weaken, and Kim Kong-ya will continue to feel hungry. The Sword Lord clenched his teeth and told the hero that he was crazy. The guy can simply learn from the spirit and not make a strange sect leader his teacher. The ghost repeated that if a guy needs a teacher, then he can learn from the spirit. The Lord of the Sword did not understand what was pushing the guy to such madness. Kim Kong-ya closed his eyes and snowflakes fell in front of him. He replied that he wanted to master the devil's divine energy technique to perfection. The heavenly demon made this world empty. She despaired of this world. The world of the chronicles of the heavenly demon had come to an end. Kim Kong-ya feels that there is no point in living anymore. We see a girl who stood and looked at the mountains during a snowstorm. The hero does not want this world to end like this. The woman's gaze was directed downwards and her face was sad. Kim Kong-ya doesn't want heavenly demon to have such an end. At the exit from the cave there was a forest. It's easy to live like a summer spirit, the hero said. We are shown Yusuha climbing up, holding his spear in his hand. He is the best at cheating skills because he won thanks to them. The rest are not capable of this. He doesn't care about everyone, so he attacks only those stages at which he is comfortable. He laughs at others and remains cynical. A red ball began to form in Kim Kong-ya's hand. The ghost said it looked cool. The hero recalled the summer spirit, who was saying something into the microphone. Cynicism is not funny. The only funny people are those who cynically mock others. In the guy's head there is a picture of an old man and a girl bowing to each other. The cult theory is not funny. The only funny people are those who live only by the theory of their sect and cannot judge for themselves. Kim Kong-ya closed his eyes, and red lightning flashed in front of him. The hero is also a person, and he must live. The Sword Lord sat next to the guy. The answer is obvious how to live, said Kim Kong-ya. It's been a week since Kim has been starving. He sat and meditated, at the same time thinking that the first days were the most painful, but on the third day the pain went away. His stomach stopped growling and his train of thought slowed. His life began to fade. Kim's body was severely emaciated and he lost a lot of weight. Kim thought that he was like a river overflowing with hunger. He wondered if it was thirst. However, then he suddenly stood up and denied it. Kim took out his sword and said that all his efforts would be in vain if he sat idle. The Lord of the Sword asked him what he was doing. Kim replied that he was training. Kim began to strike with his sword. He said that he was wrong and greatly mistaken. According to him, the hunger that the heavenly demon spoke of is not just exhausting fasting, sitting and doing nothing. Kim immediately broke out in sweat. He said that thirst is refusing a crumb of bread when you are as hungry as a dog. He said that this week he had been thinking about the starving farmer. He wondered if there was a farmer who would not go out into the field just because he was hungry. Kim said that no matter what condition he is in, he has to work one way or another, but even with his hard work, he still has nothing to eat. Kim said he continued to wield the hoe, digging up the ground. However, it was a bad year and no matter how hard he tried, the seed did not germinate on this land. The hero said that in the current situation, he cannot do anything, so he continues to feel hungry. Kim introduced the farmer and said that it had been 6 months since rain had irrigated the land. The reservoir is empty and the well in the village has dried up. There is not a drop of water in the rice field. Some residents have already abandoned their fields and houses and gone towards the sea coast. But this farmer did not break ties with his native land. It seemed to him that near the sea everything was exactly the same. Kim said that man lives only by stealing, but the farmer learned to steal only food from the land. And every day the farmer goes to the rice field, although he knows that it is useless. Kim imagined a farmer cutting the bark from a tree. The hero said that as the sun goes down, this farmer goes up the mountain and strips the bark from the trees that can be eaten. But now the trees have no bark left. All the trees around the farmer turned white, because hunger made them so. Kim imagined a snowy area where the trees were left without bark because they had been eaten by a farmer. Kim said that this farmer couldn't even eat bark. The Lord of the Sword asked him what would happen next. Kim, after taking the hit, said that the farmer was pouring in the remaining water to thoroughly boil the bark pieces. Kim imagined the farmer boiling pieces of bark. The hero understood that the farmer was hungry and desperately hungry. However, at the same time, this farmer cannot, because he must feed the children at least with this. A farmer carries boiled pieces of bark home. However, the child knocks the bowl out of the farmer's hands and shouts that he does not want to eat this disgusting thing. The bowl fell to the floor. The farmer got angry with the child and raised his hand to him. Suddenly a realization came to the farmer and he was horrified. He looked at his hands and said that he was not the one who hit her. The farmer thought that he would never raise his hand to his child. Leaving home, the farmer thought that he had not eaten normal food for a long time due to a bad harvest, and that's why he became so nervous. Kim continued to practice his blows and think that countless lean years had passed since the beginning of the world. During these periods there were a huge number of farmers. The world was plunging into famine. Kim saw the reflection of a heavenly demon in his sword. He realized that he needed to fight while feeling hungry. He also understood that every swing of the dagger should be a gesture of hunger. Kim hit the wall. He wondered if even hunger had its own gesticulations. The hero hit the rock so hard that a large mark appeared on it. Kim thought that the statement that hunger has its own gestures is true. Kim decided that he needed to remember the groans of the hungry, hand gestures and leg movements. Kim took the sword in his hands and thought that the gesture was similar to a farmer slapping his child. Kim thought that he needed to remember and consolidate it in his head, make this memory his single desire. Kim took the sword again in a different way and thought it was the farmer's gesture as he left the house and threw the bark into the yard. Kim decided that following his aspiration, he must control his sword through hunger. The hero made another gesture, with which, this time, the farmer handed the soiled bark to the children when he returned home. Kim thought about how some peasants beat their children, while others stroke their cheeks and whisper apologies. Some farmers live until next year, while others die along with their children. Kim closed his eyes and thought that all the gestures were influenced by the feeling of hunger. Kim used the first form of the Devil Divine Energy technique. This blow was so strong that Kim broke through the rock. The hero thought that this was hunger. He threw his head back and thought that this was thirst. The Sword Lord was shocked, but Kim said his movements are still awkward. The Lord of the Sword called Kim a psycho. Kim, wiping his sweat with his t-shirt, asked why the Sword Lord called him crazy. Kim said that he trained strictly according to the instructions given to him. The Sword Lord shook his head and covered his face and said that people are even more terrible when they don't know anything. The Lord of the Sword said that you couldn't find someone as crazy as Kim. He added that Kim's spirit belongs to the righteous faith and his mind is driven by the demonic sect. Kim asked him how it happened. The Lord of the Sword called him names because Kim does not understand what the ghost is talking about. The Sword Lord got angry and stretched out his hand and said that in a word, Master Murama uses demonic art. The Sword Lord then said that he was just so nervous about him and wondered how he could teach Kim his martial arts. However, Kim only thought that he was hungry and wanted chocolate cake. The Sword Lord added that he thought Kim would fall back if he shared the system he used to train Marcus. Kim was so tired that he thought his hunger was chocolate cake. Kim suddenly said that he thought he should go down for a while. The Lord of the Sword was surprised and asked if Kim was really going to show the heavenly demon what he was capable of. However, Kim waved his hand and said that he was barely close to mastering the Devil Divine Energy technique. He asked if he should kill himself and return to the heavenly demon to find out in which direction he should move next. The hero covered his face with his hand and said that the heavenly demon said that Kim still showed promise. The Sword Lord asked if this was not enough since Kim had already achieved recognition. Kim clenched his fist and said that he had achieved nothing. He began to descend and asked if the ghost had any idea how desperate and angry Kim was when the Sky Demon ignored him, saying that he had never been hungry. The hero added that a simple confession will never heal wounds because Kim is very vindictive. Kim wants the Sky Demon to tell him that she is surprised by him. He suddenly began to imagine the shocked face of the heavenly demon, because Kim wanted her to tell him that he was talented. Kim suddenly smiled and said that just the thought of it was as sweet as chocolate cake. The Sword Lord said that he was shocked by this psycho. Kim continued walking. At the same time, he said that he felt something while revealing the Devil's Divine Energy technique. Kim said that if you compare him with people of that generation, you can say that he did not starve. Although he represents a farmer who collects bark, he still has no idea what kind of bark it is and how it can be boiled. Kim looked at the moon and said that he was going to fill in the missing pieces of his fantasy. Suddenly, Kim used the skill of reviving evil spirits. He called on Patel as well. She bowed to Kim and, calling him master, asked if he had called her. He said he had a task. Kim said that this world is dying and all people have become ghosts and corpses wandering between life and death. Kim said that this is somewhat similar to the Ajam Empire that Preda once destroyed. Kim ordered them to disperse throughout the territory and collect the corpses of everyone who died of hunger because somewhere nearby there was a village and farms. Kim ordered them to find all the corpses and bring them here. He also said that the corpses are moving, so there may be small problems, but according to Kim, they will overwhelm the number of corpses. Preda wanted to ask him, but Kim interrupted her and asked how many corpses needed to be obtained. Kim immediately named the number. He said that 112 corpses needed to be obtained. Kim thought that he wanted to study their hunger because only then would he become closer to the heavenly demon. Preda looked at him in surprise. Then she said that 112 dead people was too much. She also added that over these few days, Kim became so thin that he was almost unrecognizable. Kim, standing in front of Preda, asked her about when she first became such a devotee. Preda replied that if he disappeared, then so would she. She said that she could no longer live in her little paradise. Her life, memories, and the very meaning of existence will all disappear without a trace, and therefore she is completely dependent on Kim. She said that she cared not only about the Lord, but also about her well-being. Kim smiled and put his hands on his hips and said that he liked her honesty. Suddenly, Kim asked her how she was doing. Preda was surprised. Kim remembered that having received exclusive rights to the 20th floor, He brought Preda down to the village. Kim explained that he was asking her about how she was doing, because now she lived in the village of Esdal and the people she valued so much had returned. Kim's plan was to keep her in the village except for times like these when he needed her to do a job. Preda replied that she was fine. Kim asked her if anything special had happened. The witch suddenly began to excitedly remember the incidents. She said that one day the village was invaded by people calling themselves hunters. They said that the Death King had become strong and the hidden treasures of the 5 guilds were there. However, the witch that Kim brought and the hunters who followed her blocked their path, so they were unable to realize their plan. Kim thought that as he expected, the services from the Black Dragon Guild were impeccable. Preda also said that the feudal lords of the kingdoms whose domains border them keep their distance. Kim thought that things were going smoothly in this world. Preda also spoke about how she lost her powers. Kim put his hand to his chin and thought, because Preda said that she did not know what to do, since the patients who had heard the rumors continued to arrive, wanting to witness the miracle. Kim suddenly remembered about the master of alchemy and asked Preda not to worry, saying that he had an idea. Kim crossed his arms and began to think that after this expedition, he wanted to build a new pharmacy for the alchemy master on the 20th floor. She herself said that she would only accept new clients through Kim, so he needed to make sure that the flow of customers was organized. The hero also understood that she could not cope with such a load alone, so she would need the best workers, and therefore the best option was to put Preda as her assistant. Kim had already decided that the new pharmacy would be converted into a branch of the alchemy castle, and the branch would later become the castle's headquarters. The hero then asked Preda if there was anything else of interest. Preda suddenly held her head and told about the girl Dazen, who liked the dish that the hunters brought with them. She also told about the old man Gartsov, who tends the garden and distributes fruit to the black dragon hunters who stand guard over the village. Kim crossed his arms and said everything was fine. Kim looked at her and smiled and said that he would help the people of this world live well. He ordered Preda to quickly collect the corpses and bring them here. And so Preda began to carry out the order. Kim thought that she was a fallen constellation, the autumn rain demon king who once destroyed this world. Preda extended her hand and said that first we need to find a city or village with a government office. Kim understood that she knew perfectly well how to collect death. Preda ordered the skeletons to look for the map in the official's workplace. Preda also said that by connecting all the maps they found together, they would be able to find even the most remote farming and fishing villages. She ordered the skeletons to also bring back the awakened, sobbing children lying like withered wild plants next to the corpses of their mothers. Preda ordered the skeletons to carry the bodies of all people, criminals imprisoned in cells who did not even have a chance to escape, people who cursed deceased mothers for not fulfilling their parental responsibilities, and those people who were unable to get out of the well when fleeing the plague. And after some time, Preda brought Kim 112 carefully selected corpses. Kim began to take off his t-shirt and ordered her to let them go. Kim suddenly threw his t-shirt aside and decided to take on the zombie fight. A moment later, Kim was bitten by a dead man. The hero was in great pain. The dead continued to attack him. Kim died. The replay of the enemy who killed Kim began. We see an old man sailing in a boat. He says that by dying in the boat, he will not harm this world. His hand was already very blue. He said that he did not mind dying on the river because he was born in a fishing village and worked there all his life. The old man was sailing on a boat, there was dead silence around, and the only source of light was the moon. Kim was bitten again by the dead man, and the trauma of this dead mare began to be reproduced. The subordinate turned to the mayor and said that the granary was empty, and within a day of the week there would not be even a handful of millet left. He asked about what to do. The mayor ordered a reduction in rations for the elderly and children by 1/3, and a reduction in rations for young people by half. However, the subordinate said excitedly that the people would be indignant. The mayor, holding a sword in his hand, said that he would be the first to die of hunger. He added that if he, the leader, did not eat a crumb, then the discontent would subside. However, in any case, this place would not last long. The zombies continued to bite Kim. The replay of the enemy who killed him began. We see children sitting and discussing what the mayor said children should not eat. A child in red clothes exclaimed that the mayor had doomed them to certain death. Another child extended his hand and asked what they should do now. The girl, taking out something from under her clothes, said that if they were destined to die, then they should eat before dying, because then at least they would not die like sick Gangxi. She handed them a package and said that she had learned a recipe from a vagabond sect. She learned about a dish called soil cookies. She happily said that children who can swim should continue to fish. She also ordered not to share the catch with adults because she plans to keep everything for herself so that they can eat later. She ordered the rest to dig up soft earth near the river. The girl, sitting on the floor and holding her knees, asked her what she was going to do. We then flash forward again to see Kim continuing to be killed by the dead. The replay of the trauma of the enemy who killed Kim began again. The girl, standing in front of something, exclaimed joyfully that they had succeeded. However, the children standing behind her were scared and did not understand what it was. They said that he just dried the dirt and asked him where he had our cookies. However, this child yelled at them to shut up. He began to sprinkle something from the bag onto this dried mud. He said it was a secret recipe passed down by the vagabond sect. He then handed them the cookies and asked them to try them. They weren't happy. They started eating the dirt, but the boy warned them to be careful while eating. We are transported back to reality and see these three children in the guise of zombies eating Kim. The trauma of these children was still being reproduced. One of them said that it was quite edible. Another added that he liked the salty taste. The third shouted that they should not lick too much because then all the taste would disappear and therefore they need to bite off a little bit at a time. Suddenly these children saw a boat and one of them pointed at it, realizing that it was a corpse. The boat sailed to the shore. The children stood over the corpse and said that it seemed to have died while swimming. Suddenly this corpse opened its eyes. The dead man began to run towards these children and the children ran away. Kim thought that they were trying to survive. After some time, the children were already lying on the floor. Kim thought about how they endured hunger pangs to survive. The child fell to the floor and dropped the cookies, which crumbled into pieces. Kim thought about the fingers that dug mud out of the river, about the hands that smeared mud on the stones to dry it in the sun, about the fingertips that greedily clung to the mud cookies. Kim realized that these were all gestures of hunger. The reenactment of the trauma is over. Kim was lying on the ground and the system checked him for the safety of his own self. Kim opened his eyes and looked at the snow. He stood up and said that he thought he would learn how to boil tree bark or something like that. Suddenly he started digging and said that reality had gone beyond his imagination. Kim started digging even harder and said that the tree bark was probably too good to be an injury. He learned that, it turns out, in a hopeless situation, people can even eat dirt. Kim dug deep enough and reached the ground. The sun rose and illuminated the area. Kim has already made mud cookies. He brought the mud cookie to his mouth and wished himself a bon appetit. Kim took a bite of the cookie. However, after taking a bite, he said it was tasteless. Kim suddenly lowered his head and said that there was no taste. Kim grabbed his head and wondered why they couldn't eat the soil from which human life originated. Kim grabbed onto the snow and wondered why the smell and taste of the earth was so terrible. He looked crazy, covering part of his face with his palm. Kim began to scrape the snow with his hands. He thought that emotions that are difficult to convey in words can be expressed with the help of hands. Kim realized that martial art was simply about wielding what was left in your hand. Kim took up his sword and said that he was going back. He decided that he would return and show his sword to the heavenly demon. Then we see a sky demon. She folded her arms and said that she had thrown down one Gangxi. She told him that if he defeated that Gangxi, then she would accept him as her student. But the important condition was that Kim fight while feeling hungry. Kim thought that he did not understand martial arts, so he did not know anything about the mysterious yin-yang method and the 5 elements. The heavenly demon said that during the fight, Kim's heart should only be controlled by hunger and pain, and he was also forbidden to delve into other emotions or images. Kim remembered those children and thought that if there was a principle in his martial arts, then it lay in the screams of those people. Kim jumped down, an aura raging around him. The hero thought that if the blade of his sword is filled with the will of heaven, then these are just gestures of the hands of people rejected by heaven. Kim's sword was covered in a red aura. Kim decided that anger and resentment are what make everything demonic. Kim rushed to meet the enemy and felt the smell and taste of earth in his mouth. Kim collected 2 auras at one point, a mixture of the demonic and the heavenly, because he looks at the heavens with anger and resentment. Kim used the first form of the devil divine energy hungry sword. The heavenly demon was shocked. Kim, who had a killed Gangxi behind him, asked her about who else he should kill. After some time, the heroes were already sitting in front of each other. The heavenly demon said that in the divine devil energy technique there is a division into 9 swords. She also said that the hungry sword that Kim showed now is the first expression, followed by the thirsty sword. Kim, sitting with his hands on his knees, spoke about death from dehydration. The heavenly demon confirmed this and praised him because he showed off his hungry sword well. She began to talk about how if Kim focused on practice, he would become an excellent member of the demonic sect, but Kim interrupted her. He suddenly asked her if she had really said that he was not bad. Kim laughed and started teasing her, saying that he thought he did very well, but for a sky demon, it was nothing more than good. Kim began to say sarcastically that his self-esteem had fallen and his confidence would soon disappear. The heavenly demon was annoyed. She admitted that he showed off his hungry sword quite skillfully. She then asked him not to be arrogant, claiming that he had cleverly mastered the devil divine energy technique. Kim, holding out his hand, asked again if she really said that he did it quite skillfully. The heavenly demon got angry and, hitting her knee, asked if he was really going to torment her with puns. She exclaimed that he would be satisfied only if she bowed her head and bowed. Kim thought that she was quite good at snapping back. Kim watched with a smile as the heavenly demon shouted that she was his teacher and he was her student. Kim puzzled the heavenly demon by asking if it was possible that she would admit that Kim was her student. He asked if she really admitted that he was not a child from distant lands whom she had undertaken to teach, but a student, a real one, directly her, student number one. The heavenly demon suddenly lowered her head and said that she would prefer to refrain from empty talk. She also added that from now on she will teach him and he must concentrate. Everything was exactly as Kim thought. Kim thought with a smile that in his soul the heavenly demon already recognized him as his student. However, nevertheless, she will not say this out loud even on pain of death. Kim realized that for the Murim, the relationship between teacher and student could be more difficult than he had imagined. Kim also knew that difficult relationships sometimes become frightening, so the heavenly demon was hesitant to say that they had become a teacher-student relationship. The heavenly demon then asked Kim to listen carefully to her. Kim at the same time wondered whether a child like him, who did not come from the central regions of Murim, could take a place in her heart. The heavenly demon said that he had the right to listen to the teachings of her demonic sect since he was able to reveal the hungry sword at such a worthy level. Kim, meanwhile, decided to open the character window. Kim wondered if he could hope for that. The heavenly demon was silent, but she thought with fear that she needed to make a decision about her student because she should be content with fighting Namkhun. Kim happily read the heavenly demon's thoughts. She thought that taking on an apprentice was too much when her life came to an end. The heavenly demon pondered this with her arms crossed. However, Kim was only happy and wanted her to be nervous. Kim wondered if the hopeless war between the Lord of Murim and the Sky Demon would continue, or she will take on a disciple who will pass on the teachings of the demonic sect to the next generation. Kim wondered what path she would choose to escape from a senseless death. Kim clenched his fist and mentally asked her not to let life go like this. Kim looked at her with a smile and thought that he wanted her to live, even if the world would perish and she would be left alone in Murim. Kim hoped that his actions would give him a reason to live a little longer. They sat opposite each other. Kim was sure that the heavenly demon did not declare their connection as teacher and student for the same reason. The hero understood that the lightness of words can be crushed by the weight of actions, because in this case it is impossible to soar. The heavenly demon thought that it was not time to make decisions yet. The Sky Demon looked at Kim as he thought about how they weren't trying hard enough to get what they wanted to say. Kim also looked at her and realized that he still could not force her to make a decision. Suddenly, the heavenly demon said that there was no concentration in Kim's gaze. She asked if he listened to her at all. Kim bowed his head and said that he was, of course, listening to her carefully. Then they suddenly looked at each other seriously. The heavenly demon stood up and said that she could see that he was full of confidence, and therefore invited him to move on to the next test. She headed somewhere, but ordered Kim not to follow her. The hero was suddenly surprised by something. He was surprised that there were no footprints in the snow. The Sword Lord suddenly said that he would like to fight her in a duel. Kim turned around in surprise and asked him again. The Sword Lord irritably put his hand to his face and said that he wanted to fight her one-on-one. He suddenly waved his hand and began to talk about how in the world of Murim, where he was born, the demonic sect was incredibly weak. However, he would gladly smash these weaklings with a member of the demonic sect. Kim was shocked. The Lord of the Sword said that about 100 Murim masters roaming his world changed their names because of him. The Lord of the Sword was very angry and exclaimed that he was terribly jealous of the Lord of Murim, who was born in this world, because if it were the Lord of the Sword, then there would be a fight to the death. The Sword Lord suddenly said that he wished he wasn't a spirit. Kim suddenly thought, putting his hand to his chin. He seemed to immediately understand what was going on. The Sword Lord was surprised. Kim began to talk about how the alchemy master was making a cure for an infectious disease, and the heavenly demon recognized him. Kim said that everything seemed to be fine, but something was clearly missing. The Sword Lord quickly stepped back as Kim extended his hand and happily said that the Sword Lord's last words were the icing on the cake. Kim asked the frightened Sword Lord what happened. The ghost replied with horror that such an expression was like a bad omen. Kim, with his back to the ghost, said that there was an unpaid debt between them. Kim suddenly had an argument when he asked the ghost how long he needed to die to get to the 19th floor. The Lord of the Sword was tense, because Kim recalled that the ghost had bet that Kim would die at least 100 times. Kim bet that he would die less than 99 times. The hero said that if he remembers correctly, he died 97 times, which is less than 99. Kim turned around and, smiling slyly, again called out to the Lord of the Sword. He asked the ghost to listen to one of his requests. We then flash forward to see the Sky Demon holding a dead man and saying that their sect has elite members called Blood Ghosts. According to her, they are the best fighting unit, which contains the most excellent killers. She said that these people only exist to carry out her orders. Kim, holding a sword in his hands and standing opposite, said that last time there was a master who showed great promise, and this time there was a killer, and therefore the difficulty level jumps up greatly. However, she told him not to worry and said that she had brought a child who was at Kim's level. The hero looked with a smile and thought that she might really be looking for an ideal opponent for Kim. He thought she must have been searching the snowy field, walking through hundreds of zombies. The heavenly demon said that Kim should demonstrate the same thing he showed this morning. Kim knew it was a heartfelt concern and a sincere gesture. Kim said that only the pain of unbearable thirst should fill his soul. Then the heavenly demon released the dead man and confirmed Kim's words, adding that there should be nothing in his head except thirst. Kim, preparing for the fight, thought that this was great. However, Kim died. Reborn somewhere in the middle of a snowstorm, Kim shouted that this zombie was terribly strong. Kim immediately gave the Master of Alchemy and the King of Medicines a book, which outlined a plan for researching the zombie virus. The Alchemy Master and Medicine King were surprised and said that they felt like this was their research. Some time passed, Kim was somewhere in a cave. He raised his hand and summoned Preda. She appeared before him and Kim ordered her to collect the corpses of everyone who died of hunger. Preda replied that everything will be fulfilled. Kim warned that there would also be another task today. The hero said that there will be zombies nearby using martial arts. He ordered to find them and said that the members of the demonic cult were wearing black, and the masters of the Union of Righteous Forces were wearing white. Kim ordered her to find each of them, be it 100 or 300. Preda asked Kim in surprise why he was trying to save these lives. Kim said that in a world that is on the brink of destruction, two people are still fighting who want the right outcome of the war. Kim said that, unfortunately, in what is happening he sees only a sad game of pretending, and therefore, since they are so thirsty, he wants to prepare a real war. Kim looked at her with a smile and said that he would arrange a true battle of good and evil. We are transported to see the Sky Demon standing on a ledge with his arms crossed. She was disappointed when Kim first tried to master the Sword of Hunger. His efforts were not recognized. The heavenly demon tested Kim so that he would be disappointed in himself and give up, because in this world she had nothing more to hope for. The heavenly demon turned around and left, saying that she had made a mistake. This was the day Kim learned to fast. We then see Kim fighting that zombie that the Sky Demon brought. The hero knew thirst. Kim swung his sword and closed his eyes. The zombies and Kim then attacked each other. The hero defeated this zombie without any problems. The heavenly demon stood behind and watched the duel. She was pleasantly surprised. Her attitude changed dramatically. When Kim won the duel, he sat in front of the heavenly demon and listened to her. She said she couldn't find any reasonable use for his sword. According to her, there is no point in using it because it is as weak as it is open and honest. The heavenly demon smiled and said that his sword seemed to be aimed at the world rather than people, which was unexpected because such swordsmanship was closer to the faction of the righteous faith than to the demonic sect. But, she says, the screams engraved on his sword are becoming clearer and Kim has superior skills. The hero remembered that Preda brought to him those who died of dehydration. The heavenly demon raised her finger and said that she would teach him the basis of soul cultivation. She pointed to Kim and said that this was a secret method. She asked Kim to remember what he was thinking about at the moment when he suffered from hunger. Kim replied that he was thinking about hunger. The heavenly demon sat down and said that this was already clear, but it was not only that. According to her, without realizing it, he had penetrated the essence of demonic martial arts. She then asked him to imagine an apple. Kim closed his eyes and asked if he could eat this apple. She asked Kim what it felt like. Kim suddenly opened his eyes in surprise and asked her again. The heavenly demon replied that everything was fine and asked him to say so if he didn't know. Kim confirmed this and said that he had no idea at all. She exclaimed that it was very good that Kim was honest and then asked him to remember the hunger. Kim closed his eyes and said that he remembered. She asked him about how hungry it felt. Kim replied that he was a bit dry. She then asked him what hunger smelled like. Kim replied that the smell of earth comes from hunger. The heavenly demon placed her hand on his shoulder and asked what kind of land is inherent in hunger. Kim replied that it was river mud. Kim said that you can't just dig up the dirt because it's a dirt base of gravel and grains of sand. Then she asked him again what hunger tastes like. However, Kim remained silent, closing his eyes. The heavenly demon said that she asked him what hunger tasted like and then asked him why he didn't answer right away. Kim said it was sad because children were drying mud cookies in the sun. According to him, they huddle around the mud cookies while they wait for the sun to dry the mud. The heavenly demon put her hand on his shoulder and said that hunger is children waiting for the sun. She told Kim that this was his poem. She still held his shoulder and reminded him that when she asked him about the texture of a plain apple, he said he didn't know. She asked about what happened when she asked him about the hunger. She immediately replied that he touched the dirt, smelled it, chewed it and ate it. According to her, if he saw the flowing river, then he should have heard its murmur. The heavenly demon said that the apple has a shape, but it does not represent hunger. According to her, an apple has taste, but hunger is tasteless. She exclaimed joyfully that Kim described the hunger perfectly. It turns out that for him, hunger means dirt, sunlight, river water and children. She pointed her hand at Kim's chest and said that this was his talent. She then presented a red apple in her hands and said that the reason why Kim doesn't know what the texture of an apple is very simple. This is because it does not stimulate his memory. According to her, if he ate the apple, he would answer her question. She cut an imaginary apple in two and said that apples have a soft, shiny, but slightly bumpy skin, so she likes to eat them unpeeled. But, according to her, with a child who has caught a cold, things will be different. You will need to cut the apple in half. The heavenly demon added that she would need to scrape out and mash the pulp with a spoon, and then feed the sick child in small portions. Kim, meanwhile, recalled his childhood. She asked him if he had ever been fed this way as a child. The hero confirmed this. The heavenly demon then asked him what a mashed apple felt like. Kim replied that it was slightly crunchy and the yellow juice filled the mouth. The heavenly demon confirmed this and added that if you scrape off all the pulp, the remaining peel will wrinkle, and juice will also flow down the hands of the parents who scrape out the pulp. And so she asked him about what, among all this, is the sensation of an apple. Whole apple or cut in half? Kim was thinking about an apple at that moment as she continued to ask him what an apple was to him. Suddenly, the heavenly demon said that she saw a mother who ate the peel after giving all the pulp to her child. She said that for her, an apple is the leftover peel that a mother has eaten, a child who has caught a cold, the heart of a mother who scrapes out the pulp spoon by spoon. Suddenly, the heavenly demon became gloomy and said that she was also thinking about the children whose mothers had never scooped out the apple pulp for them. She said she was thinking about the mothers who couldn't buy apples, about mothers who can afford to buy apples, but don't. She thinks about the child who is lying with a cold and has no one to look after him. Kim and she looked at each other so intently that her reflection could be seen in Kim's eyes. The heavenly demon said that there is nothing in this world that is not touched by human memory, so there is no place without resentment. She suddenly waved her hand and denied that hunger has no form, no taste, and no smell. She exclaimed that hunger is mud, river, and children. The same goes for thirst. She told Kim to feel thirsty, to fill himself with its taste and smell, because demonic martial art is memories, and memories are sensations. She said that he had just witnessed the soul cultivation of the demonic sect, his devil divine energy technique. A black aura appeared around Kim. The heavenly demon waved her hand again and started screaming about people who had been wronged but didn't say anything about it. She exclaimed that dissatisfaction that could not be expressed eventually turns into resentment, but the warriors of their demonic cult are different. She said they were swinging their swords. Kim clenched his fist. The heavenly demon continued to shout that if a person simply exists with what is given to him, then this cannot be called life, because it is nothing more than death. She asked whether a sword that he swings as he pleases can be called a sword. She immediately replied that it was a wild animal, and then asked if Kim wanted to become a wild animal. The hero also got angry and exclaimed that he did not want to become a beast because he was a living person. The heavenly demon pointed her hand at him and ordered him to feel thirsty and experience the need for water as well as food. Kim knelt down on one knee. Taking out his sword, Kim thought that he had gathered 112 people who were tormented by hunger. Among them was a child who was gnawing on a mud cookie. Kim took a bite of dirt. The hero used the first form of the hungry sword. The heavenly demon said that Kim found the mud of hunger. She asked him what thirst meant to him. Kim remembered that he had gathered 48 people who were tormented by thirst. Among them was an old woman drinking seawater non-stop. Its insides were soaked with seawater. The hero then used the Sword of Thirst, the second form of the devil's divine energy. The sky demon asked if thirst was the only pain that the sea brought, since there was also the pain of drowning. Kim collected 37 people who were drowned. Among them was a father who gave his child his last breath. Submerged in the water, Kim shared his breath with Preda. The hero used the third form, the drowned sword. The heavenly demon said that hunger is dirt, thirst is a wave, and drowning is the last breath of a father. Then she asked him what winter means to him. Kim collected 96 people who died of frostbite. Among them was a baby who huddled near the body of his dead mother. Kim hugged this body until he himself became numb. The hero was able to use the fourth form, a frozen sword. The heavenly demon raised her hand and started talking about Kim's sword. She caught a snowflake and said that Kim's sword is very diverse. She extended her hand and looked at him condescendingly and said that his life was drowning in martial arts, which was an irreversible habit. According to her, mastery of the divine devil energy technique at this level allows Kim to call himself the richest owner of various techniques. Kim returned the sword to its scabbard. The heavenly demon said that it is difficult for a person to know all the suffering, because it is very difficult to go through all the pain. She began to talk about how she felt when she watched Kim reveal the devil divine energy technique. Suddenly she turned around and said that someone was coming. It turned out to be a poisonous snake that was holding Namkun in his arms. The heavenly demon crossed her arms and asked him what he forgot here, and in such a pitiful manner. Walson started yelling at her and said he came because he was worried about her. He caught her off guard by asking if she had prepared for the 9-bow ceremony. However, she remained silent, and then the old man began to shout that he knew it. Kim wondered what kind of nine-bow ceremony this was. The Sword Lord, placing his hand to his chin, began to explain that this was a ceremony that was held to formalize the relationship between mentor and student in Urim. According to him, it is different in each sect. In some regions ninefold worship is practiced, and in others threefold. The Sword Lord said that for them the ceremony was to withstand 9 blows from the master. The Sword Master withstood 63 blows, and this became a record that went down in history. Kim called him crazy. The heavenly demon, crossing her arms, ordered Volshin to shut up and said that she herself would decide when, how and whom to accept as disciples. Volshin pointed at her and shouted at her not to talk nonsense because he had to intervene. The old man became gloomy and said that she did not take him as a student because she felt guilty before the old man. The heavenly demon was shocked. Walson continued to say that there are 2 of them left in Urim. She represents the dark side and he represents the righteous. According to him, if she takes a disciple, then a young man will appear in the demonic sect and in the end she will win the war between good and evil even without a fight. Kim watched this in surprise. She said that she and he swore that they would end the war themselves, but she did not want to break the oath, which is why she refused to accept Kim as a student. Volshin put his hand on the poisonous snake's shoulder and said that he assumed that she would do this, which is why he took the initiative into his own hands. The poisonous snake scratched his face and wondered how he came to such a life. The heavenly demon was shocked and wanted to say that he could not take the poisonous snake as his disciple. However, the old man interrupted her and exclaimed that today the poisonous snake became his student. The heavenly demon attacked him and asked if he was ashamed to do this to her. She started pulling his hair and asking him if he had any idea how she felt about not going through the ceremony today. However, Walson shouted that if fate overtakes her, then she should thank her ancestors and accept it. According to him, she cannot give up her destiny for the sake of others. They continued to fight and she asked him what would then become of the great battle between good and evil. She screamed that she wouldn't accept this unless she fought him. However, the old man replied that she was thinking ridiculously. Poisonous Snake and Kim stood aside and watched as Volshin and the Sky Demon shouted at each other. Kim said it was amazing. The Poisonous Snake looked at him and asked what Kim was talking about. The hero said that he was a poisonous snake, the head of the guild of the Gate of 1,000 Faceless. Kim asked if it was okay that the head of the 1,000 Faceless Gate Guild became a disciple. The poisonous snake smiled and replied that if the opportunity to enter into the Dance of Swords is given, he will enter into it. If he finds a mentor from whom he can learn something, he asks to teach him. He said that he could not stay away, and besides, he had the right to freedom. Kim turned gloomy and directly said whether the poisonous snake agreed to this out of coercion or out of pity. With such determination he would regret becoming a student of the head of Urim. Kim thought that the reckless decision was like a poisonous snake jumping into the chronicles just because of his pride. Such an act is insulting to the 2 worlds that have been fighting hard until now. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon threw the old man into the snow. The poisonous snake said that he did not understand what Kim was talking about. Then he suddenly got angry and asked why Kim cared so much about this. He said that if Kim wants to say something, let him speak with his sword, although it will not be easy. The poisonous snake took out his sword and pointed it at Kim, who had also begun to draw his sword from its sheath. Kim asked if the poisonous snakes were hungry. The hero used a hungry sword and attacked the poisonous snake, but he was able to dodge. He was shocked and wondered what it was. The Kims continued to attack the poisonous snake, each time forcing it to retreat. However, the poisonous snake decided to block the next blow and succeeded. But then he said he could have died. The poisonous snake added that he thought that Kim was only good at wielding a sword in words. Volshin, continuing to fight with the heavenly demon, shouted to his student that this was the same sword that emanated coldness and destruction, the eternal demonic sword. The heavenly demon told the poisonous snake that he was not bad for one-eyed. Volshin replied that, unfortunately, he was a little old, but he had a true eye that sees the essence of things. Volshin exclaimed that the heavenly demon disciple had also exceeded expectations, because he was already using a terror-inducing demonic sword which was enough to surpass the 4 demonic heads. However, the heavenly demon exclaimed that she had already said that she had not yet accepted Kim as a disciple. He asked if she was still saying the same thing. Kim, wiping his sweat, thought that this fight was not about defeating a poisonous snake. Kim's goal is to introduce himself to the Sky Demon so that the Sky Demon will recognize him. Volshin joyfully called the poisonous snake a student, and the poisonous snake, in turn, called the old man a mentor. The old man extended his hand and said that he would give him advice. The Sky Demon asked him what he was doing. The old man asked if something was wrong. Didn't she say that she would not teach this young man? The heavenly demon nervously replied that this is true, but the old man gives advice during the battle of 2 fighters who are competing. However, the old woman replied that she only saw the successor of the righteous faction and the newcomer of the demonic sect. He also said that if Kim is just a beginner, then no matter what methods they use to defeat him, there should be no problem. Volshin then ordered the poisonous snake to evade and wait for Kim's strength to run out. The poisonous snake exclaimed that he had long ago realized that this was necessary, and then asked if there was any more advice. Volson shouted for the poisonous snake to use the butterfly's sword and the commandment of life and death, and then he would defeat Kim in one blow. The poisonous snake smiled slyly and asked for the names of the techniques. The old man confirmed this and said that the poisonous snake could add some tricks of his own. The poisonous snake got angry and, spitting, said that he could handle it because he was the head of the guild. The poisonous snake turned his attention to Kim and asked if this was Kim's martial art. A purple aura began to appear around the poisonous snake and he asked Kim what he thought martial arts were. The poisonous snake suddenly appeared behind Kim and said that he would answer for him. The poisonous snake struck, but Kim was able to block the attack. The head of the Thousand Faceless Gate said that martial arts is about beating the crap out of your opponent. Jumping on Kim, the poisonous snake used aura balls. He attacked Kim from different sides and said that this is the end. The poisonous snake wounded Kim and joyfully exclaimed that he would not lose. Kim began to fall backwards. The heavenly demon watched this with a clenched fist. Suddenly she got angry and called Kim names, asking him what he was doing. She asked if this sword shape didn't resemble rainwater. She furiously asked him what he was so afraid of, and then ordered him to take her and devour her. Kim was suddenly surprised. After all, he realized that the heavenly demon recognized the duel. She continued to watch the fight closely. Kim, while in the air, exclaimed that he understood her, and then used his second form, the Sword of Thirst. The poisonous snake turned around and asked if Kim had spilled his sword on the ground. Volson began to shout for the head of the Gate of 1,000 Faceless to use the technique of rotting leaves from the ground because the soil had become wet. And the heavenly demon joyfully shouted for Kim to turn the poisonous snake into a poodle. The hero used the third form, the drowned man's sword, and wounded the poisonous snake in the arm. The old man ordered the poisonous snake to retreat sharply, and the heavenly demon shouted for Kim to follow him. Kim immediately used the fourth form, a sword that brings death from cold. Volson began to shout that the poisonous snake would not block, and therefore he needed to dodge. Kim thought about the scars that remained on their skin. The hero thought that open wounds froze from the cold wind and then contracted into scars. The poisonous snake smiled, and Volson shouted at the head of the demonic sect and asked if she was now interfering in the duel. The heavenly demon watched this with a smile, and Volson was worried. Kim thought about instead of her, whose body was infected and could only fight through the use of energy. Kim became the sword of the heavenly demon, and the poisonous snake became the sword of the head of Muram. Kim thought that this was a lost moment, a dream they are unable to pursue. The heavenly demon smiled, and Kim thought about the colors fading. The dream loses its colors, even if it was brilliant. People are mortal. The heavenly demon covered her face with her hand and called them weak klutzes. She said she threw it all away. She had thrown it all away a long time ago, but it all started again. She, watching their fight, asked what they wanted from her. Kim thought that only people can leave people. Only people can stay with people. Suddenly Kim turned to the heavenly demon, who covered her face with her hand. He knelt down and said that he wished to become her disciple. Kim said with a smile that he wanted to serve her as a mentor. At the same time, he thought that he wanted to become part of her memories. He thought that he would like to become her undying dream. Kim hoped that they could follow the same path, but his real name is Kim Kong-ya. Kim said that he is called the King of Death. Her dream coincides with his dream, and therefore he asked her to recognize him as her student. The Sky Demon looked at him and said that she was the Sky Demon, Seo Bi-kyung. She pointed her hand at him and told him to bow during the 9-bow ceremony. According to her, he will be her last student. Hand and told him to bow during the ceremony of 9 bows. According to her, he will be her last student. Then we are transported and see the story that from ancient times there were prayers in a demonic sect that were passed down from generation to generation. Candles were burning and someone was saying strange words. Nobody knew what Bara meant, even the elder who brought Bi-kyung to the demonic sect. Everyone remembered these words without understanding the meaning. For Seo Bi-kyung, Bara was the people's song, their cry. Screaming is not given any importance. Then isn't it natural that the prayers of the common people have no meaning? After all, people do not need knowledge to let out a cry, so they, knowing nothing, can only scream. The cry is the same for all nations. When Seo Bi-kyung grew up, the elder said that she had nothing more to teach her. According to her, the time has come for Seo Bi to prove herself. The elder asked her where she wants to go. The heavenly demon replied that she wanted to go to a place where people are forced to starve and thirst, to a suffocating place that stupefies the soul, a place where there are sick people and the state punishes its citizens. The elder continued to say this word. The elder then said that Bi-kyung could then go anywhere in the world. Bi-kyung, at the age of 21, found herself in the world of Muram. Those killed that winter were 31 martial artists, 47 officials, and 55 members of influential families from the provinces. We are transported to see that the Sky Demon and Kim are somewhere in a cave. She told Kim that they had special traditions. According to her, in their sect, when a student greets a mentor, he must bow 9 times. The heavenly demon lit the candles. She turned around and said that nothing ends with bows because the mentor decides whether to acknowledge the 9 bows or not. According to her, he can force the student to perform the ceremony of 9 bows as many times as he likes until he is satisfied. The Sword Lord looked on happily, and Kim was surprised. The heavenly demon said that this is the sect's secret martial arts storage facility. She said that the martial arts of the 5 noble clans and 9 great schools were also stored here. She calls this place the repository of celestial martial arts. The Lord of the Sword joyfully pounced on these books and exclaimed that this was truly a precious treasury. He asked Kim to take time so he could read everything. The Lord of the Sword began to laugh and shout that now all the knowledge of this world was his. The heavenly demon raised her hand and asked Kim what he thought was her first thought when she first came to the Miram world when she was 21 years old. Kim asked if the first thing she was going to do was to destroy everyone in the righteous Miram faction. The heavenly demon winked and said that was her third thought. Kim then asked if her first thought was that she would prove that the demon sect was the best. However, the heavenly demon said that was her second thought. The heavenly demon said that she meant that from a young age she hated the very word Miram. According to her, Miram is a world that reveres strength, but how can there be only martial arts masters in the world, because there are also boatmen and peasants. She said that merchants live on par with courtesans, and the forest consists of trees that cannot be counted, but the 9 great schools and 5 noble clans named the forest, putting it above all else in honor of strength. And the heavenly demon decided to take her from them. Kim asked in surprise if she had decided to take away their power. Suddenly, the heavenly demon threw the book and began to joyfully shout that she had stolen from them all the texts containing the knowledge of their martial arts, which they treasured as the apple of their eye. Their facial expressions are still etched in her memory. She said that they begged her to leave the book containing the wisdom of the heavenly dragon. According to her, she buried those Taoists underground, leaving only their heads exposed, and while they watched, she wrapped up the books and disappeared. The heavenly demon pointed to the book and said that they have been kept here for decades. Then the heavenly demon sat down and began to talk about how this particular place deserves to be called Miram, because all the knowledge of martial arts has formed a forest here, and she wants Kim to bow here. She smiled a little and asked if he was ready. The hero confirmed this. Kim began to take off his sneakers, but the heavenly demon said that she did not care what his appearance was, she only wanted him to bow the way his body told him. She ordered him to bow 9 times, but to put different feelings into each bow. The first bow, she said, should represent a feeling of hunger. She asked if he understood this. Kim just grinned. He began to think that in the demonic sect, the 9-bow ceremony was no different from the devil divine energy technique. Kim began to worship and remember the children waiting for the sun to rise. And so Kim made his first bow. However, the heavenly demon only lowered her gaze. Then Kim had to bow a second time, the bow of thirst. When Kim stood up, the heavenly demon told him that the stages of the demonic sect were divided into 4. The first stage is Ipma or ascending demon. Kim thought it was a wave of thirst. The heavenly demon said that ascending demons are those who know how to express their own pain. According to her, a warrior of a demonic cult who has just joined the sect, at the Ipma stage, speaks of his pain with the help of a sword. Kim made a second bow. The heavenly demon, looking at this, said that the second stage was Gukma or extreme demon. An extreme demon knows how to express the pain of others, so the extreme demon level refers to a person who is able to deal with the suffering of others with a sword. The heavenly demon silently looked at Kim, sitting surrounded by candles. Kim bowed for the 3rd time. The heavenly demon said that this is the 3rd stage of Dalma or the elusive demon. While Kim lay in prostration, the heavenly demon said that the elusive demon could tell everyone's pain. According to her, walking down the street, the elusive demon can easily feel what made a person go through suffering. Then the heavenly demon extended her hand and said that few people reach this stage, because even in the history of their sect, the number of elusive demons could be counted on one hand, and she was one of the elusive demons. Kim was about to bow for the 4th time, a bow that brought death from the cold. Kim, bowing, thought that this was similar to the feelings of a mother sheltering her child from death during the cold weather. The heavenly demon said that this was the Shinma stage, a demonic god. She said that the demonic god knows not only about the suffering of all people, but also of all things. It is said that he can recognize the pain of every creature, but this stage exists only in words. She said that she would lower this stage because no one had reached the demon god stage. Kim was about to make his 5th bow, the bow of the poisoned one. Kim bowed and remembered that the 5th sword of the divine energy of the devil art was the poisonous path, the movements of those who died from poison and addictions. However, Kim has not yet mastered the 5th sword. Suddenly, the heavenly demon asked Kim to stop. Kim was surprised because she asked him to start over. Kim began to bow again, but she stopped him again. Kim bowed and she ordered him to start again. She then ordered another bow, but Kim was already tired. He continued to bow and count. The number of worships with the feeling of death from poison in the heart reached 336 times, and the number of worships with the feeling of death from illness reached 189. However, she continued to order Kim to repeat it again. The number of worships with the feeling of death from the blow was 510. Kim started sweating, and the sky demon told him that he was straightforward. The heavenly demon said that there are children who are honest from birth, and there are also children who are born with a bad omen but gain honesty by their own will. She said Kim, a child of the outside world, is definitely one of the latter. She said she wondered what kind of life he lived to make it this far. She asked him about the lifestyle he led to become like this. Kim continued to bow, and meanwhile she said that if the sun represents life, then the shadow speaks of pain. According to her, the outline of each person's life is separate, but the pain contained in the shadows merges with the person again and again into a single whole. She extended her hand and said that people are united not because they live lives, but because they all go through suffering. She presented a broken branch and said that when a person says that he is ready to share suffering with another, it means that he will remain with this person for life. According to her, people who are offended by everything just want to be close to someone. She raised her hand over the candle and said that people not only decide who gets scars, they also decide whose scars they wear. The heavenly demon began to talk about how the commoners whom Kim was trying to save would never become good, and the crowd that Kim saved will never become honest. The hero began to remember Preda and other comrades. The heavenly demon said that the one Kim loves will never be perfect. According to her, even so, if Kim wants to experience suffering, he should think about how much they will hurt him by scratching him with their nails when they hug him tightly. Sitting against the backdrop of a candle, the heavenly demon said that life is suffering, but only for people. She suddenly uttered the words Bara and Agabara. She said that this is why he needs a heart and a flame, because he can burn it and see what the shadows of others are like. She also said that the 8th eternal heaven is death by flame. The heavenly demon ordered him to bow with a flaming heart. Kim remembered how the summer spirit killed him, saying that he would not leave first place. Then the hero bowed. The heavenly demon closed her eyes and said that everything was clear to her. She suddenly stood up and walked towards Kim, while saying that the last form of the divine energy devil sword was not established, because from generation to generation, the sect leader imprinted his own death on the last sword, so that the 9th sword varied from one person to another. She ordered him to bow with his own death. Kim stood with his hands together. He thought that while he had committed suicide 4,090 times, he had felt pain in his neck. Kim remembered that his hands were shaking and he was afraid that he would miss because of his shaking hands. As his resolve eroded, the day of death grew longer. The slower his death, the weaker his resolve became. The less his resolve, the greater the need to sacrifice his life. But Kim couldn't forgive that man. Kim wasn't sure he could let go of the grudge and move on with his life. He desperately wanted to live, so he desperately rushed into the abyss of death. And so Kim bowed to her. The heavenly demon hugged him and said that he was her student. She said she didn't care where he came from. According to her, no matter where he came from, no matter who he was now a disciple of the heavenly demon. She also said that their teachings have found a place in Kimu's heart, and even if the world comes to an end, as long as Kimu's heart beats, the eternal heavens will live on. Kim burst into tears and agreed with her. He thought that his neck hurt. Now Kim understands this. Some time has passed and we see the heavenly demon walking somewhere and Kim following her. She told Kim that it was dark here, so she asked him to watch his step. Kim wondered what the sky demon was thinking about now. He pointed his hand at her and decided to open the character window. He opened the character window and saw that the mentor was thinking that she had little energy left and that if she saved it, she could live for at least a year and a half. She thought that she had a difficult task, because she had to convey to her student everything she knew in just a year and a half. Kim grabbed his head and thought that he was in a fog. Suddenly, at this moment, the Sword Lord shouted at him. The Sword Lord happily exclaimed that martial artists everywhere seemed to think the same way, because the Sword Lord did not find any differences with the martial arts of his world, but he was interested in reading all those books. Kim held his face and the goddess of protection said that she could barely hold back tears while looking at him. And so the heroes returned and the poisonous snake noticed them first. He asked if Kim had completed the 9 bows. The hero confirmed this and said that he had officially become a disciple of the demonic sect. The poisonous snake congratulated him. The poisonous snake stood up and Kim asked him how he became the disciple of the head of Muram. The poisonous snake replied that it just happened that way. He crossed his arms and smiled and said that he simply asked the old man to teach him. However, at the same time, the poisonous snake was thinking that he could not refuse the decrepit old man, who begged him to agree so that the heavenly demon would have a reason to continue to live. He also thought it was the perfect chance to discuss martial arts. After all, everyone made a fuss about the poisonous snake, telling old Walson that the poisonous snake was something of a celebrity in their world. The poisonous snake, putting his hand to his chin, thought that this was tiring, but he so wanted to live peacefully. Suddenly, the alchemy master turned to Kim and said that they had good and bad news. Kim asked her tensely about the news. The alchemy master put her hand to her chest and said that they succeeded. They were able to develop a treatment. The heavenly demon was shocked and asked if it was true. The alchemy master, adjusting her glasses, said that in fact, they finished yesterday and then spent the whole day watching the test trials. Experiments were carried out on the body of the head of the Wuding clan. The alchemy master said that they were convinced that the disease was cured and the body returned to normal. The heavenly demon took the hand of the alchemy master and began to joyfully shout that it was incredible that they were able to find a cure for the disease, which no doctor or monk from this world had been able to do. However, the alchemy master said that it was all thanks to Kim providing them with the materials. The heavenly demon asked her not to be modest and to heal the old man. The heavenly demon said that he pretends to be full of strength, but in reality there is little left. She happily said that they were very lucky that the medicine was created before the old man died. Kim, meanwhile, thought that the pharmacist was a genius, and therefore it was not surprising that the medicine had been developed. The alchemy master said they would take care of him. Then the heavenly demon said that there must be some difficulties and asked about it. The alchemy master looked away upset. She, looking down, said that there was nothing wrong with the medicine because she created it. It just turned out that the Danshan had to be destroyed. Old man Walson told the heavenly demon that he saw with his own eyes that the monk's body had returned to normal. He confirmed that this girl's medicine was working without a doubt. The heavenly demon was still holding the hand of the alchemy master, and Walson began to talk about how they probably already knew that they were already half dead, because they forced their bodies to hold on to life, otherwise they would turn into corpses. Walson scratched his beard and said that it was amazing that they were still alive after breaking the laws of the universe, and therefore it was time to pay the price. The alchemy master used some skill and said that a lot of time had passed since the onset of the Gangxi disease. According to her, the essence that they call Kai is no longer separable from the corrupted energy caused by the disease. According to the alchemy master, the worst condition is the lower Danshan. The heavenly demon clenched her fist because the alchemy master said that they would need to get into the insides to heal them. The heavenly demon asked if they would really cut out the tumors on the energy centers. She then said that although they would lose Kai, being high-level masters, they would easily restore it. However, the alchemy master denied this and said that those areas must be completely removed. The king of medicines looked away in annoyance while the alchemy master assured that they need not worry because they had already conducted similar tests. The alchemy master said that although she is not a surgeon, but the king of medicines is experienced in this matter, she will help him. The old man told the heavenly demon that they had incredible skills and it was a pity that they did not initially look for doctors from the outer lands. However, the heavenly demon addressed Namgung dryly. Walson began to take off his clothes and suggested starting the operation. The heavenly demon turned away, and Walson said that he had very little Kai left, and therefore he had nothing to lose and was glad that he had a follower because he would be able to train his student, even if his Danshan was destroyed. Namgung approached the heavenly demon and said that they are martial artists and have the Merim ideology in their hearts, and as long as their hearts beat, they will remain who they are. The old man then placed his hand on the sky demon's shoulder. At night the Merim masters operated on him. Operation was successfully completed. The heavenly demon stood and looked at the sky. Kim approached her and she immediately asked him how the operation went. Kim said that the operation was successful, but the heavenly demon was unperturbed. She called Kim her dear student and said that she wanted to get rid of all the coldness of this world. She remembered that she had dreamed about this since early childhood. She hated winter and resented the falling snow at this time of year. She wondered why human lives did not flow like the seasons. She was sure that if she could not get rid of all the coldness of the world, then she would be able to protect everyone who was freezing with her sword. Kim looked at her sword and said that it was a flaming demon sword. The heavenly demon said that she tried to accomplish something when she wandered among Murim, but the idea was naive. She tried to get rid of the snow-covered mountain, which seemed to her to be nothing more than a pile of snow. But then, she left no trace even at the foot of the mountain. The heavenly demon took the sword and raised it above herself, beginning to say a prayer. She called her soul a candle and wished that the mountain would burn to the ground. She hit the mountain. The blow was so strong that the top of the mountain was cut off. The heavenly demon said that she only managed to destroy the top of the mountain, but she could not destroy the mountain the way she imagined in her dreams. According to her, imminent death is not yet imminent, and therefore it can only go so far. The heavenly demon turned around and addressed Kim again, calling him a dear student. She said she would have the operation. We are transported and see tired doctors who want to postpone the operation of the heavenly demon because they need to rest. A heavenly demon approached the old man lying on the floor and said that she heard that he was left without an energy center. The old man said that she was a rather unexpected first visitor after the operation. The sky demon sat down and asked him how he was feeling. The old man smiled and replied that he felt light, as if he had achieved immortal ascension. The heavenly demon said that he was talking nonsense, because how could his body achieve immortal ascension if it had not even undergone restructuring? Walson noticed that she looked happier and asked if she had decided to agree to the operation. The heavenly demon confirmed this. She said that following her heart, she swung her sword and used a year's worth of energy. This is the last time she uses her internal energy. The old man said happily that he was sure it was an amazing sight. He also added that he was sorry that he could not watch due to the restoration. Walson asked what she struck with her sword. The sky demon replied that she wanted to do it in winter, but she couldn't even come close. Walson told her to cheer up, because she had reached a level that no one could control and she could plunge Miriam into chaos many times. The heavenly demon turned to Namgung with annoyance. However, he interrupted her and said that he had no regrets. The old man began to talk about how the world had ceased to exist and his 3-year survival was a miracle. According to him, it was a miracle that doctors from the outside world cured him. The opportunity to take on the heir of his faction as a student is also a miracle. Walson said he is grateful for everything that happened to him. He looked at the heavenly demon and said that his only regret was that he could not complete their battle, putting an end to the Great War. Kim, meanwhile, stood behind and listened. The old man added that nothing is perfect and perhaps their students will end this war for them. Namgung turned around and, looking at Kim, said that she had no doubt, because if this was the end of her life, she would accept her fate. Kim was surprised. He headed towards the exit of the cave and told his mentor that he suddenly had some business to do and would be back soon. The heavenly demon asked him about what kind of business he could have in a world that had survived the apocalypse. Kim turned around and asked her not to worry because he just wanted to get some fresh air. However, the heavenly demon said that these words made her even more worried. She asked worriedly if he was going to do something dangerous. Kim clasped his hands together and said he would return when her surgery was over. He also said that he hoped that it would go well because he would be waiting for her to awaken. And now Kim was already walking through the snowy forest. He thought about what this world looked like before it fell. Kim looked at the sun and thought that forests could grow here again, and the waters could begin to move again. And then Preda appeared in front of Kim, and behind her there were many zombies. Preda called Kim master. She said that as he requested, they gathered 439 gangsters who were followers of the demonic sect, as well as 780 gangsters who followed the righteous faction. According to her, the number of survivors and gathered here was 560 from the demonic sect and 521 from the righteous faction. The total number of zombies collected here is almost 2,000. Kim began to draw his sword and praised her, asking her to now place them in front of him, one by one. A zombie stood in front of Kim and the hero swung while the spirits held the enemy. Kim killed him and began repeating these strange prayers. He ordered the next one to be carried. Kim cut the dead man into 2 parts. Kim exclaimed that they should quickly carry the next one because they needed to get rid of the dead before sunset. Kim spent all this time thinking about how to create the perfect ending. He wondered what human life should be like in order for it to be considered ideal. Kim wiped the sweat from his brow and wondered if his mentor was happy just taking him on as a student. However, he realized that everything was wrong. Kim thought that being apprenticed would be a normal ending and they could clear the 22nd floor with a similar ending, but there are nuances. Preda asked Kim to try his best as there was only half left. The goddess of protection supported Kim with all her might. Time passed, sunset came, Preda shouted that there were only 10 left. Kim thought that the ending, in which the heavenly demon simply took him as a disciple, did not suit him. Kim was tired and lay down on the ground to rest because he had just killed almost 2,000 dead. Preda happily praised Kim and said he did a great job. The hero suddenly suspiciously asked her why she was so joyful. Preda suddenly looked away and said that the spectacle her master had put on filled her soul with joy. She said she was sure that Kim's mentor would be happy, but not just happy, she would be overjoyed. Kim confirmed this and hoped that it would be so. We are transported and see that the alchemy master joyfully informed the heavenly demon that she had an excellent surgery and would make a full recovery in a week. The sky demon began to reach out to the alchemy master, who said that the sky demon was unlikely to become infected again even if Gangxi bit her. The heavenly demon placed her hand on the alchemy master's head and thanked her, causing her embarrassment. The heavenly demon happily said that they both owed their lives to her because it's hard to save people's lives. The alchemy master replied that anyone would do this in a similar situation. The heavenly demon continued to stroke her and said that it was amazing that the alchemy master considered this her duty. The heavenly demon also added that she wanted to respect the alchemy master even more for her thinking, because he is a wonderful person already at such a young age. Kim, standing in the background, asked if they could move already. The alchemy master happily confirmed this and said that they could not only move, but also exercise. Kim turned to the old man and the heavenly demon and asked them to walk with him, which surprised them. The heavenly demon said that she would gladly go with him, but she did not understand why Kim needed an old man. Kim smiled and said that he needed them both to come with him. Namgung and the Heavenly Demon looked at each other in surprise. The Heavenly Demon asked him what he was up to, and Walson said that whatever Kim came up with, it would not be the smartest idea. They walked outside together, Kim holding their hands. He turned to them and said that they both mentioned that they could not end the Great War, and the end of the war would be entrusted to them, their disciples. However, Kim has a different opinion. Kim said that a great war could only happen between them, because even if their successors clashed, it would be an ordinary battle. The Heavenly Demon turned around in surprise and asked him again. Kim said that the Great War is theirs as the two of them protected the demonic sect and the righteous faction. They found themselves on a ledge. Kim thanked them for not giving up for the past 3 years and for searching for the missing gangsters every morning. Kim said he couldn't bring them back if they gave up. Kim used the reincarnation of hundreds of souls. The spirits summoned by Kim began to appear in the snowy wasteland. The silhouettes of people became clearer. Kim said they may experience it as a dream, as a side effect after the energy center is removed. Surprised members of the demonic sect and members of the righteous faith faction appeared. Kim said that they may also think that Kim is studying some kind of strange magic. Kim, standing in front of many summoned people, said that the world of the demonic sect did not disappear without a trace because nobility would not allow martial arts to evaporate. He also said that the demonic sect would only be destroyed from the face of the earth by the swords of the righteous faction, and the right-wing faction would only be destroyed by the hands of the demonic cultists. The Heavenly Demon and Old Man Walson were shocked. Kim said that he would like to say these words to each of them, both the head of the demonic sect and Master Murama. Kim then put his hands together and told them to fight and decide who would be the winner of this war. The members of the righteous faith faction were shocked and wondered what was happening. The members of the demonic sect were scared because they thought that they were in the afterlife. The masters watched this from the ledge. The Heavenly Demon was moved. She asked Kim if he was not from the outer lands of Muram, but from another world, because an ordinary person could not realize such a thing since such miracles only happen in legends. The warriors whom Kim summoned still wondered if they had entered the afterlife. Kim answered the Sky Demon and said that it was true. The Heavenly Demon was stunned. Kim took her hand and said that they, like her, had lost the ability to martial arts. These people have become weaker than they were during life. Then, releasing her hand, he asked her to look with her own eyes. The Sky Demon began to descend from the high ground, and so she went down. A man began to ask the members of the demonic sect to remain calm, and also said that first they needed to send people on reconnaissance. Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon addressed him, calling him a bloody ghost. He turned around in surprise. They were all shocked when they saw that it was a Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon was stunned and said that this was indeed a blood ghost. They immediately knelt down and said that they were waiting for her orders. Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon put her hands on the face of one of the sect members and said that she thought she had lost them and would never see them again. The sect members immediately lowered their heads again. We then see a monk who said that he thought he was preparing to be buried in a cave to go to the afterlife, but when he opened his eyes, instead of nirvana, he found himself in the middle of snowy plains. At that moment, Volson began to run to the monk and call out to him. However, the monk continued to say that the demon's successors seemed to be reborn with him. He said he couldn't believe they were haunting him even in death. Suddenly, old Volson hugged the monk tightly and shouted that only he had such useless speeches. He took the monk by the face and began to shout joyfully that he had managed to return to life. However, the monk said dissatisfiedly that he was not a friend of old Volson. The monk asked Volson not to fill his head with bad thoughts, because it would be better if he went to another world while staying in the temple. Kim looked at this with a smile and thought that it seems that this is the monk who remained alive the longest after Master Muram and the mentor. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon said something to Volson. She turned to him and said that she was the head of the demonic sect, Seob Kyong. She folded her hands and said that she was a Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon said that it does not matter to her whether it is an illusion or not. It is not scary if such a thing is the fruit of the dreams of a sick person. Meanwhile, the disciples continued to kneel. The Heavenly Demon said that it does not matter if the revival of the demonic sect is a dream that will soon end. Kim watched with a smile as the Heavenly Demon said that the whole essence of life lies in the fight against illness and death, which is why people indulge in the same dreams. The Heavenly Demon, standing with her back to Walson, said that she had not forgotten the bodily pain that she had endured all this time, but she would not forget the dreams that had accompanied her all her life. She said that's why she's not going to give up anything. Suddenly she said the word bara and kicked the ground. She said that since she was no longer able to fight, then let all the pain she experienced prove who she is, and let the strength confirm her existence instead of the lost inner energy of her dreams. The Heavenly Demon said with a smile that she is she. She asked Volson for the 990th battle. Volson began by saying that he was the head of the Muram Union. He said that he was the great head of the clan, Namgunun, the Immortal Axe. He pointed to the disciples of the demonic sect and asked them to remember the cries of people that their teachings had led to. The screams they sought for vengeance, turning their swords red as the whole world turned red. He extended his hand and exclaimed that they, seeking revenge, were the successors of the demon. He started shouting that the world had gone crimson, but they never found comfort after their revenge. Namgung said that they were constantly crying, clutching the hem of the sky demon's robes, calling for her to take care. He exclaimed that they were weak and ordinary while they held onto her skirt. The sky demon clasped her hands together. Volshin began to shout furiously that they all, however, had arms and legs. He asked them how much longer they were going to remain in the same ego. The demonic sect disciples were furious. Volshin shouted that even trees shed their flowers to produce fruit. He said that they are dooming themselves to suffering. The members of the Righteous Faith faction began to draw their swords. The Sky Demon said that she would take this as an acceptance of the challenge. The Sky Demon asked him if he wanted to fight to the death. Walson confirmed this and said that this was a fight for life and death. The Heavenly Demon extended her hand and, smiling madly, said that she accepted the challenge. She turned around and addressed her successors. The Heavenly Demon raised her hand and said that it doesn't matter whether it's a dream or reality, this day will be written down in history. The sect members crouched down and began shouting the word Bara. The Heavenly Demon turned around and said that they could say that their dreams were meaningless. She extended her hand in front of them and exclaimed that in that case, they would make their dreams come true. Her successors joyfully raised their swords and began to shout. Old Man Walson said that their souls were like fire, and therefore they must burn this place to the ground. The disciples of the sect began to shout that they would turn this world into a haven for ordinary people, and so they began a large-scale battle. The girl with black hair extended her hand in front of her. She said to kill them all. Warriors in black kimonos fought with people in white kimonos. They told the minions from the demonic sect to attack, and today one of the warriors was going to finish them all off. One of the warriors in a black kimono was bitten on the shoulder by a man. The warrior shouted loudly. A guy with gray hair was pushed with his shoulder by a man in white clothes. A man dressed in black clothes and with gray hair held a sword in his left hand. He is one of the 4 great demons, the Moon Shadow Demon, the leader of the demonic Shadow Squad. He shouted for everyone to see his mastery of the blade. Opposite stood a man in a red suit with his hair tied in a ponytail. He is the supreme elder of the great Wudang clan, Haiyan Kongjin. He has enough strength to fight the Moon Shadow Demon. The supreme elder was running towards the black-robed demon. The demon hit Haiyan Kongjin's chin with the hilt of his sword. In response, the Supreme Elder slammed his hand into the Moon Shadow Demon's face. The man in red clothes pointed his hand at the demon and laughed. Now we see a girl with black hair, wearing black clothes, who was holding a weapon in her hand. The first of the 4 great demons, the Bloody Ghost, told the enemy to prepare for death. She is the leader of the Comfort Demon Squad. On the other side, a Shaolin monk stood with his eyes closed. His name is Fang Wenhui. The girl showed 3 fingers. She said that out of respect for the monk, she would give him the first 3 blows. Wenhui jumped, holding some beads in his left hand. He shouted that the Buddha would not forget the demon's generosity. Suddenly, she hit him in the stomach with her head. The monk began coughing up blood from the blow. Wenhui stood in front of the girl, holding his stomach and smiling. He recalled that the girl promised to give in the first blows. Bloody Ghost didn't think the monk would believe it. He replied that he did not trust her. Blood was flowing from the girl's nose, and she herself was smiling. The demon said he looked like he believed it. The monk raised his left knee and smiled, and the girl leaned over and hit her face with her hand. Wenhui boasted that his acting skills have not deteriorated over the years. The monk grabbed the girl's head with his hands and opened his mouth wide. He shouted that he had 2 more hits left. Wenhui hit the demon's head with his knee. A second later, he was hopping on his left leg and holding his right knee with his hands. He screamed in pain. We are shown a shaggy, muscular man with 2 upper teeth. He is the leader of the demonic assassin squad, the Sword Demon. This man called everyone helpless who only knows how to talk. His opponent is an old man with white hair and a blue suit. He is the elder of the great Hyushin school. He told the demons that they had shown their true faces. They are insignificant. The 2 enemies struck each other with swords. It was raining outside, and the rivals were hitting each other with swords. The demon asked the man why he didn't just give up. The old man's face was wet. He said the same to the demon. The demon jumped towards the old man, gritting his teeth. He raised his hand up and smiled. The demon shouted, for the great demonic sect. The guys with bruises on their faces also smiled. They shouted, for the people. Kim Kanya looked at it all in surprise. Humans and demons wished each other death. Suddenly, a girl in black clothes kicked a guy in a white suit. The heavenly demon smiled as drops of blood flew around her. A lot of people gathered. A Shaolin monk and a man in a red robe jumped from the ground. The heavenly demon ran forward, and the monk and the man in the red robe were pierced by some black needles. The heavenly demon smiled and looked to the right with her eyes, and drops of blood flew behind her. She found it funny. Someone's face was as dark as possible, and his eyes and mouth were incredibly white. The girl in black clothes raised her right hand up and to the left, and there was a smile on her face. The skies were filled with sadness and the world was plunged into darkness. Anger rises into the sky, burning the top of the shaman's mountain. The heavenly demon was visible in the reflection of the hero's eyes. The demonic sect rises above Murim, and Kim Gong-yat is at the head of the demonic sect. The girl asked the people, "Do you think you can compete with the deity of this world?" The heavenly demon smiled madly. She said that followers of the righteous path would not get away with this. The girl stood opposite a man in white clothes, and warriors were kneeling between them. "Namgung-un," the girl screamed. The man took off his top, and under his clothes he had a toned body. He told the sky demon that it was time to decide which of them was the real god. The girl, in a jump, cut the neck of one of the warriors, while the other was holding his hand. There is only one person who can fight the demon. We are shown mountains on which the sun was shining and snow was falling. This reminds the man of the first day of the war. Then they could not figure out who was better, so the battle continued on the second day. However, since nothing was decided on the second day, the war continued on the third day. The man clenched his hand into a fist. From the very beginning everything went wrong. He had to show all his strength. It was snowing. A man with a beard made a gesture with his hand, as if calling for a demon. He told the girl to attack. Today luck is on his side. This is the head of the Murim Alliance, the Immortal Axe. The heavenly demon walked through the snow. She thought about the man's luck. The girl's hair went up and there was a smile on her face. She said that today luck will bring nothing to a man except death. The heavenly demon jumped at the man. We see a blood stain. The head of the alliance hit the girl on the cheek. The heavenly demon responded by hitting the old man on the chin. There was a bruise on the girl's face, and she was running towards the old man and was about to hit him in the face. The heavenly demon hit the immortal axe in the face with her face. The girl tried to dodge the man's blow, but did not have time and blood sprayed from her mouth. The heavenly demon leaned over and spat out blood. She said blood tasted like dirt. The head of the alliance was holding his ear, which was bleeding. Apparently, the virtues that a man so zealously observes still do not improve the taste of his flesh. The man realized that the demon exists not only in animals, but also in people. The heavenly demon wiped the blood from her mouth. She told the head of the alliance that he was so old that he tasted like spoiled spinach. However, there is some truth in his words, the girl added. The great battle between good and evil was supposed to end on the first day. The girl raised her hand, palm up, and the old man looked at her. The heavenly demon said that, like the head of the alliance, she fought half-heartedly and thought that she could put her life on the line. However, in reality, I couldn't. She was too cowardly. Kim Kong-ya stood in front of the girl. She said that today's fight was a second chance that might not have happened. The girl turned her gaze to the side. She said that they should not repeat the same stupid mistakes. The old man looked straight in surprise, holding his hand near his ear. The heavenly demon turned to the immortal axe and said that today she would fight with full strength. The man couldn't believe it. The heavenly demon's eyes were not visible because of her hair, and she stood holding one of her hands at chest level. The girl is going to use True Kai. True Kai. We see a girl holding a white ball near her chest. The energy that is given to everyone at birth. In other words, human life force. Unlike internal energy, True Kai cannot be replenished or increased. She is the beginning and the end of all things. Kim Kong-ya's face was sad. Thus, the fate of the warrior who will spend all his vital juices is predetermined. A man stood bare-chested during a snowstorm. They would rather choose death than remain crippled. The head of the alliance called the demon. He told her that they were weak anyway. Even if they use their True Kai now, they will still be no better than second-rate warriors. They have lost their energy centers. The heavenly demon extended her left hand in front of her. She replied that she knew about it. The old man opened his mouth and frowned because he didn't believe it. He couldn't believe that the girl was actually going to use True Kai to, at best, demonstrate her beginner's skills. The heavenly demon replied that it was so. Her hair was blowing in the wind and she had a smile on her face. She asked Namgung not to be angry because the girl had no intention of giving up life. She only hopes that her last day will happen today. We see people, warriors in dark capes. The heavenly demon said that she is now happier than ever. She is grateful that she was able to live to see this day, and that she got to know everyone who is here. The girl began to draw a circle in the snow with her foot. Looking back, the heavenly demon realized that she had truly lived a happy life as a warrior. Kim Kong-ya looked in surprise at the girl, near whom a strong wind rose. True Kai. The old man covered his eyes with his fingers. He said it was wonderful because he, too, was waiting for a day like today. The man removed his hands from his eyes and looked seriously towards the heavenly demon. He told her that today they would die together. The girl stood opposite the head of the alliance, and an incredibly strong wind rose around them. The heavenly demon swung, and the wind swirled around her fist. The girl tried to hit the old man, but he managed to duck down. The demon and the old man were already fighting in the pink forest where the sakura grew. Kim Kanya looked fearfully towards the battle, and the Lord of the Sword did not even pay attention. He told the guy that the heavenly demon and the head of the alliance were filled with true kai. The girl and the old man were fighting, and pink leaves were flying near them. The true kai of such masters is like the power of nature itself, even though it is temporary. The ghost raised his head, and light petals fell near him. He told Kim Kong-ya to watch carefully because it was rare to see something like this. The heavenly demon and the head of the alliance fought among the cherry trees, and red leaves fell from them. Since one side was born with a perfect yin body and the other with a perfect yang body, destined for martial arts, their energy creates a perfect balance. Now they are in a completely different world. March of the heavenly demon, destroying the yellow moon. A red petal landed on the hero's palm. The heavenly demon lowered her head. She hates them. The old man's eyes were covered by a falling petal, but the clenched teeth of the head of the alliance were visible. The heavenly demon hates all of them, followers of the righteous path. She hates heroes, hates the 9 great schools and the 5 great families. A red leaf fell into the girl's palm and began to freeze. She said that the hero lives happily ever after while ordinary people suffer. However, what she cannot ask for is not their happiness. The heavenly demon began to walk on the red leaves, and the fact that even people like them can be hurt, that even people like them feel pain and seek comfort. The sky demon is disgusted by their attempts to pretend to be human. The girl hit the head of the alliance in the press. She did not understand why they, who treat others brutally, consider themselves human. The old man held his knee with one hand and tried to swing with the other. Suddenly he started coughing up blood. The girl sat with her fist clenched, and the head of the alliance fell to the ground. Kim Kanya ran through the snow. He called his mentor. The hero held the girl by the shoulders, and she sat with her back to him. The guy said, "Mentor." The girl sat with her head down, and her hair covered her face. She said, "You win." The heavenly demon lay in the hero's arms. Kim Kanya felt her body getting colder. The girl thought that she initially should have hit the old man in the chest and deprived him of his hearing, but instead she stopped and now lies in front of her student, having lost her face. The girl's face and neck were covered in bruises, but even so, now she still looks better than Kim Kong-ya. The girl reached out to the hero's face, and the guy's eyes were red. She didn't understand what kind of expression Kim Kong-ya had on her face. The heavenly demon held the hero's cheek. She asked the guy not to worry because she still had a little time left before she died. She will have time to say goodbye. 2 hours passed. The hero was still crying. A girl with green hair was running against the background of a gloomy sky. She screamed, "King of Death." The heavenly demon told the guy that he was complicating everything, although she herself made his life difficult. The heavenly demon wanted to tell him everything for a long time, but she couldn't because of her stubbornness. She was worried that Kim Kong-ya would take everything to heart. The girl lay with her eyes closed. She wanted the hero to remember her as a flower during its blooming period. The guy with the eye patch was holding an old man on his knee, and the girl with green hair was looking at everything in fear. She didn't understand what was happening. A girl with green hair sat above the heavenly demon. The woman with black hair said that the old man was fine. The last blow was weak. The head of the alliance was not lying when he said that luck was on his side today. However, now he is a cripple. The green-haired girl listened to the heavenly demon and opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't understand what this woman was talking about. The old man cannot be left in this state, and they don't have time to talk because both the head of the alliance and the demon need help. Kim Kanya held his mentor, and the girl brought some kind of pendant from which a green particle emanated to the demon's chest. The heavenly demon said that she was fine, that's all, she knew her body better. She said that it was all over with her and asked her to take care of the old man. The green-haired girl's face was upset. "And one more thing," added the heavenly demon. She would like to spend her last moments next to her only student. She asked her friend Kim Kong-ya to leave them alone. The girl and the hero were sitting next to a woman with black hair. The doctor suggested giving the heavenly demon painkillers, but the woman replied that it was not necessary because she wanted to feel the cold of the winter wind when she achieved nirvana. A girl with green hair stood with her head tilted down, and behind her stood an old man with white hair and a guy who was carrying the head of the alliance. Kim Kanya held the body of the demon, and the girl in a red dress and robe walked away from them. The hero raised his hand to the girl's chest. She asked the guy what they would do with the remaining time. The hero said, "Mentor." Kim Kong-ya's eyes were not visible because of her hair. The heavenly demon asked the hero if he wanted to hear about how beautiful the premises of the sect in which they lived were. "There's still time left." The sun's rays fell on the face of a girl with black hair, and she smiled. Kim Kanya asked the girl to fulfill the request. She asked what kind of request this was. The hero wanted them to get an ending that they were satisfied with. To do this, you need to select just one puzzle. The sky demon suddenly opened her eyes wide. This was all because the guy asked her to fight him. Sword of the Heart. When Baekhyun got an idea of this scene, they started calling her the Heavenly Demon. We are shown high mountains during a snowstorm. Now the Sky Demon can see the level. Baekhyun could kill someone just by thinking about it. We see a girl with black hair pointing her finger in front of her. She sees a level that no one has yet been able to overcome. A level of skill that was only spoken of in legends was now before her eyes. Baekhyun pointed her finger towards the mountains. It looks out of reach. Is there a place that can be seen but cannot be reached? The girl wondered. The Heavenly Demon lowered her index finger. Someone called her. Baekhyun turned around and was worshipped by some men. They addressed her as mistress. If only she had more time. The man laid his head on the snow. His hands were red, as was his nose. The government ordered them to pay taxes in sable skin, but his father never returned from the hunt. Now they will not be able to pay, and taxes are taken from each family member. If only the Heavenly Demon could only focus on training. There had been a drought for years, so the government ordered them to build a reservoir and a dam to prevent this from happening again, but it was impossible to work on an empty stomach. The girl with blonde hair had a sad face. If only it were that simple. The Heavenly Demon turned away from the mountain. In her hand she held a black weapon. The girl walked towards two men who bowed to her. It seems she has a lot to deal with. On that day, she punished those who froze the world, but she was unable to stop the winter. The Heavenly Demon opened her eyes and there was a spot on her right cheek. She was asked to fight. Kim Kanya looked down and smiled. The girl replied that this was unexpected. If the hero could defeat her, he would become the new Heavenly Demon. The girl lowered her hand down. She is unable to move. She asked Kim Kong-ya, "Is this the kind of fight you want?" The Heavenly Demon raised her eyes upward and opened her mouth slightly. The hero told her that in battle it is not necessary to use the body. They can fight in a verbal duel. We are shown two men sitting on their knees in front of each other. A fight where only words are used. Attacks and techniques that are used against each other. One of the warriors was training in the air with his arms stretched out in front of him. Stories about the skills that are adopted for a counterattack. The other clenched his hand into a fist, and his shadow stood with his leg raised. And you don't even have to move or use internal energy. The Heavenly Demon smiled and closed her eyes. She told the hero that he couldn't help but be arrogant. Kim Kong-ya lowered his gaze, and there was an uncertain smile on his face. The girl told him that the guy could defeat her in a real fight, but in a verbal fight he was powerless. If the Heavenly Demon had enough strength, she would be able to use any technique. She asked the hero if he really wanted to fight. Kim Kanya recalled the moment when the girl hit the old man in the abs. He doesn't think the Heavenly Demon was at her best when she fought the Murim chief. She herself said that she could pierce his chest and tear his heart out of it. Even if the hero and the girl clash in a verbal battle, the guy wants to arrange the best fight in the last moment of the demon's life. The guy held the girl's head with his hand, and she looked at him. Heavenly Demon asked Kim Kong-ya if he could arrange it. The girl smiled sweetly. The guy told the master that he could. The hero looked down with a smile. The Heavenly Demon said that she would not give in to the guy. She would allow him to strike first, but then asked him not to be outraged if their fight ended there. The hero promised that he would not. The girl, smiling, lay in the arms of the hero, who sadly looked into the distance. Mentor Kim Kanya said that after the fight he would tell him stories from his childhood. The Lord of the Sword flew near them in the lotus position. The girl told the hero to show the master what he had learned. We see half of the ghost's face, and his face was serious. He asked Kim Kong-ya, "Do you want her to fight me?" A strong man who became the greatest fighter of all time in another world. Kim Kong-ya looked at the Sword Lord, who smiled with clenched teeth. The guy asked the ghost to fight the girl as a sign of losing the argument. The spirit replied that he just wanted to attack the leader of the demonic sect. This will be the best fight of her life. The ghost told Kim Kong-ya to tell the girl that she could strike 3 times. The ghost closed his eyes and got down on one knee. Fighting on behalf of another person is considered unthinkable. After all, this is an example of the greatest disrespect and shame. The Sword Lord opened his eyes and his face was terrifying. Despite the absurdity of the situation, he is still ready to fight. The ghost knelt down in front of the Heavenly Demon and Kim Kong-ya and bowed his head. He is the master of the sword. He was the best fighter in his world, known as the World of 1,000 Swords. It may be rude of him, but he asks the girl to enter into a duel with him. The girl looked at Kim Kong-ya. She told the student that he could begin. We see different people standing and looking into the distance. Kim Kong-ya asked the master if she knew that the guy could use strange techniques. The girl thought about the technique with which she brought her people back to life. The Heavenly Demon closed her eyes, lying in the guy's arms, and turned her head a little. She won't ask about it because there is strength in silence. Maybe a hero and reaper sent to her by the Jade Emperor as a sign of pity. We are shown the Lord of the Sword, who was kneeling. Kim Kong-ya said that his first technique will be special. He will call upon great spirits. The Heavenly Demon shifted his gaze to the right side. The hero said that one of the spirits is now among them and the girl will like it. The ghost is the strongest in his world. The heavenly demon thought about the strongest warrior of another world. This is incredible. Kim Kong-ya lowered his gaze and there was no smile on his face. The girl probably thought the guy was joking. The master said that she would do everything in her power. The girl looked to the side, smiling. She asked what the spirit's course would be. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. Kim Kong-ya told her that the ghost gives the heavenly demon 3 hits. The girl turned her head away from the hero. She thought that her student could not do this and the spirit does not know its place. The heavenly demon said that she was using the 21st Cloud Dragon's 5th sword technique, Explosive Dragon Strike, to pierce the water moon acupuncture point. The first move has been made. The Sword Lord closed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. He would start with the 6th technique of the Earth Dragon Staff, continue with the Western River Cave Dragon to absorb her attack, and retreat with the Mystic Art of Evasion. Kim Kong-ya looked down. He repeated the same thing that the Sword Lord had said. The heavenly demon looked up with a sad face. She replied that she would send the spirit flying using the highest mystical art. The Sword Lord stood sideways and looked at the floor. This will be followed by a second killing fist technique and an iron spin on his part. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. She uses the 6th technique of the 6 secret swords, and after that the 6th technique of the heavenly secret. The ghost held his hand palm up. He will respond with the blow of a sitting duck and the chaotic gate of a plum blossom. The girl's gaze was serious, but the ghost's was saddened. 3 hits in a row. Now the Sword Lord understood how the heavenly demon lived. When she became the strongest in the world, she no longer had time to train. She devoted herself entirely to the sect. The ghost stood in the middle of the forest, and there was light snow falling all around. The girl would have been able to see the kingdom of life and death if she had not been so busy, but she stopped training because of her followers. But the most unfair thing is different. The Sword Lord smiled, showing his teeth. He said that despite all this, the heavenly demon still achieved success. The girl looked into nothing with her black eyes, and there was a bruise on her cheek. She didn't need to stop there, they were already the best for their people. People recognized her abilities because she was a goddess to them. The Sword Lord stood with his arms crossed. He felt sorry that the girl had the misfortune of becoming the greatest martial artist in a place like this. The ghost's gaze was frightening. He decided to show what it was like to be god among gods. Kim Kong-ya held the heavenly demon by the shoulder. The girl thought about it. She sat on her knees and put her hands on them. She noticed that the ghost was not like other masters. Kim Kong-ya and the heavenly demon pressed their heads to each other. The girl said that she would not hold back. She belongs to the Heavenly Demon Chronicle world, the strongest martial artist in her world, the head of the demonic sect. A ghost sat opposite her, looking at the floor. He is a sword master who hails from the world of 1,000 swords. One of the strongest fighters in the history of the tower, the Orthodox sect. The heavenly demon and Kim Kong-ya sat in front of the ghost. Let the fight begin. The girl with bruises on her face looked ahead. She said that she would send him flying with the help of the first technique of furious blows of the fire blood dragon. The spirit sat with its mouth open. He did not understand why the girl switched to the techniques of the Orthodox sect. In response, the sword master uses the first of the 18 Cloud Dragon sword techniques. If he misses, he will strike from below. The move is made. The heavenly demon leaned on the guy's shoulder and smiled. She couldn't decide what to do, attack or. The girl took Kim Kong-ya's hand. It will combine knowledge of the laws of life and death and also add a butterfly effect. The Sword Lord's face was clear, and his mouth was slightly open. One more move. Kim Kong-ya also sat with his mouth slightly open. The heavenly demon was already sweating. And further, the girl squeezed the guy's hand even tighter. She asked the ghost how long he was going to stand in her arms. She will use the second of the 3 demonic leech techniques, the burning leech of destruction, which will tear the Sword Lord apart. The ghost smiled widely. He thought that the girl very easily rebuffed his every move, but it was a pity that she grumbled worse than the old woman. He then decided to remove his foot from her arm and then do a lazy donkey throw in the air. And, at the same time, he will strike with the 4th technique of the divine wheel, the rotation of life and death on the right ankle, right wrist and 3 acupuncture points of the white tiger. The sky demon gritted her teeth as steam came out of her mouth. She said that she would take 3 steps back to the reigning march of the heavenly demon. The Sword Lord struck hand in hand and smiled. Since the girl uses the techniques of the Orthodox sect, the ghost decided to fight like a warrior from the demonic sect. He will strike the demon with a sword of deadly cold. The head of Murim, Jade Axe, was not good enough to be a teacher. We see the back of an old man in white clothes. Although he is the strongest of the followers of the Orthodox sect in this world, and was also the only worthy opponent for it. We are shown the battle between the old man and the heavenly demon. But wasn't the great war between Murim and the demonic sect proof of this? The old man was lying in a cave, covered with a blanket. He asked for forgiveness. It was clear which of them was supposed to win. The old man lay exhausted and only opened his eyes a little. It seemed to him that he was weaker than someone. Maybe that's why the teacher postponed the decisive battle so many times, like a child savoring the sweetness gradually disappearing in his mouth. The heavenly demon had her back to us. She thought the ghost had made a stupid move. The girl decided to resort to the second technique of the executioner's blade. She opened her mouth and sweat dripped from her cheek and nose. The sword master told her that he would use the iron pivot point to dodge and then attack with a fierce thrust. Kim Kong-ya turned his head and looked at the heavenly demon. She called her student. The girl turned her gaze to the right, and her face was happier than ever. She told the hero that he had summoned an opponent she could never have dreamed of. Kim Kong-ya looked at the teacher and smiled. He told her that the Lord of the Sword is the strongest fighter he knows. The girl turned her head back. The heavenly demon asked the guy why he didn't introduce the ghost to her earlier. Kim Kong-ya now understands how the head of Miram felt. The hero hit his hand on his knee. The heavenly demon said that she had never met such a strong martial artist in her life. The head of Miram was upset. We see a painted picture of the heavenly demon and the sword lord fighting. The girl said that she would use a combination of the principles of the martial arts of the highest heavens to twist the ghost's arm and finally kill him. And then he will take 4 steps back with the commanding gait of a heavenly demon. We are shown how the ghost and the sky demon fight with swords. The girl had already taken 3 steps back, now she takes 4 more. He thinks it's just a matter of time before the girl starts running away. The spirit will use the divine art of cloud rotation to catch up with her, and after stopping just 1 step away, he will use his sword Kai in the summer storm. Kim Kong-ya was on his knees, and a painted ghost and a demon fought in front of him. The heavenly demon was tired of testing what the ghost was capable of. Using the thirst sword, she would absorb his sword Kai, alternately strike the 3 dragons piercing the sand to pierce the Tianju point, the heavenly circulation point, and finally the body's fulcrum point. Kim Kong-ya could not imagine what a duel between a demon and a sword lord would look like. The guy's face was sad. He knew what the sword of thirst was, but he had never heard of a dragon piercing the sand. He has no idea how to apply the laws of life and death to distract his opponent, or what the Tai Chi absorption technique is, so the guy can't imagine the scene of their fight. A moment from the battle between the heavenly demon and the ghost is drawn on a piece of paper. To dodge, the girl uses the principles of the divine technique, the third technique of striking with a blade. Kim Kong-ya really wanted to have enough knowledge to fight the girl. He wants to become her support and hope. Kim Kong-ya stood with his back to us, his hands in his pockets, but he could only listen and watch. We are shown the painted face of the sky demon. The skill level of the ghost and the girl was unattainable for Kim Kong-ya. The girl's painted face turned her head. She opened her mouth and said the girl's hand lay on Kim Kong-ya's shoulder. She told the student that it was cold outside today. Winter will be eternal, and this place will forever remain a snowy plain. The heavenly demon held on to Kim Kong-ya as they watched the battle between the ghost and the girl. She said that winter serves as a merciless battlefield for Jianghu fighters. They can lose strength in their legs at any time, so they use special techniques. The gray silhouettes of the sword lord and the heavenly demon were still fighting with swords. That's why the goal of fighting on the snowy plain is to knock your opponent down. The girl turned to the student and told him that they were desperately trying to take each other's place. The heavenly demon looked down and smiled. This is probably why they used kicks so often, and by throwing snow into the air, they blocked the enemy's view. They really fight to the death. The girl covered Kim Kong-ya's eyes with her hand. She asked him to cover them. We see the dark silhouette of a ghost. The hero said that he sees his opponent. This is a strong and noble martial artist, the girl said. The guy agreed. The black and white silhouette of the sword lord smiled. The heavenly demon said that the ghost was breathing heavily like a huge bear. Challenges her with a confident smile on his lips. Perhaps the big difference in body weight gives him confidence. In this, the girl is no match for him and she should recognize this fact and think about what her advantages are. For example, she is faster than him. The heavenly demon stood next to the hero, covering his eyes, and in front of them stood a girl with a white sword in her hands. The heavenly demon added that she was familiar with the battlefield. She knows better than the Lord of the Sword how not to leave marks in the snow. After all, this will be a long battle, and she must prepare. The sword lord ran through the snow, holding a sword in his hands. The girl explained that the ghost declassified the girl's plan and began to move faster. Like a wild boar, he rushed towards her. The girl with black shoes walked backwards through the snow, but she had nothing to be afraid of because she knew that this would happen and stepped back slightly, thereby dragging the ghost along with her. The picture became multicolored and the ground under the girl's feet shimmered. The heavenly demon removed her hand from Kim Kong-ya's eyes. The hero said that he sees them fighting. The Lord of the Sword, smiling, ran towards the girl who was holding a sword in front of her. With each of their movements, snowflakes fly up and swirl in the air. The girl and Kim Kong-ya watched the battle between the ghost and the heavenly demon. The battle has been going on for 2 days now, and it is snowing. The sword master held the sword with both hands. He asked the girl how long she planned to run away. He warned that he would not lose in the King Gong technique. The girl ran back, her hair flying in the wind. She replied that she could run away for an eternity. The ghost looked at her with his mouth slightly open. Sooner or later, the heavenly demon will have to stop. The girl leaned back, and a bright light shone behind her. She asked the Sword Lord, "Did you know that this world has turned into one snow field? Even if she has nowhere to hide, there are many places she can escape to." The ghost looked away. Kim Kanya and the girl who was leaning on his shoulder were looking at him. The Sword Master said that if the heavenly demon was at the peak of her powers, then of course this would continue forever. But now they are fighting. One of the ghost's red locks was in front of his eye, and he looked into the distance. The Sword Lord noticed that the girl had less than 2 hours left, but despite all this, the girl wants to continue to run away. The Sky Demon closed her eyes and took hold of her sword. She admits that she won't be able to run away all the time, because it's almost dried up. She was holding a sword with Chinese characters on it. In this case, the heavenly demon took out her sword and purple light reflected from it. She will show everything she is capable of. The heavenly demon used the first form of the heavenly demon art. She used the blade of starvation. According to her, hunger can force even a parent to exchange his own child for a neighbor's child in order to eat him. While the Sword Lord fought back, she asked if he had heard of a man who chopped the bodies of children into small pieces of meat and buried them in the snow, or if he had heard of a town where, during a snowfall, small children's bodies were scattered all over the streets. The Sword Lord bared his teeth and said that this was terrible and the hunger must have driven them mad, but it was all just an accident. The Lord of the Sword said that in some periods the harvest produces bountiful fruits, and in others it makes you suffer from terrible hunger. According to him, there is nothing in the world that is not an accident. They continued to attack each other, and the Sword Lord said that since the heavenly demon was so annoyed by this tragedy, then she should be equally happy about the mirror events. They struck each other with swords, and the Lord of the Sword said that the depth of joy should not yield to the outburst of joy. A scratch appeared on the Sky Demon's face. The Lord of the Sword said that therefore he would tell her about the bountiful autumn harvest. Suddenly the clouds began to clear and the sky became clear. The Lord of the Sword began to say that one day, while walking, he was peacefully watching the horizon, and then a golden sea opened up to his gaze. The children cheerfully played hide and seek among the rice fields, the height of the sprouts of which was not inferior to his height. There, among the plants, the rustling of grass and the cheerful laughter of children could be heard. The Lord of the Sword said that she told him the story of the bodies of the youths that were buried in the snow, and therefore he wants to tell her about how they laugh merrily among the high meadows. The Sword Lord struck her and left another scratch on her shoulder. He said that both these stories are two sides of a double-edged sword called chance. According to him, if he had a chance to hold such a sword in his hands, he would point it towards the beautiful rice fields. And, if the ghost had to choose what to remember in the last minutes of his life, then the scene of children peacefully playing hide and seek would pop up in his head. The heavenly demon swung and used her second form, the Great Death Blade. She also exclaimed that he was too kind-hearted. The heavenly demon recalled that the ghost said that both sides of the coin are just coincidences. However, happiness never kills a person. Only hunger and terrible thirst kill. She said that in every ending there is death. She pointed the sword at him and asked permission to sing about ordinary people who died due to the lack of an insignificant drop of water. As they exchanged blows, the Sword Lord said that jumping into a summer stream was truly refreshing. He shocked the heavenly demon by saying that she was teaching Kim wrong. The Sword Lord blocked her attack and said that it would be more accurate to say that she was in too much of a hurry to train him. He also added that it is useful for Kim to learn about the hardships that happen in this world, and it is equally useful to observe the pain of others, but one cannot do this forever. The heavenly demon struck, jumped up, and asked why this was happening. The Sword Lord replied that it was exhausting. After all, Kim has not yet had time to fully enjoy the wonders of this world. The wound on the heavenly demon's shoulder was still bleeding a little. The Lord of the Sword, about to attack, said that it was necessary to properly stimulate the taste buds so that a person could fully understand the suffering of someone who would never be able to taste even the smallest piece. The ghost once again said that you need to take a dip in the summer stream in order to sympathize with the people who suffer from lack of water. The Sword Lord swung his sword and said that people's hearts are like a candle. Having struck, he said that if they burn continuously, they will one day turn to ashes. Rain is coming. The ghost asked the Sky Demon if she knew that he had never loved anyone before. The Lord of the Sword, starting to move towards her, said that it was funny that Kim didn't even have dates. Kim watched this in shock. The ghost said that despite this, Kim behaves as if she is already bearing the burden of all the suffering in this world. He shouted for her to teach him to dream and rejoice, because he was still too young for the teachings of the cult of the heavenly demon. He exclaimed that he wanted to show this child true happiness. The heavenly demon bared her teeth as she listened irritably to what the ghost was saying. However, the Sword Lord continued to say that Kim should be confused about how someone could make him rejoice from the bottom of his heart, because that is how he would be able to know true sadness. The heavenly demon raised her hand, about to use some kind of technique, and annoyedly asked if the ghost really fancied himself to be the mentor of her student. The sky demon attacked the ghost using its third form, the blade of drowning death. After repelling her attack, the sword lord exclaimed that it was so. She was furious and asked him how dare he. She then asked him again how dare he try to take away her only student. The sword lord exclaimed that he had intended to become Kim's mentor long before he met her. He said that it was he who taught Kim the art of the sword, and it was with him that Kim was able to recreate the aura of the sword for the first time. The sword lord added that he had, after all, made something useful out of Kim, and now they, a bunch of heretics, had decided to interfere. The heavenly demon became even more angry because the ghost called them heretics. The sword lord infuriatedly asked if their demonic cult could be called anything other than a bunch of heretics. He also shouted that it was too early for Kim to learn the art of the heavenly demon because mastering the sword should bring joy. However, the heavenly demon continued to attack him. The ghost exclaimed that there is too much devilry in the sword, which brings death just for the sake of death, and besides, life is already short. After attacking him, the heavenly demon exclaimed that Kim was her disciple and was destined to become a heavenly demon. The phantom replied that it was because of this thinking that he called them heretics. The heavenly demon began to say something, but Kim began to see some strange black and white shapes. The sky demon exclaimed that she blasted the ghost with the seventh form of the sky demon art, blade of striking death. Kim suddenly realized that he could see their blades. The sword lord also responded to her attack. He said that he responded with the fourth technique of 10,000 strikes of the sea moon, the strike of the setting autumn moon. The heavenly demon replied that she used the eighth form of the heavenly demon art, the scorching death blade. Kim began to think that he had finally realized something while watching them. As a result, Kim's mentor, the leader of the demonic cult, the heavenly demon, lost in this battle. She started talking to herself. The heavenly demon suddenly remembered her childhood and began to say that at first she was unable to master the final form of the heavenly demon sword art because her obstacle was death from frostbite. The heavenly demon said that dying in the snow, being abandoned by her own mother, it seemed to her that this was how she would meet her death. She raised the blade and said that ironically, she was only able to master the ninth form of the heavenly demon sword after the end of the world. She exclaimed that she was her own master, both on earth and in heaven. According to her, it doesn't matter whether she looks from below at distant clouds or admires from above from immense heights, only she exists in this world. She also said that a pathetic candle will not affect anything, because all life is eternal winter. Above the sky demon who raised her sword upward, a white sphere began to appear that emitted white light. The heavenly demon said that her singing is the melody of heaven, and her death is the end of the worlds, which becomes whiter and whiter. The heavenly demon turned white and said that this would be the last word of her demonic heaven for this snowy field. She used the ninth form of the heavenly demon art, the lonely death blade. The light illuminated everything around. The sword lord looked at this and said that everything was clear to him. As the sphere continued to grow larger and larger, the sword lord said that dying alone was the choice of the leader of the demonic cult, and he would accept it. He said that for a master of the arts in a world that has already met its end, no more suitable technique could be chosen. The ghost took the sword with both hands and, apologizing, said that he knew much more about loneliness than she did. He asked her how long she had been alone. He began to go through the options, but then said that not even one day had passed because the jade axe was always nearby. The ghost apologized and swung his sword. Having cut this sphere, he said that he had spent 130 years alone. Suddenly we see Kim, who has closed his eyes. He then opened his eyes, but he was very nervous and his breathing was heavy. Kim began to run towards the heavenly demon, who was sitting in the snow. He approached her and excitedly asked if she was okay. He checked her pulse and realized that she was still alive. The sky demon had a completely blank look. She said she understood what it was like. Suddenly she fell, but Kim caught her. She smiled and said that from the very beginning, Kim was only thinking about how to help her. She realized that the fact that he was looking for her, having arrived from the outside world, having heard about her fame, was a lie. The heavenly demon said that her disciple was not one of those who would cross the boundaries of worlds just because of the temptation of someone's reputation. She thanked him and asked if he was glad that he was able to see her. Kim confirmed this. She, lying in his arms, asked if he could remember her with a beautiful flower. Kim confirmed this too. She said that she would really like to know what kind of flower she would turn out to be. Kim said he would remember her as the brightest red peony. The sky demon smiled and said that it sounded lovely. Her hand began to slowly slide down, and before that, she called Kim her dear student. Kim sat in a snowy field, holding the body of his dead mentor in his arms. Just at that moment the sun began to rise from behind the mountain. The sun slowly peeked out from behind the mountain. Suddenly lightning struck the top of the mountain. The blow was so strong that it split the mountain in two. Kim cried as he hugged the heavenly demon. Kim said that winter is over and spring has finally arrived. Kim was crying, hugging the heavenly demon, when suddenly someone came up to him and addressed him, calling him master. Kim was approached by a bloody ghost and several other members of the demonic sect. He said that even though they were busy fighting, some members of the demonic sect heard that the leader called Kim her disciple. The blood ghost bowed and asked if Kim was the successor of the heavenly demon. Kim looked at them silently. Kim said he wasn't sure about that. Then the bloody ghost asked if the head had not accepted him as his disciple. Kim said that it was true that he was her student. Then the bloody ghost said that if the head was his mentor, then she taught him the art of the heavenly demon god. He apologized for his bluntness and asked if Kim could demonstrate some techniques of this martial art to them. Kim, looking at them, thought that their request sounds polite, but in fact they want to say that they find it difficult to believe that Kim is a disciple of the heavenly demon and therefore he must prove it. Kim remembered the sky demon yelling at him and wondered if he became the successor just because she was his master. Kim thinks he now understands why becoming an apprentice was so difficult. The hero thought that now that the last drop of warmth had left her body, the demonic sect was passing into his hands. Kim agreed and asked if it would be okay if he showed the blade of starvation. Blood Ghost, holding his neck, confirmed this and said that the order of the sect leader was that they should not hand over the sect to anything that did not meet the necessary requirements. He said that they are just ordinary swordsmen, but even an ordinary master is able to recognize the technique of the demon god. Meanwhile, a man standing without an arm asked the girl standing next to him what the bloody demon was talking about. She explained that the blood demon said that he needed to see if Kim was truly the head's disciple, and to do this, he needed to see the first form of the heavenly demon art performed by him. Then the man without an arm asked why the bloody demon spoke for all of them. The girl explained that the bloody demon is the only one who is able to maintain the boundaries of decency because he may be illegitimate, but he still belongs to the Moyan clan. Then the armless man asked in surprise whether the bloody demon was really illegitimate. The girl asked him why he was so surprised, as if he was hearing about it for the first time. She recalled that they had already talked about this dozens of times. However, suddenly she told him that nothing changes in this life, since the river remains water, the mountain remains a stone, and the worm remains a worm. The armless man suddenly became angry and asked her what she was hinting at. The girl explained that she meant that his existence is destructive, like the martial arts of the Sichuan school, because one conversation with him generates cancer cells in her body. She added that this was truly amazing considering the fact that she had learned to be immune to 1,000 types of poisons. The blood demon watched this with displeasure and gave them a sign. However, they got angry with him and the girl asked him to turn away because he was disgusting to her. Kim thought with a smile that this is how everything returned to its previous course. Kim, having begun to use the red aura, reflected that initially the demonic sect served as a refuge for those who had no place in the world. The master was an incredibly refined person, but many members of the sect do not know what good manners are. Kim used a red aura and said that hunger is children waiting for the sun to shine. The blood demon turned around in shock. Kim thought that watching the sword master and master fight to the death had made his blows stronger. All three looked at Kim in shock. He hit the rock with this technique and left cracks in it. Kim said that he was not able to learn all the intricacies of these techniques and he is a little embarrassed that this is all he can show. Suddenly the bloody demon sat down. Kim asked if what he showed was enough for them. They were shocked, and the blood demon said that they were glad to welcome the successor of the demonic sect, the new heavenly demon. Suddenly, they all started screaming and cheering for the new heir of the demonic sect. Kim was embarrassed and said that there was no need to call him a heavenly demon because the title of King of Death was enough for him. Kim said that he would like the title of Master to remain with her forever. The blood demon was confused and wanted to offer another option, but Kim turned to look at the Sword Lord and said that the title of head was also not suitable. The Sword Lord stood silently, eyes closed and head bowed. Kim said that he was not good enough for this yet, because how would they call someone head who could not teach them anything? However, the blood demon replied that this was why they wanted to make him the head. The blood demon extended his hand and said that the heavenly demon always chose the right people. And, according to him, since she made Kim her student, then he is worthy to become their leader. Kim thanked him, but despite this, stated that he believed that he was not yet ready to take responsibility for the sect's legacy. The blood demon was excited and asked him how they should address Kim in this case, since they couldn't just call him master. Suddenly the girl asked why don't they call Kim the young leader, because there are a dime a dozen gentlemen in their world. She said that if Kim feels that he cannot yet cope with the role of the head, and at the same time does not want to give up the post, then he can become the young head of the sect. Kim looked away and thought. He agreed and said that he would do so, which pleased the members of the sect. The blood demon again expressed his respect to Kim and said that they were glad to officially welcome the young leader. He also said that they don't know how he did it, but they remember that Kim turned them from Gangxi back to humans. According to him, if not for the young leader, they would not have been able to end the great war between the demonic sect and Muram. The bloody demon, one of the 4 great demons, swore allegiance to the young leader on his own behalf and on behalf of all the bloody ghosts. Then it was the girl's turn and she, one of the 4 great demons, a hellish ghost, swore allegiance to the young leader on her own behalf and on behalf of all members of the soul's repentance. After this, the moon demon swore allegiance to Kim, and now it was the turn of the sword demon, who also swore allegiance to Kim. All members of the demonic sect were on their knees, bowing to Kim. Kim carefully placed the body of the heavenly demon on the ground and stood up. He put his hands together and also began to swear. He said that as long as he lived, the teachings of the heavenly demon would live forever. Suddenly the tower notified the heroes that the scene was over. The tower also reported that Kim completed the task of the first volume. The 22nd floor has been cleared. She made the announcement again. The system reported that the 22nd floor had been cleared. The tower then assessed the participants in the scene. Kim bowed to the sect members and asked them to bury the master with dignity. He also asked for it to be a small funeral because that's what she would have wanted. Kim added that she would have been happy even if they had just stayed with her in the last moments before the burial. The tower displayed a rating of the participants in the scene, in which the first, of course, was Kim. Before Kim transferred, he asked the sect members to take care of the heavenly demon. When Kim returned, he was immediately greeted by the library manager. He congratulated Kim and said that the final touch to the heavenly demon's chronicle seemed to be something good. He admitted that he did not expect such a tearful ending. The library manager said Kim was able to surprise him because it was a pretty good ending to the story. However, a surprised Kim asked him to stop. The hero turned around in shock and asked the library manager why all the hunters were unconscious. Kim wondered, stunned, why they were all unconscious. He saw that there was something strange around them. However, the library manager told Kim not to worry and explained that he had only put them to sleep for a while. Kim asked in surprise about going to sleep. The library manager confirmed this and said that the sleep scent he used was harmless to them. The library manager closed the book. He then began to tell Kim that in most worlds, words are the means of communication, but in some worlds, information is transmitted through songs and smells. According to the manager, in this apocalypse people used smells to show anger, sadness, or happiness. He also added that, of course, there was the smell of sleep there too. Suddenly he flew up to Kim and asked Kim not to look at him like that, because he just wanted to talk to Kim in a calm environment, but Kim was surprised and asked him again. Kim asked irritably if the manager had knocked out his comrades and now wanted to chat. The library manager happily took Kim by the shoulders and exclaimed that he knew Kim would say that. Anyone else would find them useless and annoying, he says, but Kim treats them as equals. He exclaimed that he was truly moved and that Kim's way of thinking was worthy of praise. He said that they became spectators of the story that Kim and his team created. According to him, it was like a movie. Everyone was ready to cry and welcome Kim with open arms. However, the library manager could not allow them to do this because then he would have to postpone this conversation. The library manager said that was why he kept them quiet so that the atmosphere would be conducive to communication. He also asked Kim not to worry because he did not harm them one bit. Kim immediately ran towards the head of the black dragon. He touched her hand and realized that she was fine because her pulse and breathing were also normal. Kim turned around and asked the library manager to speak quickly because the faster they started, the faster the manager would lift the spell. The manager asked what the rush was because he was in no hurry, so from the whole company he called Kim. The hero said that the 22nd floor has been cleared, but he needs to find the sword as soon as possible. However, the manager took something sharp in his hand and, pointing it at Kim, said that it could wait. The manager held a pair of scissors and said Kim could look for the sword later. The manager then stood behind the seated Kim and began to cut his hair. Kim at this time thought that he was a constellation that could freely control monsters from different worlds. The library manager said that Kim had quite long hair and asked permission to cut it. Kim was thinking that even though Kim had mastered the heavenly demon's divine art, he still couldn't defeat the library manager. The manager cut some of Kim's hair into a red bag. Then he took Kim's hand and said that Kim's fingernails were also industry. Looking at them, the manager said that a martial artist must take care of himself. The manager cut Kim's nails and also put them in a small red bag. Kim excitedly asked him why he needed all this. The library manager asked Kim to imagine that there was someone he really liked. At this time, several red bags appeared. Absolutely everything about this person attracts him. His love is noble and pure, but the problem is that he is a fictional character. Suddenly the manager spread his hands and asked Kim to imagine that his loved one was appearing right before his eyes. Kim was confused and opened the character window. The library manager blushed deeply and began cutting off Kim's toenails. The hero could see that the manager thought that Kim was simply a fine and a delightful protagonist. The library manager thought that he would like to turn Kim into a bookmark and keep it for himself. The hero thought that the manager was crazy. Suddenly Kim got angry and started shouting for the manager to quickly give him his socks back. However, the manager asked him not to move because he did not want to injure his beautiful leg with the scissors. Kim asked him why he was doing this to him and why he suddenly began to address him as you. The librarian almost burst into tears and, calling Kim a beacon, asked if he could forget about respect. However, at the same time, he wanted to cut off the nail on Kim's little finger. The hero began to evade, while the librarian tried to cut off his nail, while simultaneously saying that Kim is his light and music, and only because of Kim's name is he ready to accept Confucianism. He also said that one proverb says that a king needs a friend who shares his views. Kim exclaimed that the librarian should show him at least one friend like him, greedy for nails. The librarian caught Kim's leg, but the hero suddenly said that if the librarian continues to behave, then Kim will not go to the next apocalypse. Kim was writhing in pain. The librarian said it was a good try. He smiled slyly and said that he, however, had studied Kim and knew that this would not happen. After all, Kim understands that there are many more books here that contain sad stories, so Kim has no choice but to help their characters. The librarian, with a mad look, began to cut off Kim's nails and said that he could describe, down to the decimal point, with which hand and how Kim ate the grain balls on the first day of the story about the heavenly demon. Kim irritably ordered the librarian to stop, otherwise Kim would hate him. The librarian quickly galloped back. Kim repeated once again that the librarian should not come closer than 5 steps to him, otherwise he would begin to treat him badly. He also asked the librarian to stop addressing him that way because it was disgusting. Kim ordered the librarian to give him back his hair and nails, but the librarian began to cry and said that he could not. Suddenly Kim began to use martial art techniques, which scared the librarian. The librarian said it was great. He crossed his arms and began to talk about how he was amazed at how caring Kim was towards the heavenly demon. He could have ended the story with how he became her student, but he decided to move on. According to the librarian, the final battle in the Great War between the demonic sect and Murim was like chocolate ice cream melting in his mouth. Kim, with his hands in his pockets, asked if this meant that the librarian was ready to count the chronicles of the heavenly demon for clearing the 22nd floor. The library manager confirmed this. He then said that now, other hunters can freely move around the 22nd floor, and the doors of the martial arts storage room will also be open for them, all thanks to Kim. The hero suddenly put his hand to his chin and said that he wanted to ask the librarian something. He asked him about how this book turned into one of the apocalypses. The librarian asked if there was a reason for this. He said he just likes happy endings and asked if Kim didn't have it that way. The librarian added that in general, both have their pros and cons. The ending serves as the final stop on the character's journey. According to the librarian, he, as a reader, undoubtedly wishes them a happy ending, but in front of it, he wants them to experience worries and failures. Kim looked away and said that the librarian was trying to say that even a bad ending deserves a full ending. Kim suddenly grabbed the librarian's clothes and pulled him, shouting that this raises even more questions. Kim said that it turns out that the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon would have had an ending anyway, even if it was an unhappy one. According to Kim, his master and the head of Murim did everything they could to survive. Then Kim asked if it meant that if the old man had died first and the master had lost her mind, then everything could have ended there. Kim turned around and asked, but why then did this book become one of the apocalypses? He also asked whether the death of the head of Murim, followed by the suicide of the master, would not be considered a worthy end. This question arose in Kim as soon as they started reading the books. Regardless of whether he intervened or not, these worlds originally had their end. The librarian asked if wanting a happy ending was not a good enough reason for Kim. The hero began to say that the librarian is strong and seems capable of anything, but instead of correcting these apocalypses himself, he sends hunters there, which means that even if he wanted to, he could not become an author. Kim thought that a librarian is a reader who does not want to interfere with the course of history. Kim asked if he could also describe the librarian's character. The hero said that it is not typical for such a scrupulous person as a librarian to justify the choice of apocalypses with the usual desire to see a happy ending, and therefore there must be a special reason why this and other books became apocalypses. The sword librarian extended his hand and asked if Kim would not give up until he got an answer to his question. He took Kim by the hand and asked the hero to follow him. Suddenly they moved somewhere and the librarian said that he would reveal to Kim the true meaning of the apocalypse. We are transported to another world full of snow. The boy and Kim Kanya were flying nearby. They flew over the fir trees and there were strong gusts of wind around them. If the zombie virus epidemic originated within the Sky Demon Chronicle, the librarian would not mistake it for the apocalypse, as the hero said. The hero looked to the side in surprise. That is, the hero thought. The boy smiled and interrupted the hero. The zombie virus has an unnatural origin in this story. We are shown strange red patterns. This epidemic came from another world. It can be compared to an external invasion of a new continent. The librarian pointed to the side. He asked the hero if he could see. Kim Kanya and the boy hovered nearby and looked at the strange dark creature. Some kind of black energy emanated from this monster. Kim Kanya looked at him with sweat on his cheek and his sword glowed. Shiny detected sinister energy. The boy's eyes were not clearly visible because they were covered by his hair. It seems that the Death King's sword sensed it too. This is understandable. After all, this sword was also once a perfect constellation. People tend to take other people's troubles to heart, especially if they are the same as theirs, the boy said. We see a girl with red eyes who was screaming. The librarian asked the hero if he had ever seen a constellation fall. Kim Kanya stood with a sad face, and behind him stood trees without leaves. He replied that he had seen it. The librarian looked down, his mouth slightly open, his upper teeth visible. This means that Kim Kanya also saw the corpse that was left after his death. The hero didn't answer, and the boy concluded that apparently the guy didn't see. There was a strong wind around the dragon-like creature. This is a rather rare sight, so the librarian advised Kim Kanya to watch it now while there is such an opportunity. The hilt of the sword reflected the glare of light. Shiny feels the presence of her sister. Inside the monster stood a black sword that glowed blue. Shiny says that this is the second sister sword of the sacred sword of the founder, the sword of compassion. The dragon's eye was incredibly black. He said that he was hurt and humiliated. The boy and Kim Kanya looked down, their mouths slightly open. The librarian said that she was dead, but it looks like she is still alive. The boy told the hero not to worry because she was dead. What he sees and hears is nothing more than an echo of regret. The librarian looked at the ground with a sad face. If an entity of constellation proportions dies, its death is monstrous. Black energy emanated from the creature that the hero and the boy were looking at. The epidemic that the Death King and his group call the zombie virus is the residual curse of this body. The monster opened its mouth, which contained huge fangs. The curse left by the constellation of this Murim, the yellow dragon of the Great Lake, when it died in agony. His anger continues to live, despite the fact that he himself is already dead. Pain that continues to torment the body despite the fact that it is dead. We see green people who look like zombies. If the curse touches a martial artist, he will turn into a jiangshi. The dark dragon's eyes were black. The source of the curse. He was in a lot of pain. Kim Kanya looked at him sadly. The root cause of the destruction of this world. The dragon is a ban in an endless circle of pain. We see the sky demon with blood flowing from her mouth. So this is the curse that took the master's life, the hero thought. Black energy floated in front of Kim Kanya. If the constellation did not pierce itself, then someone killed it. The king of death looked into the distance, and the boy turned his head in his direction. The hero asked whose hands this was. The librarian replied that the guy already knew the answer to this question. Kim Kanya remembered a man in a blue raincoat and gray hair. We're Fanta Agem. They show us a city and there was a rift in the sky. The boy answered the hero that he understood everything correctly. It is not for nothing that Rafant Agem was nicknamed the Constellation Killer. He scours the worlds in search of new victims. We see many different books. A constellation is the essence of a particular world. In a world without a constellation is like a fortress without walls. Apocalypse, a world whose representative is dead and whose inhabitants have ceased to exist. Accordingly, the likelihood that a world deprived of a patron will be destroyed increases. The boy turned his head to the sides. Kim Kanya asked the librarian why Agem kills the constellations. What prevents him from living peacefully in his domain? Why does he go so far as to destroy entire worlds? The boy replied that he did not know the answer to this question. The king of death was visible in the reflection of the boy's eye. The librarian said that he was just an ordinary reader. Behind the boy were stacks of books. He told the hero that if he thinks that the librarian is omnipotent and omniscient, then he is not. He is omniscient, but far from omnipotent. Except for scientific purposes, he does not interfere in the affairs of the worlds. The Death King's sword flashed brightly. The boy told the hero that he was different. The hero remembers a city in which residents smiled and children sat on boxes. He's allowed to interfere, so let him do what he can. Behind Kim Kanya stood an old man with gray hair and a heavenly demon. Whether they like it or not, the hero can eliminate the problems that lead to the destruction of the world. The librarian was flying with his mouth open, and there were gusts of wind above his head. As they say, once is an accident, twice is a pattern. The king of death reached out his hand to the boy's hand, and the third is an inevitable fate. Kim Kanya looked at the monster, and the librarian flew upside down above him. The Death King reached for his sword and looked at the monster with a black sword sticking out of it. The yellow dragon living in the Great Lake was mercilessly killed. An ordinary person cannot even pick up such a sword. But Kim Kanya can. Chance and fate overlapped each other to form inevitability. The king of death stood with his mouth open and looked into the distance. He called out to the sparkly one. In the mouth of the lion, which is depicted on the sword, a red emerald is visible. Shiny asked the hero what he needed. The king of death asked her how he could deal with her sister. The Death King's eyes were not visible because of his hair, but he exhaled. Shiny says that she needs to be pulled out and brought to her sister. Kim Kanya pulled out his sword, which had yellow flashes around it. The guy extended his sword in front of him towards the dragon, and a bright white flash emanated from the sword. The goddess of protection absorbs part of herself. Yellow lines also began to form around the black sword. Then it began to glow dark blue. Kim Kanya clenched his teeth as his sword glowed yellow. He didn't understand what it was. The dragon's eyes and mouth were blue. The hero stood next to the monster, and a bright white light emanated from his sword. The sword of compassion resists absorption. Kim Kanya clenched his teeth and closed one eye. The sword of compassion resists absorption. The Death King fought the monster as sparks flew off the sword. How can she resist? Thought the hero, like a disheartened black panther that was touched while it was resting. The sword of compassion is confused. A yellow shield appeared around the guy. The goddess of protection consoles her sister. Black lines also began to appear around the dragon. The sword of compassion wants to see what its new owner is capable of. The weapon glowed purple. The power of the constellation is too great. The unworthy should not have it. The sword of compassion does not recognize the hero as its master. Kim Kanya clenched his teeth. He understood where the sword was going. The hero asked how he could prove that he was worthy. The black monster jumped on the hero, and sparks flew from the sword. He is just a pathetic fragment that has fallen out of favor with the goddess. We see a cute girl with blue eyes. The only way to prove your worth is to show divine grace. Kim Kanya stood in front of a girl with black hair and a dress. So the King of Death will show himself as a being capable of mercy towards another. The girl took the hero in her hands. The sword of compassion requests the temporary transfer of the guy's body and his heart to her. The hero did not understand why. Kim Kanya raised a shining sword to the girl's face. This is necessary so that she can see the guy's memories. But the goddess of protection does not agree. The head of a lion was depicted on the hilt of the sword. The sword will be able to convince itself of the hero if it travels with him. There is no need for a guy to risk himself to meet expectations. Kim Kanya began to put his sword in his belt and shouted. He agrees. The Death King was inserting the sword into the sword case. He is not ready to wield a sword that he does not trust. Even if it were the great master's sword itself, he would not have gone for it. The guy's eyes were red and his face was angry. He shouted, "Come on." The girl held the hero in her hands, who looked at her with his arms spread out to the sides. He told her to look into his memories or wherever, just so that her heart would be calm. The sword of compassion puts Kim Kanya to the test. In front of us is a blue sphere into which feathers are drawn. We see a picture of a child melting, like a girl's hands in blood. The sword asks the hero if he can stand a little more pain. The world has become nothing. The girl flapped her wings until her feathers fell out. She held a seated Kim Kanya in her palm. "You," said the sword. The King of Death wiped his chin with his hand. "He's not perfect. He craves too much recognition and good treatment from his neighbor. I'm even ready to set aside my own interests for the sake of this." He fought desperately because he so wanted to be a good person in the eyes of others. This is his biggest weakness, if anything. The girl's lips trembled. Kim Kanya believes that her previous owner was also imperfect. The King of Death stood in the girl's arms, raising his sword. He still does not know what great goals Rafant Ajum is pursuing, traveling through the worlds with the aim of killing constellations. Maybe his actions are the supreme will, but even so, the guy believes that he is doing wrong. The hero looked up, his mouth wide open, and drops flew at him. He shouted to the girl that if she thinks that her past master was perfect, then she should not follow the guy. He doesn't need such a sword. A huge girl with wings looked at Kim Kanya, who stood on her palms. Is the hero going to kill Rafant Ajum? If he deserves to die, then yes. The girl opened her mouth and tilted her head down. She asked the guy if he could swear that he would judge him unbiasedly. The Death King turned his head to the side and lowered his sword. He replied that he could not promise that. His master was killed and Jianghu was destroyed. Too many people suffered, and for what reason is unclear. The Death King can only promise that he will try his best. Kim Kanya stood with his mouth and eyes open. He asked the girl that if she noticed that the hero was deviating from his path, he would like her to guide him back to the true path. In the reflection of the girl's eye, the King of Death could be seen extending his hand. They must make every effort together. That is, to be at the same time on their difficult path. The girl suddenly began to melt. Black clots of some substance flowed in front of Kim Kanya's face. The sword's ability is pain. The Death King took out his sword, which had black waves around it. As soon as you scratch someone with the sword of compassion, he will begin to experience unbearable pain. He will not die if the wound is not fatal, but he will suffer painfully. The sword in the hero's hand sparkled, and a black circle hovered around the weapon. The sword of compassion wholeheartedly wishes to serve Kim Kanya, its new master. The goddess of protection has become even brighter. We see someone's dark hair. The dragon's face also melted like plastic. Kim Kanya ran towards the monster, which melted in half. The King of Death stood on the gray ground, holding a sword in his right hand. we are shown a cloudless blue sky. A boy in white clothes was floating in the air. He said that winter is the season of death. Kim Kanya and the librarian looked at the yellow earth. A hero made this lonely season recede. The guy looked at the sky and a snowflake fell in front of his face. He smells it in the air. A blue snowflake fell on the hero's hand. It smelled like spring. A moment later, she disappeared from Kim Kanya's hand. The Death King remembered what the heavenly demon's hand looked like and looked at his own. He asked himself if the master knew where the smell of spring came from. The King of Death turned his head towards the boy in white clothes. He told the librarian that clearing the levels seemed to be beneficial for him, so he wouldn't mind looking at the stats of the others. The boy replied that he understood. Behind the hero's back were strange checkered patterns. The child is responsible for levels 21 to 30. What the Death King received as a reward was prepared by the boy. Kim Kanya recalled the picture of how the boy cut his nails, and the guy saw his favorite characters. Among them, the hero saw the constellation Killer. It was clear outside, and the boy was floating with his eyes closed. "It is quite possible," he replied. "But why?" The librarian raised his hand to his chin and closed one eye. Kim Kanya said that Rafant Agim is a character who kills constellations. The King of Death can understand why one might dislike him, but why he might be liked, the hero has no idea. The librarian floats with his back to the hero, who was looking at him. The boy said that he would try to answer honestly since the hero asked. The child has an old dream. Kim Kanya asked, "Dream?" The librarian raised his hands and smiled. He would like to become a character in a novel that he likes. The Death King and the librarian stood facing each other. The guy asked the boy why he hadn't done it yet. After all, he is able to move freely within apocalypses. The boy answered the hero that he would not understand the reader's feelings. The librarian's feet did not touch the ground. In the apocalypse, the boy is just an alien entity. The child was floating in the air, closing his eyes and holding his hands together. He is not part of the world, it's history. Like the killer of constellations who came to kill the dragon Muram, like the boy, they are equally alien to the worlds they invade. He is not interested in being part of a world in which he is a stranger. The boy dreams of becoming the main character around whom the story will be tied. Kim Kanya looked in front of him questioningly and without understanding. The boy again held his hand near his chin. Now it's his turn to ask questions. He asked the hero why he didn't kill the heavenly demon. Kim Kanya was scared by this question and remembered the dark rocks. The librarian said that in her last moments, the heavenly demon had reached such a level that she could kill anyone with just her lust for blood. The Death King may not be as strong as her, but her memory still lives within him. If the guy had accepted her into his 100 souls to summon, she would have become a formidable force to be reckoned with. Why didn't the hero kill her? The boy brought his hand to Kim Kanya's mouth. The guy was about to speak, but the child interrupted him and said that he understood everything without the hero's answer. Their heads were very close to each other. The librarian thought that the hero did not want to face what happened to his master. The boy too. He doesn't want to interfere with the end of any world. Their motivations aren't that different. We see beautiful mountains on which the sun's rays fall. The boy continued to say that he did not want to interfere. Thus, there is only one way to become the main character of the story. The librarian stood with his back to the hero and took out a book. We need to make sure that the main characters themselves come to him. We are shown a library in which a warrior in a cloak flies. The boy thought that Rafant Agim, the killer of constellations, continued to do his dirty work without restrictions. The child believes that Agim will soon appear in his world, in the great library of all things. The librarian pressed a gray book to his cheek. In order to kill the boy, we see a picture of a boy kneeling in front of Rafant Agim. The child admitted that he was waiting for this day. Then he will become part of the history of Rafant Agim. Kim Kanya looked down in fear. He asked the boy, "Even if you end up dying?" The boy looked up joyfully. He replied, "Yes. Die at the hands of the protagonist. Isn't this a wonderful epilogue?" Then we are transported to the snow-capped mountains. The heroes walk along a path covered with snow. Suddenly, members of the demonic sect approached Kim, calling him the young leader of the clan. The man with the headband greeted Kim. The hero nodded and asked if the funeral was over yet. The man awkwardly looked at the girl standing behind him and said that the funeral was still in progress. The blood demon lowered its head and said with regret that the heavenly demon's body was missing. Kim was shocked. The bloody demon said that Kim would understand faster if she saw everything with her own eyes. They headed somewhere and the bloody demon began to say that since the snow suddenly began to melt quickly, the body of the heavenly demon simply dissolved along with it. The blood demon apologized and said that everything happened too quickly. Kim was stunned because he saw this. Kim saw that all the snow had melted, and meanwhile the bloody demon said that no one even had time to understand anything. Blood demon said that they were guessing that due to the purity of the heavenly demon's profound energy, her body had transformed naturally. Kim sat down and began to look at the red peonies. The sword lord standing behind crossed his arms and said that this was amazing. He said that even when the constellation of this world died, it left behind only a curse, and Master Kima was transformed into flowers after death. Kim looked at the peonies with a smile, while the Sword Lord said that this proved that the heavenly demon was much purer than the constellations themselves. The Blood Demon then told Kim that of course she would still do a funeral. He also added that he would like Kim to take part as well. However, the hero immediately rejected this proposal. He confused the Bloody Demon by saying that everything was fine and no more funerals were needed. Kim stood up and began to take off his jacket and said that although he became the young leader of the cult by tradition, there were probably people in it who still had not accepted Kim. The hero also said that in the end, only the strongest can rule, and this principle is followed by many, including their people. Kim threw his jacket aside and suggested having fights instead of funerals. He decided only to borrow the tradition of putting the most valuable things on the table. The members of the demonic sect were stunned because Kim offered to bet on the sword techniques that the master taught them. Kim ordered them to attack, and the member of the demonic sect immediately grabbed his sword joyfully. They began to attack Kim. We then flash forward to see Kim holding a book with a picture of a red peony in it. At this moment, the poisonous snake said that the heavenly martial clan would advance to the 21st floor. Kim closed the book and asked about this in surprise. The poisonous snake replied that it was decided to move and they would also move the entire training ground there. Poisonous Snake also said that Kim took over the right of succession from the heavenly demon, and he became a follower of the leader of the Murama clan. The Sky Martial clan is the poisonous serpent guild, so the only way for them is to join the Muram clan. The head of the Gate of 1,000 Faceless Ones said that even if his master is half crippled, his limbs are fine, and the healer will do anything so that he can circulate energy again. He also added that he was considering serving Master Murama as the Supreme Guardian. Kim understood that the Guardian was the protector of the sect, and the Supreme Guard is necessarily a high-ranking defender. The poisonous snake, reading the book, said that the death of the heavenly demon seemed to have greatly weakened the old man, and, accordingly, his melancholy was also transmitted to the poisonous snake. Kim understood that the poisonous snake wanted to make the leader of the Murama clan an elder. The poisonous snake said that in times like these it is better to diligently train the next generation, because this will help the members of his clan become stronger. Kim suddenly looked at the poisonous snake in shock. The head of the Gate of 1,000 Faceless People asked Kim why he was looking at him like that. Kim replied that he simply thought that not everyone could become the leader of one of the 5 strongest clans. The poisonous snake smiled, placing his hand on the back of his head. Kim was thinking at this time that he was wondering why an otaku like Poisonous Snake was so popular among his subordinates, but it turned out that Poisonous Snake actually took good care of his people. Suddenly the Poisonous Snake turned red and said to say that he was just doing what he had to do. According to him, the world becomes a darker place when you receive compliments for the work you have to do. The hero, seeing this, thought that this upset him. However, suddenly he thought again, looking calmly at the Poisonous Snake. Kim wondered if he even had won his man. Suddenly the Lord of the Sword began to shout that he wanted to fight the Poisonous Snake and invited Kim to go to the world of martial arts. At the same moment, the librarian sat down next to the hero and began to joyfully talk about how he had made scissors specifically for Kim's nails on his hands and feet. Brilliant began to sing about the hero's achievements today. Kim thought that it was definitely not one of these 3, because even they could be called people only with a stretch. Suddenly Kim turned around, because someone addressed him. Kim saw the Master of Alchemy and decided that she was suitable. The Alchemy Master, smiling, said that they had successfully launched a vaccine against the zombie virus into mass production, and as long as people were vaccinated, going to the 22nd floor would not be a problem for them. Kim pushed the Sword Lord away and approached the Alchemy Master and asked if she had plans to move. Kim said that her store is quite small, and once this stage is passed, her reputation and value will skyrocket, and therefore she will have to cope with the influx of orders. The Master of Alchemy nervously replied that she had thought about expanding a little, but the prices for real estate on the ground floor were too high, but the Countess showed her the contract and promised to pay. Kim immediately rejected this idea and told the Alchemy Master to under no circumstances sign this contract. Kim clapped his hands and said that he would give her a place and even pay for the move and new interior. The Alchemy Master was delighted and asked if it was true. Kim confirmed this and said that since he owns the 20th floor, he will allocate a good area for her. In return, Kim asked only to focus on the production of those medicines and potions that he asked for. The Alchemy Master immediately hit her chest and exclaimed that she agreed. Suddenly, a disgruntled Medicine King appeared behind them. He started shouting that his store was already so old that there was even a strange smell. He casually said that it would be great if there was a generous young man for him who would provide him with a place with normal air circulation, and even an area of 30,000 square meters. Marcus pulled the Medicine King aside and apologized for his friend's misbehavior. However, the Drug King began to shout irritably that Marcus was hindering his friend's business expansion instead of helping. He also shouted that the master of alchemy was no match for him. The heroes looked at this awkwardly and breathed out a sigh of relief. Then we are transported to the village. Many hunters shouted and asked the alchemy master to sell them the medicine. Kreta spoke into a megaphone for them to line up to make the potion. She also told them to go to the Heavenly Martial Clan's headquarters on the 22nd floor. The members of the Heavenly Martial Clan also shouted at the hunters to remain calm and not jump to the front of the line. The poisonous snake told the Medicine King that they have a ton of clients. However, the Medicine King shouted that the poisonous snake should not rush him, but rather said thank you that the best doctor of the Heavenly Martial Clan was helping them vaccinate in the first place. The Black Witch, meanwhile, said that it was really impressive. She opened the tower panel and said that their clearing of the Sky Demon Chronicles with a great ending played a big role in all this. Besides, all the other hunters were literally inflamed, as they did not want to be left behind. The Black Witch looked at the list of floors and said that clearing the tower was moving much faster thanks to this. She turned around and told Kim that if this continued, they would be able to reach the 30th floor before next month. Suddenly something happened and we see a dark aura. The Holy Knight died because she was crushed by something. The Countess was also dead. The tower reported that the raid on the 25th floor had failed. The Holy Knight and the Countess lay not far from each other. The tower then reiterated that the raid on the 25th floor had failed. We then see someone holding a book that describes the history of Somovin Academy. Somovin Academy is a magical academy with a long history. Every other book about academies explores things like friendship, rivalry, love, and jealousy. This book could very well be one of them, if it were not for the artifact sealed under the academy, powerful enough to doom the entire world to death. Reason, a reincarnated student steals the prince's fiancée from the villainess. The angry villainess breaks the seal from the artifact, freeing the great demon, thereby dooming the world to destruction. The head of the Black Dragon asked in shock if both the Countess and the Holy Knight had failed. She exclaimed that this cannot be, because these two work perfectly together. The librarian closed the book and said it was a shame. All the hunters were shocked, and the librarian said that the milk had already spilled. He said there was no point in lamenting a failed raid that had already happened. At that moment, Kim's sword began to shine. The librarian asked that they not misunderstand him. He winked at them and said that perhaps they could still bring the milk back. After a while, Kim stood leaning on the sink and looking in the mirror. Kim, looking in the mirror, said that he doesn't even read novels, but you can't leave the Holy Knight and Countess to die, and besides, the librarian is egging him on, so Kim just has to go there. The Sword Lord, crossing his arms, told Kim to simply refuse to go and go to another raid. Kim, taking out a sword that was shining, said that he did not think that everything was so simple. Putting the blade of the sword to his throat, Kim said that the blade reacted here even before the Book of Revelations was sealed, and therefore there may be a sister sword in this world. Shiny agreed with Kim's guess. The Lord of the Sword smiled and said that Kim had not read Mirima's stories before and still did a great job, so everything would be fine. Kim immediately stabbed himself in the throat with his sword. We flash forward to see who Kim raised his hand and said he would lead the cleanup. The Countess and the Holy Knight looked at each other. The Holy Knight said she didn't think Kim knew much about romance. Kim scratched his head and said that he really didn't know much. The Holy Knight came close to him and asked if he really admits this, but still wants to lead the cleanup. Kim was surprised because he realized that she seemed to take romance too seriously, but Kim really didn't want to take her with him because of his recent failure. Kim told her that he really wanted this, but at the same time he decided that he would not give in. Clenching his hand into a fist, Kim said that based on the genre, it would really be better for someone next in the novel to take on this task. But according to Kim, the Holy Knight should know that Kim had not read Miriam's stories, but did an excellent job with Chronicles of the Sky Demon. The Holy Knight wanted to counter something, but Kim said that he, moreover, had a bad feeling about this level. Kim shocked the head of the Black Dragon and Marcus, who seemed to have realized everything. Suddenly, the Black Witch extended her hand and said that she didn't think it was all that important, because Kim had proven his abilities countless times. Marcus also joined and told the King of Death to do as he sees fit, because he knows his business. Kim thought that this was great, because he was supported by the first and second ranks. Kim clapped his hands and said that he had decided on the team that would go with him. He joyfully exclaimed that he was taking only the best of the best with him and there was no need to hate him if he didn't choose them. At this moment, the Black Witch standing behind asked Kim again. Kim turned around. The Black Witch, placing her hand on his shoulder, said that this would be her first novel, but she believed that she would fit perfectly into this atmosphere. She said it's just her aesthetic, and she can confidently say that she's an expert in romance. She also added that since Kim said about the best of the best, it means it's about her. Kim thought she was a little strange. Suddenly, the Holy Knight also smiled strangely and said that the Black Witch was deeply mistaken. According to the Holy Knight, romance and fantasy are very different things because romance is comparable to macarons, while fantasy is a whole chocolate mousse cake. Lady Holy Knight told Kim that she really believed that Kim should take an expert like her with him. She also seemed strange to Kim because she generally speaks in metaphors. Suddenly the Countess asked if love is not a synonym for the word money. She exclaimed that it is always more pleasant to date a rich man than a poor one. According to her, love equals power and power is money. She pointed her fan at Kim and exclaimed that he could safely take her. Kim wondered who suggested this nonsense to her in the first place. Kim found himself in a difficult situation. Kim shocked the three of them by suddenly choosing a heretic inquisitor. They turned around in shock and looked at the heretic inquisitor. The poisonous snake even spat out the tea he was drinking, and the heretic inquisitor was pleasantly surprised. He raised his hand and joyfully agreed, saying that if this was Kim's will, then he would gladly fulfill it. The Black Witch got angry and asked Kim if he had lost his mind. She looked angrily at Kim and quietly told him that the heretic inquisitor was generally an amoeba in emotional terms and, moreover, a real psychopath or at least a sociopath. She asked Kim why he would take someone like him into the romance genre. Kim replied that he didn't know much about novels, but there was only one thing that was important about them. The Black Witch looked questioningly at Kim. Kim replied that appearance is important in novels, and the heretical inquisitor has the right appearance. They both looked at the heretic inquisitor, who was glowing with joy. The Black Witch immediately understood everything and agreed with Kim. Kim said that the heretic inquisitor uses divine magic, so he is ideal for fighting demons. Besides, he listens to Kim. However, Kim thought that the most important thing is that the heretic inquisitor always says what he thinks, so there is not such a big difference between his deed and his word, and in the novel this is only a plus. At this moment the librarian laughed. He said that they had an original duet. He exclaimed that he was looking forward to their outcome. He pointed a book at them, which glowed pink, and began to talk about the season of love when everyone praises it. He also said that love transcends status, blood, and nationality. Then he added that perhaps this is the reason why love is such a difficult thing. According to him, love is, first of all, about actions and moods, but many focus only on the very idea of romance. Opening the book, the librarian asked whether it was romantic reality or realistic romance. He said that he would have to give them especially generous gifts because they were going to stand between two hearts. 3 pink panels appeared in front of Kim. The librarian said that in the Heavenly Demon Chronicle, Kim had reached all the way to the hidden scene, although he had yet to receive the reward for this hidden scene. The librarian decided to give the reward to Kim right now. The cards had strange names and Kim indignantly asked what they even said. The librarian smiled and said that all this would be very useful in the novel, and therefore Kim could consider this to be his Trojan horse. Suddenly a pink aura appeared around them and the movement began. The librarian said that Kim could check the last gift in the Book of Revelations. The librarian's book began to glow even brighter, and he, turning to Kim and the heretic inquisitor, appointed them as characters in the history of the Somovan Academy. Before the heroes were transported, the librarian said that when they open their eyes, they will already be in place 7 days before the largest tragedy at the academy. The librarian raised his hand and said he hoped they could achieve a great ending. He also called them young lady and servant. Kim was shocked and wanted to ask a question. However, they were immediately transported to another world. Some woman called the heretic inquisitor an ill-mannered wench. It turned out that someone had slapped him. Kim was shocked. He realized that he was a servant and the heretic inquisitor was a young lady. We see the events that took place shortly before. The heretic inquisitor fell to the floor, and in front of him stood a woman in a blue dress. The heretic inquisitor, holding his cheek with a smile, asked this woman about what she told him. This woman in a blue dress and gray hair called the heretic inquisitor an ill-mannered girl. Kim was shocked. Then the heretic inquisitor asked her what he had done to him and why she was beating him. However, the woman immediately hit him again. They were at a banquet for the nobility. The woman in the blue dress asked the inquisitor how dare she act as if nothing had happened. She also asked if the inquisitor was laughing at her. Kim realized that this was the same villain, judging by the memories of the countess and the holy knight about the attempt to clear this place. Kim began to reason that in this empire, where magic and alchemy are developed, she is the daughter of a duke, who is in second place in influence after the imperial family. Kim also remembered that the apocalypse will come in 7 days, and the cause will be a reincarnated student who will leave the prince's fiancé from the villainess. The woman in the blue dress began to call the guards and they ran up to their mistress. She pointed at Kim and the heretic and exclaimed that she did not want to see this in the palace, and therefore ordered them to be thrown out immediately. Suddenly the heretic said that the girl was apparently unwell, and therefore offered to help her. Suddenly the girl felt even worse, so the heretic inquisitor asked if she should take her to the doctor. However, the girl was very embarrassed. She shouted for the guards to take them out of sight. The guards immediately took them somewhere, saying that it was better for them to go with them. While the guards were leading the heroes somewhere, Kim indignantly asked them where they were taking them. The guards threw the heroes somewhere into the dungeon. Kim was shocked and shouted after the guards. The door closed, and the heretic inquisitor, laughing, said that Kim was also now a servant, and this was bad. But the heretic inquisitor seems to be the main character. It was dark outside the window, only the moon illuminated the dungeon. The heretic said that he couldn't even believe it. Looking at himself, the heretic inquisitor said that in his youth he often dressed up as a girl, but he definitely did not expect to be given the role of the main character, because this, according to him, happens only once in a lifetime. Kim said dissatisfiedly that he would like to have the same optimism as the heretic inquisitor. The heretic inquisitor began to encourage Kim to think in a positive way. Suddenly, the heretic inquisitor clasped his hands together and used a divine spell to transform. He asked Kim what he thought. The hero turned around in surprise. Kim immediately noticed the difference in the heretic inquisitor's voice. The inquisitor replied that he had tightened his vocal cords a little. He asked if his voice now sounded more like a woman's. Kim said in surprise that it's a miracle, because this is the voice of a real aristocrat, but now all that remains is to improve her vocabulary to match her status. The heretic inquisitor thanked him. Kim thought with a smile that they, of course, did not expect that they would get the main character and her servant. But Kim believes that they will sort it out anyway. The heretic inquisitor said that Kim had finally relaxed. Kim thought that they could handle it, because they had Kim's regression skill and the divine spells of the heretic inquisitor. Kim asked the heretic inquisitor about what he said. The heretic inquisitor replied that after Kim returned from the Sky Demon Chronicles, he walked around gloomy all the time. The heretic inquisitor said that it was written on Kim's face that this was natural, because Kim still lost his beloved master. The heretic inquisitor admitted that he was worried about their mission and that Kim would not be able to play his role properly due to his depressed mood, but apparently he was worrying in vain. Kim suddenly asked if the heretic inquisitor could really read the feelings of others from just one facial expression. The heretic inquisitor confirmed this and said that he did not know what depression felt like, but he knew how it worked. He began to tell Kim that any mechanism will creak if resin from lubricant accumulates in it. Stress is the very resin for a person. According to the heretic inquisitor, if a person is left alone for a long time, tar will settle on the heart, so you need to carefully monitor this. Kim wondered if the heretic inquisitor had really described the structure of the human heart in such a unique way. Kim thought that the heretic inquisitor was, of course, a psychopath, but quite unique. Suddenly the heretic inquisitor, putting his finger to his cheek, said that there was something strange here. Kim asked him about it. Then the heretic inquisitor asked if they were locked up simply because they could. Kim confirmed this. The heretic inquisitor exclaimed that she was glad that she and Kim understood each other well. The heretic inquisitor then said that usually in such a situation, a person with authority would place guards over the prisoners. Suddenly the heretic inquisitor said that he could not sense anyone outside their door. But outside the window, very much so. At that moment, they were attacked by ninjas who cut down the beams on the window. The head of these thugs exclaimed that they could kill the servant if he rocked the boat, but they couldn't touch the girl. Kim immediately reached for his sword, turning to the goddess of protection. He repelled the enemy's attack. Kim suddenly gave her a signal and she beamed right in front of one of the thugs. Thanks to this, Kim managed to kill the enemy. However, the heretic inquisitor exclaimed that they could not kill them all because they needed to find out who was behind it, and therefore he said that they should leave at least one. After some time, the three enemies were tied up. One of them asked in shock if she was not an ordinary aristocrat. The heretic inquisitor leaned over and happily said that he would give them 3 things to choose from. He said that the first option is that they can ask for death and receive it. The heretic inquisitor terrified them by saying that the second option was that he would extract all the necessary information from them through torture. And finally, the third option, they themselves will provide all the information to him in exchange for life. Suddenly one of them called the inquisitor a heretic and told him to better kill him. The heretic inquisitor immediately and joyfully killed him. One of the remaining enemies began to scream. The heretic inquisitor crouched before him and asked him what he would choose. The enemies began to tearfully beg for the heretic inquisitor to spare them, because they were simply doing what they were ordered. The heretic inquisitor asked them to tell more details. Then he immediately took out an iron thread and asked if the enemy had changed his mind, because in that case the heretic inquisitor could help him decide. However, the thug began to scream and beg that the heretic inquisitor would not touch him. Kim immediately intervened and grabbed the heretic inquisitor by the shoulder and began shouting that they didn't need all this. Kim understood that at this rate they would not have romance, but a thriller. Kim crouched down in front of one of the enemies and ordered him to answer the question. Kim began to say that they somehow climbed into the barred window too easily. The hero asked if they saw through these bars in advance since they knew who they were holding here. Kim opened the character window and saw their thoughts that they only knew that there would be a girl here and that she was their main target. The second assassin thought that those people claimed that this was an ordinary lady and deceived them. Kim realized that they knew in advance that the heroes would be here. Kim suddenly recalled that the assassin said that they could kill the servant, but they could not touch the girl. Then Kim asked if they really had to kidnap her. The assassins began to answer something uncertainly, but Kim saw that they had been hired to kidnap the girl. The second assassin thought that the customer said that the girl should not be touched, so the four of them came so that there would be fewer problems. Kim stood up and said that he thought he knew who the customer was. At this time, the heretic inquisitor was wiping the blood from his face. The heretic inquisitor asked in surprise whether Kim had already understood. The hero confirmed this. Kim, looking at the sawed-off grate, said that this was someone with enough strength to lead 4 assassins into the academy. According to Kim, given her security system, this is almost impossible unless that someone is aware of the loopholes. Kim reminded the heretic inquisitor that the villainess was screaming for them to be escorted out. However, she did not specify where exactly, but they were taken to where they prepared everything for the attack. The heretic inquisitor exclaimed that he understood, and this means that this quartet was hired by a villain. However, suddenly the heretic inquisitor smiled and asked if everything was not too obvious. He asked Kim not to forget that he is still the main character, an aristocrat who has won the favor of the crown prince himself. Meanwhile, someone was already at the door. The heretic inquisitor asked if the villainess was simply taking him and bringing him here, or he was attacked. The heretic inquisitor asked if her very participation in this would not cause her problems, even though she was the daughter of a duke. Then he said that this meant that the villain had nothing to do with it. As someone reached for the doorknob to open it, the heretic inquisitor said that this was the work of someone who wanted to make her look guilty, and also one who valued the heretic inquisitor enough to ask that she not harm him in any way. Suddenly the prince burst into the room and, shouting Sylvia's name, hugged the heretic inquisitor. He hugged Sylvia and said that everything was fine and he had come for her. It was the crown prince, the male protagonist. Kim looked at it calmly, his gaze completely emotionless. We are then told that in the last year only 2 ladies have been given a name by the emperor. Sylvia Ivina is a golden flower blooming in a garden of yellow flowers. From now on people will call her Lady Golden Flower. She is the main character in this story. There is also Lavielle Evancia, a jeweled flower with its head held high, surrounded by a silvery glow. From now on people will call her Lady Silver Lily. She is the villain of this apocalypse. Of all the names given to young noblewomen during their coming-of-age ceremonies, these were the 2 on everyone's lips. And considering that these 2 ladies also studied at the same academy, a storm would inevitably break out within its walls. Kim watched as the crown prince hugged Sylvia, that is, the heretic inquisitor. Suddenly the crown prince turned around and looked at Kim. The hero wondered with disgust whether the crown prince was too impulsive for a crown prince. The crown prince asked if Kim was still alive. The hero, holding back his anger, wondered what was wrong with the crown prince because he was getting on Kim's nerves. Kim replied that he was safe and sound and also thanked him for asking. The crown prince arrogantly said that Kim was lucky. Kim, barely restraining his anger, said that he was just an insignificant servant and this was not luck, but entirely the mercy of the crown prince. The crown prince was shocked because Kim, having said this, seemed to ask whether this was the work of the crown prince. However, the crown prince suddenly smiled and asked Kim not to exaggerate. The crown prince asked if Kim didn't think that everything in the world happens by the grace of the crown prince. He said that Kim not only saved his life, but also defended Sylvia's honor by repelling the attack of the assassins. He also added that Kim was indeed very lucky, but he still expressed gratitude to Kim. Kim clenched his fist in anger. After all, the crown prince also belittles Kim's merits, calling them luck. Kim thought that he didn't really believe it, but wondered if the crown prince was jealous. Suddenly Kim's skill activated. He began to say that Lady Golden Flower is his mistress. He said he was born to serve her. He also added that this is not luck, but providence, because this is the function of a defender. Kim was shocked and wondered what he was talking about, his lips moving on their own. Kim decided that he must have gone crazy because the servant swaggered in front of the crown prince himself. Kim tried to close his mouth, but continued to say that he was just a tool fulfilling his purpose. The tower reported that it was synchronizing with the character. Kim finally covered his mouth with his hand and fell silent. The crown prince said that baron-level aristocrats seem to choose servants based on their tongue-lashing skills. He said that His Majesty would definitely not like this state of affairs. Kim understood that it was very bad that the crown prince continued to provoke Kim, or rather his character, even more. Kim tried to shut his mouth, but he apologized and said that His Majesty's will is the law. Kim suddenly remembered the scene in which the servant countess said that she was ready to give her life for her mistress. The countess and Lady Holy Night then embraced while the fire raged behind them. Kim exclaimed indignantly that they had a demon raging there, and he found time to hug and be nice to each other. He wondered why they behaved this way. The tower reported that it was synchronizing with the character. Current sync threshold, 2%. Suddenly the crown prince exclaimed that he would thoroughly investigate what had happened and find out the truth. Kim understood why the Holy Knight and Countess failed. Kim said no one deserves more trust than the Crown Prince. He humbly asked the Crown Prince to find the culprits and punish them according to their crimes as a warning to others. The Crown Prince, hugging Sylvia, said that Lady Sylvia seemed to be in slight shock. According to him, in addition, there could still be more assassins here, and therefore he will take care of her. Kim bowed, apologizing for his insolence, but said that he believed that Lady Sylvia should be taken to where she would be most calm and comfortable because only in this way could she rest properly. Kim irritably wondered where his tongue was taking him. Kim also said that he believed that the young mistress's chambers were best suited for this purpose. The prince asked if Kim really wanted to say that she would be uneasy with her. The system reported that synchronization had reached 3%. Kim was shocked and asked himself to stop. The Sword Lord asked Kim in shock what he was doing. Kim addressed him respectfully. Then the Lord of the Sword asked if Kim had gone crazy. The hero asked the Lord of the Sword to do something already because Kim was talking some nonsense. He asked the ghost to do anything and get him out of here. The Lord of the Sword smiled slyly and said that he would help. Suddenly the Lord of the Sword said in Kim's ear that Kim was turning back the zombies from the poisonous snake, but in fact, Kim only needed a reason to repeat after him. He said Kim does the same disgusting things as the protagonist. Kim's gaze suddenly became serious and he said that the Lord of the Sword may not continue because Kim has returned. Suddenly the heretic Inquisitor came out of the Crown Prince's arms and the Crown Prince asked Sylvia if something was wrong. Suddenly Sylvia pushed herself away from the Crown Prince. She said it was very interesting. Sylvia said she just felt something new, something she had never felt before. She made the Crown Prince blush by saying that her heart was fluttering and it was simply incredible. Kim and the Sword Lord looked at this skeptically. Suddenly the heretic Inquisitor approached the Crown Prince and grabbed him and said that the owner of this body seemed to really like him. The Crown Prince blushed deeply and asked if she was serious. He wanted to hug her again, but she slipped away from his embrace. Kim took Sylvia's hand and invited her to return to her room. He said she needed to get herself in order by tomorrow. At that moment, he thought that he should not forget that they were not just actors in a melodrama. They have a purpose. They must clear this level. Sylvia then thanked the Crown Prince for worrying about her, but said that she really should go back to her place. She wished him well and left with his permission. The Crown Prince extended his hand and shouted after her, and so the heroes left the dungeon. Kim said this complicates things. He added, stunned, that he didn't even think that there would be such a pitfall in the form of synchronization. He said his character seemed jealous when he saw the heretic Inquisitor in the arms of the Crown Prince. The heretic Inquisitor chuckled and said that this was unexpected. He then asked the King of Death what his synchronization threshold was. Kim, holding his head, said that 3% was displayed and it was very fast. He barely had time to take action. The heretic Inquisitor said that he instantly had 10%. Kim was shocked and asked the heretic Inquisitor about what he said. At the same time, Kim wondered if the heretic Inquisitor had only been in the prince's arms for a couple of seconds and his threshold had risen to 10%. Kim, reaching for his knife, thought that everything was even worse than he thought. He looked down sadly. Then the hero suddenly said that this wouldn't work and they needed to do something about it. While that woman in a blue dress was walking towards them, Kim said that they needed a safe word, something that will bring them to their senses no matter what. Kim said that, for example, he would tell her the word peach and she would answer him the word carrot. The heretic Inquisitor exclaimed that this was a secret code understood only by the two of them. He agreed and asked about what words they would choose, but suddenly he turned around. He saw that girl in a blue dress coming towards them, and she was accompanied by guards. They saw this girl with gray hair and red eyes, whose name is Lavielle. The heretic Inquisitor, realizing something, turned to the King of Death. He stomped his foot and said that he seemed to hate that girl. Kim looked in surprise at the heretic Inquisitor, who said that he was very interested in something. He put a smile on his face and said that he was wondering what expression he had on his face right now. Kim was shocked, because synchronization with the character immediately started and Kim's synchronization threshold reached 4%. Then we flash forward to the first cliché of the romance genre: any male character around the heroine is suspicious. The second romantic cliché of the romantic genre: the most ordinary man is extraordinary. We are transported to reality and see that Kim and the heretic Inquisitor in the guise of Sylvia met with Lavielle. Kim heard the heretic Inquisitor chuckle and wondered why he was doing this. Kim decided that he needed to talk some sense into it. Kim turned to the inspector. However, suddenly Lavielle interrupted Kim and turned to the Inquisitor, calling him Lady Golden Flower. Sylvia replied that she saw that Lavielle was already in perfect order. Kim was scared, but at the same time glad, because he did not have time to call the heretic Inquisitor by his real name. The heretic Inquisitor looked at Lavielle with a smile. Lavielle said that she had heard rumors that Sylvia was attacked, but as expected from someone who grew up in the wilderness, she is as tenacious as the weeds there. The heretic Inquisitor touched his lip with a finger and smiled. Lavielle said that Sylvia doesn't even care about assassins. Sylvia asked if Lavielle had come all this way at such a late hour because she was worried about her. She exclaimed that it was such an honor that so much effort was spent on such a simpleton like her. She also said that everyone cares so much about her, even royalty. Sylvia's words imply that she is being looked after by the crown prince himself. Kim understood this. He also understood that Sylvia was asking Lavielle if she was behind the hiring of these assassins. Kim nervously looked away. Lavielle said that ordinary people are distinguished not only by their origin, but also by their way of thinking. She added that Sylvia would do well to learn how to behave in the presence of an aristocrat. Kim wondered why Lavielle was provoking Sylvia. The heretic inquisitor asked whether that blow to the cheek in front of the entire high society was also part of the norms of behavior for an aristocrat. Suddenly Sylvia exclaimed that if Lavielle didn't mind, she would take a couple of lessons from her in such good manners. Kim wanted the heretic inquisitor to stop. However, the heretic inquisitor continued to shout that Lavielle was such an expert in beating people, and therefore she probably had something to learn from her. The servants began to shout that Lady Goldenflower was crossing the line. The red-haired servant Lavielle asked the question about how this simpleton from the outskirts dares to speak such rude words. Suddenly Kim stood in front of Lavielle and sincerely apologized for both of them. Kim, coming closer to Lavielle, said that his mistress was still in shock after that heinous attack and she just needed rest. Kim added that she was right, only that the time was indeed later. Kim, bowing, said that he believed that all misunderstandings between them would be better resolved tomorrow morning. However, Lavielle looked at him calmly. Lavielle's servants wanted to yell at Kim and ask him who he was to stand in their mistress's way, but she gave them a sign to stop. The heretic inquisitor looked out from behind Kim and asked the Lady Silverflower what she was talking about. Suddenly Kim grabbed the hand of the heretic inquisitor and asked him not to say another word. He began to lead the heretic inquisitor aside, but he continued to shout that he had not finished speaking with that lady. However, Kim replied that they would talk tomorrow when she felt better. Kim walked away, realizing that they couldn't let the synchronization take over them any further. Kim then walked over and addressed Lady Silver Lily. Lavielle asked him what was the matter. He said that he always admired how personable the servants of the ducal family behaved. According to him, he had just once again become convinced of their greatness in comparison with non-entities like him. Kim bowed and said that thanks to them, he had learned a lot. He asked permission to pay respects to her, despite his low status. Kim grabbed Sylvia's hand again and said that now they really had to go. And so Kim left, taking the heretic inquisitor with him. When they walked outside, Kim was trying to catch his breath. Kim turned to the heretic inquisitor in shock and asked if he had come to his senses. Kim grabbed his face, and the stunned heretic inquisitor asked Kim what he was saying. After this, we are transported to the female dormitory of Somovin Academy. Kim closed the door and exclaimed that they urgently needed safe phrases. The heretic inquisitor did not understand and asked Kim about safe phrases. Kim suddenly said that no matter how you look at it, it's all wrong, because they also came to the women's dormitory. Kim exclaimed that this could not continue. The heretic inquisitor took his head and asked Kim about where to go, and then asked about what they would choose. Kim suddenly approached the heretic inquisitor and took him by the face. Kim said that when spring comes, magnolia trees wither. Kim said that he would say, when spring comes, and the heretic inquisitor continues, the magnolias wither. The hero said that this would be a stop phrase, a kind of request to come to your senses. Kim decided to try it and asked the heretic inquisitor when spring comes. The heretic inquisitor simply said about magnolias. Kim decided to try again and said, when spring comes. The heretic inquisitor exclaimed that the magnolias were withering away. Kim thought that the heretic inquisitor was smart. The heretic inquisitor exclaimed that he had come to his senses. The heretic inquisitor thanked him and said that so much had happened today that his head was already spinning. Kim asked the heretic inquisitor about a cup of relaxing tea and he replied that he would be happy to do so. Kim walked up to the kitchen and was surprised that in the dorm everyone had their own personal kitchen. At the same time, Kim thought that this was not all, because you couldn't relax on such a task. Kim a mug and a teapot. The hero wondered how to make the perfect tea for the golden flower lady. First, you need to prepare a teapot and an elegant cup. You need to use different teapots for brewing and serving. You need to brew tea and pour it into a cup, adding a little milk and a teaspoon of honey. Kim suddenly became angry and wondered what was wrong with him. Synchronization with the character has begun. Kim wondered what this trembling feeling was, because he simply put a spoonful of honey in his tea. Kim got angry and poured a large amount of salt into the tea. He wondered why he called Sylvia a beloved lady and where this came from in his head. Kim thought that he could not allow this because he had come such a long way, clearing the floors, but here for the first time he felt like he was losing himself. Kim served the heretic inquisitor tea and told him to enjoy it. The heretic inquisitor was surprised when he tried the tea. He exclaimed that this tea had a unique taste. Kim asked if something was wrong. The heretic inquisitor said that if his taste buds do not fail him, then it is salt. Kim replied that this is exactly what tea tastes like. The heretic inquisitor looked at this strange multicolored liquid and asked if it was tea, because he didn't even smell it but thought it was just salt water. Kim ordered him to shut up and drink. The heretic inquisitor thanked Kim for the drink and continued drinking it. Having finished everything and showing the empty cup to Kim, the heretic inquisitor exclaimed that it was very salty. Kim confirmed this, but said that it helps to sober up from rosy thoughts. The heretic inquisitor asked Kim what he planned to do next, but the hero, sitting down on a chair, said that he would see. Kim thought that this villain would destroy the world, the bride of the crown prince, Lady Silverflower. When her fiancé chooses a golden flower over her lady, her world will be destroyed due to her lover's betrayal. Kim wondered if the reason for the fall of this world was jealousy. Kim suggested that the heretic inquisitor bring the prince and the villain together, or force her to stop loving the prince. Kim showed 2 fingers and said that you need to choose one of the 2. The heretic inquisitor asked if Kim had a plan. Kim thought that, of course, he had never had a girlfriend, but isn't it easier to destroy feelings than to make them blossom? The heretic inquisitor said that it would be easier to work through Lady Silver Lily so that she would stop loving the prince. The heretic inquisitor asked if Kim had any ideas on how to do this. Kim suddenly waved his hand and exclaimed that there was. Kim also revealed that the more the heretic inquisitor plays the lady and Kim the servant, the more in sync they become with the characters. Kim used the call and something black appeared in front of them, but Kim asked what if they did not do this. The hero suggested that synchronization would stop and maybe even drop. Kim snapped his finger. A dissatisfied summer spirit appeared before them. Kim suggested becoming a lousy servant and a bad girl. The third cliché of the romantic genre, from hatred to love there is one step. Hatred is like lightning, and love is like thunder. If sparks of hatred hover between people, then the thunder of love is coming. We see that the academy students are going somewhere. The girls discussed their sleep and whether they got enough sleep. They walked and smiled, saying that they would discuss their dreams over breakfast. Meanwhile, Lady Goldenflower was watching them. They suddenly noticed her and asked how she slept. Kim and Lady Goldenflower changed their clothes. The heretic inquisitor replied that he had trouble sleeping. He suddenly approached her and, holding his glasses, began to tell her that she almost died yesterday because of that attack, and therefore did not sleep a wink at all. Sylvia asked irritably whether this girl still dared to ask her about how she slept. Sylvia, taking off her glasses, said that if this girl likes to sleep so much, then she can arrange it. The heretic inquisitor asked her what kind of sleep she preferred, short or eternal. Lady White Orchid suddenly fell to the floor in a daze. Another girl started shouting that such jokes were too much. However, Sylvia, throwing away her glasses, said that she had only answered her tactless question. The heretic inquisitor then approached the red-haired girl and asked if her head was so red because her brain was leaking. He also struck her down, saying that judging by her intelligence, even more brain loss would be fatal for her. Sylvia told the Death King who was standing behind that he was the best. The heretic inquisitor exclaimed that the growth of synchronization had indeed been stopped. We are transported back to the moment when Kim offered to become a lousy servant and a bad girl. Kim said he would get a lesson in rebellion from the world's worst bully. The heretic inquisitor said that he would pursue this wisdom with all diligence. Kim thought it was super effective and bowed to Sylvia, thanking her for the compliment. The heretic inquisitor exclaimed that this was a very reliable plan and from now on he would follow his every word. Then suddenly the heretic inquisitor looked down and asked if Kim had really stepped on his foot to prevent the synchronization threshold from rising. Kim replied that it was his responsibility as a lousy servant. The people around looked at her disapprovingly and said that Lady Goldenflower had gone crazy. They started discussing how she had become a different person after yesterday's attack. They also said that the young man and 2 ladies who bravely went to find out if the rumors were true had not yet returned. It was rumored that the servant had put something in Sylvia's tea. Suddenly the servants began to shout to Sylvia that with her behavior she was staining the honor of their master, but they could not turn a blind eye to what was happening in the name of the noble house they serve. The servant pointed at Kim and challenged him to a duel. He swore that he would deal with Kim for the glory of Baron Calson. Kim thought about how stressful life is at gunpoint. Sylvia suggested resolving the issue peacefully. However, Kim suddenly stepped on her foot, thereby telling her to stop. Kim told the heretic inquisitor that she was a bad girl and should behave as such until the very end. He advised him to resist everything he was tempted to do and give free rein to the spirit of rebellion. The heretic inquisitor said that Kim was right and therefore asked what he should tell them then. One of the servants fearfully asked them what they were whispering about. Suddenly the heretic inquisitor exclaimed that they could fight if they wanted to get from his servant. However, each one gets 5 gold for 1 battle. The servants were shocked. The heretic inquisitor said that the servants are the property of the family and he is not going to just throw away his property. Kim was shocked that they were demanding money for the sacred rule of dueling. The servants reached for the wallet, although they did not want to. The heretic inquisitor asked if their resolve was really worth less than 5 gold pieces. The servants said that they would only have silver, but the heretic inquisitor exclaimed that all types of payment were accepted. Kim, starting to warm up, thought that like the master, so is his servant. He decided it was time to show the fruits of his training. The servant came up to throw a coin into the box, and in the meantime Kim asked permission to ask a strange question. Kim, straightening his hair, asked if anyone present had been hungry for a week. Some time passes and we see the crown prince running towards them and hearing screams. He asked Sylvia what was going on here. He exclaimed that he had heard rumors, but he thought they were just gossip. The crown prince asked if she really arranged fights with her classmates. Suddenly he turned to Kim and asked him what he was doing. According to him, if his mistress is not herself, Kim needs to make every effort to help her recover. He asked Kim about the purpose of this circus show with a sword, since Kim was already a low-grade servant and had completely failed even in this field. Kim asked the crown prince to forgive him, and then he said that the only one who can reprimand him is his mistress. According to him, if she thinks he can't handle it, he'll leave immediately, but if not, he'll stay with her as a loyal servant. The crown prince was furious and asked Kim how he dared behave so shamelessly after everything he had done here. Then the crown prince approached Sylvia and sighed and said that he had told her so many times to get rid of this pathetic servant. He said that the imperial family had many trained eunuchs who would become excellent servants. The prince said that he would talk to the emperor so that Sylvia could be given one. The girls sitting nearby were delighted. They wondered what was going on, because the crown prince's bride was Lady Silver Lily. One of the girls said that she had heard rumors that the emperor himself favored the golden flower lady more. They suddenly looked at it with emotion and continued giggling. The crown prince took Sylvia's hand and asked her what she would say. Kim was nervous because he understood that this was a dangerous moment. He wondered what would prevail, the love of the protagonist, the lady of the golden flower, or the heretic inquisitor's own ego playing the bad girl. The crown prince wholeheartedly recommended that she agree. Sylvia turned to the prince. She caught him off guard by asking him what kind of strange perfume he was wearing. She pulled her hand back and, apologizing, said that it was some kind of painfully familiar smell. She walked away from him and turned around to ask if he really hadn't found out who was behind yesterday's attack by the assassins. The crown prince became nervous and replied that the investigation was still ongoing. Sylvia hugged Kim's hand and said that if it weren't for her servant, she would have been in huge trouble yesterday. Sylvia recommended that the crown prince respect her servant if she was truly dear to him. She said that she trusted her servant more than anyone. The crown prince was angry because this made him jealous. Kim was embarrassed because the heretic inquisitor began to laugh strangely. Everyone was shocked, including the crown prince. He felt awkward and said that she was laughing strangely and her voice sounded different. Like a chick, Sylvia replied that this was her most sincere laugh. Kim was shocked because the crown prince started talking about how he found another charming feature in Sylvia today. The Lord of the Sword asked Kim if something was not going according to plan. The crown prince clasped his hands and said that Sylvia is like a kaleidoscope because every time she shines even more beautiful. According to him, the manner of laughing is not inherent from birth, and therefore he is also going to change his own. The Lord of the Sword asked if Kim was saying that it was easier to destroy feelings than to make them bloom. The crown prince and Sylvia began to laugh strangely together. Kim wondered, stunned, what was so great about love. The Sword Lord said that it was immediately obvious that he was a loner who had never met anyone. According to the Lord of the Sword, love is evil and multifaceted. He added that you can't just destroy someone's feelings at will, and the prince's love is just one of those, although the plan with the bad girl was good. Kim walked and wondered why the Sword Lord's words sounded so mature. Kim tesked and wondered if he was jealous because he had never dated. Kim realized that this hurt Kim's pride. Suddenly Kim stood in front of Sylvia and reminded her that, as my lady said, she trusted him more than anyone. The crown prince was dissatisfied because Kim began to talk about how the crown prince is a noble man and is very far from the realities of the lady, while he, being rootless, is always nearby. Kim decided to see what the crown prince's love would say to this. The girls watched this with interest, and the Lord of the Sword was angry and exclaimed that Kim really didn't know anything about love. The crown prince was furious. However, suddenly he sat down on his knee and, taking Sylvia by the hand, asked if Kim was proud that she could hang around the lady because he was her servant. The prince said that unlike Kim, he does everything for her because he really cares about her. Kim was shocked because he never expected this. The girls watching this began to shout that the crown prince was passionate. Suddenly the two girls fell silent in horror because someone asked them what that noise was. It turned out to be Lady Silver Flower, who saw the crown prince kneel in front of Sylvia. We then see the thoughts of the Silver Flower lady as she thinks about the prince and wonders who will love him the way she does. Who will be as gentle with him as she is? Did he see the same desperate desire in someone's eyes? Have you felt more tender touches? However, Lady Silver Flower decided that he had never felt this way in anyone, and this was her merit. and then she appeared in front of them. The Crown Prince looked at her calmly and said that she seemed to be absent due to illness in the morning, at least that was the reason for her absence. He asked if she was feeling better already. Meanwhile, the girls behind said that the lady's heart is so fickle. However, she scared them just by looking in their direction. Lady Silverflower thanked the prince for his concern and said that she was already feeling well. The Crown Prince said he was glad to hear this because given how often she gets sick, such a moment is worth cherishing. In addition, it's spring now, which makes these moments even more precious because this time is ideal for walks. Kim found it strange that the Crown Prince would communicate with the Duke's daughter like that. Lady Silverflower said it sounded wonderful and said that if the spring breeze increased even for a second, the magnolia petals would instantly fall off. She said she was worried she would be the only one to see their beauty. She asked the Crown Prince if they could go for a walk together since this noisy place did not suit his status. The Crown Prince looked away with displeasure and wanted to ask why he would do this. However, she suddenly interrupted him, saying that Lady Goldenflower could come with them. Kim looked at Sylvia and wondered if it was worth doing this. He understood that Lady Silver Lily and the Crown Prince were dangerous characters, and therefore, simply by being close to each other, they risked synchronizing even more. Kim fearfully wondered what would happen if he and the Heretic Inquisitor merged with their characters even more. Kim understood that this was very dangerous and therefore asked the Heretic Inquisitor what the current synchronization threshold was. The Heretic Inquisitor said that he had 17% synchronization, and Kim understood that if nothing was done, nothing would change. The Crown Prince told Sylvia that there was no need to agree to this. However, the Heretic Inquisitor, meanwhile, said that the synchronization increased by 1% from the prince's speeches. Another percentage was added when they met the eyes of the Silver Lily. As a result, plus 2% compared to yesterday. Kim thought that compared to the series of events yesterday, not much had increased, and therefore they could take a risk. Kim started saying a stop phrase. The Heretic Inquisitor replied that the magnolias were withering away. Kim was happy and smiled. They got dressed and Sylvia exclaimed that since Lady Silver Lily herself had asked, she would gladly accept their offer. Lady Silver Lily turned around and said that Sylvia could follow them quietly. They went somewhere. Lady Silver Lily led them somewhere. The Crown Prince asked if this was where she decided to take a walk. They stood in front of the house and the Crown Prince said that she lived here. Kim was surprised by the influence of the ducal family because he thought that she lived in the dormitory. Lady Silverflower began to go inside and said that the walk was just an excuse. She turned around and said that there were too many people there, which was a little inappropriate for a sincere conversation. Talking about secret matters. The Crown Prince was tense and asked her about secret affairs. Lady Silver Lily confirmed this. She then shocked the Crown Prince by saying that it would be about assassins who dared to invade the private property of aristocrats. According to her, they cannot afford to let this information leak out and sow confusion in the hearts of people. Kim thought that if he understood correctly, the Crown Prince himself was behind the attack of the assassins. The Crown Prince nervously asked if Lady Silver Lily meant to say that she had found out who was behind all this. Kim looked at him and thought about what he might be imagining, but Lady Silver Lily seemed to be holding back so as not to shout out to the prince that she knew everything. The Crown Prince said that even he had not yet realized who the villain was. He asked Lavielle where she got the information. She suddenly said that the Golden Flower Lady's servant gave her a hint. The Crown Prince looked at him in horror. Lavielle said that yesterday, out of emotion, she sent the lady and her servant out of the banquet. Suddenly the Crown Prince was shocked because Lavielle said that she did not name the exact place, and therefore, apparently, one of her servants had their own instructions. Lavielle, standing before the descent, asked if the Crown Prince would deign to go down with her. The Crown Prince was very worried and asked Lavielle where all her personal servants were and where they had gone. Lavielle turned around and asked if this was bothering him. Lavielle added that this was quite expected and once again asked him to follow her, and so they began to go down. The Crown Prince was horrified and Kim suddenly smelled something. Kim smelled blood. They saw 3 servants who were tied to chairs. Lavielle asked the Crown Prince for forgiveness for such an unpleasant sight. Lavielle said that these were the very servants behind the attack on Lady Golden Flower. Kim thought about how her body looked so fragile, as if it might break. Lavielle said that after interrogating these people, it turned out that they launched this attack because they wanted revenge. The Crown Prince asked again in surprise. Kim thought in surprise that even at such a moment she was calm and aloof. Lavielle asked the Crown Prince not to interrupt her. Kim realized that she was like a true villain who would destroy the world in one day. She grabbed one of the servants by the hair and ordered him to behave properly, because before them was His Highness. She told the servant that he and his colleagues had hired assassins to attack Lady Golden Flower. She ordered him to explain their motives to the Crown Prince. The servant began to cry, and Lady Silverflower said that if he spoke the truth, their loved ones would not be harmed. The servant said that Lady Golden Flower, the daughter of a pitiful baron from the outback, dared to seduce His Highness while he had Lavielle, his lawful bride. He explained his actions by saying that he was so angry that he could not do anything, and therefore made an unforgivable mistake. Lavielle then asked if there was anyone else behind the attack. The servant denied this and said that there were 3 of them and they were all here. Kim realized that this was perjury. They lie so that their testimony coincides with her interest in protecting the crown prince, so that no one finds out that the boy decided to be a hero and organized the kidnapping for this. Kim understood that she was doing this in order to protect him, because he would suffer the most if the truth came out. Lady Silverflower handed the shocked crown prince a sword and asked him to personally punish them. He nervously asked about what she meant when she said to punish them. Lady Silverflower bowed and said that they dared to raise their hand to Lady Golden Flower, whom the crown prince was taking care of. According to her, the criminals who invaded the territory of the aristocrats and committed lynching here deserve death. She also added that the crown prince is the light and support of their country, and therefore there is no reason to hesitate. Then Lavielle put pressure on the crown prince by asking if he had his own version of events. Lavielle then placed the sword in the crown prince's hands and pleaded with him, not as a student at the academy, but as a higher authority. She said that he has the right to refuse if he believes that such a punishment does not correspond to their guilt and requires further investigation. But since this is a matter of exceptional importance, she asks the crown prince not to delay and report to the appropriate imperial authorities. Lavielle began to take off her jacket and said that if he still agreed with me, then there was no need to complicate the matter further. She began to roll up her sleeves and at the same time she asked him to carry out the sentence. Kim was suddenly stunned. She held out her hands, which bore multiple marks of cuts. She asked the crown prince to punish her for not keeping an eye on her subordinates. According to her, she is always responsible for her mistakes. The crown prince was horrified. Then we are transported somewhere and see Lady Silver Lily standing in front of her mother's bed. Her mother turned to her dear daughter and said that there was no need to have any illusions. She put her hand on Lavielle's cheek and said that every time Lavielle says to herself, maybe this time, the universe will answer her that not this time. Her mother said that if Lavielle still wanted to succeed, she had to remember something. She said she would have to risk everything to get something in return. Extending her hand, Mother Lavielle added that she would also need to forgive the people who would organize a celebration in honor of her death and allow them to enjoy the feast to their fullest, even if it was based on her sacrifice or the collapse of hopes. She then told Lavielle not to let anyone get in her way. These were the dying words of Mother Lavielle, after which she was cremated. We are transported back to reality. The crown prince looked at Lavielle's hands, looked at Lavielle's striped hands and asked her where she got it from. She bowed her head and asked him to give what they deserved to everyone involved. The crown prince was horrified. He turned around and looked at Kim and Sylvia. Suddenly Lavielle approached the crown prince and asked whether he wanted her to file a petition in the Supreme Court. She continued to press him, asking if he really wanted to take the path of overthrow. Lavielle also asked if the crown prince was testing his majesty's patience to see how far he would allow him to go. The crown prince turned around and said Sylvia's name in a trembling voice. Suddenly the heretic inquisitor smiled and said that Lavielle had done a good job and he liked that she even dragged them into this matter. The crown prince was shocked and speechless. Sylvia said that now those present are accomplices who will have to keep their mouths shut. She also added that this is an excellent decision for them, because no one will know about their mistake, and she personally is pleased that the Duke's daughter will be punished. The heretic inquisitor smiled and said that there was only one problem. The Duke's daughter herself would not benefit from this situation. Sylvia asked how anyone could profit by working with such barbaric methods. According to her, the Duke's 3 faithful servants are already dying, but they will suffer instead of His Highness. The heretic inquisitor said that he really wondered what Lavielle thought about this. Lavielle said that she did not understand what Sylvia was talking about, but she was right about one thing: they were servants of the ducal family. Therefore, as the Duke's daughter, Lavielle is obliged to take responsibility for their mistakes. The heretic inquisitor laughed and said it was cute, but he added that explanations were not Lavielle's strong suit. The heretic inquisitor bowed his head and asked Lavielle to answer honestly the question of why she offered to punish her instead of the true culprit. The heretic inquisitor took Lavielle's sleeve and asked if it was because of love. However, Lavielle calmly replied that she was only doing her duty. According to her, benefit and personal opinion are an unaffordable luxury for a loyal subject. The heretic inquisitor looked at her and asked if this meant that Lavielle didn't need anything. Starting to roll up her sleeves, Lavielle asked if she really needed to answer. She also added that no matter what Sylvia said, it would not affect her resolve. The crown prince was horrified. Kim watched what was happening with sadness. He understood that the heretic inquisitor had no intention of dissuading Lady Silver Lily. Just like the prince is not going to make a decision himself, the hero suddenly decided that in order to solve the current situation, he needed the knowledge of the servant. Synchronization with the character has begun. Kim's current synchronization threshold has reached 7%. Kim turned to Sylvia and she turned around. Kim said that if these servants are really behind the assassination attempt, the heroes have the right to take revenge. Kim added that it is not entirely correct to blame everything on His Highness. Besides, Lady Silver Lily's servants failed her, so she has every right to determine the punishment herself. Is that so? Lavielle asked calmly. Kim said that they have 3 servants and 3 people who have the right to punish. He asked why they couldn't just share the burden. Kim said that since they are all accomplices here now, he offers to help His Highness carry out the sentence. The heretic inquisitor was pleased, Lavielle was confused, and the crown prince was horrified. Kim said that if everyone contributed equally, it would be a good compromise. The crown prince began to shout that Kim was right, because the servants had really failed their mistress. He exclaimed that Mrs. Sylvia was attacked and they must act according to the law. The crown prince exclaimed that everyone present had reasons to carry out the sentence. However, Lavielle said that a ruler should not share responsibility with others. The crown prince threw his sword at Lavielle's knee and shouted at her to be quiet. Kim was stunned. The tights on Lavielle's knee tore, and the crown prince continued to shout that she always insists that he get rid of his enemies and punish them. He exclaimed with displeasure that she kept repeating this every time something happened. He asked if she had any idea how many souls he had destroyed. Lavielle was absolutely unperturbed and said that this was the duty of a leader who would lead the empire in the future. However, the crown prince called her a snake and exclaimed that he was not a soulless killer. Lavielle crouched down to take the sword, and the crown prince shouted that she could kill them herself if she so desired blood. Lavielle took the sword in her hands and, looking at it, told the crown prince to give her an order. The crown prince was stunned because Lavielle asked the crown prince to order her to punish them. She asked if he really couldn't bear it and wanted to give up his leadership role. The crown prince covered his face with his hands and ordered Lavielle to kill them. She immediately killed one of the servants. Kim looked at her and thought that this man would one day go against the Golden Flower Lady. The hero, horrified, thought that this would only happen if he did not kill her now. Meanwhile, Kim's synchronization threshold with the character reached 8%. The heretic inquisitor reached for the sword that Lavielle was holding and grinned and said that it was becoming more and more interesting. He then joyfully swung his sword and killed the servant. The crown prince was horrified. Sylvia exclaimed that there was only one left. The crown prince began to run away from Sylvia because she handed him a sword and offered to kill the servant too. Suddenly, Kim caught the crown prince. Taking his hand, Kim asked the crown prince to know that if not for his pathetic plot, nothing would have happened. The hero also added that great love is not an excuse for kidnapping. He asked if the crown prince was planning to escape responsibility. Kim told the crown prince to do it. However, the frightened crown prince asked about it. Kim turned around and looked at him coldly and told him to take the blade in his hands. Kim's current synchronization threshold has reached 9%. Kim pushed the crown prince to the servant and said that the crown prince had been shirking responsibility for too long by blaming everything on others. Kim reflected that it doesn't matter if the synchronization threshold increases, because now Kim agrees with his character's feelings. The hero realized that he was angry about this escape attempt. Kim asked the crown prince to stop throwing the dirty work onto Lady Silver Lily's shoulders. Kim remembered the past and said that he was still the crown prince of this empire. He told the crown prince to use the blade for its intended purpose. The crown prince began to scream and asked Sylvia to take her servant away from him. Suddenly, a terrible sound was heard. Someone screamed as loud as they could, but blood dripped onto the ground. Kim said the crown prince must uphold the law of the empire. Lavielle, kneeling behind them, asked the crown prince to find a way to seal his heart. She caught the crown prince off guard by telling him to find a way to harden his heart, because, according to her, the fate of the people is in the hands of the crown prince. Kim looked at her from behind in surprise. The hero suddenly decided that he wanted to understand this character. Lavielle asked the crown prince to become stronger. The third day has come since the introduction of heroes into this apocalypse. Lady Silver Lily didn't come today. The heretic inquisitor said that she was not feeling well, so she would stay in bed all day. While drinking tea, the heretic inquisitor told Kim that she was one of those always sick ladies, and interrogating servants all night was very tiring. Then the heretic inquisitor said that the crown prince also did not come, and this was the merit of his righteous servant. He said that the crown prince had requested time off under such and such circumstances. Kim said with apprehension that the heretic inquisitor had just called Kim a servant, not the king of death. The hero warned him to be careful. The heretic inquisitor admitted that he was mistaken and said that his synchronization had reached 20%, and therefore it was difficult for him to control his actions. The heretic inquisitor tasted the tea and exclaimed that this salty tea was unexpectedly charming, and therefore he asked his servant for another cup. Kim ordered the heretic inquisitor to stop, because he was calling him his servant again. Suddenly, Kim began to think that making tea was a fine science. Kim thought with a smile that even the sight of a trickle of tea filling a cup was as mesmerizing as his mistress. Kim was horrified, because synchronization with the character began and Kim's current synchronization threshold reached 10%. Kim threw out all the tea on the heretic inquisitor. The heretic inquisitor grabbed his face and, calling Kim a servant, asked him why he threw tea on him. The heretic inquisitor said that the tea was hot and his delicate hair was under extreme stress. Kim began shouting at the heretic inquisitor and saying that he even screamed completely differently. Kim decided to use a safe phrase. However, the heretic inquisitor replied that the magnolias were withering, took Kim by the hair and exclaimed that now he would make a boil on his stupid servant's head. Some time passed, white petals flew in the air. Kim stood behind the heretic inquisitor sitting on a chair and combed his hair. Suddenly something caught Kim's attention. He looked at the heretic inquisitor's hair and realized that his hair was growing, and therefore wondered if this was the effect of his sacred techniques. Kim also theorized that this was a synchronization effect that made the heretic inquisitor more similar to Lady Golden Flower. Kim said that it seemed that the heretical inquisitor's emotional spectrum had expanded a bit. He said that although the heretic inquisitor smiles a lot, that smile is far from real because there is neither joy nor sincerity in it. The heretic inquisitor looked at Kim and asked if everything was different now. Kim confirmed this and said that now the reason for his smile is clearly visible, and Kim can now even distinguish ridicule. The heretic inquisitor said that he knew and that he had noticed it too. The heretic inquisitor asked Kim's opinion if this was for the best. Kim looked at the heretic inquisitor, who had a miniature figure, head and hands, but at the same time he wondered how many people he had killed. Kim knew that the heretic inquisitor, a first-generation hunter, was from Europe, Bulgaria, and his age was also unknown. The age is unknown, as is the total number of victims. Kim said he believes it's for the best. Kim admitted that he didn't even know what to do with the heretic inquisitor. The heretic inquisitor did not understand what Kim was talking about and asked him again what he meant. Tying a bow on the head of the heretic inquisitor, Kim said that he was a crazy religious fanatic and also a murderer to boot. However, Kim said that he should not be killed out of the blue. After all, even the Black Witch and the Sacred Sword asked to let the heretic inquisitor live. Kim said there must be some reason for this. The heretic inquisitor laughed and said that Kim had a very subtle vision. Suddenly Kim asked the heretic inquisitor why he killed people. Kim's face darkened and added that he had wanted to ask about this for a long time, because despite the fact that the heretic inquisitor is a psychopath, he understands people well. Kim said that the heretic inquisitor was even trying to understand them. The hero asked him again why he kills so easily. The heretic inquisitor looked up and said that, first of all, Kim should know that the heretic inquisitor was a very competent person. The heretic inquisitor used the sacred technique of concealment, and a white aura appeared around him. The heretic inquisitor raised his hand and said that this was one of his key abilities. He could make anything disappear, any murder weapon, including a dead body. The heretic inquisitor, looking up, said that if one who is endowed with power chooses not to kill people, it is not because he does not want to, but because it is difficult for them to hide their bodies and they are afraid that their essence will be revealed. Then the heretic inquisitor turned to Kim and said that he had no need to worry. The heretic inquisitor became gloomy and began to talk about how the tower was a real chaos for the first generation. The heretic inquisitor began to list all the bad things that happened then, namely assassination teams, conflicts of ideologies. According to the heretic inquisitor, everything dark in the history of mankind was suddenly squeezed into one lump and forced to chew. The heretic inquisitor raised his index finger and said that if this continues, humanity will be destroyed. According to him, the 5 largest guilds and other military personnel went through this hell. Their leaders got together somehow. The first to speak was the head of the Black Dragon Guild. The Black Witch proposed concluding a peace treaty. However, the Countess set conditions. She said that in return she would receive a complete monopoly of the benefits of that world for the people of her trading company. The heretic inquisitor also hastened to add. He demanded that each guild have such a right over a specific territory, because only under such conditions did he agree to assist. However, the poisonous snake began to grumble. He said that he couldn't even believe that this crazy guy was the most sensible one here. He also angrily asked who ordered him this tiny coffee, and then the sacred sword intervened. He said that he was not going to tell them to do as they should, because, according to him, it would be better for them to do as they want. They all raised their swords. That night they agreed to kill people according to their beliefs, judgments, and methods. 4,652 people died then. The next day 10,171 people died, and the night after 8,275 people died. And after another night, 7,412 people, and then another 23,781 people died. And finally, night came when the death stopped. The Black Witch sat on a mountain of corpses, holding her head. Then she raised her head and looked at someone. She saw Marcus take off his helmet and throw it on the ground. He said that he would take responsibility for what happened and resign. The guild heads were also standing there. Marcus said they wouldn't tell anyone what happened. The Sacred Sword, according to him, agreed to this massacre even though he understood how wrong he was doing. Marcus, walking off into the sunset, said that he hated each of them for the rest of his days as well as himself. The heretical Inquisitor said that since then, the honorary position of leader of the Avengers Guild, which was occupied by the Sacred Sword, has not belonged to anyone. Kim stood with his head down while the heretic Inquisitor spoke about how after this the guild passed to the Holy Knight, who still regrets it. The heretic Inquisitor smiled and said that he did not regret anything, because these were necessary sacrifices. The heretic Inquisitor said that he doesn't know if it's because of the synchronization with the ice golden flower or not, but he has so many strange thoughts in his head right now. He suddenly shocked Kim by saying that he regretted that Kim was not there, because then everything could have been different. The heretic Inquisitor raised his hand and asked Kim how they all live with such a storm of passions, because thoughts are constantly looped and revolving around something. The heretic Inquisitor blushed and, calling Kim a servant, said that something was wrong with him because he was beginning to want to stay in this world. Kim looked at him and thought that he could not kill this man. Kim, looking at the heretic Inquisitor, thought that he could not kill someone who repented of his sins. Kim turned to the heretic Inquisitor and uttered the first part of the safe phrase. However, the heretic Inquisitor replied that spring was the ideal time for walks. Kim was horrified. Suddenly, the heretic Inquisitor began to laugh and said that he wished Kim could see his face at that moment. Kim grabbed his head and asked him why he was joking like that. The heretic Inquisitor exclaimed that he really wanted to play a prank on someone because of all these emotions. The heretic Inquisitor approached Kim and said that he thought that synchronization with the character was going too quickly because even a short dialogue gave an increase of 1%. The heretic Inquisitor already has a threshold of 32% and he is afraid that by tomorrow he may rise to 50%. He said that he became addicted to emotions. The heretic Inquisitor pointed to himself and said that he was also the main character. We then see Kim sigh heavily in worry. He knocked on someone's door. Meanwhile, the heretic Inquisitor said that Kim will be the main character of the ending. It turned out that Kim came to see Lady Silver Lily. The heretic Inquisitor asked Kim to pull his personality out of the destructive captivity of emotions. Kim went into Lady Silver Lily's office and said that Lady Golden Flower wished her a speedy recovery. Kim sighed heavily as he stood in front of the door to Lady Silver Lily's room. Kim knocked, thinking that in the end, the true culprit of the end of the world was Lady Silver Lily, and the key to clearing up this apocalypse lies precisely in it. Kim bowed and turned to Lavielle, saying that Lady Golden Flower conveyed her wishes for a speedy recovery. At that moment, her servant approached her and said that she had received a letter from Lefunner. She asked the servant to leave it on the left edge of her table. The servant said that a request had also come from Lady Forget-Me-Not. Lavielle asked the servant to take him to be in charge of finances and hand over their resume to her. They made eye contact. Kim thought that they would use her feelings such as love, devotion and jealousy in order to put an end to the apocalypse. Lavielle turned over the hourglass and asked everyone unnecessary to leave the room, announcing a 15-minute break. And so they were left alone. Kim, taking a step, said that he had heard rumors that she was unwell, but she looked cheerful. Lavielle, putting her hand to her chin, said that you couldn't tell from her that she was a student at the academy. She said that if she needs time off for work, she takes care of an appropriate excuse in advance. According to her, despite this, she really does not feel well. She then turned to Kim and said that his actions were striking, because he quickly realized that spies had infiltrated the ranks of her subordinates. She suddenly said that it seems that the protagonist this time was chosen wisely, which is a blessing for the Empire. She added that she wouldn't even allow an audience if Kim weren't half as smart. Kim asked her in surprise. Lavielle said that as soon as she praised his intelligence, he showed his gaps. Suddenly she announced that this was her 14th life. Then she clarified that these are 10 repeating days, day after day, and each time she meets a new character. The tower told Kim that the Silver Heart was contemplating him. She asked Kim about the umpteenth time he was here. Kim was shocked and Lavielle, seeing this, said that judging by his face, this was his first time. Lavielle, folding her hands, asked if the constellation that sent him here really gave him no instructions at all. She added that this is not typical because they usually explain everything to their apostles before they begin. Kim asked her about the apostles. She asked if he really didn't know anything. She asked Kim about which constellation sent Kim. She began to list the names of the constellations, asking Kim whose representative he was, but Kim only said about the librarian from the Library of All Things. Lavielle thought for a moment, and then suddenly remembered and asked if it could be Hamistra. However, Kim did not understand her. He remembered the librarian and wondered if this was his real name. Kim was confused. Lavielle asked if it was Hamistra, who did not explain anything to Kim. The hero was surprised that she knew the real names of the constellations. Kim began to talk about how the librarian tries not to interfere in the affairs of the apocalypse because he has already told a lot. He also said that it would be better for them to get information on their own and not ask him. Lavielle asked Kim about the apocalypse. The hero said that this is what the librarian calls worlds that are on the edge due to the fact that the constellation has left it. However, Lavielle wondered who Hamistra was to name alien worlds. However, then she said that this world would indeed be destroyed soon, but she would not give her soul to someone so easily. Suddenly Lavielle asked in surprise whether Kim had taken possession of the body of Lady Goldenflower's servant in order to take the soul of Lady Silver Lily. Kim was surprised, but began to shake his head, denying it. Lavielle looked at the hourglass, and then she put another, third hourglass on the table. Lady Silver Lily addressed Kim, calling him Lady Goldenflower's servant, but Kim said that she could call him by his name. Lavielle, taking a cup of tea in her hands, immediately replied that she did not want to and asked him how he dared to suggest calling him by his real name. She added that it was his own fault that he possessed the body of a servant and not a nobleman. She put the cup on the saucer and said that they found out that Kim was as clean as a white sheet of paper, because he had not even received cleaning instructions. Kim asked her what kind of instructions she was talking about. She handed Kim an example of the instructions, which said that Lady Silver Lily was vulnerable to sunlight. She said that these were instructions from the apostle from her sixth life. She also reported that he was a messenger from the constellation Makos. Kim read this with shame and wondered how it would help in the cleanup. Lavielle said they were just so funny that she couldn't resist keeping them for herself. While drinking tea at the same time, Lavielle said that he was still indignant while he was dying in her arms, asking why it didn't work, because he followed the instructions exactly. Lavielle said it was as if he felt there was some kind of mistake. She said that, apparently, she was mistaken, because what instructions can there be when it comes to a person's heart? The silver heart radiated sadness at this moment. Lavielle said that they all look down on the capabilities of the human heart and added that if they so want to get her heart, then they must be honest and straightforward, but no, they are all on their own minds, and they also thought of acting on a piece of paper. Lavielle said the servants were rotten. Kim agreed with her and she looked at him skeptically. She put the cup on the saucer and said that she and Kim seemed to be thinking in the same direction. Lavielle also added that there was a reason why she thought so highly of him and it wasn't just his intelligence. According to her, it's that Kim views the characters around her as people. Kim, holding his hands behind his back, asked if this was not natural. However, Lavielle reported that they had seen enough non-entities who did not even understand this. She shocked Kim by saying that the animals are those who do not see people as people and also pretend to be them. Suddenly Lavielle looked questioningly at Kim. She embarrassed Kim by asking him if this really meant something to Kim. She asked if Kim had encountered such creatures. The hero thought that this was happening again. The silver heart contemplates Kim. Lavielle asked if someone similar was really nearby. Kim thought that Lavielle seemed to see right through what was in his soul. Lavielle asked, or perhaps someone important had told him something similar. Kim suddenly asked her if she wasn't contradicting herself, considering that just recently she had spoken disparagingly about his status as a servant. Kim decided that he would not let her lead this discussion. Lavielle then asked if he was upset because she refused to call him by name. Kim, adjusting the butterfly on his neck, said that he simply thought that she should come down to earth if she was talking about such things. Lavielle said Kim was a lousy servant. However, she added that, nevertheless, there was some truth in his words, but she decided to return to pressing matters. She said they found out that Kim doesn't want her soul. She asked Kim what he needed in this world. Lady Silver Lily said that the events would repeat every 10 days. Kim knew that the Silver Heart doubted Kim's intentions. Lavielle asked if the constellation Kim had decided to punish him in this way, although Hamistra is usually merciful. Lavielle also said that she is sure that Kim is already tired of such pleasure. She asked the actor playing the Golden Flower's servant to answer her honestly and not lie. After all, according to her, if he tries, he will not get help from her. Kim stood looking away to the side. Lavielle said she won't open her heart to someone who isn't willing to open up in return. Kim suddenly wondered why he came to this world. Kim wondered if it was because they had to overcome the 25th floor of the tower. However, he realized that this was not so, because they could easily choose another apocalypse. Then Kim wondered if it was because there was a fragment of the sacred sword here. However, Kim thought that, of course, he becomes stronger when he collects the Glitter Sisters, but not by much. Suddenly Kim remembered what kind of genre this world is. The Black Witch closed the book, saying that she had heard that Kim had never fallen in love. Kim remembered what the Sword Lord said when he fought the Heavenly Demon. The Lord of the Sword said that Kim has not yet known human happiness because he has never dated anyone, which is quite funny. Kim said that he still doesn't know what love is. The hero said that he is not a complete zero in such things and does not understand how a lover feels. Kim said that Lavielle may not know, but this world is a romance genre, so Kim thought that it was ideal for learning about love. Kim looked away and said that he wanted to fill in the gaps in his knowledge because it was unbearable to live without knowing basic things. Kim feels like she's missing something. Lavielle asked if Kim really wanted to learn about love from her. The hero replied that he was not sure about that. He grabbed his head and clarified that he wants to learn love from this world, and he also wants to understand what he is missing and experience this experience. Lavielle asked Kim why he came to her then, because he would have learned the golden flower faster from the lady. Kim remembered how the heretic inquisitor asked him how they lived with such a storm of passions. Kim immediately replied that this was not an option because she was even more of a layman in this than he was. Kim said that if he was going to learn something, he would prefer to be taught by the most knowledgeable. Taking a sip of tea, Lavielle said that she believed that Kim was right because Lady Golden Flower herself needed a mentor. However, Lavielle said she still doesn't understand why. Kim said there is one reason. He clarified that he wanted to understand her. Kim said that even he is not sure that he wants to devote his life to the crown prince or the emperor, but she entrusts her life to them completely. Kim would like to understand the reason for this behavior. He shocked Lavielle by saying that if it was because of love, then he would like to experience this feeling like her. Kim, holding his head, worriedly said that he was a little ashamed to admit this, but this was the most honest answer. He had never experienced this before. Lavielle said in surprise that his desire to learn to love shows how fearless he is. Lady Silverlily said that you should not talk about understanding so easily, because this world can easily cause harm because understanding and responsibility are not so different. Kim looked up and addressed the librarian. He asked the librarian to stop the broadcast for a minute, because Kim had something he wanted to tell Lady Silverlily in private. The librarian accepted Kim's request and gave him 10 minutes of missing scene. Kim then looked at Lavielle with a smile. The hero suddenly said that he was a regressor just like her. Kim continued to approach her and said that his time travel was different. Kim looked at her and reminded her that she said that she lives the last 10 days of her life over and over again, but Kim can go back a day after death. Kim held out his hands and said that this was not happening normally because he could see the experiences of his killer. Kim said that he could see his memories, important moments in his life, deep heart wounds. According to Kim, if these wounds are due to the loss of something precious, he will know about it. Kim realized at that moment that he had always wanted to talk about this. The hero said that this makes it easier for him to understand others, to understand those who have gone through the same thing as him. Kim said that this is something like an ability or even a technique, but he is afraid that he will soon get used to this way of understanding people. According to Kim, one of the most important people in his life told him not to get used to this ability, but this is the only way Kim can understand those around him. Lavielle said it's hard to understand either way. Kim replied that he still could not pass by people who were on the brink. Lavielle said that even if it sounds hypocritical, she wants those around her to know that she is here and that she is protecting their reality. Kim looked at her with a smile while Lavielle talked about how it was a blessing to have such a life. The hero confirmed this. Lavielle folded her hands and said that understanding comes in a moment, while responsibility lasts forever. Lavielle asked if Kim himself volunteered to this hell. At this moment, the tower notified Kim that the missing scene had ended. Lavielle looked at the table where there were 4 hourglasses. Lavielle reached for one of the watches and agreed. Lady Silverlily, taking the hourglass in her hands, said that she would teach him love. However, she set one condition. She handed Kim the hourglass and told him that for a week from today until the end of this world, he would become her personal servant. Kim asked her about this. Lavielle replied that she herself knew how to love, but she had never taught it before, so the only way to teach Kim was to show by example. Lavielle added that to do this, he will have to be there to observe and learn. Kim thought and was silent. Lavielle continued and said that she felt like it wasn't such a good deal for her since she would have to show Kim all the embarrassing aspects of her personal life. After fixing her hair, Lavielle added that Kim should say thank you to the luck of his past, present, and future life. Kim at that moment thought that she was a spoiled aristocrat. A day has passed and we see Kim standing near the Lavielle house. He looked at this house and, gathering determination, headed towards the entrance. The hero entered Lavielle's room, who was already getting ready to go somewhere. She ordered her servants to show Kim something. Lady Silverlily's servant took out some kind of board covered with a red tarpaulin. He removed the canvas and Kim saw that it was written on the board that love begins with knowing the essence of an evil bitch. Kim was shocked, and Lavielle began to talk about what she had been thinking during the night. She said she was thinking about what methods she could use to teach Kim about love. Lavielle added that since she doesn't have much time to bother with him, she can't help Kim find his first love. She pointed her finger at Kim and said that she would systematically teach Kim the basic things he should know about love. She then instructed him to repeat after her and said a phrase that was written on the board. Lavielle opened her fan and said that there must be an evil bitch. According to her, somewhere there is a first love that is perfect from the moment you meet, where partners understand and care about each other from the very beginning to the end of their lives. However, she shocked Kim by saying that this was not his case. She said that 99% of the time, the woman he likes will be a mean bitch. Even if she doesn't start out like one, she will soon become one because it's impossible to be nice all the time. Suddenly she pointed with her fan and the servant immediately turned the board over. There was advice written on the board for Kim to become evil too. She asked Kim not to be offended and said that people are just animals who learn from their mistakes. According to her, those who suffered at the hands of an evil person and those who are going to become one can still protect themselves from repeating the mistakes of others. Lavielle added that they just need to understand how and why a person became evil and what needs to be done to avoid becoming the same. Kim asked skeptically if everything couldn't have been fine from the beginning. Lavielle looked at him and asked him to listen, telling him not to hope that people would live up to his expectations. Kim was surprised, because Lavielle said that they forget their promises, look for excuses to calm their souls and make concessions. Forgetting and giving in are the unshakable rules of relationships. She also said that if Kim wants happy love, then he should learn to remember promises and calm himself down. Kim, with his arms outstretched, asked if he really had to learn this. Kim didn't understand anything, and besides, Lavielle said that Kim was just like a child. She stood up and said that he had better see for himself to be sure. She was also going to show him. However, Kim asked her excitedly about how she would show him. Lavielle replied that she had already seen Kim once. Lavielle approached Kim and, placing her hand on his shoulder, said that she still loved the most evil person in this world. She then walked past Kim and ordered him to follow her. Kim put his hand on his shoulder. Turning around and following her, he shouted for her to wait for him. And so they left the room. Kim walked behind Lavielle, and behind them 2 more servants. They approached the Crown Prince's room and the Crown Prince's servants worriedly asked Lady Silver Lily if she had heard. Lavielle asked if His Highness was awake and then added that a ruler was obliged to rise before his people. Lavielle said that he seemed to be still sleeping, but she still ordered the servants to open the doors. The servants bowed and nervously said that they had strict orders from His Highness. Lavielle leaned over to one of the servants and said that she knew that the Crown Prince had apparently ordered that she should never be allowed in if she came. However, according to her own words, His Majesty the Emperor ordered her to come because he was worried about his son. She confused the servant by asking who he served, His Majesty or His Highness. They then entered the room without any problem. Lavielle knocked on the door and asked if he was awake. The Crown Prince immediately shouted for her not to enter. However, Lavielle took out the key. Kim wondered in shock if she could do that. Lavielle opened the door, and the Crown Prince immediately hid under the blanket. Lavielle said that the sun had already risen, but the Crown Prince was still in bed. She asked him if he thought that such a carefree life did not fit with the image of a man who was going to lead his country. Lavielle then ordered the servants to close the doors, and the Crown Prince began to ask for help in horror. Suddenly Lavielle decided to teach Kim a second lesson, and a servant appeared behind Kim again and took out a board covered with linen. The servant removed the canvas and Kim saw that it was written on the board that if meetings with an evil protagonist cannot be avoided, then one must learn to enjoy them. Kim asked her about pleasure. Lady Silver Lily replied that most likely Kim will fall in love sooner or later and that someone will be an evil bitch. Lavielle snapped her fingers and said that since this is inevitable, he should learn to enjoy it. The servant immediately tore the tarpaulin off the board and Kim saw that it was written on it that he should become so evil as to outshine his passion. Then suddenly 2 other servants poured water out of their buckets. They poured it on the Crown Prince. Lavielle at that moment said that relations with an evil creature are, in essence, war. Lady Silver Lily said that peace, of course, would be an ideal option, and therefore if he suddenly comes across a friendly passion, then he must repay her in kind. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was trying to catch his breath because he was very nervous. Lady Silver Lily said that if, as always, it will be evil, then who should cut it on his nose, that there is no reason to be nice to evil ones. Lady Silver Lily ordered Kim to repeat that there is no need to be nice. Kim, placing his hands at his sides, repeated this phrase. Lavielle closed her fan and said that people want to appear cool, smart or nice in front of others. According to her, from what she saw, Kim belongs to the latter category, but she asked him to refrain from doing so. Approaching the exit, Lavielle ordered the servants to open the doors. Also, when leaving, she told his services that the Crown Prince was wet, and she was worried about his health, and then they should help immediately. The Crown Prince's servants were shocked. The Crown Prince's servants were excited and ran to him with towels. However, Lavielle told Kim that now there would be a formula for a successful relationship, and he should hack it on his nose. While the servants were busy with the Crown Prince, Lavielle continued to say that the handsome man always loses to the schemer, and the schemer loses to the real scum. So, according to her, only a handsome schemer who is also a scum at heart can reach the heights of love. Then they both left the room. Kim, leaving the room, said that this was very different from the love he had imagined. Lavielle asked him if he really thought things would be more romantic. Lavielle said that Kim apparently thinks that love is done with the heart and not with the mind, which is also true. However, according to her, it all depends on luck. They continued to go somewhere. Lady Silver Lily talked about how it is not so easy to meet someone who will make your heart beat faster from the first meeting. After all, the type of person who will make your heart beat faster directly depends on the life you have led until then. Kim, looking around, thought that it looked more like her own palace than the palace of the Crown Prince. Lady Silverlily said that in order to fall in love at first sight, you need to be able to instantly recognize what kind of life your passion is living. Kim said it sounded very difficult. Lavielle, sitting down on a chair, said that it was so. She surprised Kim by asking what he thought about a small test. Lavielle told Kim to try to make her heart beat faster and understand it. Kim asked her how he could do this. Lady Silverlily replied that he should just do something impressive. Kim asked her what exactly he needed to do. Lady Silverlily asked him if she really needed to explain everything to him. Lavielle told Kim to just think and demonstrate his decision well, because he is smart, so he can handle it. Kim began to slowly approach Lavielle. Kim decided to use the system. He took out 3 cards and said that he had these 3 cards that the librarian gave him. However, then Kim, breaking these cards, said that, apparently, these were his instructions. Kim, looking at the level, wondered that maybe these cards would become his trump card for clearing this level. But then he thought that the shortest way to passing the level was to be sincere with her. Lavielle asked him to come over and Kim came over. Lavielle, holding perfume in one hand, asked Kim to lower himself a little because he was too tall. Kim sank a little and she pulled her hand towards his neck. Touching Kim's ear, she said that she would tell him, but the responsibility would remain only with him. Kim at that moment smelled white lilies. She took his hand and asked if it smelled good and Kim confirmed it. She asked if he liked the scent and Kim confirmed it. They became very close and Lavielle said that she also liked it because it was her favorite scent. Lavielle smiled and said that she didn't think it would be a mistake to open up to him. Lavielle began to remove the glove from Kim and invited him to continue this journey together. She also said that she would reveal all her secrets to him that night. Kim blushed deeply and thought that he was in trouble. Just at that moment a notification appeared above his head that synchronization with the character had begun. Kim thought that he seemed to have fallen in love with her. Some time passed and we see that Kim is lying on the grass and looking at the sky. The Lord of the Sword stood over the hero and tried in every possible way to reach him, but Kim did not answer. The Lord of the Sword began to address Kim, calling him either Mr. Bush or Vice Chief. The Lord of the Sword asked Kim if he could hear him at all, but Kim remembered Lavielle. Then Kim suddenly asked the Lord of the Sword what love is. The Lord of the Sword said that Kim was seriously overheated. Starting to pick his nose, the Lord of the Sword apologized and said that it was his fault. The Lord of the Sword said that because of him, Kim fell in love with someone who was too tough for him. Kim suddenly spoke about suicide. He wanted to feel it by killing himself again. However, suddenly the sparkle hit Kim in the face. Kim, holding his face, began to scream that he understood that he was not himself right now. However, he asked them what he should do because he only thinks about his mistress. The Lord of the Sword became angry and asked Kim if he was now calling her mistress. Kim suddenly began to shout that he would no longer wash the places she touched because then the smell of lilies would stay with him longer. Kim clutched his face and irritably wondered how many times the Crown Prince saved the world in a past life in order to gain the love of his mistress. Yu started screaming that he loved her and that he couldn't resist this feeling. The Lord of the Sword, looking away, began to say that he guessed that Kim had completely gone crazy when he fell in love. The Lord of the Sword also added that he is a terrible person because knowing this, he still gave Kim advice. However, suddenly Kim, hitting himself on the head, said that it was not him. Kim exclaimed that the threshold for syncing with the butler continued to rise. He also added that this means that the butler is in love with Lady Silverlily. Then the ghost asked whether the butler should not be in love with Lady Golden Flower. Kim, taking a deep breath, exclaimed that the Lord of the Sword did not understand anything. However, the ghost replied that Kim could not stew in this feeling for half a day. Kim looked sadly at the sky. He wondered how he could save Lady Silverlily. Kim began to wonder what he could do with his status and what he could do to make her happy. The Lord of the Sword, covering his face with his hand, said that since he had revealed new feelings to Kim, he would have to give him advice. The ghost told Kim to start studying her passion because it is very important for a relationship to remain in her sight. The Sword Lord also said that Kim is just her personal servant, so he doesn't need to try for this. Ghost called this an advantage. However, Kim replied that this world would soon end. The ghost, putting his hand to his chin, agreed with this and said that this was a problem. Suddenly Kim turned around in surprise. The hero heard the bell and said that classes were over and therefore offered to visit the heretic inquisitor. Some time passed and night came. Lavielle said that she praises Kim for his good behavior. Walking with the lamp, Lavielle told Kim to follow her because she was going to tell him her secret. Suddenly she turned around and asked Kim what he was thinking about. Lavielle asked Kim not to forget that he was her personal servant, and therefore it was disrespectful to answer a question with a question. She also said that if she asks a question, Kim must answer immediately. Kim was very nervous and began to say something hesitantly. Blushing a little, Kim said that he was thinking about taking her hand. Lavielle suddenly stopped, and Kim at that moment, blushing heavily, wondered if he was crazy. Suddenly Lavielle quickly approached him and took his hand. The hero was embarrassed, and she asked him if he had really only been thinking about her all day. Pressing herself close to him, Lavielle began to ask if he yearned for her touch and scent and if he fantasized about things. She ordered him to answer, otherwise she threatened to let go of his hand. Kim replied that this was indeed true. However, she ordered him to answer more specifically. Kim said that he had been thinking about nothing but her all day. Then she praised him. Kim's current synchronization threshold with the character has reached 29%. The hero thought that he was completely confused and was no longer sure of anything. Kim said that they should not continue, but she asked him why this was so. Lavielle grabbed Kim's hand even more tightly, and at that time he began to talk about how he was from another world and had only borrowed the body of a servant. However, Lavielle did not take this as a serious argument and said that he was carried away by her. At this moment, the tower announced that the Silver Heart was contemplating Kim. The hero was so embarrassed that he felt uncomfortable. However, Lavielle continued to say that he did not see her as a local like the other apostles. Kim began to talk hesitantly about the fact that he was a servant of the Lady of the Golden Flower. Kim recalled that he agreed to be her servant for the sake of the mission. However, Lavielle again began to talk about the fact that he admitted that she occupied all his thoughts, which meant that he had to forget about Lady Golden Flower. She grabbed him by the butterfly on his neck and asked if he had lied. Kim's mind was very clouded. He began to nervously talk about the fact that he was not lying. Lavielle whispered in his ear to call her mistress. Rising on her toes, she began to say that nothing would happen just once, and therefore asked him to say this with all sincerity. She promised him a sweet reward if he spoke. Who was shocked? The Lord of the Ball and the Shiny One were trying to reach him. Lavielle asked Kim if something was wrong and he didn't want a reward. Kim began to wonder if everything would be okay if he only spoke once. The hero thought that even if something goes wrong, he will turn back time. Kim mused that perhaps if he did this, he would gain important information about this floor, who decided that just once was acceptable. Suddenly, the hero began to remember how the summer spirit killed him. He also remembered how the alchemy master hugged him and told him that she believed in him. Kim also remembered Preda calling him Lord, and he even remembered how the heavenly demon, before her death, called him her dear student. Kim wondered if he had always obeyed so easily. Kim also wondered if the weight on his shoulders was really that light. He immediately answered himself that this was not so. Kim thought that he was the Lord of Preda and the vice chief of a demonic cult. Kim, taking Lavielle's hand, asked to excuse him. Adjusting the butterfly on his neck, Kim said that he was not ready to call her his mistress. Kim thought that all his life he tried not to be like a summer spirit, so he ran like crazy through a snowy field with an alchemist, believing that not a single death should be considered commonplace. Then Kim told Lavielle that he would like to know the bliss of love, but he is not ready to lose himself in it. Kim, taking her hand, said that if she really wants to get his heart, it is better to use another method. He approached her and said that he would recognize her as his mistress if she recognized him as a master. Looking into her eyes, the hero said that only then would her will be above his, and her word would be above his own principles. Kim said that he will not put himself above everything else, but in return he asks the same from her. Kim asked about who would pump his blood if he just gave her his heart. He also added that he would continue to live if he received her heart in return. The hero said that if she wants to see him go crazy, then she should go crazy about him too. However, suddenly Lavielle sharply pulled back her hand. She dropped the lamp on the floor. Lavielle said that Kim is different from the other apostles, who are not as smart as him. She also added that she already thought that he was a naive brat. Kim picked up the lamp, while Lavielle said that she was in a hurry because not understanding love does not mean understanding life. Kim asked her if she really wanted to seduce him to make him her pawn. Lavielle replied that it was her mistake because she underestimated the hero. Kim, handing her a lamp, reminded her that she herself said that forgetting and giving in are the unshakable rules of relationships, and therefore what kind of relationship is it if only one forgets and gives in? Lavielle took the lamp and said that that's why she didn't want to get close to Kim. Then Kim asked her what secret she wanted to show him. They continued to walk somewhere. Along the way, the Lady Silver Lily talked about how her family has one heirloom that is passed down by inheritance. Standing in front of the dark room, Lavielle said that this is a sword with a strange legend. According to her, it is something like a sword that can make wishes come true. They stood in front of some large object that was covered with a cloth, and Lavielle also added that there was one condition. Lavielle removed the canvas from this object. Kim saw a red sword that looked like it was in a broken mirror. The goddess of protection notified Kim that she felt the presence of her sister. Lavielle said that this is a sword that makes wishes come true, but there is one condition. If a person wants to make a wish, then he must be ready to pierce his heart. Shiny told Kim that she felt her sister's presence. Shiny also told Kim that the third sister of the goddess of protection, Prayer, was here. Lavielle, touching the sword, said that this was what happened before she returned in time. She took the sword in her hands and said that the Crown Prince and Lady Golden Flower began to meet, and embittered, she made a wish for the sword. She wished that the sword would make her love eternal. Lavielle said that, in fact, that's what happened, because now her life will never end. She took Kim's hand and said that even if she died, she would come back. According to her, her feelings for the Crown Prince have also not changed, and from that day they are with her forever. Kim was shocked because he couldn't feel her heartbeat. Lavielle asked him if he said he wanted her heart in return. She brought Kim's hand to her heart and apologized, saying that she no longer had a heart. The system reported that the heart, covered with silver, contemplates Kim. Turning around, Lavielle asked Kim to help her finish what she started. It's midnight. Some red liquid began to bubble. Kim pressed the Silver Lily Lady to him and wanted to ask what it was. Lady Silver Lily replied that this was her nightmare. The liquid substance began to cover them. Lavielle told Kim to be on guard, because from now on they would be completely cut off from the outside world. The silver-plated heart began to reveal itself. From time to time this creature said that he hated the Crown Prince. Kim and Lavielle stood with their swords ready for battle. The heart began to say that the Crown Prince picked flowers for her until he became the Crown Prince. According to the heart, he wiped away her tears with his sleeve, and he is a good person with a kind heart. Lavielle attacked the heart, which at that moment asked the question of what is the point of loving someone who is magnificent from birth. Kim and Lavielle began to defend themselves against the attacks together. Her heart began to scream that she hated the Crown Prince, but he was her true love. She said that although she was an aristocrat, her heart was full of love. Kim was worried. The heart continued to say that Lady Golden Flower seduced the Crown Prince. Kim suddenly began to feel something familiar, namely the feeling that he was fighting the Autumn Rain Demon King. The essence of the silver-plated heart began to become brighter. She and Lavielle stood back to back. Kim thought that this was the power of the constellation. Suddenly someone approached Lavielle and said that their families wanted to marry them. The heroes saw a memory of how the Crown Prince said that despite the decision of the adults, he himself wanted to officially ask for her hand. He then asked Lavielle if she would marry him when they were a little older. The heart essence agreed. The Crown Prince said that he loved only her, and the essence of the heart replied that he also loved only the prince. Kim was very angry at that moment, because the Crown Prince promised and then simply ran away from responsibility. The Crown Prince said that nothing could be done because they were children then, and also that people are forgetful creatures. Suddenly Kim's sword caught fire. Kim used the heavenly demon divine art. He used the spell sword, 8th form. The Sword Lord was surprised to see this and wondered if Kim was already causing flames with one blow. The Lord of the Sword, looking at Kim, exclaimed that he had already grown so much. Meanwhile, Kim asked Lavielle since when she became a constellation. Kim said that it was definitely a constellation spirit and asked if she was one of them. Lavielle, looking away, said that this happened when she pierced her heart. They looked at the sword that was sticking out of the mirror. Kim said that this meant that there was no constellation in this world. He also added that it is difficult to say because it was killed or did not originally exist. The Sword Master crossed his arms and said that the Constellation Slayer seemed to have reached the original constellation of this world. Lavielle began to talk about how these demons are becoming stronger every day. According to her, they not only increase in size, but also become more powerful. Holding the sword in her hands, Lavielle said that 10 days have passed since that moment. Lady Silver Lily looked up and said that on the 10th day everything went in cycles, and she became the epicenter of this world. However, she did not want it, but time began to revolve around her. Putting his hand to his chin, the Sword Lord said that this was too unnatural a way to become a god, because even by Miriam's standards, how she turned into a goddess was very unconventional. The ghost said that he thought the sword stuck in the glass was to blame. Although it is a fragment, it is still part of the goddess of protection, a sacred relic. Therefore, if you pierce your heart with it, you can become a constellation. According to him, the fact that her body was tortured by a time loop also played a role here. An ordinary person would simply die, but she was reborn. The Sword Lord said that her strength was the result of repeating the situation many times. Kim returned the sword to its sheath, amazed that someone could become a constellation without meaning to. Suddenly Lavielle said that this was strange and asked if Kim was not even disappointed. Kim asked her again. Lavielle, starting to walk somewhere, said that Kim understood everything correctly, because no matter what state her heart is in, these are his demons. According to her, what they say is what she often muttered in her sleep. Putting her hand to the mirror, Lavielle said that she swore that her love would be eternal, unchanging. To achieve such love, she erased all the dirt and shortcomings of her passion every single day. Touching the crack in the mirror, Lavielle said that the disappointment, grief, complacency, and demons Kim saw were the result. Looking at Kim through the mirror, she asked if it was disgusting. Lavielle turned around and said that she promised to teach Kim love, but she regrets her own. Kim began to approach her while she was talking about the fact that she brought Kim here on purpose so that he would not have any illusions. Kim stood behind Lavielle. She asked him if he was disappointed. Kim looked at her and said that she was asking if it was disgusting. He added that this is not enough to make him disappointed in her. Placing her hand on her cheek, Lavielle asked him why not. Kim replied that she trusted him with her secret, but a truly disgusting person would never show his nature to others. Kim looked at her and said that if she wanted to get rid of him that way, she was mistaken because he didn't love her because she was amazing. Lavielle took a step back and asked Kim not to flatter her because he only fell in love for one day. Kim leaned over to her and asked what difference it made and whether it would suit her if he was in love forever. Kim asked if she would accept him then. At this moment, Kim is absolutely sure that even if he shares his feelings with the servant, these are his real words and feelings. Kim said that he realized what kind of people she hates and despises. He realized that he could hurt her or make her feel pain. Kim said that she may be just like him, but he fell in love with her because she is who she is and because he is the same. Leaning down, Kim told her in her ear that he loved her as much as he loved himself and hoped that she would love him as much as he loved her. Kim said that he can make her love him and he doesn't care if your heart is captured by this world. Kim added that the same goes for her relationship with the Crown Prince and her promises. Kim said that they are regressors, the only ones in this whole world. Smiling, Kim said that only they have the opportunity to be content with their time. The hero also stated that he would spend so much time with her that she would still be tired and would also do everything in his power. Then Lavielle asked him if he really wanted to stay with her forever in these 10 days, and then she advised him to give up this idea because he would not stand it. Kim calmly replied that he had been stuck in a longer time period, and therefore it did not scare him. Lavielle raised her head and, looking at Kim, asked him what would happen if she got tired of him and she asked him to disappear. Kim took her hand and said that then he would disappear, but he was sure that this would not happen. Straightening her hair and smiling, Kim said that she had never tired of the Crown Prince and that he was much better than him. Lavielle said hesitantly that this was not good. Meanwhile, several people were approaching them. Lavielle clarified that this is too much, but not in the case of Kim. Suddenly, the servants approached them and addressed Lady Silver Lily. Lavielle asked them what happened so late. Kim was shocked because they said that Lady Golden Flower caused a commotion. The red moon was shining. The heretic inquisitor tried to shout to the servant. Kim ran barefoot out of the palace. He saw the servants trying to restrain Sylvia and shouted at her to stop behaving like that. We then flash back in time to see that Kim told the heretic inquisitor that he would work as a servant for Lady Silver Lily for a while. The heretic inquisitor stood with his back to Kim while he said that this was necessary to obtain information that would help in clearing the level. The heretic inquisitor only said that everything was clear to him. He turned around and smiled and said that nothing could be done since it was for the sake of the mission. He also promised that everything would be fine with him and asked the King of Death to do what was necessary. We are transported back to reality and see an angry heretic inquisitor screaming for them to bring his servant back alive. Lavielle called her an intruder while she continued to scream that she knew Kim was here. Suddenly, the heretic inquisitor exclaimed joyfully when he saw Kim. The hero was confused. Sylvia ran to Kim, simultaneously saying that she was nervous because he had been gone for a long time. Continuing to run, Sylvia asked Kim how she could live without her only servant and childhood friend. She also honestly said that to her he was more than just a servant. Kim stood there in shock as Sylvia continued to approach him. She asked if he would think less of her. Extending her hand, Sylvia said that, in any case, Kim should not be here because even the flowers in the local garden are poisonous. However, suddenly Lavielle, blocking Kim with herself, hit Sylvia's hand and called her a shameless wench. Holding her cloak, Lavielle began to say that Sylvia had already committed an unforgivable act by showing up here in the night. She also asked Sylvia who gave her the right to cause a commotion in such a place. Sylvia bowed. Sylvia's smile was insane. Lavielle ordered her to immediately kneel down and ask for forgiveness. However, Sylvia, smiling, asked what would happen if she did not do this. Would she really order her to be flogged? Sylvia started shouting that since Lavielle had made up her mind, she should do it properly. She also said that she would be happy to show the Crown Prince the marks left on her legs. The servants were shocked and one of them exclaimed that this was outrageous. Lavielle first asked if this was really so and then prompted her to take action. Extending her hand, Lavielle said that she was even amused by how eager she was to create a bunch of memories at the academy. Lavielle then said that since she was an aristocrat, she was obliged to help her subjects. She ordered the servants to carry the whips. The servants were horrified and wanted to convince her by turning to her and calling her the young duchess, but Lavielle exclaimed irritably that she had asked not to call her that at the academy. The servants began to talk about what would happen if the Crown Prince found out about this. However, Lavielle calmly said that there was still nothing in her left hand. The servants immediately ran in horror to get the whip. Kim turned to Sylvia and asked her why she was here so late at night. Sylvia happily replied that she had simply come to take what was hers. She smiled and began to tell that she had been waiting for Kim since the morning, but he still did not return. Sylvia said that at first she thought that something serious had happened to Kim, but then she heard rumors that he was serving Lady Silverflower. Kim was shocked because the heretic inquisitor began to say that Lavielle probably found out and somehow put pressure on his weakness. Kim turned to the heretic inquisitor and said the first part of their phrase, "when spring comes." However, Sylvia did not understand him and asked again. Sylvia asked him what he meant by this, and Kim was horrified to understand everything. At this moment, the servant gave Lavielle a whip. Taking the whip, Lavielle said that Sylvia Evan violated the inviolability of the territory of the ducal family and also created a mess and has not yet apologized for this, which is extremely impudent on her part. Lavielle said that in the name of the emperor she was going to punish her. Putting her hand to her chin, Sylvia said that she knew better what exactly she had done wrong. Putting her hand to her chest, Sylvia said that her crime was that the crown prince loved her, although she was just the daughter of a baron from the outback. Smiling, Sylvia said that she was sorry that the prince loved her. Lavielle remained imperturbably silent while Sylvia apologized for being loved more than herself. Sylvia then asked if she had apologized well enough. At that moment, the crown prince came running to them with several guards, who was looking for Sylvia and worried about her. He hugged her and asked if she was okay and if she was hurt. He then looked at Lavielle angrily and called her an evil woman. He looked at the whip that Lavielle was holding and asked her how she dared to raise her hand to Sylvia. Covering her mouth, Lavielle said that this was the law of the empire. However, the angry crown prince asked her how the law could come before humanity. Lavielle began to remember the sword that grants wishes. The crown prince, meanwhile, said that she was constantly talking about the good of the empire, but he asked her what she herself had done for her. The crown prince said that she was poisoning Sylvia and asked if that was her job. Lavielle lowered her head in shame, because the crown prince called her the worst, full of malice creature. Then Lavielle asked if he wanted to get rid of her. The crown prince, holding Sylvia's shoulder with one hand and the torch with the other, looked at her silently. Then he turned around and asked Sylvia's to come with him, because, according to him, they should not linger in such a place. Sylvia turned around and said that her servant was coming too. However, Kim stood with his head down. Kim decided to open the status window. He looked at Sylvia and saw that she was thinking that Lavielle Avancia would not get anything. Kim, remembering the heretic inquisitor, was greatly upset. Sylvia smiled and asked if Kim would go with her. Kim, holding one hand in the other, said that he was thinking of staying with Lady Silver Lily for a while. The smile disappeared from Sylvia's face and she asked if Kim really didn't understand her current situation. She said that Kim should not think that she was happy to show off her wounds. According to her, she really suffered only in order to free the servant from Lavielle's tenacious grip. Kim replied that he knew that. Then Sylvia asked if Kim really knew and still refused her outstretched hand. At this point, Kim's synchronization with the character began. He bowed, apologized, and said that he still had business to do here. Synchronization with the character reached 13%. While Kim stood with his head down, Sylvia said that this was a convenient excuse and asked if Kim was sure that the reason was not that he was fascinated by her. Suddenly Sylvia grinned. Sylvia turned to Lavielle and said that she did not know what kind of machinations she was pulling, and also asked her not to think that she could destroy their connection with her faithful servant. Lavielle replied that Sylvia has every right to think of whatever she wants. She also ordered Sylvia to disappear from her sight. Then Sylvia embarrassed the crown prince by asking if he would go with her. The crown prince and Sylvia headed towards the exit and left. Kim and Lavielle looked after them. Silence reigned between the heroes. Lavielle threw his cloak at Kim and ordered him to return, saying that he had done enough. Kim turned around and asked her what she intended to do next. Lavielle turned around and began to say that she still wanted to admire the flowers before returning to her chambers, and therefore asked to be left alone. She also ordered Kim to step inside and rest. At this moment, the Sword Lord began to shout to Kim that this was his chance because she was definitely upset now, and therefore Kim could go to her and score points in her eyes. However, Kim silently followed her, which angered the Lord of the Sword, who began to ask whether Kim really decided to ignore him. Kim, approaching Lavielle, said that he, in fact, could not sleep for several days in a row. He asked if she was tired. Lavielle replied that she wished she could say no, but she was really tired. The moon emitted a pink light, and Lavielle began to say that this was her 14th repetition, which means she had been guiding the crown prince on the right path for a whole 140 days. According to her, even if her love is not reciprocated, it must be directed for the good of their people, but it is so difficult. Kim took a step and said that she was no longer alone. Looking at her with a smile, Kim said that she had him. According to him, as long as a person has someone who sees and knows about his love, he can cope with any situation. The Sword Lord watched this with skepticism. Lavielle asked if it was true. Kim replied that it was surprising, but true. Lavielle then looked at Kim and said that he was wrong about some things. Starting to draw something on the ground with a whip, Lavielle said that the last 10 days of her life were endlessly repeated, and Kim was simply going back in time to the day before her death. She said their cases may seem similar, but they are not. The tip of the whip broke, but Lavielle continued to say that Kim was one of them, capable of returning much further than the other. According to her, the one who regresses first will forget about what happened, while the other will be trapped in time. They stood in front of each other, and between them there were two lines that Lavielle drew. The girl said that she and Kim are two parallel lines that will never intersect. Lowering her head, Lavielle said that she could understand Kim and his situation, but that was all. She decided they couldn't be together. With a wave of her hand, Lavielle said that Kim's confession that he wanted to be with her was wonderful, but perhaps these were just beautiful words that would never become reality. Kim suddenly asked what if they could become a reality. Taking hold of her hair, Lavielle replied that there were no ifs in this world. Kim approached her and exclaimed that he would certainly keep his word. Kim began to shout that he said this sincerely and not in order to win her heart, and that he was definitely not one of those who build illusions. Kim then said that he would help her get out of this 10-day cycle. Lavielle responded that this was presumptuous and stated that she was happy with her life. Kim smiled and said that he knows because he feels the same way, but he still wants to help her. Kim, handing her a cloak, said that he wanted to help her because she was the one he loved. He immediately asked if this also seemed presumptuous to her. Kim put a cloak on her, and Lavielle asked him what he was offering. Kim asked her to stay with him until the end of this world comes. Kim also said that he would be very grateful if she could help him love her even more. At the same time, Kim understood that the heretic Inquisitor had achieved 100% synchronization. Lavielle looked at Kim in surprise as he begged her to allow him to become so intoxicated with love for her that he could not escape her grasp. At the same time, Kim was thinking that the key to successfully clearing this scene was a rather unusual method, but it could work. Lavielle asked if Kim really needed her help with this. Kim, holding his neck, asked her not to worry because he was quite easy to conquer. Kim added that his heart was already beating like crazy just from her touch. Lavielle put her hand on Kim's cheek and said that she promised to teach Kim love, so she should take responsibility for it. Lavielle asked if that would be enough. Kim blushed deeply, and at that moment synchronization with the character began, which had already reached 44%. Kim replied that it was good. Lavielle said she knew she was in no position to say that, but she asked if Kim wasn't too naive. She asked him how he survived in this harsh world. Kim smiled and replied that he did not survive because he died many times. Leaning towards her ear, Kim asked if her heart didn't beat faster when meeting his vulnerable side. Kim added that he has heard that showing your weaknesses to another person to win their affection is quite effective. Lavielle chuckled. Kim continued to say that after witnessing her quarrel with Lady Golden Flower, he realized something. Kim said that Lavielle is wise, but at the same time easily gives into provocations, even knowing that in the end she will be left with nothing. According to him, that is why he decided to make her such an offer. Kim took a step towards her and said that her words sounded like instructions from an expert in love, but for this you need not only to be able to love, but also to be able to accept love. Kim bowed and said that Lavielle has problems with this compared to the Lady Golden Flower so accurately. Then Lavielle took Kim by the chin and asked, "So what?" Kim's synchronization with the character reached 45%, and Lavielle meanwhile asked Kim to continue, saying that she was beginning to like listening to his voice. Kim started to talk about something, but Lavielle said that Kim had such white teeth. Kim continued to say that it was not surprising that Lady Golden Flower was able to steal the crown prince from Lavielle. According to Kim, Lavielle should have analyzed his preferences more thoroughly. Lavielle didn't seem to listen and continued to look at him, saying that he had a cute tongue. Kim blushed deeply because he was very embarrassed. Lavielle, holding Kim by the chin, asked him why he fell silent, because she could not see his tongue if he did not speak, so she asked him to continue. Lavielle asked if Kim was giving up. The hero confirmed this. Kim's eyes slowly closed. Lavielle said Kim is someone who can't live in peace without saying dangerous things. She also added that she doesn't know what Kim's grand plan is or why he is so confident in it, but Kim is fearless. Lavielle and Kim came close to each other. Lavielle said that since she had already survived 14 registrations, she would not mind being free from all this, even if only for a moment. Lavielle still had her hand on Kim's cheek. She said that you need to behave badly with a bad person, and that is her principle. Lady Silver Lily began to talk about how she thought a lot about everything that happened today, and came to the conclusion that the Crown Prince had gone too far in his bad attitude towards her and could not continue like this. Lavielle put her hand on Kim's neck. Blushing and embarrassed, Kim asked if she had decided to refuse him. However, Lavielle denied this and said that her heart had already become a constellation stuck in the night sky, and therefore she simply could not do that. However, she also wants to be bad, capable of going beyond what is permitted. She suddenly suggested that Kim have an affair. The hero was shocked. Kim was shocked. He thought that this was his first love. Kim asked in amazement if this meant that Lavielle loved him, but Lavielle immediately replied that this was not the case. It didn't seem right to Kim. She said that Kim is still a servant who is dear to Lady Golden Flower, her childhood friend and loyal subject. Kim wondered what she meant by an affair. Lavielle said she wondered what Sylvia's face would be like when she found out she and Kim were dating. Lady Silver Lily added that she was sure that the Crown Prince would not remain indifferent. Kim was surprised and upset because he thought that everything should have been more romantic. Kim asked if Lavielle wanted to date him just to get back at both of them. Lavielle hugged him and asked if he didn't like it. Lavielle then stood up on her tiptoes. Then Kim lifted her completely. Kim took her hands, and Lavielle asked him to call her by name. After that, she asked if he remembered the first lesson in the basics of love that she taught him. Kim said that love begins with knowing the essence of an evil bitch, and Lavielle replied that this is exactly so. Kim's synchronization with the character reached 50%. Lavielle, sitting in Kim's arms, said that she would become his first evil bitch. All this time, the Lord of the Sword was sitting there. He said they were both crazy, so they were good for each other. He also added that he, however, did not think that Kim would find a normal girl. The Lord of the Sword congratulated Kim on his first love and first relationship. The day passed and morning came. Kim stood in front of the sink, holding his face. He adjusted the bow tie on his neck. Kim looked in the mirror and said the name of the Silver Lily Lady. He then repeated her name once more, just as a notification appeared behind him that his synchronization with the character had reached 62%. Looking in the mirror, Kim thought that all he was doing was repeating her name. Kim thought that he really seemed to be in love. Kim decided to open the status window. The names of his skills appeared above Kim, as well as his nickname. The hero thought that he was so easy to describe. His envy, secrets, social skills, humor, willpower, what makes him happy, all of it. Kim then opened the status window. At this moment, he was thinking about how he looked in the eyes of other people. The hero exhaled and, lowering his head, said that he was still Kim Kong-ya. Kim thought that his character had not yet consumed him, as was the case with the heretic Inquisitor, and this time his plan would be implemented as planned. Kim decided that he would definitely see to it. Suddenly, he turned around and addressed the Lord of the Sword. Kim looked at him and said that if the role of servant consumed him, he would like the Sword Lord to do something for him. Kim began to talk about how there was a high probability that Kim would stop hearing the Sword Lord when the synchronization threshold reached 100%. According to him, even given all his skills, he might simply forget about them. That's why Kim said that they must do everything to prevent this from happening. The hero began to take out a knife from his inner pocket and said that 99% would be the last line of defense. He said the mark cannot be allowed to rise. Kim asked the Sword Lord to stop him no matter what if he thought he had reached 99%. The Lord of the Sword, holding his neck, said that he could not believe that Kim would allow such an outcome because he has such a strong mind. The ghost asked if this could not be avoided. Kim, happily putting on his coat, denied this because he was going to deliberately raise the threshold. The Sword Lord was shocked and exclaimed that then Kim would fail the level and be stuck in this world. Putting on the glove, Kim said that he could not reveal his entire plan to the ghost, but it would only work if he alone knew its essence. Kim said that he was going to use a time loop in the tower system and thereby complete the level. The Lord of the Sword looked in amazement at Kim, who simply asked him for help when he got really bad. As he left, Kim said that he was counting on the Lord of the Sword. Before leaving, he said that he had gone to help his beloved. After some time, Kim was already in Lavielle's chambers. He said that she took too much on herself because every night she fights with demons, cleaning up behind the Crown Prince or Lady of the Golden Flower. Kim sat in front of Lavielle, who was lying in bed, holding teapots in his hands. He said that's why she has so many absences from the academy. Lavielle, putting her hand to her chin, stated that she was used to it, and besides, it had always been like this, starting from the first regression. Kim was a little upset because Lavielle said that it had been like this since her birth, because she actually grew up on this estate. According to her, everything went downhill when she stuck a sword into a mirror, causing the collapse of the world. Then she began to talk about how the fact that the Emperor singled out not only her, but also Lady Golden Flower was also the reason. She said that this is why even if she becomes Empress, she will die in no time. According to her, even conceiving a child is a problem for her, so she shouldn't be an Empress. Suddenly Lavielle started coughing violently. Kim handed her a mug of hot tea and asked her to drink it. Lavielle took the mug and thanked him. She said Kim added a lot of honey just the way she likes it. She asked him how he found out. Kim replied that she herself had given him the instructions of the previous apostles. Kim remembered the second paragraph of the instructions, which stated that Lavielle has a weak taste sensitivity, so only foods with a pronounced taste are suitable for her. Kim said he simply used what was written there. Lavielle looked at him and asked if he was going to follow their example. Kim smiled and said that everything was somewhat different, given that it was she who gave him the hint, and therefore we can say that he only listened to her words. Lady Silver Lily said that Kim, it turns out, is a cunning one. Holding a cup of tea in her hands, Lavielle asked him what his plan was. Lady Silver Lily started talking about how all they were doing with him was just having fun. Lavielle said that one of them is bound to forget about their time together, and she wonders if there is a way to prevent this. Kim suddenly said that it seemed like she had never trusted someone with her life. Lavielle looked at him questioningly. Kim, approaching her, smiled and asked her to trust him, because even if their relationship was fictitious, she herself chose him, which means he has something to offer her. Kim remembered the clearing of previous floors and said that they all sometimes need help and Lavielle alone can cope. The hero began to talk about how she already took on too much, and then he quoted several of her statements. Lavielle looked at him and asked if he really thought that her ideas had become obsolete. Kim, holding several flowers in his hands, confirmed this and said that it was time for her to rest. Standing in front of the window and looking at the flower, Kim said that he seemed to be one of those people who couldn't bear to see his beloved trying to cope with everything alone. However, Kim immediately denied this and said that he was absolutely sure. The hero also stated that he hopes that if he gets tired, his beloved will also help him. Looking away sadly, Lavielle said that they didn't have a real relationship. Kim raised his hand and said it didn't matter as long as he was serious. Lavielle asked, and is he really happy with everything? The hero confirmed this and said that she still doesn't know him well. Kim smiled and handed her the flowers and said that he was a real optimist. Kim asked if she thought he would wallow in his inferiority complex just because he thought they were in a fake relationship. Kim said that this is not at all true, because for him, on the contrary, it is an opportunity. He also promised that she would definitely fall in love with him. Lavielle asked him in surprise where he gets this self-confidence from. Kim put the flowers in a vase and said that the two of them simply have time that belongs only to them, and until she gets tired of him, he will not give up no matter what. Kim looked at her and said that he would do everything to become her support. The time was approaching midnight. Lavielle took the sword in her hands and said that time was up and it was time for her to fulfill her duty. However, Kim stopped her, saying that she should rest. Kim asked if she really wanted to go fight monsters in her condition, and then immediately told her to leave it to him. Kim said that he would deal with them without any problems, and within a moment he was fighting against the demons. The demons tried to hug him, asking if he would really kill her, but Kim was merciless. The next morning came. Kim still continued to help Lady Silver Lily. He took a stack of papers and asked Lavielle not to burden herself with such difficult tasks, but Lavielle asked him what he was doing. Kim threw the papers into the fire and said that there were only a couple of days until the end of the world. According to him, if the empire is destined to fall just because it does not bother with paperwork, let it do it right now. Looking at the fire, Kim told Lavielle to just pretend she was on vacation. Lavielle said this is the first time she has lived like this. Some time later, Kim and Lavielle were sitting by the lake. Lavielle asked if she really could do nothing. She started talking about how she had not attended classes for 3 days now. She also said that she was worried about someone seeing her like this. However, Kim smiled and said that he would sort everything out. Lavielle looked away and said disgruntledly that she did not want to rely on him. Then Kim asked her who said he was doing this for free. The hero added that if he needed help, he would like Lady Silver Lily to help him out too. Kim suggested that they rely on each other. Lavielle looked at him in surprise. Kim asked if she wanted him to read her favorite poems and Lavielle agreed. Some more time passed. Kim and Lavielle were sitting in the boat. They both admired the beauty of the world. Lady Silver Lily said that in the midst of spring everything turns white. As Kim continued to row, Lavielle talked about how spring flowers bloom during this period and magnolias wither. In the Empire, this phenomenon is called White Spring. Kim said it's a great season. Lavielle agreed with him and said that she no longer remembers the last time she admired this phenomenon. Suddenly, Lavielle was horrified because the system reported that the presence of the silver one from the heart was becoming stronger. We then see a flashback of Lavielle piercing her heart with a sword. The silver heart began to reveal itself, and everything around turned red. The academy students were shocked. The sky was stained with blood. Suddenly, fragments of stars began to fly to the ground. Lavielle said she felt so relaxed with Kim. She asked if she could really trust him. Kim approached her and said that she had already told him that they were like parallel lines, and the one who dies first is the first to regress, which is why they cannot stay together forever. Kim took her hand and told her that from now on she would be enveloped in his aura. The hero added that not only her body, but also her brain itself. He will do the same to himself and then explode their heads at the same moment. Kim, taking her hand with both, said that whoever dies first will be the first to return in time, and there is no guarantee that whoever survives will remember anything. Kim said, in this case, there is only one way to stay together, and that is to die at the same time. Lavielle was shocked. Kim turned to her and invited her to die together. This is how ordinary people plan for tomorrow. Kim planned his death. Kim thought that he could always come up with an easier way to commit suicide, and this time the choice fell on the aura, with the help of which he would blow up his brain. A short moment, and that's it, he won't even feel pain. This is a simple and easy method, which is why Kim has never used it before. Kim thought that if he got used to simplicity, it would lower his guard. He also remembered that this was how he killed the summer spirit. So Kim decided to die in a different way, much more painful. He remembered how he took out a knife and killed himself. Kim did this in order to preserve his instincts and ability to think as clearly and soberly as possible. However, today is a special occasion. Kim, holding Lavielle's hand, asked her not to worry and said that everything would be over in an instant. Lavielle looked at her hand and said it felt good. She started talking about how she felt like warmth was spreading through her blood vessels. Lady Silver Lily also said that if this is his normal body temperature, then he is a slightly hotter person than her. Suddenly Lavielle said that she was worried. She stated that this was the first time she had experienced such torment despite all her rebirths. She just knew that everything would be fine as long as she didn't lose touch with herself, but today she's afraid of losing Kim. She was worried that she might return first and forget about Kim. The waves began to rage, but Kim asked her not to worry. Lavielle's demons appeared behind them. Kim said he'll be there. People began to scream and be terrified of the demons. Some ran away, while others fell into a stupor from shock. Lavielle heard these screams. She suddenly told Kim not to make a mistake. There were demons behind her, but she calmly told Kim that if one of them died even a tenth of a second before the other, she would blame him forever. Lady Silver Lily ordered Kim to note on his nose that he only had one try. Kim smiled and replied that he understood her. At this moment, the tower announced that the Silver Heart was contemplating Kim. Lavielle said Kim will have to take responsibility for forcing her to trust someone again. Suddenly, the Apostle of the Cow reaping the fruits of destruction appeared. The Apostle of the War Horse of the Eternal Plains also appeared. Following them came the Apostle of the Unfading Preacher of Happiness. Lavielle called them ignorant creatures and accused them of not grasping the atmosphere at all. Kim said it was worth teaching them a lesson. Kim looked up and said that they should have known that those who disturbed the lovers would be destroyed. Lavielle looked at him with a smile and said that she liked Kim's attitude. Kim used the 9th form of the heavenly demon divine art, the suicide sword. Kim died and the return to 24 hours ago began. Kim opened his eyes. Lavielle, standing nearby, asked if he had woken up. Kim was sitting by the same tree where they lay together. Lavielle said she couldn't believe Kim slept for so long. Kim was worried because he was worried about whether they succeeded. Kim looked at Lavielle and wondered if they both retained memories of the past. Lavielle said Kim appeared to be lying. Lady Silver Lily turned around and said that Kim promised that they would return to the same time period. However, she arrived in the past 9 days before him. Kim's eyes began to water. Lavielle asked that even if they were in a fake relationship, how could he leave his lover alone for so long? Lavielle, looking away, exclaimed that he could not imagine how she had been going through all this time. Lavielle asked him how it was possible to be so late, because he promised that he would be with her, but in the end he did not keep his word. She said that Kim deserved a severe punishment, but Kim rushed to her and immediately hugged her. Kim asked for forgiveness, but Lavielle did not hold a grudge against him. She hugged him and said that everything was fine now. Lady Silver Lily also added that she couldn't bring herself to tell him that looking after him was unbearably boring. However, Kim asked her not to lie. Lavielle said it was true, but it wasn't the first time she had to wait for someone. Kim's synchronization with the character reached 71%. Suddenly Kim said that he would have one request for Lavielle. Kim asked if she could wait. Kim said that he would decrease the number of days each time until they were together from day one. Lavielle pulled him by the shirt and called him impudent. She said that in other words, he was asking her to die 9 more times. Kim asked if she was in pain. Lavielle approached him and said that it didn't hurt. Kim was just so greedy that he wanted to snatch all 10 days of her time loop. Kim, smiling and looking at her, asked if he could kiss her. Kim kissed her and then died immediately. Then he kissed Lavielle again and died. Then he kissed her again and died. The next time they met, Kim asked if she had brushed her teeth before their meeting. Lavielle replied that she would pretend she didn't hear it. However, Kim suddenly said upsetly that it was not fair. Lavielle put her hand on Kim's head and said that after all, she had waited for him for 39 days in total. She said that she had the right to show a little selfishness because this way Kim would feel less guilty. She said Kim should thank her for that. Kim, blushing, asked if it turned out that they had been kissing for 39 days. Lavielle exclaimed for him to shut up because his words were embarrassing. They kissed and died again. Kim returned 24 hours ago, but this time the heretic inquisitor greeted him first. The heretic inquisitor said that Lady Silver Lily came to him and asked Kim what he thought she needed at such a late time. The heretic inquisitor also added that he heard that she does not even live in a dormitory, but in separate chambers. However, Kim only asked the heretical inquisitor where Lavielle was now. The heretic inquisitor reported that Lavielle said that she would wait for Kim in the garden opposite the dormitory, and Kim immediately went to her. The heretic inquisitor was surprised by Kim's reaction, who simply walked away silently. Kim came out, kissed her and died again. And so finally he returned 24 hours ago once again. The hero returned to the first day, the day they first came to this world. Kim looked at Lavielle with a smile. However, Lady Silver Lily was unperturbed. They began to approach each other. As they approached, they immediately kissed, despite the fact that it was a very crowded place. Kim, cupping her cheeks, asked if they had finally done it. Lavielle confirmed this and said that now their first day will last forever as long as they wish it. Having said this, she immediately kissed Kim. The heretic inquisitor was surprised to see this and wondered if he had missed something. Lavielle and Kim shocked everyone by kissing. People were horrified and thought they were imagining it, while simultaneously wondering what was happening here. The Sword Lord closed his eyes and began to scream. He asked why he needed this posthumous suffering and why he was obliged to look at it. People around were talking about how Lady Goldenflower's servant kissed the Crown Princess Lady Silver Lily. However, Kim calmly thought that this was a completely expected reaction. Suddenly the Crown Prince, stunned, asked Lady Silver Lily what she was doing. Lavielle hugged Kim and asked the Crown Prince to forgive her because she should have done this away from human eyes. The Crown Prince was horrified and could not say anything. Lady Silver Lily took the piece of paper in her hands and said that she realized the gravity of her crime, so she was ready to accept a fair punishment, but the Crown Prince did not understand what punishment she was talking about. Suddenly Lavielle handed him a piece of paper, saying that this was his punishment. Lady Silver Lily said it was a resignation letter. While the Crown Prince looked at this statement with horror, Lavielle said that knowing the generous heart of the Crown Prince, she decided to choose her punishment in advance, since he himself would hardly have coped with it. She stated that she would leave the academy and would not appear in public until her expulsion took place. Lady Silver Lily added that from now on she would also stop visiting him. Then suddenly Lavielle grabbed Kim by the hand and ran away, saying that she hoped for the Crown Prince's approval. Kim and Lavielle ran outside. Kim, looking at Lavielle, who was holding his hand, wondered whether it was really possible. They continued to run, and Kim wondered if, having given her heart, she should not be devoted to the Crown Prince to the end. Kim looked at Lavielle and thought that it didn't matter because the main thing was that Lavielle now looked happy. Kim decided that was enough. Lavielle, meanwhile, admired the sunset. At that moment, the heretic inquisitor suddenly called out to Kim, calling him the King of Death. The heretic inquisitor waved to him and asked when they would clear the stage. He approached Kim and asked what this kiss was for because he had completely stopped understanding what was what. The heretic inquisitor then said that when he saw them together, his heart began to pound like crazy. He asked what this meant. Kim simply replied that he believed it was a heart attack. Kim smiled and said that he had already settled everything with the level and now the heretic inquisitor could do nothing more and rest. The heretic inquisitor exclaimed that this was excellent and that from now on he would do whatever he wanted. Then Kim specified that the heretic inquisitor should not kill people. The heretic inquisitor agreed. However, then Kim clarified that torture is also prohibited, as is kidnapping, holding hostage and interrogating. Then suddenly the heretic inquisitor asked what he should do then. Kim turned away and, waving to the heretic inquisitor, said that soon there would be more trouble, and therefore there was no need to worry, and until then he could lock himself in his chambers and read a book of fairy tales. The heretic inquisitor then told Kim that he constantly hears that his synchronization threshold is growing, but does not understand why. Having escaped with Lavielle, Kim said that this was another harbinger of an attack. After some time, Kim and Lavielle were already sitting in the carriage. Lavielle said that from now on the whole empire would gossip about them. Lavielle said that the high society of the capital would shower her with letters, and there would be at least 200 of them. According to her, 20 of them will be from her family and relatives, and 10 from her father. Kim was surprised, because Lavielle said that the emperor would call her later. She addressed Kim by name and asked him what she should do about it. Kim asked in surprise if she had just called him by name. Lavielle looked to the side and started talking about this place. She said that this place she was stuck in for so long was so small. Lady Silver Lily began to talk about how Somavan Academy was an object created to strengthen the influence of the emperor. Those coming from noble families were obliged to study here in order to instill in their young minds uniform attitudes, language, and knowledge, thereby strengthening the national spirit. Then Lavielle also said that within the walls of the academy, envy, vanity, arrogance, and possessiveness flourish, but they are covered with the big word tradition or decree of the emperor. Kim looked at Lavielle as she talked about how the empire they would rule in the future was very different from the academy. Lavielle wondered if the crown prince understood this. Kim suddenly asked Lady Silver Lily why she cared so much about the empire, and then added that she took too much on herself. Kim pressed his hand to his chest and asked her to put it all out of her mind and focus on him. Kim assured her that this would keep her busy for a long time. Lavielle moved closer to him and addressed him by name again. She said that if he hurt her heart, she would finish him. Lavielle took Kim's hands and asked if he understood this. Kim confirmed this. Kim then said it was clear as day. Lavielle ordered him to answer what exactly was clear to him. Meanwhile, the carriage continued to move somewhere. Kim said no matter what happens, he won't let her soul suffer again. He also said that if he accidentally offended her, he would immediately apologize in person. Lavielle took his hands and said that he still seemed to need clarification. Lavielle put Kim's hands on her throat and said that if he betrays her, it would be better if he immediately strangles her with these very hands. Kim was shocked because Lavielle told him not to use his aura and to do it only with his hands. Lavielle told him to kill her again and again until the day they met was erased from this world. Holding his hands, Lavielle said that no matter if it took hundreds or thousands of days, she would sentence him to her death. Lavielle also said that for the rest of her life, Kim will have to remember that she will never forgive him. Lavielle then said that Kim seemed to be able to live forever if she wanted. Kim replied that it was true. Lavielle asked Kim to know that if he betrayed her, he would burn in eternal hell. Kim addressed her by name and said that he understood her. Lavielle suddenly said that if he wants to confess to something, then let him do it now. Kim revealed that he has a skill known as the reincarnation of 100 souls. Kim showed her the skill card and began to tell her that he could summon any of those he had killed in the past. Also, if he wants, he can retain the memories of his previous life. Lavielle asked if this meant he could summon her too. Kim closed the skill card and said that since he killed her 9 times, he could summon 9 clones of her, but he had no intention of doing that. Lavielle said that she would have one more condition in case of Kim's betrayal. She said he would have to get rid of this skill. Kim covered her hands with his and agreed, apologizing for not saying earlier. Lavielle said that she would forgive him if he promised her one thing. Kim asked her what it was. Lavielle told him not to kill himself without her knowledge. She told him not to dare to die, even if the day came when it would be easier for him, because he was her beloved. Lady Silver Lily stated that his life now belongs not only to him, and if death cannot be avoided, then she asked Kim to fight to the very end. Lavielle took Kim by the cheek and he agreed. She then said that she would now listen to Kim's terms. The hero said that he wants her to trust him if he asks. Lavielle, before kissing Kim, said that from now on she would always trust him. After some time, the heroes were walking somewhere, and Kim suggested that Lavielle arrange the most carefree 10-day vacation in the world. Then he asked Lavielle if there was another hard-working, yet unrecognized person like her. Kim suggested that she forget about all important matters and enjoy the regression to the fullest to fill her hearts with happiness. Lavielle asked if Kim was offering to do something that ordinary people could not afford. Kim smiled and replied that this was exactly so. When they arrived at a castle, Lavielle said that it didn't matter how loud a commotion they caused, because the next day everyone would forget about it. Kim said that he knew that she would understand him immediately, and he would not have to chew everything out. A man at the entrance to the building asked them if they wanted to choose a specific place. Kim put the suitcase on the ground. Lavielle at this point said she preferred to hire the entire theater group for one day. Then she said maybe all 6. They stood in front of a large number of actors. Lavielle approached Kim and said there was something she had always wanted to try. Kim leaned over and asked her what she wanted. Lavielle opened her fan and said that she wanted to watch 6 performances at once on the big stage. The actors were shocked because Lavielle said that 3 of them had to act out a tragedy and 2 a comedy. She told the remaining troupe to perform the opera. Kim smiled and said that he already anticipated the cacophony. And so, after some time, they sat in the auditorium and watched the performance. Lavielle said she craves chaos. They laughed heartily while watching the performance. Some time passed and the heroes were already in another place. The heroes were playing poker and they had a lot of chips. Lavielle showed her finger down and said she passed. The man in the blue suit also folded his cards and said that he folded. Lavielle then decided to up the ante. The man suddenly shouted that this was already arbitrary. The man said that he would not allow anyone to do this on his territory, not even her. Kim displeasedly asked him who he was up against here. Then the hero suggested that Lavielle cut off the man's head, but Lavielle said that this should not be done. Lady Silver Lily shocked Baron Jib by saying that, of course, he secretly produces drugs in his basement and then sells them throughout the capital, but this is not enough to deprive him of his head. Baron Jib, stunned, asked her what she meant. Kim then took a chair and asked Baron Jib to sit down. Lavielle said that if he played with her 10 times, she would let him get away with it. After some time, the heroes were already home. They lay in bed together. Kim asked if Lavielle was happy. Snuggling up to Kim, she said that for the first time she felt like she wanted to live longer. Kim said he was happy too. Kim saw a sync boost notification behind him and reported it to Lady Silver Lily, but she asked him what the threshold was. Kim began to explain that this is a level mechanic laid down by the constellation that sent him to this world. Kim asked if she remembered him playing the role of a servant. The hero explained that the threshold is a numerical representation of how much he has merged with his character. Kim also explained that when she calls him by name, strokes his cheek, or is in his arms like she is now, that threshold increases. Lavielle asked if it turns out that he grows even when they just talk. She asked Kim what would happen to him if he reached 100%. Kim smiled and began to answer her question. However, turning off the lamp, he told her not to overload herself with thoughts about it yet, because she promised to think only about him. Lavielle called him a trickster. After this, we see the events that happened the next day. Kim, standing next to Lavielle, exclaimed that this street was at the complete disposal of the Duchess of Avancia for today. He asked the man who was standing near the carriage how they dared to block its path with their dirty carriage, obtained through extortion from the common people. The next day, Kim and Lavielle showed up to the Emperor. The Emperor fainted, because Kim said that the Emperor should raise his son better, because such worms were still to be found. Time was their personal theater. Lavielle and Kim were having fun in every possible way, and so they sat near the fountain. Kim, holding Lavielle's hand, said that they were so bad. Lavielle confirmed this and said that they are real pests. At this point, Kim's synchronization threshold increased. Kim said that only he and she know about this. Lavielle said they were directly accomplices in the crime. Looking out over the busy city, Kim asked if Lavielle remembered what he had said to her in the carriage. Lavielle replied that she remembered everything he had ever said to her. Kim asked if he remembered how he asked her to trust him. Lady Silver Lily confirmed this. Kim looked at her and said that then now she will have to keep her word. Lavielle said he seemed to be up to something really fishy now. She said it was better for Kim to confess right now. Kim said he was going to raise the threshold to 99%. Kim said that he needed to almost completely merge with the guise of a servant because he needed to become the one who was born in this world. Lavielle asked him why he needed this. Kim replied that he could not tell her the reason. Then she said that the fact that he could not reveal it meant that for his plan to succeed, only he alone had to know it, and now he was talking about it because he needed something from her. Kim smiled and replied that this was absolutely true. Lavielle, lowering her head, said that from the very beginning he asked her to trust him only for this moment, and therefore she should have listened to him more carefully. Then she asked what she should do. First, the heroes returned to the first day to the beginning of this scene. They entered the room. Lavielle turned around and asked Kim what she should do now. Kim shocked her by giving her some rope and telling her to tie him to the chair first. Lavielle took the rope and said that she thought it was too early for them to go to the afterlife. Kim, sitting on a chair, said that he had not enjoyed this yet, so she need not worry. Lavielle said that she promised to trust him unconditionally, but for some reason she no longer likes it. And so Lavielle tied up Kim. Kim said that was great because she seemed to tie him up well. The Sword Lord excitedly asked Kim what he was doing. The Lord of the Sword was already scared. Kim thought that it seemed that this servant, the true owner of the body, fell for both girls at once, but since both were not of his status, he suppressed his feelings. Both like the Crown Prince and Lady Goldenflower had feelings for both the prince and the servant. Now Lavielle loves both the prince and Kim. The hero thought that this was the most classic romantic cliché, but it allowed him to develop this plan. Kim told Lavielle to put a mirror in front of him now. The hero opened the character window and looked in the mirror. Kim turned to Lavielle. He asked Lavielle to kiss him without stopping, thereby making him love her even more. Lavielle stroked Kim's cheek and asked if he had a fetish for kissing while tied up. Taking his cheeks, she said that he could have said it right away. However, Kim at that moment was thinking that from a certain point he would cease to be himself. He also remembered that he noticed one thing about the heretic inquisitor. When the Golden Flower Lady's personality consumed him, his hair continued to grow. Kim smiled and asked that when his threshold reached 99% and approached 100, she would kill him with her own hands. However, Lavielle was surprised and asked him again. Then Kim asked her to think. Kim bet anything that she was thinking the same thing he was thinking. Kim said that in the end they are both regressors. Lavielle, holding her shoulder, said it was dangerous and the shudders were a bit inappropriate. However, Kim said that it is precisely thanks to the bet that they win, because this is precisely the error in the tower system. In other words, it is their advantage. Lavielle approached him that there is another problem, which is that she will forget him. However, Kim said that there was nothing wrong with it because he would sort it out. Lavielle listened to him skeptically. Kim only asked her for one favor. Kim asked Lavielle to make him a guide in case he was unable to leave this world on his own. Kim asked Lavielle to trust him. Lavielle put her hands on Kim's shoulders and agreed. Lavielle took Kim by the head and said that she was his first and he would be her last. Stroking his chin, she asked if she really fell in love with such a bad guy. Then they kissed. Kim's synchronization increased to 84%. Lavielle continued to kiss Kim. His synchronization increased to 85%. While they kissed, Kim thought that that last transformation of the heretic inquisitor into Lady Goldenflower was a little strange. Meanwhile, his synchronization increased to 86%. Lavielle still continued to kiss Kim, and the hero wondered why the heretic inquisitor still remained himself. Kim thought that the heretic inquisitor could freely change his appearance thanks to holy techniques, but this was his personal ability. Lady Golden Flower cannot possess her. Kim remembered how Sylvia showed up at the palace and thought that, nevertheless, her hair was growing and growing. Kim's synchronization threshold continued to rise, and he thought that, apparently, synchronization could not suppress the migrant's own techniques into someone else's body. Lavielle put her knee on the chair. The tower continued to notify Kim that it was synchronizing with the character. Kim's current synchronization threshold had reached 88%. Something strange began to happen. Some moments began to disappear from Kim's memories. Suddenly Lavielle stopped and asked Kim in surprise if he was okay. Shiny asked Kim to stop, and the Lord of the Sword angrily asked Kim what he was doing. Kim said he was fine. He asked for more. Lavielle called Kim an insatiable lover because he wants her to kiss him again. Lavielle continued to kiss Kim and something strange began to happen to him. Kim exclaimed that he loved Lavielle. While they were kissing, Kim said that no matter how many times he was reborn, he would still love her. He also asked her not to let him forget about it, even if he died. The puzzle began to crumble. Kim began to realize that his essence was splitting. Lavielle then asked Kim if he was okay. However, it was no longer Kim because he, looking at the situation, asked what it was. He saw Lavielle and, stunned, asked if she had kidnapped him. Lavielle was shocked because the servant said that he, of course, would never know the full extent of the power of the Duchy of Avancia, but now it goes beyond all reasonable boundaries. The servant asked her if she really hated Lady Golden Flower so much that she was going to bully her pathetic servant. Lavielle collected her thoughts and said that everything was clear to her. Now she understood how it worked. Lavielle removed her hands from the servant and said that she thought she no longer had a heart, but this definitely hurt her. Lavielle told Kim to rejoice because he completely trampled her feelings. The servant asked her in surprise what she meant. Lavielle reached for the sword and called the servant by Kim's name, but the servant did not understand and asked her about what she called him. Lavielle took out her sword and said that Kim is his love. The servant looked at her in horror. Lavielle continued to talk about how Kim is the one who opened his heart to her and the one to whom she opened up. Lavielle said that because he hurt her heart, she would kill him. Suddenly the servant closed his eyes in fear and pain. Lavielle told Kim to come back to her. The servant opened his eyes and saw blood. Lavielle, piercing the servant with a sword, said that she would wait for Kim for at least an eternity. Lavielle then kissed him. The servant wondered if Lady Silver Lily had invented yet another scheme to annoy Lady Golden Flower. The servant thought that he should tell his mistress everything. He wanted to wipe away her tears, and so he died. The tower began to return 24 hours ago. However, suddenly the tower discovered an error. She said that the owner of the skill and the target of the skill are different characters. The tower began analyzing the return point 24 hours ago for the owner and the isolated target. However, she was unable to complete the analysis. The tower reported that the case file was beyond the authority of the tower. The tower began to check the access of the Lord of Death. She confirmed that the Lord of Death is an appointed apostle, whose right was granted by Humestra. The tower began to assess the matter of the Lord of Death as an extremely important issue on the agenda. The tower requested a meeting of the 6 Pillars of Life to make a decision by voting. The servant moved somewhere. The Pillars of Life were discussing something, but he did not understand their speech. The tower confirmed the request and began translating into the Ziraquil language. The pillars, pointing at Kim, said that this little bastard had decided to play with them. The pillar ordered Hamastra to appear immediately. The pillar also wondered how such a sub-apostle could be slipped in. However, they said that according to the protocol, everything was fine with him. The apostle added that he was also sure that he did not understand a word of what they were saying, because he was already in sync with his character. They said that if they reversed the process, they could talk. The pillar ordered me to reverse this process. The tower accepted the request and began rolling back the Death Lord's synchronization. Kim's synchronization reached 0% and he immediately returned to himself. Pillar told Kim that he intentionally used regression after being fully in sync with the character. The pillar then said that Kim had thus reached the point of no return, beyond which it was his character's past, not Kim's. Kim looked at him and said that everything was correct. Kim told them to return it. For them to return it to the day before the 10-day time loop closed. Someone shouted for him to be returned. Returned to the day before the 10-day time loop closed. We see the face of a monster with white shining eyes. He called the guy shameless and threatened to kill him. But someone's voice calmed this monster. His personality, like a fragment of dark times, begins to emerge. The monster and the girl stood in front of the hero. The girl told the monster that anger and envy are a bad assistant in negotiations. The monster screamed at the hero to die. Kim Kanya looked to the side, at the silhouette of a girl, behind which there was a bright light. She heard that the hero is called the Lord of Death. It had been a while since they had gotten together twice because of the same person. How long has it been since they summoned the Constellation Killer? Behind the hero was the silhouette of that same girl. Moreover, the connection between them is only becoming stronger. Is this an accident? A pink screen appeared above the guy's head. It said, "I'm so tired of it." Kim Kanya stood with his head raised and looked at the pink glow. The synchronization threshold reached 100%. They had to take the hero back in time one day from the servant's point of view. If it were 90%, the starting point would be the Lord of Death. But it was 99%. The girl supported her head with her hand. How ambiguous this all is. She didn't know who to choose. Kim Kanya clenched his fists and looked up. He approached the Tower Lord and said that he needed to be returned based on the servant's timeline. There were some cages around the hero. The girl asked the guy to justify it. "First, numbers," the hero answered. He looked at his hands. The synchronization threshold was 99%, which means there was 1% left. Considering that the servant owns most of the mind, he thinks it would be correct to consider him the owner of the body. Through the glass we see the shadow of a girl who was holding her head on her hand. She replied that the hero speaks truthfully, but the reincarnation's winding watch is his skill. Only a guy can use it. There was sweat on the hero's face. The girl suggested to the hero that he wanted to go back in time. The hero stood in front of the purple cage. The girl asked Kim Kong-ya not to be nervous because she was simply interested in what the guy was motivated by. The guy held his chin with his hand. He asked the girl to think about it from the servant's point of view. Cards with eyes on them were flying around the hero. Both he and the servant constantly compete for control of the body throughout the scene. Sometimes he took control, sometimes he was a hero, which means Kim Kong-ya opened his mouth slightly as sweat ran down his cheek. The servant fairly gained the upper hand in this struggle. He gained the hero ability as a result of his victory. It turns out that the Reborn's winding watch can also be considered his skill. The girl's face and body shone with sparks. She said it made sense, just like what the hero did back then. Drops of sweat were still dripping down the hero's face. He defeated the summer spirit and took its power for himself. Pink particles were flying around Kim Kong-ya, and the hero himself was shielding his eyes from the bright light. The girl always wondered who would win in a fight between two regressors. Just think, they would have to return the servant to the moment before he acquired the hero skill. The scope of the hero's plans is impressive. We see the silhouette of a girl against a background of red light. The girl said that Kim Kong-ya could have just let the situation go and not attract the attention of the summer spirit, but he didn't. It was clear from the silhouette that Kim Kong-ya was simply thirsting for revenge. The moon, which guides the blind, curses the hero. Another girl who stood against the backdrop of blue light said that actually he did this because of a developed sense of justice. The princess wandering in mirages blesses the guy. A pink flash appeared near the two girls, standing against a backdrop of red and blue light. The girl said that the hero got involved in this to take revenge, but at the same time because of his heightened sense of justice. However, she is impressed by something else. In the middle of two flowers, a guy stood against a background of white light. The founder of everyone began to say quietly, this was the only way to defeat the summer spirit with 100% probability. Kim Kong-ya closed one eye as pink crystals flew behind him. The girl confirmed the words of the founder. We see a tall girl whose shadow was pink. She said that the heart of the Lord of Death is still inexperienced and ardent, but his mind is already cunning. He always craves a flawless victory. Kim Kong-ya clenched his fists. The girl added that she was looking forward to further explanations from the hero in order to completely convince them that she was right. Kim Kong-ya began to walk. He agreed. They didn't do anything wrong. The hero opened his palm and moved it slightly to the side. He continued to say that it was the tower system that made the mistake. This is why it is so difficult to make a final decision about who will ultimately perform the regression. Such an error would not have arisen if the tower system had been written perfectly. We are shown the girl's collarbone and shoulders in shades of pink. She admits it and asks what's next. Kim Kong-ya extended his palm in front of him. Since they are victims of the system's errors, the hero asks her to compensate them for this. The hero smiled, and drops of sweat flowed down his face, and also reward them for discovering this defect. The Death King looked at the black monster with his hand raised. The creature shouted that Kim Kong-ya was an impudent person and he had better watch his language so that they did not erase his existence. The spirit dancing in the void looks angrily at the guy. The moon, which guides the blind, tries to kill Kim Kong-ya. Suddenly, a pink glow appeared in front of the hero. Someone told everyone to stand. This is interesting. Kim Kong-ya looked towards the girl, who was incredibly big. She said that the guy's confidence in his own rightness and in the fact that he is entitled to reward and compensation is amazing. The hero raised his head, and behind him the shadow of this girl fell. She asked the Death King to explain why they should meet him halfway when they could simply erase this misunderstanding and not remember it. Kim Kong-ya opened his mouth slightly. He began to explain. The hero remembers seeing a sign wishing him good luck. He said the tower always wanted the best for him. He recalled how he saw the tower, which was illuminated by the sun. Despite the fact that the girl is an absolute being, she has never neglected the hunters or renounced them. We were never forced to move only in the designated direction. Hunters who decided to stay on the first floor could wander there forever. At the same time, she always supported those who wanted to rise higher and asked them to be careful. We are shown a child who was looking at the fire and two girls. And that was not all. Kim Kanya extended both hands up. Those people to whom the girl entrusted the floors were insignificant and lonely. She gathered those who survived terrible tragedies in order to share power over the tower with them. She is kind. The hero held his hands palms up, and in front of him was the silhouette of that girl. She doesn't interfere when they fight and try to kill each other because you respect their right to choose. Therefore, the hero is confident that they will fairly compensate them for errors in the system and associated losses because the girl can do it. Joy was visible in the hero's eyes. He thanked the girl for creating the tower. Kim Kanya stood in front of the girl, who leaned slightly towards him. He always wanted to tell her this, but there was no suitable opportunity. He wanted to thank her. The guy held his face and lowered his head. He said that without the tower he would have lived a miserable life. Although, to be honest, when I crossed the threshold of the tower, it remained the same. All this time the hero lived wrong. We are shown the outline of a girl's face. Kim Kanya thought that he was living wrong, but he was given a second chance. If this girl didn't exist, Kim Kanya bowed to her, keeping his arm bent at the elbow. He could never go back 4,000 days on his own. He managed to do this only because he was given such an opportunity. This motivates him to move forward. The guy stood with his head down, and a pink sphere shone above him. He thanked him again from the bottom of his heart. The girl's silhouette against a blue background said that she really liked the hero. Kim Kanya was still standing, bending over. The princess wandering in mirages looks at him with benevolence. This is the first time she has seen a person thank someone for something like this. The ancient staff looks at the hero with favor. Usually people point fingers at each other and blame everyone but themselves. The spirit dancing in the void looks at the guy with benevolence. The girl with white hair smiled. It was very nice. She reached out her hand to the hero. She is just a mirror. If the hero sees her as a good essence, it is only because he himself is good. Kim Kanya looked up with his mouth open. What kind of compensation does he want? He wants to go back 24 years from the servant's point of view. The guy blushed and looked down. This is because he was asked what reward he wanted. The hero spoke about Lady Silver Lily. We see the back of a girl in a red dress. Kim Kanya asked his lover to keep the memories. The hero stood in front of a terrifying purple eye. He might have requested a really strong ability because he discovered a fault in the tower system. He was offered to strengthen his skill of winding the reincarnation clock. Kim Kanya stood in the place of the pupil of the eye. The girl could well remove the 24-hour limit and allow the hero to move as much as he wishes, or enhance his soul reincarnation. Then the call will return not only goals and not only memories, but also the skills that she possessed during life. Kim Kanya knelt down and lowered his head again. He replied that he did not need anything. He just wants to stay with the one he loves. The girl stroked the hero on the back. She smiled again and her eyes were the same purple color. She called the Lord of Death. Several purple and blue screens appeared. They wished the hero good luck. The meeting came to an end. The synchronization threshold is being adjusted. Current synchronization threshold, 99%. There is a return to 24 hours ago. Pink petals are falling. We see half of the girl's face, smiling. Finally the servant woke up. For some reason his afternoon nap was prolonged. A guy in a suit was sitting on a chair. He recognized the lady. She was his one and only. A girl with white hair was sitting at a round table. She had just returned from dinner with the crown prince, and the guy was sleeping without waking up right in the chair. The girl smiled with her eyes closed and covered her mouth slightly with her hand. She asked the guy if it was possible to behave this way in the presence of his mistress, and yet she did not bother the guy. His sleeping face looked cute. Suddenly the girl opened her green eye in surprise. The guy in the suit was still sitting on the chair, and sweat was running down his cheek. He looks like he's about to cry. The girl thought he was having a nightmare. The guy wiped his face, and the girl clapped her hands. He asked her if she enjoyed the dinner with the crown prince. She answered yes and also wanted to add something. The girl showed her hand, which had a ring on it. His Highness presented her with a ring with blue coral. The girl looked at the ring on her hand. He presented the ring in the dining room, in front of everyone. The crown prince knows exactly how to make a girl happy. The guy covered his eye with his hand. He wondered what kind of grimace Avancia would make when she found out about this. The girl turned her head to the side because she was called. Lavielle didn't understand what had happened. We see part of someone's face, behind which there was a chandelier. Someone asked the servant to remain subordinate. It's quite unceremonious to call her by name, even if there is no one besides the two of them. He was asked to work on his manners. The guy sat on a chair and held his face. He asked the lady if she had heard what the servant had just said. The girl didn't understand anything. She looked into the distance, holding her hand near her shoulder. The servant doesn't know what's going on, but it feels like someone is screaming right in his ear. The girl thought he was sick and offered to take him to the infirmary. The servant stood up and walked in front of the girl. He said he would get some fresh air. The guy was already walking behind the girl, who was looking at him. She asked him to come back when he was finished. The servant stood near the windows. Then the girl was not yet a regressor. We see the red silhouette of a woman. That day, the crown prince became intimate with Lady Golden Flower. We are shown the moon from which a red light emanated. The girl was so angry that she made a wish on the sword that had been passed down in her family from generation to generation. Someone's hand was reaching for some strange object that looked like the hilt of a sword. A guy in a suit stood in front of the castle. As soon as the girl did this, her life began to last forever. The servant did not understand why he came to this castle. He walked along the red carpet, onto which the light fell. He thought that he needed to return. The guy's hand was holding the door's hand, but his body moves on its own. We again see the girl who was holding a sword in her hand. In the room behind the throne sat a white-haired girl. She was waiting for the servant. The guy looked at the girl who was standing near some object covered with a red cloth. She thinks the guy is in trouble. The girl began to remove the red cloth. She said that the servant does not know how to hide his emotions, and even the darkness of the night will not help him with this. The naked eye can see that this is his first time. The girl took off the cloth, and underneath it was a broken mirror. She didn't know what to say, so she decided to remain silent. The servant thought it was a dream and did not understand why Lady Avancia was in his dreams. She turned her head a little and looked back. This is an interesting question. The girl took the servant's hand and pulled him along. She became the guy's dream, and he became her life. This is the meaning of their love. Lady Avancia stood in front of a broken mirror. It seems to her that the guy is asking her this question without romantic overtones. She added that she asked all the servants to come out if the guy was asking this question. The suited servant stood with his mouth open and beads of sweat running down his cheek. He asked her why she did this. The girl decided to warn him. She looked back with her red eyes. She told the guy not to call her Lady Avancia, otherwise she will tear out his heart and kill him. The girl slapped the guy on the back. They stood in front of a cracked mirror. Lady Avancia asked the guy what he was seeing now. He replied that there were two of them standing next to each other. The girl turned her gaze to the side and waited for something else. The guy was holding his head, and the girl was standing next to him. The servant's face turned blue and he was holding his neck. The girl asked what else he sees. Lady Avancia looked at the guy with a smile. He said he saw words and heard strange voices. Then the girl asked him if he felt love. Two incomplete words were written on the fragment of the mirror. Lady Avancia asked to tell in more detail what kind of words he sees. The guy can't say for sure because he only sees fragments. Erased and loved, he said. The girl turned her head away from the guy who was holding his neck. Stir is from master and liab is from beloved. Those two words have definitely remained the same. She can understand why these words follow each other, but she doesn't really like it. The moon was visible outside the window and lightning flashed. The servant is confused, many things seem strange to him, but the girl is sure that he is not sleeping. If this is reality, then what does the girl want from him? Lady Avancia stood with her back turned. She replied that she needed a boyfriend. The reflection of the guy's hand was visible in the broken mirror. He said he felt like he was in a dream. What was he like? We see a picture of a guy and a girl hugging each other. The servant said that he forgot, but certain episodes pop up in his memory. Tears flowed from the white-haired girl's eyes. The guy added that in one of them the girl looks at him with tears in her eyes. The servant held his chest. He said that at that moment his heart sank in pain. Shards of glass flew in front of the girl's face. The guy doesn't know what was to blame, but obviously not the blade with which she pierced him. Lady Avancia was glad that he felt regret. She asked him why he thought he was having such a dream. He replied that he had no idea, possibly due to his personal trauma. We are shown a girl standing in a black dress. The servant said that his mother committed suicide. He remembers the last words she whispered to him that night. She also remembers how everyone remained silent when she died, silently consigning her to the fire. The legs of the girl and the servant were very close to each other, but he added that it is not these memories that traumatize him the most. The girl's hands were near the guy's neck. The servant said that these are not even the ones where the crown prince proposes to Lady Golden Flower with that coral ring, and not the ones where the 10 days are repeated over and over again ad infinitum, or those that usually cause him unbearable heartache. The girl's eyes were bright red and her hands were on the guy's neck. He said that now only one person can make his heart bleed. The girl's thumbs were near the guy's Adam's apple. She made it clear to him what would kill if he dared to hurt her. Lady Avancia smiled. She said that the servant injured her and now she will pay for it. We see a death notice. The girl said, "Die and love me again." Reproduction of the injury of a killed enemy. Penalty level, medium. Preda's journey. Someone in a suit was sitting on a chair. It was Kim Kong-ya, who was sitting and smiling. We see a tied-up Kim sitting on a chair and talking about how he's sure she knows what's on his mind because she's just as much of a regressor as she is. Lavielle, looking at the smiling Kim, thought that he was a dangerous man. She quickly realized what he was planning to do. Lavielle realized that Kim wanted to use the tower system's flaws to turn the tide of the game in her favor. At this moment, Lavielle thought that he looked innocent and could not understand how he even thought of this. Lavielle started telling Kim that it was dangerous because she wouldn't remember him. At the same time, she thought that now she didn't just want to get out. She wants to live this life with him. The memories they shared became the reason for her existence. She thought that even if the plan worked and Kim stopped her from piercing the mirror with the blade, even if it broke this endless 10-day cycle, it would all make sense if she forgot him. However, Lavielle was suddenly surprised because Kim said that there was nothing wrong with it. Kim smiled and said that he would sort everything out and asked her to trust him. Lavielle was silent, but at the same time wondered how he could ask her for trust without backing up his words with actions. At that moment, Lavielle regretted her promise to trust him. However, she said that what's done is done and she just has to keep her word. Lavielle, kissing Kim, thought that she would trust her beloved, trust his professionalism. After all, he is the one she chose. Kissing him, she mentally asked Kim to convince the tower to move him a day earlier and they would deal with the rest later. Before Kim finally synchronized, he exclaimed that he loved her. As she watched Kim fall into pieces, she wondered how he was going to come back once his sync threshold passed 90%. Lavielle, taking one fragment, thought that if he successfully returned to the day before, he would certainly forget about her or remember her in fits and starts. Lavielle remembered Kim saying that he easily gets along with others. Lavielle was worried and scared. She sighed languidly, sitting in front of Kim, who had broken into pieces. She lowered her head and thought that it would be better if she killed him right away. Kim is the first person who made her happy. Lavielle thought that he was naive, but at the same time difficult. Lavielle began to pick up the pieces. She didn't want to kill Kim. However, she understood that if she did this, she would cause herself severe pain, and her loved one would then see everything that happened today. However, Lavielle decided that when this happened, she would not hide anything. And then the moment came when Kim was completely synchronized and his body already had the personality of a servant. Lavielle wanted Kim to see that this was the same wound that he personally inflicted on her. Lavielle, having taken the sword, wanted Kim to remember this even after death. After piercing the servant's heart, she thought about Kim being in her heart. Lavielle said that they would see each other again and she would wait for him. Lavielle hugged Kim's dead body, thinking that she loved him. The tower confirmed the integrity of the target's consciousness and ended the penalty. When he woke up, the servant began to cry. Sylvia asked him what happened, because he cried so suddenly. However, the servant immediately stood up and said that he needed to leave for a while. The servant headed for the exit, but Sylvia exclaimed that he could not because she had not yet told that the Crown Prince had invited her to dinner tomorrow. Sylvia asked irritably if it wasn't his job to listen to everything she said. The servant shocked Sylvia by saying that the Crown Prince would give her a blue coral ring tomorrow. After this, Kim came to Lavielle. Kim asked if she was waiting for him. Lavielle confirmed this and said that this was the second time. She placed the servant in front of the mirror and asked him what he saw. The servant replied that he saw the words master and beloved, as well as fragments of other words, but he could not make out them. Lavielle asked him to call her. The servant almost addressed her, calling her Lady Avancia, but then he remembered that she had told him not to dare call her Lady Avancia. The servant called out to her, calling her my lady. Lavielle said that this was better, but the servant was stunned and held his face. The servant looked at Lavielle. He remembered the question about what kind of dream he had. The servant said that in this dream she was looking at him in tears. Lavielle then asked him what else he saw. The servant began to say that there was a young man tied up behind her and it seemed as if she was in excruciating pain due to stabbing him with a sword. Lavielle patted him on the head and called him smart. She then took out a skill card and asked him to look, saying that this was proof of his efforts. She showed the servant a skill, the effect of which is that now Lavielle can retain memories, because now she and Kim have the same timeline, and if Lavielle returns in time for one day, then Kim will also return. Now she and Kim are engaged to time itself. Lavielle said it was a fun way to propose to her. She wondered what she should do now and added that she actually liked his voice. She took Kim by the neck and told him to work hard and tell it to her personally because she wouldn't accept anything else. She began to choke the servant and asked Kim to return to her quickly. Lavielle, continuing to strangle him, said that she would kill him as long as necessary until he fully returned. She also said that if her wounds helped him in this, then she would bear them as many times as necessary. Lavielle told Kim to watch and suffer with her. Kim died. The next time they found themselves in the garden. Lavielle, strangling him, told him to suffer and see how many scars she had on her heart. The servant died again. The next time, while choking him, Lavielle said that Kim's pieces would come back together. He died again. Lavielle choked him many more times. She said that he is the only person in this world who can kill her and she is the only one who can kill him. Over and over again, she continued to kill him until they were together. Lavielle thought that she was born as the rightful heir to the ducal family. Her mother left her early, dooming her to a sad life, and since a groom was chosen for her even before birth, she inevitably devoted herself entirely to him. Lavielle started talking about what her name was. Lady Silver Lily, Moon of Avancia, Hope of the Duchy. She thought about how so many people called her by the wrong name. And then Lavielle exclaimed that Kim was here. She longed to hear her name from his lips. Kim smiled and called her by name. Lavielle hugged him and exclaimed that she had been waiting for Kim for so long. They hugged each other. Kim asked Lavielle for forgiveness. He wanted to apologize for all the deep wounds he had caused her. Then he thanked her. He wanted to thank her for trusting him, waiting for him and loving him. Kim took her by the shoulders and pushed her away from her, thinking that now, however, is the ideal moment for other words that sound only once. Kim took her hands and asked her to marry him. Lavielle smiled and closed her eyes. Some time passed and the heroes were already lying in bed. Kim exclaimed that Lavielle was a genius. He said she was incredible. He admired the fact that she took and used his ability to see other people's traumas to show him memories. Kim exclaimed that he would never have thought of such a thing in his life. Lavielle stroked his cheek and said that he kept other people's pain within himself. Stroking his hair, she said that he is also incredible. Lavielle also asked how he managed to convince the tower in the first place. Lavielle began to talk about how the tower is like a guide, which is sacred and inviolable for many constellations. Lavielle said she always knew Kim had the right words, but she was surprised that Kim was able to win over the tower. However, Kim admitted that he does not remember well what he said there. Kim said that it seems that their memories are somehow sealed when they meet with the tower's top ranks. Lavielle, stroking Kim's cheek, said that the fact remains that he succeeded, and then exclaimed that she had such a skillful lover. Kim, in turn, replied that he had an incredibly wise beloved. Kim kissed her forehead and asked her about when they would get married. Lavielle smiled and asked if Kim thought he was in a bit of a hurry. Kim laughed and said that in their situation it seemed inappropriate to say that. Lavielle took Kim's hand and said that the first thing she should do was break off her engagement to the Crown Prince. Lavielle began to explain that she and the Crown Prince were still bound by an oath. According to the law, Kim and she cannot get married while Lavielle is engaged to someone else. Kim, blushing, said that he did not care at all how legal their marriage was, and besides, he would be happy with a modest wedding now. But Lavielle said it matters to her. She stroked Kim's cheek and said that this was her home world and she had obligations to the Empire, which she swore to support, and she expected the same support in return. Kim said that her subjects would hardly be able to give her the recognition she craves. Lavielle pulled her hand to Kim's forehead and said that it was okay, because she would strangle those who were against this marriage with her own hands. Kim was embarrassed and blushed, thinking that she was incredible. Kim suddenly stood up and said that he had one condition. Lavielle said that she should break off the engagement. Kim began to say that all the Crown Prince's actions screamed about his desire to do this, and therefore she should not let him get ahead of her, otherwise people would then start spreading gossip, which he would not forgive them for. Lavielle smiled and asked if Kim was asking her to disgrace the Crown Prince himself. Kim smiled and replied that it was so. Lavielle stood up and said she could do it easily. Kim asked in surprise whether she really already had thoughts on this matter. Lavielle covered his mouth with her finger and said that she had a whole pile of denunciations against the Crown Prince, which she replenished every time he secretly met with Lady Goldenflower. Kim embarrassedly thought that she was incredibly cool. Lavielle stroked Kim's ear and said that they would not even need to involve the court, because she was sure that the imperial family themselves would want to keep this a secret, and for this Lavielle only needed to talk with the emperor in private. Kim asked her when she planned to visit the palace. Lavielle replied that she would do it as soon as possible. She then told Kim that once they got married, he would become part of the Avancia family. Before they kissed, Lavielle said that she was sure that His Majesty would even grant Kim the title as her lawful husband. She then told Kim that she would call him my lord in official meetings and asked if that was okay. Kim blushed and said that he would still remain the head of the family, into which he would simply be accepted, and therefore there was nothing to worry about. Lavielle lay down and said she knew Kim would understand. She then suggested an experiment to him and asked him to call her my lady. However, Kim remained silent. She looked at him and asked if something was wrong. Lavielle asked the blushing Kim if she had embarrassed him. Lavielle lay on her side and said that she thought so, and then decided that she would be the first. She called him my lord, and Kim, shyly, called her my lady. She asked him to say it again and Kim called her my lady again. Suddenly Lavielle fell silent, which surprised Kim. Kim asked if she was embarrassed too. Lavielle put her hand to her chin and said that Kim was cute and charming. Lavielle hugged her and called her my lady again. While hugging her, Kim heard her heartbeat. He remembered how Lavielle had first led him to that sword. The hero thought that her heart began to beat again thanks to the return to the past before the moment when he was pierced by the family blade. Kim thought that this is how it should be, warm and warming. Kim also understood that this level had only one goal: to prevent the end of the world, the main reason for which was the desire of the desperate Lavielle. And since she did not use the relic and did not make that fateful wish for it, everything was resolved successfully. However, at the same time, the constellation that protected this world disappeared. Kim understood that, in other words, those entities that always appeared on the Day of Judgment, tearing the heavens apart, could very well return, becoming even stronger. This means that this level cannot be considered completed yet. Time passed and morning came. Lavielle invited Kim to hold a wedding ceremony in a month. The hero, who was sitting next to Lavielle, replied that it turns out that she will fall on the 11th day after his appearance. Lavielle, signing some documents, confirmed this and said that she deliberately timed the date to this moment. Having put the stamp, Lavielle said that it was then that the world should have ended. Thus, their wedding will mark a new beginning. Kim thought embarrassedly that she was amazing. Lavielle said she has a couple of problems to overcome. However, holding the letter in her hands, Lavielle said that the first thing was her engagement to the crown prince, and she also needed to somehow inherit the ducal title. She began to tell Kim that marrying him, being only a noble lady, is fraught. Not only will the procedure itself be quite complicated, but there will also be gossip based on the fact that she is marrying a commoner. Lavielle said that it would be better if she accepted Kim into the family, becoming a full-fledged duchess. Kim was shocked, but Kim said that according to the knowledge he picked up from the servant, obtaining the title is quite difficult. Lavielle confirmed this and said that for an ordinary person, yes, but not for her. She looked pathetically at Kim and said that she, after all, was Lavielle Avancia. Kim was embarrassed and thought again that she was breathtaking. Lavielle pulled out a stack of documents and at the same time told Kim that her family's vassals had already sworn an oath of allegiance to her and she had long been disposing of her troops as she wanted. According to her, even if her father refuses to transfer the title to her, she will achieve the help of the emperor. She put a stack of papers on the table and said that she had plenty of evidence of the crown prince's infidelities. Lavielle also said that His Majesty is very scrupulous in matters relating to the imperial family. He will protect the honor of the family even if it affects the question of the loyalty of her father, who has no real power. Kim asked excitedly whether Lavielle really wants to say that the emperor will meet him halfway, but doesn't all this look like blackmail? Lavielle suddenly looked seriously at Kim and called him my lord. Kim answered her in surprise, calling her my lady. Lavielle said that Kim is a creature alien to this world who came from the tower. She also added that she would understand if he wanted to leave her empire. She told Kim that she wanted him to also understand that she was not going to give up the title. Holding a cup of tea in her hands, Lavielle said that at times he would have to accompany her to various functions, such as on the occasion of the new year or their anniversary. She also asked Kim to get used to the political side of the issue, because he will always be an integral part of social life. Kim replied that he understood, and then he said that she wants to say that it is normal to be loyal to the emperor, but at the same time blackmail him. After all, by the fact that she becomes a duchess, the empire does not lose anything, but on the contrary, the empire gains a competent leader in her person. Lavielle smiled and said that he understood the situation well. The Lord of the Sword watched in shock, clutching his head as Kim said that he was Lavielle's husband after all, and she replied that she loved him. The Sword Lord began to scream when Kim and Lavielle kissed, and he also wondered who had even offered to teach this crazy man about love. At this moment, the sparkle sadly pointed at the Sword Lord. Then we see the 999th cliché of romantic fantasy, which is that love has no boundaries. Kim, pouring tea, said that he had something important to tell Lady Goldenflower. Kim, standing in front of her, said that he would soon get married. Lady Goldenflower was so shocked that she spat out tea in Kim's face in surprise, and then asked him back in a daze. Lady Goldenflower exclaimed that if this was a joke, it wasn't funny. However, Kim, wiping his face, said that this was not a joke and said that the wedding date was set in a month. Sylvia asked in surprise who his lucky chosen one was. Kim replied that it was Lady Silver Lily. However, Sylvia thought that Kim was joking and said that this could not happen. He then handed her a paper and asked her to sign it. Kim smiled and said that this was a document confirming Sylvia's consent to Kim's marriage to Miss Lavielle Avancia and granting him freedom from her patronage. Sylvia said that she would rather believe that she would soon become empress. Looking to the side, Lavielle said that this was also quite possible. Kim dryly asked if she would sign. Sylvia replied that she would be happy to answer and said that it would serve as another life lesson for Kim. Kim bowed and thanked her, saying that he would bring his future wife tomorrow. The next day, Kim brought Lavielle and said that, as he had promised, she was here. Sylvia was shocked. Lavielle said she believed they already knew each other, but she would introduce herself again. Lavielle closed her fan and said that she was the daughter of Duke Avancia and his successor, Lavielle Avancia. Lavielle said she was pleased to announce that she was engaged to Sylvia's servant. Sylvia was scared. Lavielle said that since Kim is contractually bound to her, she is very grateful that she still agreed to their marriage. She threw an envelope at the frightened Sylvia and said that it was an invitation to a wedding. Lavielle pointed her fan at her and said that she should be happy that she got it first, as a token of gratitude for looking after Kim all this time. Kim then took Lavielle's hand and asked her to go. However, Lavielle recalled that she asked to be called my lady. Sylvia extended her hand, because she wanted Kim to stay, but Lavielle and Kim walked without turning around, talking sweetly to each other. When they left, Sylvia shouted that this brain was simply unacceptable. Then we see Kim and Lavielle walking somewhere together, and Lavielle saying that she sent her father to the outhouse. As they walked through the palace, the servants congratulated them on their engagement, and Lavielle continued to say that despite the fact that there were few people loyal to her father in the estate, in fact she had already become the Duchess of Avancia. The servants shouted that they were welcoming the second moon of the empire. Lavielle said people are already contacting her accordingly. Kim felt awkward and asked Lavielle if this was normal. Lavielle confirmed this and said that they were following her will. Kim thought about the children of aristocrats bowing to him, a simple servant. Lavielle told Kim to believe that the Lord Chamberlain had already adopted him. Kim was sure that the aristocrats were not happy with this situation. However, Kim remembered how he was interviewed and realized that he liked this attitude, because even pop idols are not idolized like that. Lavielle, covering her face with a fan, said that Kim would soon become an influential person close to the imperial family. He is also given a title of nobility. However, Lavielle decided to skip the unnecessary procedures and said that they would just sign a couple of documents and be done with it. The hero, meanwhile, thought that at first he was just Kim Kong-ya. Lavielle continued to say that after that, everyone would recognize Kim as the adopted son of the Lord Chamberlain. Kim, smiling, continued to think that after some time he became the Hunter Lord of Death, and now he will become the husband of the most noble lady of the empire. Kim said that she has done so much for him that he doesn't even know how much effort it took. Lavielle took his hand and said that he had done no less for her. She said that although the locals don't know it, he saved their world and he continues to help others too, she's sure. Lavielle asked, "Isn't it great to do what you want in moments like this?" Kim suddenly said that this was not so. He kissed her hand and said that he was going to spend eternity with her, and what he had already done for her did not matter because he was going to do even more to give her many precious memories. Kim approached her and said that he hoped that their meeting would be the happiest moment in her life and the days that they would spend together the most intimate. Kim also added that he would also like to become the most significant person in the world for her. Before they kissed, Lavielle said that he was not just the most significant person in the world, he was her one and only miracle. The heroes kissed, and at that moment Sylvia ran out, screaming that she was protesting. They looked at her and Kim said that she had already signed the documents. Sylvia said irritably that she signed them because she thought they were some kind of joke. Sylvia looked away and began to think out loud, biting her nail. She said that it was so strange because this had never happened before. Sylvia wondered if she had triggered some kind of butterfly effect. Sylvia also wondered what was going on, mentioning a cow reaping the fruit. Kim, holding the back of his head, asked about the cow reaping the fruit. However, Sylvia suddenly got scared and told Kim not to pay attention. Sylvia headed towards the exit and said that, be that as it may, she believed that this was another of Lady Avancia's evil plans. However, Kim corrected Sylvia, saying that she was actually Duchess Silver Lily. Kim also told Sylvia to get used to it, that Lavielle would soon take on a new title, and Sylvia said displeasedly that Kim was annoying her. As Sylvia left, she pointed her finger at them and exclaimed that she would never forgive them. Having said this, she slammed the door and left. Some time passed and the heretic inquisitor came into their room, joyfully saying that he seemed to have become the female protagonist of the apocalypse. Kim turned to the heretic inquisitor. Kim and Lavielle were sitting on the sofa. The hero said that in 10 days the constellations of other worlds would appear here. Kim also asked the heretic inquisitor to prepare to engage in battle. Kim then began to speculate that the heretic inquisitor was a first-generation hunter of the tower, a psychopath who suppressed the chaos of the early days of the tower through bloodbath. Kim also understood that the heretical inquisitor was a specialist in religions, working for the pantheon that controlled all the religious cults on the planet. Meanwhile, the heretic inquisitor explained to Lavielle and Kim that God is law, while at the same time showing them something with the help of his skill. The heretic inquisitor said that, like God, there are laws of the world of Earth, the laws of physics. According to him, they, like windows of operating systems, are the same for each world. He added that there are, however, nuclear weapons and firearms on Earth. The heretic inquisitor said that given that the entire universe obeys the laws of physics, it can be concluded that these two things can arise in any of the worlds. He also said that despite the fact that these developments are known only on Earth, they remain a powerful weapon. This means that if they use them, they will probably be able to fight off most of the apostles and constellations. Lavielle then said that she realized that if the laws of physics are general, it turns out that military developments based on them would work in any world. The heretic inquisitor, raising his finger, exclaimed that he saw that she had caught the train of his thoughts. Lavielle continued to say that it is logical that physical attacks will work on anyone with a physical form, but to a greater or lesser extent, that's the catch. The Sword Lord, meanwhile, said that she was smart. He began to talk about how the Constellation Killer tore the Sparkle into pieces with just one aura. He added that he too would be able to defend himself if he could hold a sword. Likewise, the leader of the Black Dragon Guild beat the Hungry Demon with physical strength, which is the unbreakable law of the world. At that moment, Shiny nodded sadly and Kim was surprised by this. The Lord of the Sword said that what they are able to create using the laws of physics is largely due to the strength of the constellations themselves. The Heretic Inquisitor, holding a model of the Earth in his hands, exclaimed that this is true, so reducing the power of physical attacks on constellations really matters, because they are not completely subject to the laws of physics. Lavielle said that since each constellation has its own laws, their stability may vary. The Heretic Inquisitor exclaimed that this was exactly the case, and noted that she had a sharp mind, as expected from the chosen one of the Lord of Death. Kim, putting his hand to his chin, began to reason that the outcome of the battle with the constellations would be decided by the presence of special laws to which they obey. Kim said the same statement was true for their apostles. However, Kim wondered what special laws they even had. The Heretic Inquisitor said that, for example, there is a constellation called Varvit. According to him, he is also known as the god of love. He interprets everything that catches his eye in a romantic way. In a world ruled by Varvit, neither money nor power matters as much as the power of love. Lavielle asked in surprise about this power of love. The Heretic Inquisitor crossed his palms and said that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. He then used the sacred love god technique. Kim and Lavielle were surprised because something strange began to happen. The Heretic Inquisitor then nudged Kim. The hero began to fall and ended up landing face first on Lavielle's chest. As they fell together, Lavielle turned to Kim. As they fell, Lavielle, who was on top, said that doing this in front of everyone was a little embarrassing. Kim was incredibly embarrassed and started screaming, which he had no idea because he just tripped. Kim then asked the Heretic Inquisitor in shock what was happening. The Heretic Inquisitor joyfully replied that simply in the sanctuary of Varvita, all actions come down to love. According to him, even when you just fall, you will always fall on someone. And if you drink water and it spills, it will always result in someone's see-through wet shirt. The Heretic Inquisitor crossed his fingers again and said that there were laws at work in the sanctuary that defied the usual login. According to him, just as they become characters in a story in the Great Library of all thought, because that world is a collection of stories. So their laws are completely opposed to theirs. The Heretic Inquisitor said that he would call it a kind of holy war, or a war of the constellations. Kim straightened his suit and asked what they should do with this constellation war coming in 10 days. The Heretic Inquisitor said that first it was worth finding out which constellation would oppose them. He asked if they had any ideas and said that if Kim told them their names, he would use the God Encyclopedia skill to get information about them. Kim, looking at all these symbols, asked if a nickname would be enough for the search query, because he had heard about the cow reaping the fruits of destruction, the war horse of the eternal plains, and the unfading preacher of happiness. The Heretic Inquisitor began to tell that the cow, reaping the fruits of destruction, is a Muthia responsible for the destruction and rebirth of worlds. According to him, he usually uses all types of physical force, such as destroying vast areas or dismantling individual creatures into components and reassembling them, as well as temporary reorganizations, although this is a rare case. Kim, thinking about it, said that it was temporary, because time is also amenable to physics. Then the Heretic Inquisitor said that the constellation called the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains is Machos, the patron saint of envy and war. The Heretic Inquisitor reported that Machos liked wars between people gripped by battle madness or strategic battles of wits. He is also subject to the reverse side of this forced peace created through the prohibition of war. Lavielle said that this is not surprising, because the world is a period of military calm. Suddenly the Heretic Inquisitor said that he did not know what the Preacher of Happiness was, because this, it seemed, was not the most famous constellation. Kim thought that an unknown constellation meant a weak constellation, and therefore Kim wondered what it was capable of. Lavielle said that 3 different enemies is a rather alarming situation. She also added that the power an apostle wields depends largely on the power given to him by his patron, which only complicates the resolution of their issue. Lavielle said they at least have an idea of what they're about to face. She then thanked the Heretic Inquisitor. The Heretic Inquisitor, having stopped using the skill, said that there was no need for gratitude, because his duty was to save this world. The Heretic Inquisitor extended his hand and said that he had another holy technique that could allow him to borrow almost all divine powers if he knew what they were called. He said that given the strength of all involved, he is sure they will be able to find a way out of this situation. Lavielle and Kim looked at each other happily. The heretic inquisitor watched in bewilderment as they repeated that they loved each other. Suddenly the heretic inquisitor said that this was so strange because he had just felt a prick in his heart and also heard the phrase that his synchronization threshold was growing. The heretic inquisitor asked what was happening to him. Kim said he believed it was a myocardial infarction, but still advised the heretic inquisitor to watch his threshold for it. Kim said that I love you, which the heretic inquisitor now heard had a meaning that was not quite familiar to him. The heretic inquisitor asked what significance it had then. Kim apologized and said he couldn't say yet. They looked at the heretic inquisitor with a smile and Kim said that this was something like their secret weapon. Lavielle then explained that as an influential person in this world, she couldn't just send away the guards from the wedding ceremony site, but they could borrow a special branch of the Emperor's troops. The heretic inquisitor asked how large the force was. Lavielle said that the detachment is controlled by her husband's father-in-law, the Lord Chamberlain. Kim asked the Sword Lord what he would say. The Sword Lord asked about what. Kim told the Lord of the Sword to watch how the villainess and the main character fought against a common enemy, which is inspiring. Kim asked if it seemed to the Lord of the Sword that the operation was doomed to success. The Lord of the Sword, crossing his arms, said that Kim should wake up because the three apostles are not a big deal to him. Kim wondered in surprise how dangerous they were. The Sword Lord said that they were about 1.5 times tougher than the Demon King from the 12th floor. Kim said that he was a full-fledged constellation, and these three would only be apostles. Kim asked if it was possible that they would be a little looser. However, the Sword Lord surprised Kim by saying that the Demon King was a low-ranking constellation. Based on the tower's classification, he is approximately D rank. Kim asked in surprise if the Sword Lord was serious, and the ghost confirmed it. He said that, however, it's up to them to fight, and therefore he doesn't really care. The Lord of the Sword, picking his ear, asked if Kim wanted to complete the level without losses. He immediately advised that Kim, in this case, should think about the plan carefully and also work on his combat characteristics. He asked if Kim wasn't going to remain D rank forever. Kim replied that, of course not. Some time passed. The servants told Kim that he looked wonderful. The servants dressed Kim in a white suit and simultaneously said that he was elegant and the Duchess was very lucky. Kim thanked them, but displeasedly asked if they could moderate their ardor a little. The servants said that today, more than ever, he was obliged to be the most handsome man in the empire. Kim suddenly wondered what this feeling of déjà vu was. They dressed him up and congratulated him on his marriage. Kim was then approached by a man who bowed and said that he was Kim's father-in-law. Kim's father-in-law said that he had a small title to serve for the benefit of the imperial family and, moreover, he had heard a lot about Kim. The hero extended his hand and said that he was very glad to meet them. The man showed his palm and said that Kim could call him father. He bowed to Kim once again and said that although he understood that it would be difficult to do this sincerely, he wanted them to try to act as convincingly as possible so as not to disgrace the dignity of the Avancia family. He then said that he would still retire after their wedding, because Lavielle had already prepared everything, so they wouldn't even have to take care of their old man. Kim was shocked because he realized what Lavielle had to do for this day. Then Kim's father-in-law said that Duchess Avancia is quite a prudent person. He added that although they will only be father and son for one day, he believes the wedding will be quite high profile. At this moment, Kim's father-in-law looked out the window and said that according to her ladyship's orders, the troops had already been assembled and he was ready to fulfill the request associated with his other title. The Lord of the Sword at that moment ordered Kim to prepare. He said it was starting. At this moment, 3 apostles appeared. Lavielle stomped her heel on the ground and shouted that there they were. Lavielle extended her hand and ordered, shouting that from now on they should listen to her instructions. Lavielle ordered the warriors of the Divine Dragon Squad to gather together and the servants to take the guests to a safe place. She then ordered the Blue Dragon Knights to form up. Father Lavielle took out his sword and ordered the special forces to listen to his command. Father Lavielle ordered them to stick together and protect the guests. Lavielle then turned to the Heretic Inquisitor and asked if there was any new information regarding their abilities. The Heretic Inquisitor confirmed this. He started talking about who the lady with the huge hammer was, when suddenly this lady landed and hit the ground with a hammer. Lady Golden Flower turned to Lavielle Avancia and exclaimed that she would not receive anything. People recognized her and were shocked. The Heretic Inquisitor said that it was bad, because this was probably the real body of Lady Golden Flower. Kim hugged Lavielle in shock and asked the Heretic Inquisitor what this meant. The Heretic Inquisitor explained that she was, in other words, possessed by a demon. According to him, in order to gain the power of the constellation, she gave control of herself to the demon, giving up her appearance and memories. The Heretic Inquisitor looked at her and said that it seemed to be a sincere desire, willing to do anything for the sake of a goal. The Blue Dragon Knights took out their weapons, because they needed to protect the guests. They rushed to attack Sylvia. However, she used some kind of ability and threw them aside. The heretic inquisitor told Kim and Lavielle to be careful and immediately covered them with a shield. The heretic inquisitor, looking at the insane Sylvia, said that she had a body that could not be hurt, one of Musha's gifts. Sylvia asked if that meant they had decided to stick with Lavielle. She exclaimed that in this case, she would rather destroy everything and everyone than allow Lavielle to gain the upper hand. The heretic inquisitor exclaimed that she was literally invulnerable, and scientifically speaking, she had 99.9% resistance to physical damage. Sylvia raised the hammer above her and turned to the cow, reaping the fruit. Sylvia asked her to give her a blessing. Sylvia now has armor. The heretic inquisitor at that moment said that unless they crushed her head with one blow, they simply would not be able to inflict any other significant damage on her. Father Lavielle asked in amazement who was even capable of such savagery. The heretic inquisitor agreed with him and said that this was a real challenge. However, if they hesitated, they would all die. Lavielle said that she alone would have been enough for them. But there are also opponents. Suddenly a warhorse appeared and said that they, mortal souls, were out of luck. Warhorse, referring to the heretic inquisitor, said that they could blame that pathetic girl for occupying this body. And then, meaning Kim, Warhorse said that at the same time they can blame that young man, because it is because of them that they will raise this place to the ground. The warhorse said that they could only grieve. Suddenly he raised his spear and ordered the warriors who were following the warhorse to appear. Suddenly, out of nowhere, many warriors appeared on the same horses. The Blue Dragon Knights looked at this in shock. Warhorse ordered them to charge. All the guests began to run away from the warriors. Kim asked the heretic inquisitor what that apostle could do. The heretic inquisitor said that this apostle activated the warhorse skill, Battlefield Sanctuary. The heretic inquisitor said that it allows you to cover a huge area and operates at a great distance. Its effect is amazing, because it allows the summoned spirits to regain the former power that they possessed during life. And all of them are the greatest brave warriors who follow the war horse. Lavielle, scared, said that the difference in combat power is noticeable, because they, moreover, are clearly lagging behind in numbers. Suddenly, a lot of children appeared in the sky, holding hands and humming something. People, hearing this, fell unconscious. Many people fell unconscious. The heretic inquisitor turned around and said that this was not good, because everyone who heard the song would be plunged into their happiest moments. He said that this is a type of mental attack. People with weak mental stability will forever remain in dreams. The heretic inquisitor, looking at Sylvia, said that they really have destructive abilities and defeating 3 powerful enemies is a problem that only a hero can solve. He then turned to the Lord of Death. Turning around, he asked if he could rely on Kim, which shocked him. Then suddenly Lavielle turned to Kim and extended her hand, saying that she should have told him earlier. She said he looked amazing in that tuxedo. Kim at that moment was thinking about the apostles of the constellations that destroyed the wedding hall, about groans of agony instead of congratulatory cries. Ni decided that despite all this, they would not give up on the marriage. Kim, taking her hand, said that she was the most beautiful woman in the universe. While Sylvia was angry and was about to attack them, Kim asked if Lavielle remembered that he promised that he would not dare to commit suicide without her permission. Even if death came close to him, he would hold out until the very end. Lavielle replied that she remembered. While Sylvia was already swinging her hammer, Kim asked Lavielle to let him die now. Lavielle agreed. Kim hugged her tightly. Then Kim died. He thought that this was the same death as always. The hero returned 24 hours ago and woke up in bed. However, now he is not alone in his time travels, because he woke up next to Lavielle, who remembers everything. Kim thought that together they were invincible. He invited Lavielle to discuss their plan. We then see Lavielle turning to God and asking him to help her. One woman prayed, and her prayers were heard. One man, who was at one with the woman, prayed, and his prayers were also heard. The heroes sat in front of the map of the guest's location, and Lavielle suggested, first of all, slightly changing the arrangement in the wedding hall. Lavielle said that since they now know where the apostles will appear, they can concentrate military forces there. Kim realized this while preparing for the wedding. Both the bride and groom have tremendous influence and are able to move the guests as they wish. Lavielle pointed to the map and said that Imperial guards and soldiers would be holding the western side. According to her, it is better to gather those of the guests who are capable of fighting in the rear. She said that despite the fact that these two clans have tense relations, they are noble swordsmen, most likely they will express dissatisfaction with such a landing, but nothing will survive. Kim thought that everything could be much simpler if only he could steal the apostles' blessing with his abilities. At this moment, the Sword Lord, smiling maliciously, recalled that he told Kim that the tower was heartless when it came to all sorts of strange cases. The Sword Lord also said that the current Kim has various blessings, like when he fought the Hungry Demon. The Sword Lord said that, for example, Kim still has the blessings of the Beauty God and the Snake God. Kim, looking at the Lord of the Sword, confirmed this, but added that his abilities had nothing to do with it. The sword master said with a sly smile that, more precisely, they belonged to the category of side buffs obtained as a result of the constellations using their abilities. According to him, if Kim is not satisfied, then he can go straight to the constellations that blessed his enemies and die at their hands. Kim annoyedly said that he heard the Sword Lord and asked him to shut up already. Then, the heretic Inquisitor, putting his hand to his chin, said that since there was an apostle among them who could influence the consciousness of people, it was better to reduce the number of guests to a reasonable minimum. The heretic Inquisitor added that he was talking about that weirdo who immerses people in the happiest moments of their lives. The heretic Inquisitor also said that still not many people are able to resist the sweet poison of the unfading preacher of happiness. Lavielle said that's a problem. The heretic Inquisitor began to talk about how, with a decreasing number of guests, it would be problematic to cope with the warhorse of the Eternal Plains because his apostle was able to summon 10,000 warriors. He also added that if they increased the number of guests, they would be vulnerable to mental attack, and if they decreased, they would be overwhelmed by numbers. Kim raised his hand and asked them to give it to him, but on one condition. Kim happily asked if it was true that according to the law of the Empire, only the one who inherits the family title after marriage can wear black. Lavielle confirmed this. Kim then shocked Lavielle by asking her to let him wear a black suit. Kim, holding his head, said that he did not need a dukedom. Lavielle interrupted him and said that she knew that Kim was not that kind of person at all, and besides, she was only bothered by such traditions. However, according to her, there is nothing more important than his appearance on his wedding day, and therefore she will resolve this issue. Kim thanked her. Kim put his hand on the card and thought that everything would work out with this, and then the wedding day arrived. Father Lavielle, standing next to Kim, said that their arrangement was rather strange. Father Lavielle apologized and said that he felt as if they were preparing for a battle, not a wedding. According to him, the knights are in battle formation, and ordinary citizens seem to have been deliberately pushed to the rear. Kim, looking out the window, said that he was sure that his missus had her own reasons for this. Father Lavielle then added that he also could not help but notice the sword on Kim's belt. The hero confirmed this and said that this was a tribute to his clique and that he would soon become the second supporter of the Avancia family, and therefore could not afford to look like a weakling. Kim also said that, in addition, he should be prepared if something suddenly goes wrong during the wedding. Father Lavielle closed his eyes and smiled. Then, putting his palm to his chest, he said that then he would also be better prepared in case something suddenly went wrong. Kim thought this was great. Kim took up his sword, thinking that in this way the special detachment would be on point all the time. The hero understood that the more people who remain sober during an emergency, the better. Kim thought that Lavielle might have instructed the nobles as well. Meanwhile, people were discussing something worriedly and the woman asked the man if he had heard. She said that it was said that so many people were against Lady Silver Lily marrying a commoner, so perhaps a fight would break out right during the ceremony. The man said that he also heard about this, so he took more guards with him because he was still worried. Then suddenly the sky began to disperse and turned red. An apostle of a cow appeared in the sky, reaping the fruits of destruction. Two other apostles also appeared. Father Lavielle began shouting that they were advancing and ordered his subordinates to take positions. People were shocked and scared, they wondered what was happening. At that moment, Kim asked the heretic Inquisitor to climb onto his back. The heretic Inquisitor sat on Kim's back and began using the holy technique. The heretic Inquisitor used the divine transmission and he and Kim attacked Sylvia from behind. However, Sylvia quickly turned around and repelled the attack. Kim shouted for the heretic Inquisitor to use the technique one more time. Kim and the heretic Inquisitor attacked Sylvia again. This time Sylvia blocked the attack, but it was quite difficult for her to do so. Kim hit him so hard that Sylvia fell to the ground. As she fell, Sylvia screamed that she didn't know what kind of pathetic tricks they were playing, but it was all in vain. She also said that her body is invulnerable and nothing can hurt her. Kim asked if she had offered her soul to the apostle because she was so afraid of getting hurt. However, Sylvia angrily shouted that it was none of his business. She started shouting that they all only cared about Lavielle, and for this she only needed to be born into a good family. According to Sylvia, however, Lavielle has the audacity to act as if she is better than everyone else, as if she can understand all the sadness in the world. Sylvia shouted that she would kill her. Swinging her hammer, she also shouted that she would take everything she had. Kim remembered what he wrote and thought that it was an accident and a frantic desire, and therefore it was not for him to judge her. However, only he can say the most correct words. Kim started shouting that Lady Goldenflower knows very well that there are many people who are much worse off than she is. Taking out his sword, Kim said that people only understand the pain that they themselves have experienced, which is why if something screams in pain but is unable to get out of it, they should show compassion because they know the feeling of loneliness. Sylvia, smiling madly, exclaimed that this was nonsense and asked whether she would even want to live like this. Kim at that moment called the goddess of protection. She responded to his call and he ordered her to transform from the sword of an idol into the sword of mercy. The sword turned black. Kim, approaching Sylvia, thought that she had a body that could not be hurt and therefore she was literally invulnerable. However, the sword said that its ability is pain. The sword said that if you just cut someone with it, he will begin to experience unbearable pain, but if the wound is not fatal, he will remain alive. The sword communicated that it could cause pain without killing. Kim, about to strike Sylvia with his sword, exclaimed that he would now finish her off. Sylvia was so sure that he would not do anything to her that she did not defend herself from the attack. However, she was wrong as the sword caused her incredible pain, so much so that she began to scream in pain. Sylvia was terrified and trying to catch her breath. Kim then decided to give instructions to the heretic inquisitor. The heretic inquisitor immediately understood him and used the divine transmission. Sylvia fell to the ground and continued to moan in pain. Sylvia stretched out her hand and asked for help, but Kim, standing nearby, said that she was probably in a lot of pain. Sylvia looked up and said irritably that they had made a deal and signed a contract. She reached out to the warhorse and shouted that if he just left her there, he wouldn't get away with it. Then the warhorse said that it would not be easy to figure out how exactly Kim was able to use the constellation fragment, but this does not change the fact that the warhorse is obliged to get rid of anyone who stands in his way. He then ordered the warriors who were following the warhorse to awaken. Kim immediately remembered the warhorse skill, which gives summoned spirits the former strength they possessed during life. At that moment, Lavielle approached Kim and threw a black cloak over him. Then she added that this coat suits him. Kim leaned over a little and thanked her for fulfilling her request. Kim said that he was also going to fulfill his promise to her. Lavielle asked Kim for him to go and end it like he wanted. Kim raised his sword above himself. He used the resurrection of hundreds of souls and members of the demonic sect immediately appeared in front of him. Kim reflected that the power of the Machos constellation is a sacred battlefield, and its effect is the calling of the dead at the peak of their strength. Kim called in spirit and the members of the demonic sect greeted their vice leader of the demonic cult. Kim looked at them and ordered them to fight for him. The girl summoned by Kim said that his command had been heard and bowed to him. She suddenly said that Kim was especially handsome today. Looking to the side, she said that even his face was whitened, like it was his wedding or something. Kim shocked all the members of the demonic sect by saying that he was really getting married. They were shocked and started shouting that the unrivaled leader of the demonic cult was getting married. They asked Kim in surprise who his fiancée was. Kim pointed at Lavielle with his hands and said that it was her. Lavielle, meanwhile, commanded the troops. Members of the demonic sect began to say that their lord has really high standards because Lavielle is a beauty. One of the bloody demons asked Kim what area of martial arts his future wife was good at, but Kim replied that she was not familiar with them. Everyone suddenly became skeptical and began to say that she was going to become the companion of the head of a demonic cult, and besides, how could a person not versed in martial arts cope with such a burden? They also began to talk about how the army of bloody ghosts would not agree to this marriage. Kim suddenly said that he had completely forgotten to say that his wife had the second most important title in this country after the imperial one. They immediately started talking about how this changes a lot and that it's not all about being fighters. They congratulated Kim on his wedding and said that a person's dignity is also determined by his strength and influence. Preda asked if Kim was really getting married. The hero held his head and confirmed this, saying that it just happened. Preda started to say that this couldn't happen because Kim was crazy, but she suddenly came to her senses and apologized. However, Preda asked if there really was someone in the world who wanted to marry such an unusual person. Kim at that moment realized what she thought of him. Awkwardly holding his head, Kim said that he had been found, but now it was more important to focus on the battle. Kim said that they were dealing with apostles from other dimensions who wanted to conquer this world, and they also disrupted his wedding ceremony. The bloody demons darkened and their gaze became serious. They became angry and asked how they dared to interfere with the marriage of the vice leader of the demonic cult. Another bloody demon, taking out a sword, said that they were completely crazy. The demon king also took out his sword. He placed the sword in front of him and said that the situation was clear. The Demon King said that at first he thought that they had regained their strength because they had reached the next level, but it seems that the reason was due to the blessing of their constellation. Kim confirmed this. The Demon King asked which constellation that child served. Kim replied that she served Makos, the warhorse of the Eternal Plains. The Demon King said that among the followers of Makos there are only worms who only know how to fight. The Demon King slung his sword over his shoulder and said that he was waiting for the Lord's order. Kim smiled and ordered the Demon King to kill them. The Demon King swung his sword and struck. He killed a large number of enemies. Makos was shocked and exclaimed that this was impossible. Makos, looking at the Demon King, asked about how someone who is not a constellation could subdue one of them. The Sword Demon shouted that they would bend them and they all rushed to attack. The Moon Demon, fighting with enemies, shouted that these weaklings were not worth a damn. The Hellish Demon smiled madly and asked how they, worms, dared to disrupt their master's engagement. The Sword Demon, while fighting at the same time, shouted that their severed heads would serve as a wedding gift to their lord and added that if they brought less than 5 votes, he would personally disembowel them. The Blood Demon, easily dealing with them, called them uneducated scum. Makos raised his spear and shouted for his warriors to hold their positions and follow the call of their commanders. Suddenly, a Sword Demon was next to him, looking crazy. Standing on the banner, the Sword Demon turned to Makos and asked if he was the worm who wanted to disrupt the wedding of their ruler. The Sword Demon then cut it open with an attack. The Sword Demon picked up Makos' head, which he cut off, while the other sect members rejoiced. The Sword Demon stretched his head in front of him and began to shout that they had prepared the best wedding gift. The Moon Demon and Hellghost were unimpressed as the Sword Demon was acting pompous. Suddenly, the tower reported that the Eternal Plains Warhorse Apostle had fallen, and the Warhorse's head began to shine. The tower also reported that the effect of the sacred battlefield had been dispelled. The Bloody Demon was shocked as his Kai energy was gone. At that moment, someone started humming that song. The Bloody Demon raised his head and saw that many children were dancing above him. Preda called the Sword Demon and said that although he was an ally, he was of no use. She began to fall unconscious, and before that she said that she did not have enough strength to withstand such mental attacks. The Heretic Inquisitor asked Kim to give him a second so that he could create a safe zone, but Kim, placing a hand on his shoulder, asked him to wait. Kim, looking at Lavielle, said that if his assumptions were correct, even if the others got hurt, they would be fine. Suddenly the Heretic Inquisitor was surprised and then asked Kim what trick he used this time. The Apostle looked at Kim and said that he was a strange man. Looking at Kim, he asked if he didn't have happy memories, but Kim replied that he didn't. The hero began to think that he had much more reasons to be unhappy, because he had lost his life an infinite number of times, lost loved ones, and even himself in endless time loops. He had to let go of the person who was the first to see the beauty in him. Kim thought that no one would blame him if he called his life a series of failures. Kim said that right now he is happier than ever. Kim, holding Lavielle's hand, said that he didn't know if the Apostle knew, but today was Kim's wedding day. The hero thought that instead of 100 reasons to be unhappy, only this reason for happiness was enough for him. Joyfully looking at Lavielle, Kim said that maybe tomorrow everything will change, but today a happier person than he cannot be found. Then Kim said that the Heretic Inquisitor was either incapable of experiencing happiness or was constantly blissful on his own. The Heretic Inquisitor smiled and exclaimed that Kim was right, because the Heretic Inquisitor is always happy and carefree. He also said that nothing could be hidden from Kim's insight. The Heretic Inquisitor then crossed his arms and used a holy technique. Kim immediately found himself above the Apostle and was ready to attack him. These creatures looked up and said how strange Kim was. Kim attacked him and the Apostle of the Unfading Preacher of Happiness fell. Sylvia, meanwhile, was still lying on the ground. Kim looked at her, standing nearby. Kim began to approach Sylvia as she lay there moaning to the cow. Sylvia was in pain, but she continued to ask the cow reaping the fruits of destruction to grant her another blessing. Kim was getting closer and closer. Kim jumped into the hole in which she lay, while Sylvia began to scream that in return she would give the constellation her very existence and turn this place into a flaming brazier, as she desired. Sylvia sat with her hands folded and looking up, waiting for some kind of answer, but all she heard was silence. Then an angry Sylvia began to shout that this was a violation of their contract. Sylvia grabbed her face and began screaming that the constellation promised to give her the power to decide her destinies. Kim looked at her with regret, and Sylvia looked at the Heretic Inquisitor and wondered what this crazy woman had forgotten in her body. However, the Heretic Inquisitor replied that this was not entirely true. The Heretic Inquisitor raised his index finger and said that, firstly, he was a man, and secondly, there was no need to express himself so rudely. However, this made Sylvia even more angry. She hit the ground and shouted that this was dishonest and wrong, because she was ideal for the role of queen and could reach much greater heights than Lavielle Avancia. Kim suddenly attacked her. Sylvia blocked his attack and shouted that he was a monster. Then Kim simply touched her hand with the sword. A moment later, Sylvia began to scream in pain. She even dropped the hammer from her hands. Then Kim asked her to choose. He said that she had already lost her place in this world. According to him, even if she escapes now, she will no longer be Lady Golden Flower because she is just an apostle of the constellation. Kim, holding out his sword, said that he would give her a chance. Kim pointed the sword at her and said that if she wanted to remain a servant of the constellation, she was free to do so and then he would let her go. But if she still harbors a desire to take over this world, then she must immediately break the connection and refuse the blessing. Sylvia asked displeasedly about why this was done. However, Kim added that he would then kill her. Kim began to say that she had seen the battle and probably understood that he could summon those who had fallen by his hand while their memories and personality remained intact. Kim said that if she gave up, he would call her back to this world and she would continue to live as Lady Golden Flower. Sylvia was scared because Kim continued to say that, of course, then her life would never be the same and she would be forbidden to plot against his beloved. But that's probably all. Otherwise, Kim does not limit her because she can even marry the crown prince and generally do what she wants. Sylvia suddenly asked Kim why. Kim replied that it was because life should give you a second chance. Sylvia excitedly asked him why she should trust him when she could just become his servant after being summoned. Kim told her to think about why they chose the servant's body and her body. Kim said that she sacrificed everything to her constellation and gave up her entire body and memories in exchange for granting a wish. Therefore, the place that she occupied in this world was vacated. Then Kim wondered why this affected not only her, but also his servant. Kim said that he himself doesn't know for sure, but having been in his shoes, Kim realized that his feelings for her were incredibly noble and she would never be happy, even if she became queen. Sylvia asked Kim in surprise. The hero explained that she wants to marry the crown prince not because she loves him, but simply because she wants to surpass Lavielle in at least something. However, Kim asked if she really believed that the life obtained in this way would please her. Kim said that she can do a lot, but she will not become better than Lavielle. Even if she receives the title of queen, she will continue to be compared to her endlessly, simply belittled. According to him, it will be like this for the rest of her life. At that moment, Kim thought that her servant thought so too. Kim suddenly remembered that the servant said that if Lady Golden Flower did not become queen, she could be happy. Kim said that the servant had witnessed how Sylvia suffered from her own insignificance, and according to Kim, he was ready to sacrifice everything to save her. Sylvia then asked in shock if her servant had also regressed. However, Kim denied this. The hero said that, unlike him, she made a wish based on her own interests, and he did it for her sake, hoping that this way she would definitely be able to go back in time. Sylvia was even more shocked. Kim asked if she even remembered his name. Sylvia exclaimed that of course she didn't remember and began to talk about his name. But suddenly she realized that she didn't remember and was surprised. Sylvia looked at her hands and said that this couldn't be true. Kim understood that the name of the servant was never mentioned in this world, because everyone addressed him simply by calling him a servant. Sylvia wondered how this was possible. She asked if he had really disappeared from this world forever. Kim at this moment was thinking that the servant had regressed about 3 times in this world. At first he wished that Sylvia Evan could return to the past, and the constellation that heard this desire was a cow, reaping the fruits of destruction. So Sylvia was able to get Lavielle out of the way and become queen, receiving a second life. After this, the servant made another wish, but to another constellation, asking for regression. The constellation that responded to the second wish was immortal, so the servant had to give up his existence in exchange for its fulfillment. And time turned again to the moment when Lady Golden Flower had not yet become queen. Finally, he asked Lavielle to go back in time. Kim said that they would never know the name of this servant. They would not understand what he felt and what he was thinking about when he wished for regression, because his very existence was now erased. Looking at Sylvia, Kim said that, however, he was sure that the servant wished for a different life for her and Kim would like to fulfill his wish. Kim said that the one whose name no one will remember sacrificed everything for her. According to Kim, the servant loved Sylvia and wanted to be on her side more than anyone, but he renounced everything. Sylvia began to cry. Kim told her to live the life that the servant thought she deserved. Sylvia regained her normal appearance and began to cry. Then Kim's sword reincarnated and now he was holding the sword of the goddess of protection. Kim swung his sword. At this moment, a notification appeared that the level had been completed. Kim was killed by Sylvius. The tower reported that the 25th floor had been cleared. Preda came to her senses. Following her, the rest of the people also began to wake up and come to their senses. The tower displayed a table of the rank of contributions to the passage, in which Kim was in first place, the heretic inquisitor in second, and someone in third. Kim looked at the table and thought that the librarian had only sent 2 hunters. Kim thought about who this unknown hunter was, and at that moment Lavielle approached him. They pressed their heads against each other and closed their eyes. Lavielle, holding Kim by the hand, turned around and said that he was now her husband and the second most important representative of the Avancia family. Everyone present was shocked. Lavielle asked if anyone had any objections to their union. No one said anything and Lavielle said that was good. She then declared Kim and herself husband and wife. The hunters began to move and shout something to Kim. The head of the black dragon moved first and indignantly asked Kim how he could get married without even discussing it with them. She pointed at him and exclaimed that she objected to this wedding. Kim was shocked because the Black Witch approached them and said that Kim was an active hunter and his wedding could only take place in Babylon on the first floor of the tower. According to her, the whole world should know about this event. The Black Witch crossed her arms and said that was why she would annul their wedding. However, at this moment, standing behind, Marcus immediately wholeheartedly congratulated Kim on successfully completing the level. Marcus, putting his hand to his chin, said that Kim's first romance was quite stormy. He also added that he knew that his words might sound rude, but if Kim would allow it, Marcus would like to advise him on something. But Kim immediately interrupted him and said that Marcus was advising him not to get married. Suddenly there was an awkward silence. Lady Holy Night came up to Kim and, putting her hand on his shoulder, said that while he was passing the level, everyone went crazy and everyone asked how the two of them managed to fall in love with each other. However, she asked that Kim know that she was on his side. She looked joyfully at Kim and said that she was on his side, because only those who fell in love at first sight are able to understand each other. She also asked Kim not to worry because she could convince the leader of the Black Dragon Guild. Kim, looking at her, wondered what kind of facial expression this was. Lavielle looked wearily at Kim and turned to him. She asked Kim to introduce her to all these wonderful people. All the guild heads and Marcus stood in front of them. Kim whispered to her that it seemed like they were planning to meet the family right after the wedding ceremony. Lavielle replied that this was expected. Lavielle said that among her immediate family, most live quite far away and only a wedding can bring them together, so, according to tradition, the families of both sides meet the night after the wedding ceremony. Kim noted that for them, a wedding is also a merging of two families. When they were sitting at a large table, Lavielle whispered in Kim's ear so that he would not forget that they were also having an international wedding, or, more precisely, an interworld wedding. Father Lavielle then said that he never thought he would be present at such a meeting. He added that he could not count the carrier pigeons he had sent to His Majesty because today was a busy day. The Black Witch, straightening her hair, said that she understood him because they also did not expect such an outcome of events. She leaned her elbows on the table and told Father Lavielle that at least she was glad that the outcome was not tragic. According to her, the fact that acquaintance with their country began with a wedding ceremony can be considered a happy outcome. Father Lavielle said that they came from another world and this is an incredible and difficult to explain fact. According to Father Lavielle, it will be difficult for the Emperor and all the people to understand this fact. The Black Witch replied that Father Lavielle was absolutely right and she understood his situation. However, she said that they also had invaders from other worlds here. Therefore, they cannot close their eyes to this, risking one day not opening them at all. She said that if she were them, she would be wary of such a future. Father Lavielle nodded and said she was right. The Black Witch thanked him and said that they seemed to have mutually agreed on what to do next. Kim, looking at her with a smile, thought that he expected this to be an extremely difficult conversation. He squeezed Lavielle's hand and thought that everything had gone well. Then he spoke in a whisper to Lavielle. Kim said he would like to introduce her to someone. Then Lavielle asked if that meant that not all of his loved ones were here. Lavielle stood up and, turning to her father, said that the night was long and therefore they could take a moment to get to know each other better. She added that she and Kim would leave because she should introduce herself to the other guests too. Lavielle and Kim left the building, from which at that moment someone could hear a joyful exclamation that there was excellent booze in this world. Suddenly Kim was met by a sword demon and, handing him a bottle of wine, asked if it was time to start their honeymoon. When the other sect members saw Kim, they began to interject, but Kim asked them to leave the formalities and be themselves. Then all members of the sect congratulated Kim on his wedding. Kim watched with a smile as the members of the demonic sect drank and rejoiced. Kim then asked the sword demon to come over. The rest of the sect members began to point at him and say that they were sure that the head would reprimand him, because he always forgets his place, but Kim introduced Lavielle to the sword demon. Kim said that the sword demon was a subordinate of his master, and Master Kim, in turn, was the leader of a demonic cult. Kim began to say that the heavenly demon selected 4 of the most prominent followers and appointed them as demonic generals, and the sword demon was one of them. Lavielle looked at him and said that she understood. Lavielle touched the sword demon's hand and said that judging by his rough speech and casual behavior, he was a commoner, which meant that his master did not judge by his appearance and manners. Lavielle also said that if the master took him from a dangerous place, he must have been very important and dear to her. Lavielle introduced herself and said she hoped they would get along. The sword demon bowed and replied that he also hoped. At this moment, Kim happily named the Moon Shadow Demon, the Blood Demon, and the Ghost Demon. The Moon Shadow Demon bowed while Kim told Lavielle that they were also demonic generals and he had been watching over them since the master passed away. The Ghost Demon showed Lavielle deep respect and bowed. The Blood Demon also showed respect. Kim said that they are the elite of elites who remained faithful to the martial arts even after the curse. He He then turned to the hungry demon and asked her to come over. The hungry demon bowed to Lavielle, and at that time Kim began to talk about how she was born by a nameless monster and she can imitate what she absorbed. Kim said that somehow she accidentally ate a person, and then, with the help of her power, began to gather people around her. However, she lost them in a battle with the Imperial Army and then became a demon lord and destroyed that empire, and only then lost in a battle with him and lost her life, thus ending up with him. Kim took out his sword and said that there is someone else, namely, this is Shiny. Lavielle asked in surprise about the sparkle. Kim said she was called that because she often sparkled. Kim gave the sword into Lavielle's hands and began to talk about how her real name sounded much more impressive until she was deceived by a man who sealed her in the blade. Kim added that to avoid using her real name, Goddess of Protection, Kim calls her Shiny. Lavielle smiled and said that Kim lacks taste in names. Lavielle embarrassed the sparkly girl, saying that she would rather call her Ladyship. At that moment, the sparkly woman swore allegiance to Kim's wife. Then suddenly Kim pointed into the void and said that one of his good friends was standing here, but she didn't see him. Kim, pointing to the Sword Lord, who stood with his arms crossed, said that perhaps they would never meet in person because his circumstances were such that he was incapable of appearing to others. Lavielle stared into space in surprise while Kim talked about how his manner of speech was even worse than that of the Sword Demon, but he was extremely strong. According to Kim, it was from him that he learned fencing, coupled with aura control. The Sword Lord looked at them emotionlessly as Lavielle said that he must be very important to Kim. The hero looked at Lavielle and said that without him, he might never have learned to resist the flow of time. Lavielle bowed and said that, in that case, she would like to express her gratitude to him. Having bowed, Lavielle began to say that she became happy only after meeting Kim, and without the Lord of the Sword, her happiness could have passed her by. She thanked the Sword Lord for everything he had done for Kim to eventually bring him to her. The Sword Master called Kim crazy and said he was entrusting him to her. Kim, standing in front of his acquaintances, turned to Lavielle and said that now she knew everyone. Kim thought about how she knew everyone he cared about, with people to whom he opened his heart. With his family, Lavielle suddenly took Kim's hand, surprising him. Then she asked if he wanted to dance. Kim began to talk about how he had never danced, but Lavielle interrupted him, saying that she was sure that Kim had relevant memories from the servant. Kim asked her what would happen if he made a mistake and stepped on her foot, because in that case he would rather kill himself right away. Lavielle began to take off her heels. Kim was surprised because Lavielle threw her heel to the side. She grabbed Kim by the chin and urged him to action. Kim also started taking off his shoes, and so they both stood barefoot on the grass. The earth was illuminated by a large, beautiful moon, and the heroes danced carefree with each other. Kim, smiling, asked if she could see that he was truly terrible since he had already stepped on her foot 3 times. However, Lavielle, having stepped on Kim's foot, said that she had stepped on the same amount. Lavielle asked Kim if they were even. While they were dancing, the hero thought that this dance belonged only to them. It's not at all about how many times they stepped on each other's feet, but about not letting go of their partner's hand, no matter how many difficulties arise along the way. Kim thought that smiling and not taking their eyes off each other, they would survive any trouble. Kim thought that he belonged only to Lavielle and she belonged only to him. Kim knew that as long as he and she were together, they didn't care about any world. Kim decided that their next story would begin at a level higher than before. 2 weeks have passed since the parties met. While the remaining library hunters cleared the next floor, the highest-ranking hunters went to meet the Emperor. Tower and Empire established a number of treaty obligations. However, Kim decided to leave the swashbuckling plot twists for later. Kim decided to take care of urgent matters. Kim and Lavielle stood in front of the sword, which lay on the bed. Kim said that this was the same blade that tore her heart into pieces. Lavielle looked at this sword and confirmed it, adding that this was the same artifact that created the time loop of 10 days. Kim took out his sword and turned to the sparkle. Swinging his sword, Kim ordered the glitter to absorb him. He pointed his sword at the artifact. The Goddess of Protection began to absorb one of her fragments. A large amount of red aura appeared. The Sword of Prayer was scared and confused. Kim covered Lavielle's eyes because a strong glow emanated from the sword. The idol tried to persuade the Sword of Supplication. The Mess of Compassion also tried to convince the Sword of Supplication. The Sword of Prayer was shocked by the betrayal of his comrades. The Sword of Prayer began to growl, claiming that it would not serve. Kim said that he seems to have an idea why Rafanta Agem killed the constellations. The hero began to say that at first he did not understand his motives, but this world taught him something. Kim said that the constellations are capable of invading other people's worlds, changing them as they please, regardless of the opinions of the indigenous inhabitants. Kim said that although he looks different, Kim is sure that their librarian is the same. After all, he throws living people into stories, making them characters just to make his contribution. According to Kim, in such willful interference in other people's worlds, he is no different from other constellations. Kim thought that in other words it was violence, and also said that he was a nuisance. Kim began to talk about how Rafanta Agim is the one who is capable of harming even the Emperor himself, and therefore he must have talked a lot about the influence of the powers of the constellations, and then a plan was born to him. Instead of taming the constellations or harnessing their power, he simply decided to finish them off. Lavielle listened calmly as Kim said that, probably, this world also had its own constellation, but it died at the hands of Rafant Agim. However, Kim said that this does not change the fact that the owner of the Sword of Supplication is wrong. According to Kim, even if there is no constellation left in the world, it will be replaced by another, newborn one. On the continent where the goddess of protection was sealed, for example, the Autumn Rain Demon King appeared. A silver heart appeared here. Kim said that, in short, the owner of the Sword of Supplication did not solve the problem, but only made it worse. He also asked the constellation to tell him to his face if he disagreed. Kim added that maybe Rafanta Agim went through difficult trials and difficulties and, as a result of much thought, came to the conclusion that he wanted to become a constellation killer. But Kim understood exactly. Kim was serious, and he said that if you have already started something global, then you need to be responsible for it until the very end. Kim said that in one of the worlds where the owner of the Sword of Supplication killed the constellation, an endless winter began. The hero said that the warriors of that world became the walking dead, having lost all dignity. The hero also said that even if Rafanta Agim had good intentions, his act was unforgivable. Kim told the Sword of Supplication to take responsibility for this. The two wings clenched the Sword of Supplication. Suddenly, the Sword of Supplication appeared and introduced itself. The form that appeared before them said that its true goal was to fulfill the desires of people's hearts. She also said that Rafanta Agim desired this. Kill the constellation so that no one else becomes a toy in their hands. According to her, his intentions were noble, and although it was a difficult choice, it was also a great one. So she trusted him. She then asked Kim what his wish was. Kim said he doesn't want to run away from anything anymore. Don't look away, no matter what happens before his eyes. Do not give up your words and actions, take responsibility for them. Kim also meant that he does not want to accept what is wrong, even if the whole world thinks it is fair. Kim took up the sword and said that he wanted this as long as he was alive and able to hold the sword. The Sword of Prayer closed her eyes and understood everything. She said the road to hell is paved with good intentions. However, according to her, all she can do is bless his good intentions. She added that whether to enter hell with him or not is a separate question. Her ability is to experience. If it pierces someone's heart, their will be tested. She asked if it was sincere and if he was ready to do anything to achieve it. The Sword of Prayer said that her curse is her ability to convince people to give up and give up what they want. She began to disappear and told Kim, naming him the new owner, that she hoped his hell would flourish. At this moment, Kim received a notification that the existence of the Goddess of Protection had become more apparent. Kim sat down and exhaled with relief. Lavielle hugged him and asked if it was all over. Kim confirmed this and said that no more constellations or sword fragments would bring chaos to this world, at least for now. Lavielle smiled and said that even the union of the three apostles could not take over this world, and therefore Kim can rest easy. She said that one would have to be crazy to dare to attack this world again after seeing Kim's power. Suddenly someone came into the room and said that they seemed to be speaking on purpose so that she could hear it. Sylvia, dressed as a maid, asked whether she was really making up her mind. Lavielle turned around and said that Sylvia had good hearing. Lavielle confirmed that she wanted Sylvia to hear and continue to reflect on her bad behavior. Lavielle then began to put even more pressure on Sylvia, saying that she was sure that Sylvia understood who should be thanked for the fact that the public only knows her as an unfortunate noblewoman possessed by a demon, and also for the fact that her only punishment and as a result, he became faithful to her service. Lavielle added that, of course, once she saw that Sylvia had repented enough, she would use her connections with the temple to restore Sylvia's honor, and until then, Sylvia should keep quiet while she served them. Lavielle told Sylvia to especially thank Kim for giving her a second chance. Kim thought with a smile that this was the end of this story. Kim then stood up and told Lavielle that he was going to the next level. Lavielle then said that she would like to go with him and look at other worlds. She stroked Kim's cheek and added that they, however, both had things to do separately from each other. She took Kim by the hand and asked him to ask them all there. She also said that if he gets tired or wants affection, he can come back at any time because she will be here. Kim grabbed her neck and said that was good. But if she didn't mind, he would like to build a house just for the two of them. Kim said that he has land on the 20th floor of the tower and is thinking of settling there. Lavielle smiled and said it looked like it would make a great love nest. She approached him and said that there she would no longer be the Duchess of Avancia, but only Kim's beloved, and therefore she was waiting impatiently. Lavielle handed Kim a handkerchief and said that it was the handkerchief she usually carries with her. With the help of magic, Lavielle made him always smell like white lilies. Lavielle told Kim in his ear that they were the ones he felt when he fell in love with her. Lavielle also said that he often fiddles with the hilt of his sword when he is nervous, and this is a bad habit that Kim needs to change. The hero sniffed the handkerchief with a smile while Lavielle talked about how Kim should better inhale the aroma of the handkerchief if his heart is uneasy. She also wished Kim that he would remain himself, not because of the suffering and hardships he had experienced, but that the reason would be his love for her and their common happy memories. Lavielle looked at him and asked if he could fulfill her wish. Kim happily replied that it would be so. Then they kissed and said they loved each other. After the kiss, Kim immediately used transference. The tower took him to another place. There he was immediately greeted by the Black Witch. She, surrounded by a large number of books, asked Kim to sit down because she had a conversation. Kim was surprised to see her. The Countess and the Heretic Inquisitor were also sitting on the books. Kim asked them if something had happened. They looked at Kim sadly. The hero asked them where all the other hunters had gone. The Black Witch grabbed her hair and said that they had gone out because they needed to discuss something in a small circle. According to her, what she has to say is completely confidential. Lavielle said that this conversation would also be recorded and transmitted to the tower. Kim asked, stunned, if it was really that serious. Suddenly, the Heretic Inquisitor jumped up and said that the fact was that Kim had already succeeded too much. Kim asked him in amazement. The Heretic Inquisitor asked Kim to judge for himself. The Heretic Inquisitor began to talk about how, in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, Kim was able to reveal the Master's love for his students. The respect and passion that Kim showed, as well as the way Kim supported the cult followers, was admired by many. According to the Heretic Inquisitor, after Kim went through the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, thousands of martial artists from the outside world flocked to the tower like a river. Lady Holy Night said that someone recorded what was happening and broadcast it on the first floor, so people quickly found out about everything. She shocked Kim, who said that this, however, was done with their permission. She also said that publicity about Kim's success had had a stunning effect, so there was no need to intervene. The Countess opened her fan and said that she was afraid that they had underestimated Kim, or rather, his influence as an idol. Then the Heretic Inquisitor said 113,654 followers. He said that's exactly how many people entered the tower yesterday. Kim asked if it was just for one day. The Heretic Inquisitor showed the photo and confirmed it. The Heretic Inquisitor added that such a number is typical for cases of mass war or the destruction of an entire country, but there were no large-scale battles, only small border skirmishes, which are a common occurrence here. The Countess said that this meant that people were filling the tower, despite the relatively peaceful times. She then surprised Kim by showing him a flyer from the outside world. The flyer featured Kim and said that the King of Death was their overlord who would lead them to a bright future. The Countess added that, of course, it was about Kim. She said that as far as they know, these flyers are being distributed everywhere. Kim looked at this flyer in surprise while the Countess said that they had nothing to do with it, because this was the initiative of ordinary people in the outside world. Lady Holy Night said she couldn't believe they still used flyers in their times. She added that this means that even refugees from poor countries who do not have access to the internet, as well as people from conflict zones, can support the idea. According to her, they are ready to sacrifice their country and quiet life in order to get into the Tower of Babel. The poisonous snake also said that even before this they dress in all black. Kim was shown the photo and told that people say they want to join a demonic cult, but the poisonous snake is sure that their motive is Kim. The Black Witch smiled and said that there are not just refugees or ordinary people there are brilliant scientists among them, and they say that they want to create a new society inside the tower. The Black Witch said that Kim didn't just pass another level. According to her, the people of every world need a hero, courage to face challenges head-on, endless humanity and devotion to love. Nothing delights people more than a hero who has willpower, kindness, and piety. Lavielle showed Kim the current ranking of hunters and said that Kim had become a real symbol. Kim looked at the table and was surprised because he was in second place in the ranking table. He thought in amazement that this was the first time this had happened to him. They stood before Kim and asked if he was ready to be their king. The hero asked worriedly if they were joking. The Black Witch said that, of course, now is not the time for a monarchy. She said Kim may not be aware, but a lot of effort went into creating the current tower system. The Heretic Inquisitor exclaimed that they had settled on idealistic anarchy. Lady Holy Night said that there is no need to complicate things, because the king is just a symbol with power. She said Kim had achieved a certain amount of influence. Smiling, she added that hundreds of thousands of people joined the tower because of Kim, and even the head of the Black Dragon Guild did not show such results. Well, not a single tower hunter has succeeded in doing this. Lady Holy Night added that before they simply would not have been able to accommodate so many people due to food shortages, but now there is plenty of everything and trade routes have been established, so she believes that they will be able to feed everyone, although it will not be easy. The Countess said that the most important thing is that they gained experience. She asked Kim not to think that she was bragging, but everyone present here had overcome some kind of crisis, and besides, surviving in chaos was their specialty. The Black Witch joyfully said that only they could lead the people in troubled times. According to her, this is not given to every country in the outside world, but for them it is quite possible. The Black Witch extended her hand to him and exclaimed that they could handle it. They looked at Kim with a smile, and the Black Witch said that they would show the whole world that they were capable of creating a better future. Kim thought about mosques in Utopia, while the Black Witch talked about how they would do what not every country in the outside world could do. Namely, they would show people fleeing from the outside world that there was still a place left where they could breathe freely. Kim looked at the Lady Holy Knight who fled from South America. The Black Witch, meanwhile, continued to say that they had known the worst days of humanity, so they were able to prevent this from happening. Kim looked at the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, which survived the Black Sea and was embroiled in endless wars. She said that they had known the days of oppression, so they were able to withstand internal conflicts. Kim looked at the heretic inquisitor raised by the mafia of Eastern Europe. He also thought about the poisonous snake that grew up in the triad of the Central Plains. Then he looked at the countess, born in the slums of India. Kim thought in surprise that he was the one who changed all these people. The hero reflected that while the summer spirit monopolized the first place in the rating, the tower was just a tower, an island of crime and suicide bombers. And the leader of the Black Dragon Guild then looked at this with a cold gaze. But now Kim sees the world his master dreamed of, and Kim can change this world. The hero collected his thoughts and asked them to tell him what was required of him. The Black Witch told Kim to just be herself, because that's the most important thing. She also promised that they would gradually bring Kim up to speed so that it would be easier for him to get used to the status of a political figure. She said that if Kim suddenly went astray, they would restore his face, and also asked that Kim simply be a symbol of their movement. The head of the Black Dragon Guild began to say that she would not refuse, but if she could only transfer this position to someone else, then she would be happy to do so. Kim at that moment, putting his hand to his chin, wondered if all you need is to be yourself. Then he suddenly saw a librarian, who was shyly peeking, standing behind the books. He asked the librarian to come over for a second, but the librarian was scared of something. The librarian asked if it was okay that such a mediocre creature like him had caught Kim's eye. The librarian began to talk about how he was a nobody and asked Kim to simply pretend that he was a speck of dust flying past the library books. However, Kim asked him to stop talking nonsense and come over. The librarian slowly flew up to Kim. Then the hero asked him to get a book about the next level. The librarian, looking down, asked Kim what genre of apocalypse interests him. The librarian said that among the available apocalypses there is only one fairy tale. Kim agreed and asked the librarian to give it to him. Suddenly the librarian thought about something. He turned around and smiled and said how strange fate was. He quickly took the book. The librarian took a book called Sacrificial Lambs and Me. According to the plot of this tale, humanity in this world has come to a utopia driven by a special force, the cries of innocent children. But 118,000 years after the founding of the utopia, the supply of innocent children has been depleted and a threat looms over the world. Kim thought that as soon as he looked at this book, it immediately touched his heart. Kim raised the book above him and, turning to the heads of the guilds, said that he had chosen the next apocalypse for them. The Black Witch apologized to Kim and said that she didn't think there would be any useful resources or lands in the fairy world. She added that it was also a rank difficulty and therefore asked if they really needed to go there. However, Kim replied that this was necessary. He began to talk about how they had so far only chosen apocalypses that could benefit the tower. For example, manuals from the martial arts repository and the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon will help improve your fighting abilities. Kim said that this fantasy world can expand their understanding of technology. According to him, in principle, it is not only resources and technologies that are valuable. He reminded the heretic inquisitor that he himself had said that hundreds of thousands of people flock to the tower every day. The heretic inquisitor confirmed this. Kim, holding the book in front of him, said that this is why they simply needed a rallying tool. The heretic inquisitor said that he would agree, but that is why they are making a symbol out of Kim. According to him, Kim will become this tool, he just needs to find a suitable name. Kim, closing his eyes, said displeasedly that this was a cheap trick. Kim surprised them by saying that he was not the only one who mattered. According to him, everyone here needs to gain the trust of people. The heretic inquisitor looked at Kim and said that he was saying sensible things, but asked how he came up with this. Kim said it was simply the original sin inherent in each of them. They all did terrible things to end the chaos inside the tower. Kim apologized but said they were simply not morally appropriate symbols. The Black Witch said with regret that Kim was right, because they had committed too many atrocities. Kim held out the book and invited them to do good deeds from now on, or rather, do their jobs well. Kim said that they are a team, and then he began to say that he was not as well versed in matters of religion as the heretic inquisitor. Kim said that he is not as good at negotiating with bandits as a poisonous snake, and he also cannot understand politics, economics, and public safety without them. However, Kim understood that he could definitely unite them all. They gathered in a circle and Kim, holding out the book in front of him, said that they could trust him because he would not let him down. The hero then said that if problems arise between them, he can establish this connection, and also if they need to find the right words, they can rely on him. Kim encouraged them to become a team. Kim said that, as they said, in this apocalypse there are no particularly valuable resources or fertile lands, but there are sacrifices that are simply unacceptable. The hero exclaimed that they couldn't let this continue. According to him, having passed this level, they will show the whole world what kind of stuff they are made of. Meanwhile, people rejoiced as they watched the broadcast. Kim wanted people to see them doing their job. Kim also said that if they succeed, they will be able to gain the trust of the people and will also tell the residents of the tower that they can rely on them. The heretic inquisitor, putting his hand to his chin, asked if Kim was talking about faith and leadership. The hero at that moment was thinking that he should not turn away from innocent victims. He was confident that even if it was incredibly difficult, they would break through. Kim explained that the conditions stated that 2 or more people were required to complete this apocalypse. He called them his comrades in arms and exclaimed that among hunters they were worthy of the highest degree of trust. Kim thought about how they would show everyone what they were made of. The hero shouted for them to fight side by side with him. Kim, holding out a book in front of him, stood surrounded by the heads of the guilds, and a librarian flew above them. The Black Witch said that Kim had chosen a difficult path for them. Kim began to tell them that people become better people only through hard work. According to him, anyone who has an unshakable moral core and makes efforts can achieve recognition, but it is very difficult to be a professionally savvy person and have power while maintaining moral values. Kim put the book on his shoulder. He extended his hand and repeated the proverb that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Kim said that then it must also be true that the road to heaven is paved with bad intentions. Meanwhile, people looked at these with a smile. Kim said that even so they will not retreat, for the sake of everyone who abandoned the outside world in favor of the tower. According to Kim, they are obliged to show a better future. The heretic inquisitor joyfully placed his hand on Kim's arm and exclaimed that this suited him very well, because a moralist in power was the very thing. The poisonous snake also put his hand and said that this would be his tribute to tradition. Lady Holy Night joined them and said that she had activated the lie detection skill since starting this conversation. However, no one had ever lied. Placing her hand, she said that she trusted Kim's sincerity, his big heart, and most importantly, his personality. According to her, revolutions are not carried out without mistakes, which means that she is ready to lay down her life and soul to make their revolution the most beautiful mistake. The Countess, holding out her hand, said that she did not entirely agree with the opinion regarding refugees, but that was okay, because she was the one who followed the majority. She also said that she hopes that their shop, in which she is going to invest, will not go bankrupt. The Black Witch also stretched out her hand and said that they would not hear big promises from her. Placing her hand, the Black Witch added that she could not guarantee universal success, just as she could not completely abandon her proven methods, but if in case of failure someone had to sacrifice themselves, she would be the first to do so. Kim smiled and said that he joins in the promises and said that he will not let any of them die, no matter the place and time. The librarian, flying above them and holding a book in his hands, exclaimed that it was wonderful. He turned to them and said that he appoints all 6 of them as characters in the apocalypse, the sacrificial agents, and as something began to shine in front of the heroes. And the librarian told them that when they open their eyes, they will find themselves in a world at the dawn of its destruction. The librarian also warned them to be careful. According to him, this apocalypse will be very different from all previous ones. A red aura raged around the librarian. He said that this level had a difficulty rank of A, and therefore, unlike the previous worlds, he would not be able to bestow much blessing on them. After all, in this apocalypse the constellation is still alive, and it rules the show. According to him, they will become intruders, and the constellation will not be very happy with them. The librarian turned to the Lord of Death and said that he would not be particularly happy about it. Kim asked the librarian about this in shock. However, they were immediately transported to the level. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.